Shiki the Golden Lion took his nephew to the grave. He opened his mouth to turn Mary Geos upside down, 5 years after the war in the Valley of Gods. In the dense forest of the Ghana Islands. Shiki and Lex, two large knives flashing in the light. Hive Island used to be so lively. Now it's turned into a drought thanks to a bastard. Lex moved as lightly as a cat. Every step seemed calculated. Uncle, you can just leave the sky sea like that. Who dares to control me in the new world? As Shiki released his imposing aura. All the beasts lay on the ground, afraid to move. When they reached the grave in the valley, 2 tombstones stood erect. Shiki pinched a cigar. Pray. Lex knelt 3 times. Magically conjured 2 bottles of wine. What do you want to say? They are all listening. This year at the end, we will kill our way to Mary Geos. Lex spoke calmly. Kill a few people and drive the Navy out of the new world. Shiki raised an eyebrow. As long as you are confident. When leaving, the 2 flew directly. Shiki stood on the clouds. Lex stepped out of the void. His body was ethereal, even touchable. Go to sleep, ancient town, to find the phantom bee species. A gift from Master. Above the sea of clouds, the sun rose. Shiki suddenly shouted. Lex! Lex responded. The 2 big shots looked at the dawn. Are they going to do something big? Can they find the phantom bee species? Will they really dare to strike Mary Geos at the end of the year? The next chapter is likely going to get serious. At 20 years old, he dares to sever the seas and break the heavens? This slash directly splits the sea of clouds. Shiki fixed his gaze on Lex. Why go to sea? To kill those I want to kill and love those worth loving. Don't you want power and wealth? Lex raised an eyebrow. Don't we already have those? Shiki laughed maniacally. Ambition knows no bounds, just chasing freedom. Lex drew out his twin knives. 3 types of power wound around the blades. Spatial power armament, color conquerors color. K-breaking God, all things impermanent. A blue cross slash shot out, instantly splitting into 2. One struck deep into the sea. Hundreds of miles of ocean cracked in half. The seabed was laid bare. The other slashed toward the sky. Cumulonimbus clouds were split in half. The celestial phenomenon changed. Shiki watched with shining eyes. The first decade's grand plan has begun. Yes, from the moment we set sail, the sun rose. Lex, 20 years old, officially set sail, turning and diving into another space. In the light blue space, he swiftly traversed. In the next second, he appeared in Sleep Ancient Town, a tall figure over 3 meters. Golden hair to his shoulders, face like a crowned jade. It was clearly daytime, but the town was as silent as a graveyard. The spatial fruit is too buggy. What is hidden in Sleep Ancient Town is the phantom bee species he is looking for here. The next chapter is likely to stir things up. Are there monsters that consume virgin blood hidden in Sleep Ancient Town? The nobles have actually become accomplices. As soon as Lex entered the town, he spotted a noble in a tailcoat. This guy was panicking. Passers-by looked at him as if they had seen a plague. Lex directly slipped into another space. Following closely behind, the noble dashed into a dilapidated church. The dome was crumbling, filled with spiderwebs. He searched frantically, cold sweat pouring down. Suddenly, all the candles went out. A thin shadow sprang out of the darkness. Its limbs twisted like twisted dough. I beg you, there's no virgin blood left in the town. The noble cried on the ground. I've killed all the virgins. The shadow's throat sounded like grinding iron. Send your daughter here, but she's not a virgin. Yet, before he could finish, the shadow thrust an arm through his chest. The blood slave took a sip of blood and discarded it, disgusted by the taste. Just about to go to sleep. Space convergence. Lex directly pulled it into another space. Who? The blood slave panicked. Answer my questions or die. Are you a living person? Yes. And no, controlled by a bastard. Who is behind this blood slave? Is the phantom bee species fruit related to this? Can Lex find any clues? The next chapter will dig for the truth. Is there a naked woman hidden beneath the blood pool? A vampire fruit user appears. Lex followed the blood slave into a dark chamber. Dozens of corpses piled around. In the center, a blood pool filled with thick, fresh blood. It hadn't solidified for 10 years. Master, this is where things are hidden. The blood slave, Cyrillou, smiled proudly, thinking he could trick Lex to the pool's edge. In the next second, a light blue ripple flashed. He turned into a puddle of minced meat. Lex looked at the blood pool. How about you come out and chat? The conqueror's color pressed down. Dark red lightning wrapped in blue light. The blood pool instantly boiled. A black-haired woman emerged from the bottom, completely naked. What is a strong person like you doing here? She stared at Lex with murderous intent. Lex raised an eyebrow. Nice figure. I quite like it. Only then did the woman react, waving her hand to wrap her body in blood, transforming into a red cloak. You're a vampire fruit user? Lex directly hit the nail on the head. Is this woman the mastermind behind it all? Is the phantom beast species hidden in her? The next chapter is likely to escalate into a fight. Can he recover the devil fruit 100? The vampire fruit is in hand. Phoenix was still boasting. I've eaten the fruit. Killing me is useless. Why not join my crew? I know navigation. Lex suddenly asked. You're also from Sleep Ancient Town? Yes, Captain as soon as the words fell. Phoenix started to disappear into thin air. From feet to head, even her eyes vanished. In the next second, Lex held a fruit in his hand. Deep purple patterns, the size of an apple. It was indeed the phantom beast vampire fruit. It turns out he could directly recover abilities. The space was filled with fruit. Once the user dies, the fruit is reborn on the fruit. This operation is too buggy. Last year, to awaken his ability, he let Shiki, Red Count, and Whitebeard, 3 legends, beat him to death. In less than an hour, he was beaten to the brink of death, covered in blood, lying on the ground motionless. This is his method of self-destructive training. Every breakthrough relies on risking his life, this time awakening the space fruit. He directly became a god. Even the dark fruit doesn't have this recovery ability. Who should he give the fruit to next? Who is his master? The next chapter is likely to make a big news. 3 legends beat him to death, just to force out the awakening of the space fruit. Lex was covered in blood, picking up 2 supreme large knives. His eyes were crazily calm. Try dying for real. His body suddenly emitted blue light, turning into a blue shadow. Even the knives became ethereal. The Conqueror's color electric arcs surged wildly. The 3 big shots were dumbfounded. Can't sense the colors of sight anymore. The Red Count suddenly panicked. Quick, call the doctor. Lex is really going to die. The golden line flew away in a flashpoint. 2 minutes later, he returned with a group of people. As the light dispersed, Lex collapsed with vacant eyes. The Red Count teleported to catch him. Marco, hurry, use your abilities, the Whitebeard shouted anxiously. This reckless cultivation method is too extreme. The memory ended. Lex left the sleepy ancient town and directly barged into Whitebeard's territory. 3 white whale ships floated on the sea. The pirate flag now had 2 additional swords. This operation didn't happen in the original work. 10 years ago, 10-year-old Lex stared at Whitebeard. You're also a yellow-haired guy. Whitebeard laughed crazily. Karalalala, what are you little brat doing here? What's the relationship between these two? Why did Whitebeard add swords to his flag? The next chapter is likely to reveal a big secret. Did a 10-year-old kid get to freeload on Rock's journal? And Whitebeard happily gave it to him. On the Mizlan Islands, 10-year-old Lex looked for the golden lion. Whitebeard stopped him. Shiki was sent to Antalya. Lex turned around and left. Hey, did I let you go? Is there something else? The boy tilted his head, expressionless. Here to learn the dual sword style from Shiki. Master can't practice fast sword anymore. Whitebeard pulled out a scroll. Here, Rock swordsmanship notes for you. Lex looked at the cover and his eyes went wide. This is a treasure. What can I exchange for it? You don't have what I want. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Lex flashed with blue light and disappeared in an instant. This kid actually freeloaded for me. Whitebeard chuckled, stroking his beard. 4 years later, Lex found Whitebeard guarding Thor Island. Rox is going to make a big move. Something's going to happen in God Valley. Help me keep an eye on Uncle. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. How do you know? I'm half a celestial dragon. They're going to hold a night selection. The information was explosive. Whitebeard actually agreed. The God Valley War is coming. Can Lex save the Golden Lion? The next chapter will directly deify him. Ancient weapon Uranus is hidden above God Valley. Will everyone celebrate when Rox dies? Lex looked up at the sky. A huge object was concealed in the clouds, a technologically advanced space-based weapon. Its cannon was aimed at God Valley. Now is not the time. He pulled the Red Count and slipped away. The battlefield below exploded. Energy waves flew everywhere. Strikes blotted out the sun. Rox unleashed a final strike of black gas as he died. An era came to an end. The wound on Whitebeard's chest was still painful. Why are you so happy, kid? Lex gazed at the sea. It's a new era. Isn't it worth celebrating? The air was filled with the scent of freedom. I want to build a pirate crew. Whitebeard leaned against the reef. 1. That's all family. Suddenly pointing at Lex. You're the one. I didn't agree to this. I agree. And that's enough. Go draw the pirate flag. Lex insisted on adding 2 swords. Get lost. You're not joining. So I'm just going to accept this as my godfather. Whitebeard surprisingly compromised. Make it smaller. Highlight my emblem. That afternoon, Whitebeard set sail with a new pirate flag. The Golden Lion coordinated with him to clear the new world. Now, Lex barged into Whitebeard's territory. Is he here to claim kin or stir up trouble? The next chapter will reveal all. The Whitebeard pirates celebrate collectively. Just because he returned? Whitebeard suddenly laughed. Guys, prepare the feast. Lex is home. Hundreds of people cheered. Marco and Sachi were busy as bees. Brother Lex has the space fruit. He must be here quickly. You just said I was foolish, right? Wash the vegetables, don't talk about that. Under the sunset, Lex stepped out of the void. His red bottom blue cloak looked incredibly cool. Oi, Asia, sassy not to care. Whitebeard tossed over a giant wine jar. I heard you officially set sail? Yeah, just Uncle watching. Shiki, didn't let you join the crew? Am not becoming a pirate. Lex gulped some wine. Let Uncle deal with ruling the world. He can't even rule the new world. Whitebeard laughed madly. Don't let Shiki hear that. Lex looked at the busy crowd. You're really not bound? Family is treasure, not a shackle. Whitebeard patted his chest. Lex thought to himself, with me here, the white crew will never fall. This is your new brother, Vista. Vista was surprised. Hello, Brother Lex, good swordsman. Let's spar when we have time. Vista's eyes lit up. Please guide me. This scene is too impressive. How strong is Lex really? How many moves can Vista take from him? The next chapter will dive straight into action. 14-year-old Marco is given a death order. Must defeat a naval major in 3 months? Whitebeard shouted. The feast began immediately. Sachi pushed the food cart like a madman. Marco brought dozens of barrels of wine. Brother Lex, come join our crew. Little Marco leaned over. Sachi added, his uncle is the Golden Lion. Would even look at you. Am not becoming a pirate. Lex gulped some wine, but he'll come often for feasts. Sailing is super fun. Marco looked confused. Then you need to get stronger. Lex's expression suddenly changed at in 3 months. If you can't beat a naval major, even Dad can't protect you. But I'm only 14. Little Marco was about to cry. You're a mythical Zoan Phoenix. Dad is Whitebeard. Your starting point is high enough. Lex stared at him. In 30 years, I want the Moby Dick. Shield it under your wings. Whitebeard suddenly spoke. He'll personally teach you hockey. Marco stood up abruptly. In 3 months. I can definitely do it. You little brat, what are you drinking? Go drink juice. Lex laughed at him. I am only 6 years older than you. Sachi, bring the wine. In the distance by the bonfire, everyone sang Bang Sake. Yo ho ho ho. Can Marco really do it? How fierce is Whitebeard's personal guidance? The next chapter will witness the growth, sending you the fine wine of Binks. Riding the winds and breaking the waves, I roam freely. The waves surge and the sunset stirs. The bird songs pierce through the vast sky. The parting port is unforgettable, filled with nostalgia. Singing a song to express my feelings. The waves are surging and the spray is flying. A man of stature traverses the ends of the earth, sending you the fine wine of Binks. On the ocean, I await as a pirate leading the way. Waves like pillows, warships like nests. The skull flag flutters in the wind. In the vast sky, the wind roars and thunder rises. The waves dance and the war drums rumble. Tomorrow, the rain will pass and the clouds will disperse. A man of stature does not fear difficulties and dangers. Yo-ho-ho, 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 sending you the fine wine of Binks. Last night I saw it in dreams. The farewell person gradually fades away. On the night of the full moon, we will meet again. Sending you the fine wine of Binks. Singing loudly the song of the sea. Life is short, and the world is unpredictable. Tonight there is wine. Tonight we get drunk. Rex strolled among them, as the voices of the crowd floated with the sea breeze toward an unknown distance. A few clouds in the night sky happened to obscure the moonlight. Breaking the legend? That's not a legend. It's real. How is this possible? Alan's small face was filled with shock. It is said that thousands of years ago, a red moon descended upon our Osaka island. Our ancestors said that it represented bloodshed and evil, bringing disaster and calamity. Hence it was called the ominous month. So, to protect everyone, the island's gods gave the Osaka king 3 jewels as shields and a 7-star sword as a spear. Unfortunately, over time, the 7-star sword became tainted with darkness and misfortune, turning into a cursed holy sword. Our clan's mission is to guard it, preventing bad people from using it and ensuring its darkness does not escape. Alan remained silent, waiting for the high priest to continue. Every 100 years, when the red moon comes, the sealing power becomes weakest, and it must be resealed with the blood of a priestess and the 3 jewels. But the next generation of priestesses has not yet grown up, and I am too old. No one in the clan can complete the sealing. If the 7-star sword escapes, this sea will be engulfed in darkness. So you mean? Alan's tone was low, as if he had guessed it. Only by offering the gods the most perfect sacrifice can we appease their wrath and reinforce the seal, and your talent is truly a gift from the gods. Alan was very kind, so kind that he was willing to die for the villagers who rejected him. But he couldn't die. If he died, who would take care of his young sister? Life on the island was hard due to frequent pirate attacks, and no one was willing to speak up. So, the precocious Alan desperately tried to prove his worth just to secure a meal for his sister. The high priest seemed to sense his hesitation, and an aged voice spoke. Don't worry about DownSea. I have contacted a noble couple without descendants who are willing to adopt her. After you leave, she will live better than anyone. This struck a chord with Alan. He didn't care how others viewed him, but he absolutely did not want his sister to be rejected as well. He hoped she could eat well and sleep warmly every day, living a dreamlike life. High Priest, I promise you. Good child, I'm sorry for putting you through this. The High Priest kept his word, but DownSea's heart-wrenching cries made Alan want to stop several times. Yet he ultimately steeled his resolve and left without looking back. DownSea was still young. Perhaps in a few years, she would forget about her incompetent brother and live the life everyone desired. The scarlet moonlight was about to envelop the earth. Alan followed the High Priest into the temple, surrounded by an ancient atmosphere, as if it had come from the distant past. At the bottom level of the temple was a crude stone coffin, and on the ground was a six-pointed star array drawn in blood. Alan stood in the center of the array. The High Priest instructed him not to run around, and then fled as if for his life. The surroundings were bloody and eerie, but Alan was not afraid. Instead, he curiously looked around. Suddenly, a soft chirping echoed in the dim room, like cicadas singing. Black mist seeped into his skin through his pores, and a particularly enticing voice echoed in his mind. Open the coffin, take up the divine sword, and you will gain supreme power. Seeing that Alan was unresponsive, the black mist upped its ante. Power, wealth, fame. Just take up that sword, and you will have it all. But Alan muttered softly, is this the test from the gods? It doesn't seem too difficult? The quivering of the seven-star sword ceased. It lacked full consciousness, just like most cursed blades, possessing a faint spiritual awareness, of course. Much stronger than the third generation's cursed sword. At that moment, if the seven-star sword had mind, it would surely be puzzled. How can there be someone with such a pure heart, devoid of any darkness? But the black mist did not give up, merging with Alan's innate power, allowing him to sense the entire island. In the next moment, the villagers' conversations reached his ears. What do we do? The ominous month has come. Are we all going to die? Don't worry. The High Priest said he would use that demon for sacrifice to appease the gods. That monster that can see into people's hearts? It's good if it dies. The kind of monster shouldn't exist in this world. But Alan has helped us so much with his abilities. Sounds nice, but would you dare to live with that kind of monster? Cough, cough. Is the sacrifice really effective? I've never heard of it before. Who knows? But the High Priest wouldn't lie to us, right? Alan's expression did not change. He had always been aware of the villagers' opinions of him. His perception extended further. In the next moment, the conversation from the upper level of the temple projected before him. Alan felt regret. With his talent, he initially planned to cultivate him into the strongest warrior in the clan. His sister sold to a slave ship? This High Priest is truly inhumane. Elder, we all know that the clan's strength cannot withstand the increasingly rampant pirates. We won't make it to the day he grows up. Even if he has the innate ability to see the future, if he cannot be used by us, what good is it? What a pity. This talent. I've been on the seas for so many years and have never seen anything like it. What's even rarer is that even though he has been rejected and suspected for being able to see into people's hearts, he has never changed his original intention to help everyone. Just unfortunate. Our clan has guarded the world for thousands of years, and in the end, we will be exterminated? Rather than letting the seven-star sword fall into the hands of pirates, it would be better to sacrifice Alan to it. Perhaps we can completely control the power of the seven-star sword and rise on the seas from then on. High Priest, I thought about it, but maybe we should forget it? That kind of cursed object is not something a human can control. Greed for darkness will bring disaster. Elder, do you think we could turn back? Not to mention, if that little brat Alan finds out that we sold his sister to a slave ship, no matter how kind he is, he will want to kill us. Slave ship? At that moment, Alan's soul felt like a candle in a storm, flickering dangerously. The conversation in the temple continued. I sigh. I was blinded by greed at that time, which is why I did such a thing. Maybe if we apologize, that good child Alan will forgive us? Haha. Elder, you are truly hypocritical. I did not want to stand before that monster again. If it weren't for me forcibly hypnotizing myself the day before yesterday, the matter of the slave ship would have been exposed long ago. I did not want to experience that kind of fearful feeling again. Slave ship, ha ha. How ridiculous. I hate myself for being foolish and powerless. Blood tears seeped from Alan's eyes as he knelt on the ground in pain, leaving marks on the hard rock. To take the sword from the coffin, it will give you the power of revenge. The voice of the dark mist echoed again. Alan walked to the stone coffin like a zombie and pulled out the seven-star sword. The terrifying soul storm instantly shredded his soul consciousness. But the belief in his heart prevented the seven-star sword from taking that final step. At that moment, a foreign soul crossed time and space and merged in, competing with Alan's residual soul for the sovereignty of the body. The seeds of hatred and the desire for survival erupted with infinite potential, intertwining and tearing at each other. In the end, they fused into a brand new soul. Boom! The door of the temple was violently broken open. The clan leader and the high priest stared blankly as Alan emerged from the depths, sword in hand, his eyes filled with the desire for slaughter and destruction, freezing their souls in fear. That is the seven-star sword. Alan, you actually pulled it out. Great. Quickly give me the sword. Greed overcame fear as the clan leader's eyes glowed green, stepping towards Alan. Gulp! The high priest nervously averted her gaze, not daring to make eye contact. Cold sweat behind her, making her a bit more alert. It seemed that the development of the situation was not what she had expected. I heard it, the slave-catching ship. Alan's footsteps were heavy, the tip of the sword scraping against the ground without making a crisp sound or sparking, easily cutting through the surface. The clan leader's eyes widened in realization of the high priest's earlier warning, cold sweat pouring down. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Alan, you must trust me. I originally planned to cultivate you into the strongest warrior of the clan. An arm fell to the ground, the clan leader's remaining left hand covering his head, wailing in agony, as if enduring unspeakable pain. The high priest felt a chill in her heart, puzzled as to why the clan leader was acting mad, covering his head after losing an arm. Soon, the high priest understood. It was a piercing pain deep in the soul, like countless snakes, insects, and rodents gnawing at him. The pain of the severed arm was nothing compared to it. The most terrifying part was that Alan seemed to want to prolong their suffering. He intended to make them die in agony. Is that the voice of the high priest and the clan leader? What's happening in the temple? Hurry, let's check it out. Alan raised the seven-star sword, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. Soon, blood flowed out of the temple, spreading around the village and eventually covering the entire island. The slaughter continued, and the night was still long. 3 days later, dozens of pirate ships docked at the shore. Boss, is the legend of the cursed holy sword true? Ha ha ha, idiot. Of course it's fake. Do you really believe in such children's tales? If that thing existed, the pirates who came before would have already taken it. We wouldn't get a chance to pick up the leftovers. Huh, then why are we here? Of course, to pick up the leftovers. This village with a long history might hide good things, and besides, the villagers have been fighting pirates for years, so their strength isn't weak. Let's see if we can recruit some cannon fodder. Hey, the boss is really smart. Ugh, what does that smell? Gulp! The pirate captain swallowed hard, summoning his courage to step forward. This should be the smell of blood, but it was so thick. Could it be that all the creatures on the island have died? Captain, should we really go in? Idiot, we are ruthless pirates. Can we retreat here? A quarter of an hour later, all the pirates fled back in a panic, almost all suffering from hemophobia, with many going insane, never daring to mention being pirates again. Soon, the news of the mass extinction of creatures on Aska Island spread, causing a stir in the seas, defined by the world government as a malicious massacre by pirates, triggering strong resistance against pirates in various sea areas. At night, it was terrifyingly quiet. It's been 3 years. Does this cursed sword still want to control me? No way. Longinus lay on his bed, calmly opening his eyes. He sat up, and a seven-star sword emitting a faint green glow emerged from his palm. The sword trembled slightly. 3 years, and you still haven't given up? Every time I use your power, it makes me relive the nightmare from 3 years ago. But you should know, Alan is me, but I'm not Alan. He is just a part of my soul. Demi, I will bring you back. But I will use the power I can control. The green glow slowly dimmed, and the sword's trembling sound faded away, then reintegrated into Longinus's body. He didn't care. Compared to 3 years ago, this magical weapon was much more obedient. After all, it was just a foolish thing without wisdom. Now, he had an absolutely rational main personality, along with 2 sub-personalities controlled by the main one. Alan's soul had fragmented into a benevolent personality, which was his assurance to join the Navy. In terms of acting skills, who could surpass the real self? Moreover, in the benevolent personality state, he could perfectly utilize the talents of this body. It was akin to the observation hockey of Isa from Sky Island and Princess Odoheim from Fishman Island. When the opponent was unprepared, he could even see into their hearts. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Big MOM, it was still a top-tier starting point. That otherworldly soul not only allowed him to know the future of this world, but also became the host of the seven-star sword, bringing with it an incredibly terrifying killing intent. He called it the killing personality. This personality was the source of his strength. as the lives taken by the seven-star sword had their life force and souls devoured, ultimately nourishing him. Over 3 years, he trained his body to withstand the powers of Zoan-type users, primarily because he had almost wiped out the sea kings around him. This was also the reason he didn't want to eat a devil fruit, since he had a stable path to becoming stronger. Why give up the entire sea for a single fruit? It was important to know that near Fishman Island, which was 10,000 meters deep in the sea, there were super giant sea kings several thousand meters long. That was his greatest reliance in stepping onto the pinnacle of the world. As for souls, the effects of sea kings were far inferior to those of humans, especially those of strong individuals. So, only after Longinus set his sights on advancing the city did he think of seizing the opportunity to kill as a member of the Navy. His absolutely rational main personality can switch soul states at any time. In the future, when he creates a secondary account, no matter how profound the observation hockey is, it cannot see through his disguise. Moreover, under 3 times the soul pressure, the main personality has a bit of a leader's halo. Otherwise, those recruits wouldn't treat his words as orders from Saint. Although this halo is only effective against those with weaker soul wills, in Longinus's view, it resolved his last concern about joining the Navy, celestial dragons. He knows very well that unless he is like those predecessors who betray at the slightest provocation, the celestial dragons are an unavoidable hurdle for every Navy member. With soul suppression, at least he doesn't have to worry about impulsively killing a celestial dragon. In his eyes, unless one can overturn the world government, killing a celestial dragon is utterly useless and will only mess things up. Even if the killer is strong enough to escape from an admiral, those whom he saved will bear the brunt and suffer even greater punishment. Longinus does not consider himself a good person, but he despises being a hypocrite who does bad things under the guise of being a good person even more. In short, he does not intend to kill the celestial dragons. However, killing in a small capacity has nothing to do with him. After all, Lu Sun once said that an alias and the real body are 2 independent entities in the eyes of the law. The next day, golden sunlight tore through the clouds and shone on the sea, while a gentle sea breeze blew by, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Those who have experienced life and death are always stronger than before, although the shadow of death has not yet dissipated. Surviving and even counterattacking the giant rhino pirates makes them luckier than those towns that were slaughtered. All of this is thanks to one person, a former outsider. Longinus, we really owe you a lot yesterday. The mayor felt half ashamed and half grateful, or rather, they have been indebted to him for the past 3 years. If it weren't for the mayor and everyone saving him on the coast 3 years ago, he would have long been exhausted fighting the waves. How could there be today? Longinus shook his head, downplaying his achievements. Yes, the luckiest thing for our falling leaf town is that 3 years ago we brought you back from the coast when you were in trouble, the town mayor sighed. The townspeople gathered here not only to continue yesterday's celebration, but also because Longinus was leaving. Brother Longinus, you must come back to visit us often, said the little one with a runny nose, unwilling to part. What are you talking about? Brother Longinus is going to be an admiral. Such a big figure is definitely busy catching evil pirates every day. How could he have time to play with a little brat like you? Bocce waved his hand. In his view, an admiral was the kind of great hero who dedicated every moment to justice. Longinus just smiled, not breaking his beautiful fantasy. When I grow up, I also want to be a Navy to fight like Brother Longinus and protect everyone like Brother Longinus. The little one wiped his nose and waved a small hand, saying heroically, the Navy has arrived, but the pirates were already wiped out by a 12-year-old boy. Facing the blessings of the townspeople, Longinus smiled and said, then I'm leaving. If nothing unexpected happens, I will join the Navy's G2 branch. You can come find me there if you need anything. The townspeople waved goodbye with tears in their eyes, saying, you must become a Navy admiral. Luaya Town will always take pride in you. Longinus waved his hand without looking back and walked towards the sea. A few pirates who had survived by luck followed him, trembling, as they boarded the ship that originally belonged to the giant rhino pirates. They raised the sails, and the ship gradually disappeared along the coastline. Colonel Adkin, Colonel Adkin. A naval lieutenant rushed to the conference room door in a panic. The naval colonel, who was staring at the sea chart, slowly looked up. Lieutenant Philman, watch your words and actions. As a Navy, you must remain calm and composed in front of the people. Yes. Philman saluted with a flushed face and said seriously, we have discovered traces of the giant rhino pirates at the shore of the island ahead. The ships are docked at the shore. Is there anyone living on the island? There is a falling leaves town. Colonel Adkins' expression tightened, and he asked sternly, Is there any sign of fire on the island? Is there a smell of gunpowder in the sea breeze? Philman was startled and swallowed hard. No, nothing at all. The giant rhino Alice is cruel and suspicious. After slaughtering the town, he would definitely not linger. The absence of cannon fire indicates that he has just landed or has taken residents hostage to negotiate. Colonel Atkins' expression softened slightly. Either scenario was better than another tragedy. Lieutenant Philman, yes, send the order down to set full sails and head to that island at full speed. In the town, the townspeople were moving the spoils of the naval battle home. A few snotty little kids ran over, shouting it's bad. There are a lot of big ships coming over on the sea. The crowd instantly erupted. More pirates? Have they set their sights on our spoils? We'll fight back. We all have a flintlock now, plus a few cannons. If they want to take advantage, they'll all have to pay the price. They had repelled pirates several times in the past 3 years, and the townspeople were not that afraid anymore. As long as it wasn't a large group like the giant rhino pirates, they still had the courage to fight. What did you say? The giant rhino pirates were wiped out? Even Alice was killed by you? Colonel Atkin widened his eyes, almost thinking the old man in front of him was a spy. The naval lieutenants behind him were also dumbfounded. The giant rhino pirates, who had repeatedly slipped through their fingers, had actually fallen in a small town? This was more absurd than a fairy tale. Huh, it's not what you think. The town mayor, seeing such a high-ranking officer for the first time, panicked and hurried to explain. It was Longinus's credit. Damn pirates, I'll fight you. Just then, a large group of townspeople rushed out of the town, holding flintlocks. They were stunned by the scene before them. The people were wearing uniforms that looked like the Navy. Let go of Grandpa Mayor. A few kids who didn't understand the situation rushed forward, shouting, That's the Navy, not pirates. Some townspeople quickly grabbed them and awkwardly explained, That's the Navy that big brother Longinus joined. There are people. The little kids complained, We just said there are big ships coming. You guys are the ones who said there were pirates. The adults thought about it and realized it was indeed true, feeling embarrassed. They patted the little kids on the back. Kids shouldn't tea-talk nonsense. Big brother Longinus said that violence can't solve problems. Justice will ultimately slap, slap, slap. The uprising of the little kids was met with violent suppression. Justice ultimately stood on the side of the dictator. The little kids rubbed their bottoms and murmured. Colonel Atkin watched this scene and found it funny. He became interested in the Longinus they were talking about. A youth who could defeat the giant rhino Alice and still had a heart for justice was quite rare. Is the one who defeated giant rhino Alice the Longinus you mentioned? Tell me about him. Upon hearing this, the surrounding scouts instantly perked up and spoke in turn. Let me go first. He came here 3 years ago after a shipwreck. In these 3 years, he has helped us repel pirates dozens of times. That big bald guy from yesterday was no match for him. He is our guardian of Falling Leaves Town. He catches sea kings for food every day. This youth is too impressive. Seeing everyone speak so highly of him, Atkin was both surprised and impressed, and he could only accept this absurd fact. The giant rhino pirates, who had repeatedly slipped away from the Navy, had actually fallen at the hands of a youth who had never been to sea. Is Longinus a devil fruit user? The townspeople looked at each other, confused, not understanding what he was saying. Atkin understood that the news on this island was isolated, and it was normal for them not to know about devil fruits. He rephrased his question. Can he swim in the sea? Of course he can. The townspeople looked at him with strange expressions, thinking to themselves, who grows up by the seaside and doesn't he know how to swim? This Navy must be silly. The little kids were still cheering. Big brother Longinus dives into the deep sea to train every day and catches a sea king to improve our meals. Catching a sea king on the side? The naval lieutenants twitched at the corners of their mouths. It was one thing to surface from a sea. Killing a sea king in the deep sea was something even a naval brigadier might not manage. Looking at the townspeople's rosy complexions and sturdy bodies, the Navy felt a bit envious. Sea king meat is rich and delicious, loaded with life energy. Eating it regularly can enhance one's physique and is a top-notch ingredient. Even Colonel Atkin could only enjoy it a few times when reporting back to the headquarters. But from the sounds of it, the townspeople were eating fresh sea king meat every day, which made them jealous to the point of madness. Sea king meat is delicious, but eating it continuously for 3 years would become monotonous no matter how fragrant it is. One townsman sighed, Yeah, big brother Longinus is gone. Finally, we can change our diet. Bocce completely ignored the murderous glares from the Navy. Atkins suppressed his agitation and asked casually, I heard you say he wanted to join the Navy? Yeah, he said he was going to the Navy Chicken branch to participate in the world recruitment. It's the G2 branch. Atkin corrected him first, then mumbled, Relying solely on his physical strength to defeat Alice means his strength is no less than that of an average officer. If he goes to headquarters to train well, he might become a rear admiral or a vice admiral. No, I need to hurry back to the G2 branch and recruit him before anyone else does. Seeing Adkin about to leave, the mayor quickly said, "General, can you exchange Alice's head for a bounty for us?" Adkin was shocked again. That youth left you the head worth 37 million berries? Uh-huh. Big brother Longinus said he is not interested in money and has never touched money. This Longinus truly has a heart of gold. The highly praised Longinus is currently sitting with a dark face atop the serpent-like Sea King, surrounded by the wreckage of destroyed ships. Although the Sea King is fierce, the deep sea is its territory, and it is rare to see them on the surface. For someone like Longinus, who nearly faced shipwreck and death, it feels like winning the lottery. This further strengthens his resolve not to consume a devil fruit, unless he can create a second battlefield in the ocean or sky like Aokiji or Doflamingo. Otherwise, in this grand line, disaster could strike at any moment. A great pirate, like the Golden Lion, was defeated by a storm, which not only indicates that fate was not on his side, but also shows that natural phenomena can counter devil fruits. Even the ship's rudder could be driven into his brain. Most likely, the storm temporarily robbed him of his abilities, while the Roger pirates, who did not consume any fruits, actually benefited from it. So, Longinus values the moonwalk in the Navy's 6th style more, as well as the so-called 7th style, life restoration. The importance of moonwalk cannot be overstated. It is essential for aerial combat and escape. As for life restoration, it is his cornerstone for dominating the seas. After all, he can only dive for a maximum of 15 minutes, and his peak combat power lasts at most 5 minutes. To hunt super giant sea kings in the depths of 10,000 meters, it's not just about whether he can defeat them. The overwhelming pressure of crushing steel and the breath-holding time deter most people. Therefore, if he could use life restoration to quickly adapt his body to deep-sea conditions, that crazy idea might actually come true. The smell of gunpowder filled the air, and the scent of smoke on the sea breeze brought Longinus back to his senses. Standing atop the trembling Sea King, he gazed into the distance where two fleets faced each other, the atmosphere tense enough to explode. A great battle was about to break out. "Captain Jax, let us go, and I will give you a whole ship of supplies," said a middle-aged man dressed like a noble, mixing softness with firmness. "If you want to fight to the death, we are not afraid." The fleet erupted in a synchronized roar, clearly not ordinary merchant ships. "Hey, a ship's worth of supplies isn't enough to fill our teeth," sneered the hawk-nosed pirate captain. "Hand over all the supplies you're transporting, and we might consider it." Mentioning the slave ship, this kid directly had the Sea King smash the ship. "Your appetite is too big. Be careful not to burst." The middle-aged noble's eyes burned with anger. "Heh. General Lewis doesn't need to worry about that." Lewis clenched his fists in anger. The railing was deformed from his grip, but he still suppressed his fury and said, "1/3. I can give you at most 1/3 of the supplies." Clap, clap, clap. Jax pretended to applaud. TSK. General Lewis really knows how to bend and stretch. I'm a bit tempted by this offer, but unfortunately, I'm an honest pirate. If I say I'll kill your whole family, I'll kill your whole family. After all, being able to obtain the head of Lewis, the guardian of the Hiska kingdom, King Azka would definitely be willing to pay a higher price. What? The Azka kingdom is actually cooperating with a pirate like you? Lewis couldn't believe it. General, you're too naive. Who cares about those broken rules when you can win a war with underhanded tactics? You were already at war. It's normal for him to do this. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. I've killed countless pirates like you. General Lewis, it seems I need to make you understand the difference between land warfare and naval warfare. You see, rookies are just food. Jax shouted arrogantly. Listen up, take it easy, and sell them to the slave master's slave ship. That's another good sum of money. Ha ha ha. The surrounding pirates laughed wildly, looking at the kingdom's self-defense forces as if they were the scum at the bottom of the food chain. Boom, boom. The cannon fire erupted, and the waves splashed. The facts prove that naval warfare and land warfare are indeed different. Those invincible self-defense forces on St. Ting Island couldn't even stand on the sea, let alone counterattack. They were pressed down and rubbed into the ground as soon as the fighting started. Ha ha! What self-defense forces? They're no different from mountain bandits. They're utterly vulnerable. Jax laughed disdainfully, recalling the time he dealt with a few self-proclaimed mountain bandit kings. "Captain, something seems off. There's a sea king floating in the sea behind us, staring at us for a long time," a pirate reported, trembling. Jax was excited and didn't he get angry, glancing over and saying, "Sea King, fire the cannons." "Wait, Captain. That's a Sea King." The pirate was sweating. It takes great courage to fire on a monster dozens of meters long. Bang! The pirate who spoke fell straight down. Blood dripping from his forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jax blew the smoke from the gun barrel and said to the trembling pirate beside him, "Do you need me to teach you how to do it?" "No, no need. I'll go notify the cannon fire right away." The pirate's survival instinct kicked in. Stumbling backward. "Oomph. The Sea King that dares to surface is just a big target. Sea King meat is expensive in the black market. That's another sum of money. This time, Lady Luck is finally on my side." Slave Master's slave ship. Longinus's gaze drifted, and his killing intent instantly surged. These few words were his reverse scale. As several iron balls flew into the sky, Longinus lightly stepped on the Sea King beneath his feet and coldly said, "Dive into the sea," and smashed the ship. The Sea King, with eyes as big as millstones, unexpectedly showed a fearful expression and swiftly dove into the water. The cannoneer of the Jax pirate crew rubbed his eyes in confusion. How did the Sea King dive into the water before the cannonball landed? Was it just luck? Or had it become sentient? If it had become sentient, the consequences would be unimaginable. Captain, that pirate had the guts to get close. But the Sea King has dived into the sea. The cannon fire missed. Jax didn't care. After all, it was just extra trouble. It ran away. Consider it lucky. Forget about it. Just be careful. Don't let Lewis act out and set the ship on fire. Those are the war supplies of the Hiska Kingdom. That's the real deal. Seeing the pirates not leaving, Jax's face darkened. "Hurry up. If you have something to say it quickly." "Captain, we think that Sea King sensed danger and hid. If it really has intelligence and charges from a seabed, then we—" "Idiot. Has your brain been eaten by fish? Where does a beast get its intelligence? Besides, my Black Death ship is built with—" Jax's lips curled into a cruel smile as he reached for his waist to draw out his dark and thick weapon. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. Each time the bottom was struck, it sounded like thunder crashing down on the pirates' hearts. The cracks in the ship's body spread like fear in their hearts. "It's it. The Sea King is here for revenge." The pirate who spoke was so scared he lay flat on the deck. "Steady, we can win," Jax shouted to stabilize the morale. But the sudden sound of the ship breaking sent his soul flying. He quickly hugged the mast and yelled, "Idiot, hurry and bring the other ships over. I'm a power user. Do you want me to fall into the sea and drown?" Jax's remaining power was still there, and the younger brothers on the other ships quickly brought their vessels over. However, a tail suddenly shot up from the sea, instantly tearing the approaching rescue ships apart. Those ordinary ships were no match for the main ship. Even a single tail of that monster couldn't withstand it, scaring the other ships to flee quickly. "You all!" Jax was almost furious enough to explode, and in his heart, he began to believe that the Sea King was here for revenge. Seeing himself abandoned by his subordinates, Jax gritted his teeth, clutching a mast floating on the sea with one hand while drawing his pistol with the other, shooting into the sea. The bullet, with a long flame tail, was amplified to an unimaginable speed the instant it left the chamber, piercing through the seawater towards the shadow beneath the surface. This was the ability granted by the amplification fruit, a lower-tier fruit of the Momo fruit owned by the legendary pirate Walder, the World Destroyer, who roamed the seas a decade ago. Unfortunately, while the Momo fruit did multiplication, his amplification fruit did addition, although it penetrated the resistance of the seawater. The bullet hitting the Sea King was no stronger than a pebble. In the next moment, a thick serpentine tail descended like the judgment of a sea god. Shattering the last place, Jax stood in despair and unwillingness. The remaining pirate ships scattered like startled birds, not daring to stay for even a moment. In the distance, Lewis's fleet could hardly believe their eyes. What was happening? The mighty Jax pirate crew had disintegrated in an instant, and the one helping them out of the predicament was a Sea King? Of course, Lewis's fleet did not let their guard down. Such a ferocious beast had no distinction between friend and foe, and they might be the next unfortunate ones. "General Lewis, what should we do? Should we quickly kill that Sea King while it's still on the surface?" It was a common consensus that Sea Kings in the ocean were invincible, and Jax's crew had proven this point with their fate. "No, don't act rashly." Lewis took a deep breath and made this difficult decision. He wasn't confident he could take it down before it submerged into the sea, so he chose not to provoke the evil spirit of the ocean. Is this big guy really a Sea King? The scenery at sea is indeed very different from that on the island. A gentle and sweet voice sounded behind him, causing Lewis, who had always been calm, to change his expression. "My little angel, why are you out?" Hurry back to the cabin. The cute little girl with pink short hair pouted and said, Tina is no longer a child, and she saw the previous sea battle too. Dad, you're really so lame. Lame, 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 echoed in his ears like a spell, leaving the rejected father with a face full of despair. For any doting father, this phrase had an impact like a thousand-fold critical hit. The ferocious Sea King gradually approached, its massive shadow covering most of the ship's body, making the soldiers of Lewis's fleet sweat in their palms. If it weren't for their strict military discipline prohibiting irrational actions, someone would have likely acted irrationally under the immense pressure. Seeing the Sea King open its massive mouth, seemingly ready to swallow both people and ship, the kingdom's soldiers felt their hearts sink. Lewis's right hand also reached for the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw and strike it down before the Sea King could dive into the ocean. At that moment, a figure jumped out from the Sea King's mouth and landed steadily on the deck in front of them. The ferocious Sea King then lowered its upright body to level with the deck, surprisingly displaying a human-like expression of appeasement in its fierce eyes, making sounds as if it were a little dog waiting for its master to praise it. Good job, you can go now. Longinus nodded. As the first Sea King to escape from his hands, it could brag about this for at least a year. The Sea King let out a cheerful sound, slapped its thick tail against the sea surface, and dove into the depths of the ocean at its fastest speed. Being able to serve as the kingdom's guardian spirit was no small feat. Lewis had roughly guessed what had transpired, although he didn't know why the boy in front of him could tame the Sea King or why he had chosen to help. It didn't stop him from expressing his gratitude. If this boy hadn't appeared, he couldn't imagine what kind of outcome he, the fleet, his homeland, and Tina would have faced. Standing beside Lewis, Tina blinked her big, cute eyes. Did this boy, who looked only a few years older than her, really have the ability to tame Sea Kings? How envious. She wanted to learn. On the ship, the lights were bright and cups were clinking. Everyone, let's raise a glass together for Longinus. A tipsy Lewis shouted while hugging Longinus's shoulder, revealing a side of himself that was very different from his usual composed and dignified demeanor. Meanwhile, Tina, standing aside, covered her small face in embarrassment, looking as if she didn't recognize her own father. Ha ha ha. Cheers to Longinus, to General Lewis, to Captain Jax. Today is such a happy day. Not only did we shatter the enemy's plot, but we also made the acquaintance of Longinus, the future of the Navy. The people around were also cheering, getting so drunk that they fell to the ground, and suddenly raised their right hands holding cups, grinning as they spilled the drinks on their faces. Longinus twitched his lips in silence. He had always been indifferent to alcohol, as he disliked the feeling of losing control, which could put both him and those around him in danger. Fortunately, his youthful face provided him with excellent camouflage, preventing these drunkards from pressing him too hard. Moreover, Longinus knew that these drunkards were merely looking for an excuse to drink freely and not that they truly needed him. I'm not drunk. Give me another bottle. The zombie-like Lewis was thrown onto the bed by Longinus, still struggling to break free from the blanket seal. However, the blanket, as a powerful sealing magical item, was not so easy to escape. Lewis's voice quickly faded to a whisper as he fell into a deep sleep. Tina felt so embarrassed, making her big brother Longinus go through so much trouble. Tina stood to the side, blushing, her fingers instinctively twisting the hem of her clothes. Hearing this familiar catchphrase, Longinus instantly confirmed that this little girl, around 10 years old, would grow up to be the charming and heroic female Navy officer in 20 years. It's nothing, Longinus said with a smile, shaking his head as he walked outside. Tina followed with small steps, curiously asking, Big brother Longinus, I really want to know, how did you manage to tame the Sea Kings? Submitting to the strong is the instinct of all living beings, and the Sea Kings are no exception, Longinus replied seriously, spouting nonsense. Oh, I understand now. It's the powerful strength that makes them dare not resist. Tina's eyes sparkled with admiration. But big brother Longinus is really strong. I heard my dad say that the Sea Kings are extremely ferocious creatures, and even the fishmen in the sea wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. Of course, only powerful strength can safeguard peace. It is for this reason that I intend to become a Navy who upholds the ideals of justice. Longinus's kind personality shone through as he gently patted Tina's head. Have you thought about your future plans, Tina? As a 10-year-old little girl, Tina naturally didn't have many other thoughts. She just felt that her big brother's hand was very warm and replied in a sweet, clear voice. Tina also wants to become a Navy like big brother Longinus. If I can become a Navy, then I won't be limited to one country or one island, and I can freely travel across this beautiful sea. Being a Navy isn't necessarily as wonderful as you imagine. It is both a constraint and a responsibility. Once you bear those two names, you often find yourself unable to act freely. Then why does Big Brother Longinus still want to become a Navy? Tina tilted her head. Although she didn't fully understand Longinus's words, she felt they made a lot of sense. Killing someone may require a reason, but helping someone doesn't need any reason at all. Longinus said with a smile. In this state of personality, every word he spoke contained pure kindness. The next morning, Lewis, pretending as if nothing happened, laughed heartily upon seeing Longinus. Sing, little brother Longinus, I heard Tina mention that you plan to join the Navy at the G2 branch. Longinus smiled kindly. Well, I hope to succeed. Longinus, being overly modest, could be considered prideful. In my opinion, with your strength, it's not difficult for you to directly be promoted to colonel. Lewis said sincerely. Longinus shook his head. He knew very well that although the Navy ultimately relied on strength, like Fujitora and Green Bull being promoted to admiral without any military achievements more than 20 years later, that was based on their monstrous strength and the unprecedented weakness of the Navy at that time. However, his own strength was far from sufficient to make the Navy break the rules for him. Moreover, with three monsters rising within the Navy, the situation was very favorable for them, and he could only start from the grassroots level. Of course, the high-ranking officials of the Navy were not fools. They understood the negative impact that Roger's words before his execution would have on the upcoming era. That's why they began a new round of world conscription, as they urgently needed more mid to high-level personnel to fill the gaps. In this context, anyone with strength and talent could be promoted at a pace far exceeding the past. Longinus chose to join the Navy during this period also because he could gain more promotion opportunities. To quickly utilize the Navy's resources to find DownSea, he had to better demonstrate his value, even to the point of becoming a benchmark figure within the Navy. Longinus is well aware that the saying a tall tree catches the wind is not wrong. However, if one lacks even the courage to face a fierce wind, it will be impossible to form a forest of trees. As a joke, if Longinus is dissatisfied with the Navy, the doors of the Kingdom of Hiska are always open for you. Although our Kingdom of Hiska may not be as powerful as a superpower like Alabasta on Sane Island, it is still a member of the world government with considerable influence in the first half of the Grand Line. Longinus should just take such words lightly, unless he is considering joining a top-tier power like Elbaf or Wano. Otherwise, the power of a nation is utterly insignificant in the face of the Navy and the government. Even a moderately strong pirate can topple a royal family. Even the guardian of a superpower like Alabasta is, at most, a pirate with a bounty of 20 to 30 million. Under such circumstances, Longinus would have to be crazy to join a national power. Dad, Tina said with a drawn-out voice of dissatisfaction, Big Brother Longinus is going to become an admiral of the Navy. Who would want your position as the guardian of the kingdom? Cough, cough, Lewis coughed violently and muttered pitifully, my little princess. Give your dad some face in front of outsiders. Absolutely not. You can't even beat a pirate with a bounty of 24 million. You're so embarrassing, Dad. A strategic retreat can't be considered a loss, Lewis argued, his face flushed. Can we really say we lost in war? As the Navy that upholds justice, the G2 branch of the Navy naturally cannot be located within any country, as that would compromise their absolute neutrality. Therefore, what appeared before Longinus was an independent circular island, with the seagull flag symbolizing peace fluttering in the wind, surrounded by warships and towering cannons. In front, there was a bustling scene of traffic and voices. A Navy base that should have been solemn and dignified, filled with energy due to the month-long world conscription. It is important to note that there are only 9 Navy bases in the Grand Line, unlike the 4 Seas branches, which have ranks 3 levels lower than the headquarters and whose highest rank only reaches that of a colonel, equivalent to a lieutenant in the headquarters. The Navy bases in the Grand Line are directly under the headquarters, with a rank system on par with the headquarters. In terms of scale, the G2 branch of the Navy is not comparable to those small branches in the 4 Seas. According to the information Longinus has gathered, this single branch possesses a vice admiral, 5 rear admirals, and 20 brigadiers, exerting powerful control over vast seas, including but not limited to dozens of surrounding countries. Thus, when Lewis's fleet grandly delivered Longinus to the G2 branch, it miraculously did not attract much attention. Even the Navy soldiers on duty turned a blind eye, treating Longinus as just another second-generation kid coming to the Navy for a gilded experience. Those without real skills would likely end up crying and fleeing back home soon enough. They had seen enough of this to know it was unnecessary to pay attention for long. Moreover, The so-called noble offspring with royal backgrounds are not worth mentioning here. What national power can compare to the strongest force in the Grand Line, the Navy? The only thing worth noting was that the young boy who disembarked from the flagship seemed a bit too young. Could it be that this fleet's nation experienced a rebellion, sending the offspring of those big figures here for political asylum? After watching Longinus disappear into the crowd, Lewis let out a long sigh. There's a reason the Navy can be powerful. Their concept of justice attracts countless new stars like Longinus to join them. But will the world government allow the Navy to continue growing? How long can the peace and stability of this sea last? Then, shaking his head, Lewis said, why should a small person like me think so much? I should hurry back to the kingdom to deal with the threat of Azka first. I haven't even settled accounts with them for breaking the rules and contacting pirates. Standing beside him, Tina was not too disheartened. She looked into the depths of the crowd with hopeful eyes and silently resolved. Powerful strength and a determination to protect justice? Tina will surely follow in big brother Longinus's footsteps and join the Navy. Longinus looked around curiously, having been in this world for 3 years. It was his first time seeing such an active crowd in a bustling town. It felt as if he had suddenly transitioned from the tribal era to a feudal dynasty. Before long, Longinus found an inn to stay in. Excuse me, could you inform me about the process of conscription in this world? Longinus asked, taking out 2 1,000 value bills and handing them over. The bellboy who was helping Longinus tidy up the room was initially a bit impatient, but seeing Longinus being so straightforward, he couldn't help but smile widely and said, look at you, customer. You put it that way. If you have something to ask, how could I refuse? That said, he honestly accepted the tip and put it in his pocket, the impatience on his face replaced with a smile. As for world conscription, it will last for a month, with a new round of recruitment every 3 days. This is mainly to accommodate those in more remote areas. It's only been 10 days so far, so there's plenty of time. You can rest assured and wait for the 4th round of conscription in 2 days. Moreover, the selection for the Navy mainly involves filtering out those who do not meet the physical standards. Someone with a strong physique like you is merely going through the motions. At this point, the waiter glanced at Longinus with a hint of fear, not understanding why this seemingly youthful face gave him a sense of intimidation from someone in a higher position. Longinus slightly nodded. This was normal. The Navy was neither a CP organization nor a pirate gang. Their ability to suppress the Grand Line relied not only on the highest combat power like that of an admiral, but also on the elite soldiers spread across the sea. Naturally, they couldn't set a very high lower limit like elite selections. Moreover, each round of recruitment for the Navy consumed a lot of time. If they were to conduct strength tests, speed tests, physical tests, or even individual versus group combat, it would likely take a year to complete. Therefore, this Grand World recruitment was actually a very simple selection process. As long as there were no physical disabilities or fitness defects, most could quickly pass the selection. Suddenly, a commotion and noise erupted from the street outside, causing Longinus to frown and look out the window. He saw that the already congested street was now packed with people. It was evident that the desire to join in the fun was a market that existed in any world. Is there really someone daring enough to cause trouble at the naval base? Longinus asked. There are idiots everywhere in this sea, especially recently, with many self-satisfied fools mixing in. Such scenes, which are usually rare, have gradually increased. The waiter disdainfully said, just take this as a joke, sir. It won't be long before the patrolling guards throw the troublemakers out. You can enjoy the sight of those usually high and mighty nobles scared out of their wits. Is that so? Longinus's gaze drifted, but his sharp eyes pierced through the crowd to see the situation in the center. A pale-faced noble stood arrogantly, his body straightened. However, the action seemed oddly comical given his body, which had been hollowed out by indulgence. In front of him stood a tall, strong man, who was currently leaning on the ground, using his broad back to shield the small body in his arms, allowing some sycophants to punch and kick him. Yet he remained silent, as if the blows were as powerless as raindrops falling. How dare you, a lowly commoner, resist me? The celestial dragons have said that you lowly people just need to obey. Rex shouted furiously. Ever since he had witnessed the power of the celestial dragons by chance, Rex had been filled with envy, believing that was the treatment that upper-class people should enjoy, and he always considered himself inferior to the celestial dragons. Unfortunately, he had the illness of a celestial dragon, but not their life. His noble identity, which barely worked on his territory, faced repeated setbacks once he left that small area. And now he finally exploded with all the repressed anger. Longinus's observation, hockey, easily allowed him to hear the discussions of those around him. The cause of the incident was quite ridiculous. It all started because the little girl, who was being pinned down by a burly man, wanted to sell a few flowers. She mistakenly approached the wrong buyer, and the noble-looking young man thought the little girl had polluted his vision. He immediately ordered his henchmen to beat her up to teach her a lesson. Then, the burly man rushed out of the crowd to protect the little girl. For some unknown reason, he didn't dare to resist at all and could only silently endure the beating from those noble henchmen. It was cruel, but also very realistic. In the pirate world, lives were as insignificant as grass. If one didn't want to drift like dust, they had to seize the power of discourse in this world. Hearing the arrogant words of the young noble, the surrounding crowd showed signs of displeasure. However, considering that the naval patrol guards would likely arrive soon, they suppressed their inner impulses and waited for the moment when this young noble would face misfortune. Of course, the disdain and contempt in their whispers were unavoidable. After all, few normal people would like someone like the young noble. Lord Rex, it seems we've encountered a tough opponent. This guy is frighteningly strong. Our punches and kicks can't inflict any effective damage on him. A steward-like henchman whispered to Rex, his tone revealing a hint of fear. If this guy goes berserk and hurts someone, we might be fine. But if he hurts you, Lord Rex, then we'd be in big trouble. Moreover, from the conversations in the surrounding crowd, they had a general idea of what happened to those who caused trouble here, which made them even more hesitant to take action. What did you say? Rex angrily grabbed the steward by the collar, questioning him furiously. What are you useless fools afraid of? That guy doesn't dare to resist. Go beat him up hard, kill him. Puffed. Are these guys here to be funny? Huh. This is the first time I've seen someone who dares not fight back when being hit. He must be some fallen noble from a small country. All show and no substance. Listening to the whispers around him, Rex felt that his identity as a celestial dragon was greatly insulted. And coupled with a series of frustrations since arriving on the island, he finally erupted in anger. With anger rising from within, malice surged forth. Since you want to protect this commoner who dared to bump into a noble, then let it be you who dies for her. Rex drew his pistol, the dark muzzle aimed at the burly man's back. Oh, he's going to kill someone. The crowd instantly erupted in chaos. Not expecting this seemingly refined noble to actually dare to kill someone in a naval base. Did he really think of himself as a celestial dragon? The burly man protecting the little girl changed color upon hearing the screams from the crowd. If he were facing the enemy directly, he was confident he could deflect the bullet with his sword. But the problem was that he was currently facing away from the enemy, making it impossible to predict the attack. Moreover, if he dodged, the little girl beneath him would definitely be in danger. Longinus, who was at the inn, squinted his eyes. With his strength, he could easily disable the alarm before that foolish noble fired the gun. However, since he had decided to join the Navy in the most perfect manner, why not take advantage of this opportunity? Bang! Rex didn't hesitate for long, and even his finger on the trigger showed no signs of trembling. It was just executing a commoner who resisted him. Such bloody slaughter only fueled his bloodlust. However, Rex's fierce expression quickly froze on his face as a young boy. With a youthful face and determined eyes, appeared in front of the burly man, catching the bullet with his palm, blood seeping through his fingers and dripping to the ground. Rex stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Although it seemed that the boy's palm had been pierced, he had indeed blocked the attack. He knew there were some monsters that could dodge bullets, but this was the first time he had seen someone catch a bullet with their flesh. The chaotic crowd instantly fell silent. Even in a naval base filled with strong individuals, such a shocking scene was extremely rare. Moreover, using flesh and blood to protect the weak behind him deeply moved them. Longinus relaxed his fist without changing his expression. The metallic shell stained with blood fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Without even looking at the bewildered Rex, he turned around and asked, "Why don't you resist? With your strength, dealing with these bullies should be easy for you." The burly man raised his head, revealing a face so ugly it was shocking, causing the surrounding crowd to step back in fright. Yet the burly man seemed used to it, and with a hint of inferiority and yearning, he said, "Because I want to become a Navy officer." Although his words seemed nonsensical, Longinus immediately understood that the ugly man was worried that if a fight broke out, he would be treated like that nobleman and lose his chance to enlist. Your thoughts aren't wrong, but blind weakness will only foster the growth of violence. Moreover, the justice that the Navy protects has never been achieved through retreat and compromise. Regarding that standard horror movie face, Longinus showed no sign of discomfort, but instead smiled gently and said, "Aren't you afraid of me?" The ugly man was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, "Afraid? Why should I be afraid?" Longinus shook his head and smiled. "You have a purer heart than anyone else." Rex, who had been ignored, snapped out of his daze. Under the dual pressure of humiliation and fear, he grimaced and pulled the trigger again. "You bastard. Let's see how many bullets you can take." The moment Rex's finger moved, Longinus quickly drew his pistol from his waist. With his observation hockey locking onto the target, there was no need to aim at such a short distance. The bullet, spitting fire, reached its target first, shooting into the chamber just as Rex pulled the trigger. Boom! The chamber exploded, flames shot out, and a twisted arm fell to the ground, accompanied by Rex's pig-like scream. The events that unfolded in the blink of an eye were so intense that the surrounding crowd fell silent, as if time had frozen, mouths agape in confusion. The ugly man, deeply moved, widened his eyes, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword froze behind him, and he looked at Longinus with a hint of admiration. Then asked with some concern, "Is it really okay to do this?" Longinus said indifferently, "I just blocked his gun barrel with a bullet. He pulled the trigger himself. Now that he has lost a hand, what does it have to do with me?" The ugly, strong man nodded blankly, feeling that Longinus made a lot of sense, while also feeling a strange sense of hesitation. The surrounding crowd was also vaguely worried, although watching that noble youth rolling on the ground in agony was quite satisfying. That idiot must have some backing to be so arrogant. Could this young man who stepped forward handle the impending retaliation? Moreover, even though it was that idiot noble who provoked first, in the end, he was the one who suffered. What if the Navy decided that Longinus was causing trouble? It wasn't impossible. "Ah, you bastard. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you," Rex shouted, tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Longinus squinted his eyes. He hated trouble the most. Since this guy wanted to cling on, he might as well find an opportunity to deal with him before this idiot left. Of course, considering the need to maintain his own bright image. Such things could only be done under a different identity and discreetly. "Who do you want to kill?" A detached voice emerged, instantly suppressing the chaotic crowd. A group of people appeared, and, standing at the front, was a naval officer clad in a justice coat. "Navy, you arrived just in time. Quickly execute these lowly peasants on charges of attacking nobles, be it hanging or shooting, either will do." Rex's expression gradually twisted, revealing a perverse smile. Even the pain from his severed arm was thrown to the back of his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The atmosphere shifted from tense to awkward. Seeing that all the Navy personnel were indifferent, Rex shouted in anger and embarrassment, "Are you all idiots? Hurry up and take action. My cousin is a major at your base. If you don't listen, I'll have him deal with you. My name is Jonathan, rank of Major General. How about that?" The leading Navy officer said calmly. Rex's eyes widened. No matter how stupid he was, he could easily differentiate between a major and a major general. Longinus also felt a wave of emotions rising in his heart. The Rear Admiral was one of the top 5 figures in this vast sea area, second only to the base commander, although the G2 branch had a Vice Admiral and 5 Rear Admirals. These big shots were mostly busy with their affairs and wouldn't be stationed at the base often. To encounter one this time could be considered a stroke of luck. "Why you?" "You," Rex threatened with a fierce facade, thinking that no matter how powerful the Rear Admiral was, he was still the heir to the Count of the Gono Kingdom, and the Navy couldn't surpass royal authority. "Gono Kingdom?" Jonathan said with an indifferent expression as he drew his pistol, the dark muzzle aimed at Rex. "An illegal nation not part of the world government's member states. Even if a king stood before me, as long as he violated justice, I have the right to execute him." Longinus remained silent, exuding an air of a celestial dragon. Yet he wasn't even a noble from a member nation of the world government. Where did he get such confidence? Upon hearing this, Rex finally felt fear, his body slumping to the ground, sliding backward and leaving a trail of pale yellow liquid. His lips moved as if preparing to beg for mercy. However, bang! A silver bullet instantly pierced his skull, blood spreading across the ground as Rex's eyes widened in disbelief that he would die here. Rex's lackeys, who had been confused, woke up and barely managed to run a few steps before being captured by a squad of Navy officers and taken to prison. Finally, Jonathan turned his gaze toward Longinus. The ugly, strong man and the little girl nestled beside him, revealing a hint of a smile amidst the anxious waiting of the crowd. "What are your names?" Major General Jonathan asked with a gentle smile. "Longinus, T. Penn. You two did very well. Joining the Navy requires a belief in upholding justice and the determination to act on it. However, Longinus is right about one thing. The justice the Navy upholds is never achieved through weakness and compromise. Only by using powerful strength to eliminate evil can true justice and peace descend upon this world." Jonathan spoke sincerely to Penn. "Yes, Thank you for your guidance. Pin nodded earnestly, feeling no jealousy toward Longinus. Instead, he was faintly happy for him, simply because Longinus did not reject him due to his appearance. Immediately after, Jonathan looked Longinus up and down, while Longinus faced him without any discomfort, which made Pin feel a bit ashamed, as he had just been unwilling to maintain eye contact with Major General Jonathan for too long. I didn't expect to meet the young hero that Adkin mentioned so soon. Jonathan's words astonished everyone, especially the Navy officers following him, who were dumbfounded that the usually stern and composed Major General would hold such a high opinion of a boy. The young hero Longinus furrowed his brow, as he seemed to have no prior connection with this person. No need to be surprised. Colonel Atkin arrived only after you left Leaf Town. It's quite embarrassing that the cunning and brutal giant rhino pirate crew escaped the Navy's pursuit multiple times and ultimately had to rely on you to defeat them. Fortunately, you chose to join the Navy in the end, or we would have lost face. Jonathan's appreciation for Longinus grew even stronger. Moreover, thanks to the giant rhino pirate crew escaping to your island, we learned that a young hero like you has helped us eliminate dozens of pirate crews over the past 3 years, alleviating the heavy pressure we were under. I just did what I was supposed to do, Longinus said, displaying his kind character once again. Upon hearing Longinus's acknowledgement, the crowd suddenly erupted. Did I hear that correctly? This boy, who looks only 12 or 13, actually destroyed the infamous giant rhino pirate crew. This was something the Major General himself mentioned. It couldn't possibly be false. That was a pirate with a bounty of 37 million berries. In my hometown, the West Sea, you couldn't find such a powerful pirate crew no matter how hard you searched. It's truly remarkable that he could achieve this at such a young age. Perhaps today we are witnessing the rise of a future Navy admiral. Pin's eyes were filled with admiration. Although he had killed many pirates, the highest bounty among them was just over 10 million berries, which was far less impressive than Longinus's achievements. No wonder he could have such ideals and awareness. Did he realize the essence of justice through constant battles with pirates? Pin's eyes grew brighter, as if he had found a guiding light on his path in life. If I could become a hero like Longinus, maybe everyone would stop hating me. He recalled that he had hesitated at first because the information from Colonel Atkin mentioned that Longinus might be a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Longinus was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood. Perhaps it was my mature personality, as the older kids in town like to call me Big Brother. But General Jonathan, how did you determine my existence? Was it just because of my name? Of course not. The speed and strength you just displayed are something that even a colonel specializing in martial arts might not achieve. I think it's unlikely that we would have two powerful individuals with the same name appear in this sea area in such a short time. Jonathan thought to himself, even I, without using six styles, iron block, or armament hockey, could not harden my body to withstand bullets at such a short distance. Could it be that our Navy is finally going to have a physical monster like Kaido or Big Mom? Carp was also injured by a sneak attack from Monka, which suggests that most martial artists do not possess the iron bodies of Kaido or Big Mom. Compared to Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Zifa, my current strength is still far from enough. I must constantly hone myself with the concept of justice. Longinus appropriately expressed his admiration for the Navy. Jonathan was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Are you aiming to become a Navy admiral? Good. Young people should have such lofty ideals and ambitions. I hope that when we meet again, you are still fulfilling your beliefs and continuously striving for justice. After saying this, General Jonathan did not linger, but instead walked away slowly with the group of Navy behind him. The crowd gradually dispersed, but the fervor did not subside. The legend of the two was quietly brewing. At that moment, a little girl stood aside, looking at the two with shining eyes, and handed the nearly withered flowers she was holding to Pin, her crisp and soft voice ringing out. Uncle Pin, Brother Longinus, thank you for saving me. These flowers are for you. Oh no, have they been crushed? Seeing the little girl as pitiful look as she was about to cry, Pin felt somewhat at a loss and said, "What is wrong? Did I accidentally hurt you somewhere just now?" Longinus bent down, placed his palm on the little girl's head, and gently said like a warm breeze, "I really like your gift. It contains gratitude and tears. This is the most valuable gift I've received this year." Really? Really? The little girl stopped crying, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Of course it's true. Hurry home. Your family might be anxiously looking for you." The little girl nodded vigorously. "Big Brother Longinus, Uncle Pin, thank you for saving me. You are the best people in the world." Watching the little girl skip away happily, Pin wore a silly smile. In another world, he might have been considered a pervert for such behavior. After a while, Pin snapped out of his daze, tightly holding the crushed bouquet in his hands, and hesitantly asked Longinus, excuse me, can I keep this bouquet? I don't have much money, but I will definitely work hard to repay you. Of course you can. There's no need to be so formal. This is a gift from the little one to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it to the moment I took the stage, Longinus replied with a carefree smile. Brother Longinus, thank you. You are truly a great person. Pin carefully tucked the bouquet away and said contentedly, this is the third gift I've received in my life. Hearing Pin's heart-wrenching words, Longinus began to understand why he was so determined to become a Navy officer. For someone like Pin, who had a face that resembled a villain, even a malevolent spirit, it was hard to erase the instinctive disdain most people felt towards him, no matter how many good deeds he did. Judging by his actions today, he had undoubtedly helped many people, yet only 3, including the little girl today, had given him gifts as a token of gratitude. It was hard to imagine the pain he endured regularly. It was precisely because of this that he was so eager to become a Navy officer, even enduring beatings from those garbage characters without daring to fight back, hoping that the moment he donned the coat of justice, he would be accepted and embraced by more people. Longinus knew early on that this world has never been fair. The existence of people like Pin, who put in 10 times the effort of others yet struggle to achieve even 1/10 of their rewards, is the best proof of this. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Longinus. I am 12 years old, and I come from Leaftown on the Grand Line. Longinus wore a gentle smile, while his heart was clear. People like Pin, who are humble yet kind, will blossom with just a little light, revealing a pure soul. I, Pin, am now 19 years old and hail from the city of Bayek in the South Sea. Pin seemed somewhat apprehensive, someone as strong and confident as Longinus, who shines with brilliance, should naturally be the center of attention in the world, while someone like him, who is not well regarded, should belong to an entirely different world. Longinus was momentarily taken aback. This guy really looked old, and even if he claimed to be 39, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Fortunately, with Longinus's mastery over his inner feelings, he didn't show any impolite expression and quickly called out enthusiastically, Nanai, that's a dreamlike sea area, filled with many bizarre rumors. I've heard that even mythical creatures like griffins have appeared there, right? Hearing Longinus mention his hometown, Pin immediately felt a closer connection. The high and distant illusionary barrier was broken, and he responded warmly. You know about the legend of the griffin, too? That griffin appeared near my hometown, and I saw it once with my own eyes, but unfortunately, it was later captured by a gang of extremely powerful pirates. I've heard it became part of their private collection. But let's not talk about those disappointing things. Longinus shook his head and asked Pin, are you planning to sign up in 2 days as well? Yes, but I don't have grand ambitions like you, Longinus. I just want to become a Navy officer. I want to protect the smiles on everyone's faces and be accepted and respected by everyone. Pin said shyly yet firmly. In that case, let's go together in 2 days. It's unfamiliar here, and having someone with you is better. Really, can we? Of course. Having fought side by side, we're friends now. Friends, Pin murmured to himself. For him, it had always been a wish. Looking like he was in his 30s or 40s, Pin suddenly cried like a child. Brother Longinus, thank you. The bright morning light shone down, and warmth rose. Longinus ate his noodles leisurely, while the bowl in front of Pin was already empty. The stool seemed to be covered with thorns, making him anxious as he twisted and turned, occasionally glancing toward the distant barracks. Longinus said with a laugh, no need to rush, there's still plenty of time. Peng In scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said with an embarrassed smile, no, it's just that I'm a bit nervous. Longinus shook his head. From what he had learned in the past 2 days, among the new recruits in the G2 branch, Peng In's strength could definitely rank in the top 10. Although this round of world conscription wouldn't involve any sort of ranking, a high-quality soldier like Peng In would be foolishly turned away by the Navy. All right, I'm done eating, let's get going. Longinus elegantly finished his last bite and said methodically, ha ha. Peng In let out a silly laugh, and his ugly face became even more menacing, scaring many diners in the restaurant. Seeing Longinus and Peng In approaching, the owner, who was making noodles, was nearly trembling with fear. Although many customers had been scared away by the extremely ugly man, he felt no resentment, as fear had completely taken over his mind. Big brother, here has today's earnings. If there is any more, I can only go home to get it. The owner, who looked to be in his 40s, nearly knelt down in front of the fierce and terrifying Peng In, hurriedly taking out all the cash from the drawer. Longinus looked speechless and Pen's intimidating presence indeed had a significant effect. "Boss, don't misunderstand, Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the hero who saved the little girl?" Shifting his gaze to Longinus, the boss finally seemed to wake up from his daze and exclaimed, "I remember now. So, is this the other hero from back then?" Clearly, it was Pen who first stepped up at that time, but now he had to rely on Longinus to be recognized. On one hand, Longinus's passionate rhetoric left a deeper impression, while Pen's silent resistance did not meet people's expectations of a hero. On the other hand, Pen's terrifying face gave the first impression of a villain, while Longinus's clean and sunny appearance was more in line with people's definition of a hero. However, Pen had no complaints about this. Instead, he felt grateful to Longinus. Thanks to Longinus's recognition, he could finally be recognized after the fact, and he excitedly said, Yes, it's me. I'm not a bad person." Look at what he said. How could a hero praised by a major be a bad person? The boss waved his hand without a hint of embarrassment and said, "But I can't accept this money. If I take money from heroes like you, my conscience won't allow it." After a lot of back and forth, the two finally threw down the bills and escaped. On the way to the military camp, Pen was grinning foolishly, which scared the passers-by into fleeing in all directions. Upon arrival, they found that the warm sunlight had cast its glow not long before, and 5 long lines had already formed in the military camp, with the number of people visibly increasing. The two quickly seized the opportunity to join the queue. Almost instantly, the number of people waiting in line decreased by more than half. Even those who wanted to take advantage of the fewer people kept their distance from Pen, as if the line had broken significantly at Pen's position. This immediate effect made Longinus even suspect that Pen had eaten some ugly fruit or stinky fruit. The enlistment process was straightforward, requiring only a test for physical disabilities and whether one's physical fitness met the requirements. After all, naval soldiers primarily fought with firearms, so basic long-distance carrying and sprinting abilities were necessary. However, even this simple test saw many people failing to meet the standards. In this chaotic and twisted pirate world, many lower-class civilians struggled to have enough to eat and were in a state of long-term malnutrition, making it impossible for them to meet the normal adult standards. Due to the simplicity of the process, it didn't take long before Longinus stood at the front. The recorder, without looking up, mechanically stated name, age, origin. Then take the registration form to the rear square for a physical test. Longinus, 12 years old, from Leaf Town on the Grand Line. Longinus was indifferent. Such monotonous work was hard to maintain enthusiasm for. The recorder's left hand, holding the registration form, froze in mid-air, then suddenly looked up and asked, "You're Longinus? The one who defeated the giant rhino? Alice? That's me. It's really you, that's great. Colonel Adkin instructed us to wait for you. Now, come with me." The recorder, visibly excited, grabbed Longinus and walked toward the back, leaving the other new recruits in shock at the disparity in treatment. Some confused new recruits began to murmur, wondering if the Navy, which symbolized absolute justice in their minds, also had to bow to the powerful and influential. Quiet. Silence. A Navy captain draped in a justice coat stepped forward to loudly stop them. After the bustling square quieted down a bit, the captain continued, "Put away your boring thoughts. If you want to be respected like Longinus, strive to improve your strength and kill pirates. The Navy, after all, is a place that values merit and strength." In fact, most of the ruckus was caused by the new recruits who had just arrived in the past 2 days. Those who knew what had happened 2 days ago mostly felt envy rather than jealousy toward Longinus's treatment. After all, anyone with a bit of sense could tell that such monsters were not in the same world as them. However, there were also some with darker thoughts who suppressed their disdain and approached Pen to speak up for him. "Hey, big guy, don't you feel unfair? You were the first to step up then, but now everyone only knows about that pretentious little brat, and not you. What are you going to do, you ugly freak?" The instigator, who intended to sow discord between the two, was grabbed by an enraged Pen and lifted into the air, warning, "You can say what you want about me, but keep your mouth clean when it comes to my brother Longinus." Although Pen looked simple-minded, he had always held a scale in his heart, and he naturally felt no goodwill towards someone who pretended to care for him while showing open disdain in their eyes. I understand. Put me down. Help. The troublemaker had decent strength, but he was no match for Pen, who ranked among the new recruits. After being lifted into the air with no chance to resist, he began to wet himself. The Navy, who had initially frowned, remained silent after hearing Pen's angry reprimand and seeing the instigator's pathetic display. As real soldiers, they respected Longinus's actions, naturally siding with Pen get lost. Penn knew where they were and restrained his anger, throwing the terrified guy hundreds of meters away. After hearing the shrill and frightened scream, even the Navy twitched their eyebrows. This guy, who could only huddle in defense, actually had such strength? Although Longinus did not know the subsequent developments, he could roughly guess that there would definitely be some dissatisfaction regarding his sudden departure. However, he didn't care much about that. Instead, he was somewhat interested in the intentions of Colonel Atkin. Soon, Longinus found himself in a simple and solemn conference room, where he saw Colonel Atkin meticulously reviewing documents. Report. Colmean. Yes. A soldier led Longinus in and reported, Colonel, the new recruit Longinus has arrived. Please give your instructions. Longinus's expression was inexplicable, feeling as if he were about to be captured. Colonel Atkin suddenly looked up, a flicker of emotion appearing on his sharply defined face. Indeed, he was as young as Major General Jonathan had said. All right, you can leave now. Colonel Atkin signaled to the soldier who had guided Longinus. Yes. Once they were alone in the room, Colonel Atkin finally forced a smile and said, Please, have a seat. I think you must have some doubts in your mind right now. You might be wondering if what you've done is worth all this trouble for a naval colonel. Indeed, Major General Jonathan has already made his stance clear. This should be my greatest reward, Longinus replied. Actually, I called you here for both public and private reasons. Colonel Atkin said candidly, Because of my incompetence, the giant rhinoceros Alex has repeatedly escaped from the Navy, causing several villages to suffer devastating disasters. Every moment, my heart has been tormented, and I even once thought about taking off this uniform to assassinate him in the name of an adventurer. Colonel Atkin clenched his fists and said, So, when I learned that you had killed Alex, my empty heart finally found some solace, which is why I hope to meet you privately to express my sincere gratitude. Longinus shook his head and said passionately with a kind personality, Any person with a conscience and ability would not let a thug like the giant rhinoceros, Alex, go. I knew you would say that. No wonder you are praised as the light of the Navy by His Excellency, the Major General, Colonel Atkin said with admiration on his face. What I want to talk to you about next is your future. Longinus's heart stirred at the mention of his future, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. The Navy boot camp. Don't be misled by this ordinary name. It is the cradle of officers in the eyes of all navies. In recent years, those prominent figures who have been promoted to Major General and Lieutenant General like a meteor all came from there. Colonel Atkin took a deep breath and spoke with respect, because the chief instructor of that Navy boot camp is none other than the former Navy Admiral, Zephyr the Black Arm, who has captured countless notorious pirates and is celebrated as a hero alongside General Carp of the Warring States. Navy Admiral Zephyr the Black Arm, Longinus murmured. From the memories of that otherworldly soul, he knew that this was a purely tragic character. Admiral Zephyr has been retired for 8 years. It's normal for you new generation not to know. Just understand that as long as you can graduate smoothly from that boot camp, you will at least start as a major. With your talent, it's not impossible to reach the rank of lieutenant colonel or colonel. In just 3 years, you can cover most of a Navy career. Longinus nodded, revealing a look of confusion at the right moment. Colonel Atkin, the purpose of bringing this up, whether personally or publicly, is that I hope to recommend you to that new recruit training camp. Now that I've found you, I also want to know your opinion. A stronger power is needed to better protect justice. Naturally, I hope to better hone my commitment to justice. However, a training camp of this level shouldn't be that easy to enter, right? Longinus said with a sense of longing. Of course, I'm just a naval colonel. My words carry little weight. How could I get you into the headquarters right away? In fact, we have 100 recommendation slots each year. And after 2 years of evaluation, we can finally determine 9 slots to send to the headquarters' new recruit camp for further training. On one hand, we need 2 years to eliminate potential threats. You might laugh, but there have been pirate forces infiltrating the upper echelons of the Navy, causing significant losses to certain naval operations. On the other hand, the new recruit camp hasn't been around for long, and too many people are eyeing this undeveloped opportunity. The descendants of those who made great sacrifices for the Navy in the past will definitely be prioritized. 2 years. I'll only be 14 by then. I can wait that long. Longinus wasn't surprised. The first batch of training camp members, Akainu and Kizaru, were already 23 and 26 at the time. Even the third batch's Akiji was already 19. Someone his age was considered unusual. Moreover, after 2 years, his identity would be recognized, allowing him to become a true core member of the Navy, which is entirely different from those who are recruited midway. In short, it's the difference between a full-time employee and a contract worker. Seeing that Longinus had no resistance or hesitation, Colonel Atkin felt relieved. He was worried that Longinus might be overly passionate and think that the assessment was a sign of distrust. He genuinely saw great potential in Longinus, believing that he might have a place among future naval vice admirals. That's why he was upfront with Longinus from the beginning. In fact, there was also the government. Colonel Atkin's expression stiffened as he waved his hand and said, "Ahem, you should have other matters to attend to, right? Next, I'll have someone else take you to get familiar with the military camp." After Longinus walked out of the conference room, he thought to himself, is it because the Navy has produced 3 extremely powerful monsters in a row that the government is starting to feel uneasy? Perhaps. After some upper-level maneuvering, the Navy's high command decided to give the government 2 years to prepare, which is why they subtly provided each base with a 2-year assessment period. However, those high-ranking officials in the government might have underestimated the incompetence of their lower-level personnel, not expecting that the recruits they painstakingly mixed into the training camps would be such useless individuals, leading to a significant gap in the earlier and middle sessions of the new recruits training camps. In other words, the class 2 years from now might be a surge for the Navy after years of silence. And I hope to encounter some characters that pique my interest. The peaceful and serene atmosphere of the town was suddenly shattered by a series of sharp screams. Not good, the Axe Pirates are here. They must be here for revenge. Don't panic, there are still Navy stationed on the island. These pirates won't be arrogant for long. The largest square in the town was occupied by a group of fierce-looking pirates, and the residents who couldn't escape were surrounded and trapped in the center, huddling together in fear. Where are the Navy? Hurry and release our captain. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing all these hostages. A scar-faced pirate threatened harshly. If you want to die, go ahead and try. Who is there? The scar-faced pirate turned around in anger and saw a Navy officer draped in a coat of justice leading a team of Navy soldiers approaching from afar. A Navy brat? Was that you who just spoke? The scar-faced pirate sneered, the scars on his face looking even more terrifying. At that moment, a pirate trembling behind him stepped forward and said, "Vice Captain, it's him. He's the one who captured our captain." "What? This brat?" The scar-faced pirate asked in disbelief, then suddenly remembered something, and the brutality in his eyes gradually shifted to horror. Wait a minute, could he be the rumored Navy superstar, Longinus, who hasn't let a single pirate escape from his grasp in the past 2 years, known as the Light of the Navy? Yes, that's him. Are you planning to rescue Giant Axe Rock? I can hand him over to you, but only if you guarantee the safety of the civilians. Longinus said as he slowly approached them, unhurriedly. Stop, stay right there. Seeing Longinus getting closer, the scar-faced pirate let out a sharp scream as if he were a small wife cornered by a strong man. Don't come near me. Keep your distance. Not only Longinus and the Navy behind him, but even the onlookers felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Is this guy really the previously cruel and brutal pirate? So powerful. Major Longinus is truly formidable. Just his presence can make the vicious pirates tremble in fear. The townspeople watching this scene felt their spirits lift. Of course, Major Longinus is a hero of the Navy. Whether it's rescuing hijacked passenger ships alone, clearing the surrounding waters of evil pirates, or even participating in quelling national war riots. These are all achievements he has made in just 2 years. Although Longinus does not reside on this island, the people still speak of him with pride. Hearing the admiration of the people around him for Longinus and their disdain for himself, the scar-faced pirate finally snapped back to reality from his fear and angrily said, "Longinus, you better be sensible and release our captain quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree, and don't forget, I have hostages in my hands. A self-righteous Navy like you shouldn't just stand by and watch these people die in my hands. I've already sent someone to bring Giant Axe Rock out of prison. But remember, if anyone behind you gets hurt, I will chase you to the ends of the Grand Line and throw you into the deepest part of Impel Down, so you know that death is merely a luxury." Hearing Longinus mention the nightmare of all pirates, the scar-faced pirate couldn't help but shudder for a moment. Shaking as he said, You hurry up, don't play any tricks." Time ticked by, and the scar-faced pirate couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing that he was the one in the advantageous position, yet his hands and feet were trembling. Thinking of this, the scar-faced pirate cursed inwardly, those damned idiots. If they had told me earlier that the one who captured that guy was the holy light Longinus, I would have been crazy to come and rescue him. "Major Longinus, we have brought Giant Axe Rock." A team of Navy soldiers escorted a nearly 5-meter-tall monster closer. However, the giant captain did not make any small moves, obediently walking over like a bullied wife, and even shivered upon seeing Longinus, as if recalling some unbearable past. "Go on, your crew is here to rescue you," Longinus said indifferently. "Huh?" Giant Axe Rock looked terrified and kept backing away. "It's not my business. I didn't ask them to rescue me. Really, Major. You have to believe me." Seeing the small giant-like brutal pirate captain say such spineless and pitiful words, not to mention the crew of the Axe Pirates, even the ordinary residents felt their worldview shatter. "Captain, don't be afraid. I have hostages in my hands. Even if he is the holy light Longinus, he definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to you." The scar-faced pirate cursed inwardly, but had to maintain a loyal facade. "Idiot Bart. I already knew you wanted to harm me. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn even now. Get out of my way. Don't block me from going to impel down for labor reform." Giant Axe Rock angrily scolded his subordinate, not knowing that anyone who didn't know would think that impel down was some treasure land. The scar-faced pirate felt his scalp tingle. He knew that his captain was not a good bird at all. Even at this point, he would rather go to impel down, which all pirates avoid like the plague, than escape, indicating how terrified Rock was of Longinus. The crew of the Axe Pirates also stirred. What is this? Their captain, whom they worked so hard to rescue. Doesn't he even want to leave? What the hell is this twist? "Shut up, all of you." The scar-faced pirate first yelled angrily at those behind him, then bitterly said to Rock, "Since you, idiot, don't dare to escape, then suit yourself. I'll just take over as captain. But before I go, tell me the hiding place of that treasure map, or I won't let this go today." The Navy and the residents following Longinus revealed a knowing look. But more like it. How could these brutal pirates possibly hold onto a failed captain? At least they couldn't see what was so admirable about the cowardly Axe Rock that would make his subordinates swear to follow him to the death. The crew of the Axe Pirate crew began to stir again. They had no thoughts of their own and initially believed the first mate was righteous and heroic, only to find out he harbored such a despicable plan. Scarface's face darkened. He originally intended to throw that idiot captain overboard to calm the Navy's anger after acquiring the treasure, so he could gain fame and wealth simultaneously and perhaps become a notorious pirate in this sea. The only miscalculation in his meticulously planned scheme was that legendary Navy officer, the one who made even the idiot captain too afraid to escape. Now that it had come to this, Scarface decided to abandon all pretense. After all, as a pirate, what did he need a reputation for righteousness for? As long as he had enough wealth and power, his fleet would accumulate rapidly like a snowball. Hearing what Scarface said, Rock instead looked relieved and casually replied, "Isn't it just that treasure map? You should have said so earlier, pretending to be a good person." Scarface's mouth twitched. The scar on his face twisted grotesquely, and he furiously shouted, "Stop with the bullshit. If you don't speak up, I'll shoot you right now." The treasure map is in the secret compartment behind the third plank on the right side as you enter the captain's cabin. Once you get it, don't come bother me again. Damn, this idiot even knows how to hide a compartment. Scarface cursed inwardly and, seeing Rock's impatient expression, couldn't help but mutter, "Crazy." However, Rock didn't care about that and eagerly said to Longinus, "Major, can I leave now? Take him away." Longinus instructed the soldiers escorting Rock. Scarface keenly noticed that ever since Rock revealed the location of the treasure map, the surrounding pirates began to stir restlessly, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. And he hurriedly said, "Let's go." "Wait, did you forget something?" Scarface stopped and looked at Longinus warily, saying, "Longinus, what do you mean? You can leave, but first, leave those civilians behind." "Oof, do you think I'm stupid? Those guys are my protection right now. If I let them go, I might find myself in prison the next second." "I don't trust you so-called righteous Navy officers," Scarface sneered. "But how can I trust you? Pirates are notoriously fickle, and entrusting the lives of these civilians to you is the greatest irresponsibility." Longinus retorted with righteous indignation. "But you have no choice but to trust us, do you?" Scarface felt he had grasped Longinus's weakness, and his tone became increasingly arrogant. Longinus paused for a moment, then resolutely said, "I refuse. Not to mention whether you pirates are trustworthy. Even if you really release these people to a deserted island, it's unlikely they would survive to return to this island. That would only lead to a greater tragedy." The Scarface man became somewhat flustered and hurriedly replied, "Calm down. I didn't say I would definitely exile them to a deserted island. The news of this situation spreading would mean that the enemies you face would not only be the Navy, but also other pirates eyeing the treasure. In this case, do you really dare to take the risk of exposure and attack by sending these civilians back to other islands?" Longinus pointedly said. The Scarface man opened his mouth, hesitated, and felt that his words would not deceive the other party. The atmosphere in the room became heavy and tense, just as the fear in the Scar-faced man's heart was about to reach its limit. Longinus took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and matching keys from his pocket and threw them over. The scar-faced man said with a dark expression, "Longinus, what do you mean? Do you want me to bind my hands and surrender? Don't even think about it. I want to be intimidated by you. Don't compare me to that useless captain. Check for yourself. These handcuffs are made of sea prism stone." The scar-faced man was unsure of Longinus's intentions, but still picked up the handcuffs, found the combat captain who had eaten a devil fruit to test them, and found that he instantly became a soft-footed shrimp. Indeed, it was the legendary sea prism stone. "So, your purpose is to show off the Navy's power and wealth to us?" The scar-faced man asked in an unfriendly tone. "Since you know about sea prism stone, you should understand its hardness, which is even above that of diamonds. Even the legendary supreme sword would find it difficult to break." Longinus continued. Now, the scar-faced man vaguely grasped the situation, although his face remained expressionless. His heart was already lively. "Throw back the sea prism stone handcuffs. Are you planning to use me as a hostage to exchange for those civilians? I know you might not have the courage for that. So these sea prism stone handcuffs are actually prepared for me." Longinus picked up the handcuffs, first locking 1 pair around his ankles, then voluntarily binding his hands. "Although I'm not a devil fruit user, being bound hand and foot would reduce my strength to almost 0. In this situation, you wouldn't still be afraid, would you?" As soon as he finished speaking, not only the surrounding civilians and Navy, but even those pirates couldn't help but feel shaken. Those walking on the edge of darkness never expected that someone would be willing to put themselves in such danger for a group of ordinary people they didn't even know. Even though they were in opposing camps, they couldn't help but admire him. The Navy soldiers following Longinus strongly opposed. "Major Longinus, please don't take such risks. These guys are ruthless pirates who won't have any morals to speak of." Even the civilians being held as hostages couldn't help but call out with tears in their eyes. "Major Longinus, please stop. You've already done enough for us. Let's face this alone." However, before they could finish speaking, Longinus had completely locked the handcuffs, calmly looking at the pirates across from him and saying, "Let those civilians go, and I will go with you. I am a Navy major. With me as a hostage, you can even avoid the pursuing forces that are coming. Moreover, if you can capture me, it would be very useful for your declining reputation, right?" The scar-faced man was somewhat tempted. A future star known as the Light of the Navy had far more value than those frail civilians. Besides, that guy had already bound himself. They had no reason to fear a useless person. Seeing Longinus struggling to move towards them, the scar-faced man decisively ordered, "Let those ordinary people go and take our Navy major with us to leave here. I will definitely treat this Navy friend well. Ha ha. Damn it. Major Longinus is still like before, willing to make such a great sacrifice for us who can only be a burden," said a released hostage, tears streaming down his face. "Major Longinus is truly great. Last time in West Wind Town, he went deep behind enemy lines to rescue captured soldiers and ended up saving everyone at the cost of being shot by dozens of bullets. Damn pirates. Remember this. If Major Longinus suffers even the slightest harm, our entire G2 branch will not let you go." In the Navy Square, a tall swordsman was sweating profusely. A young officer lying on a chair and sunbathing lazily said, "I say, Brother Penn, it's vacation time now. Aren't you going to take a break?" Huff huff. Penn, who was much stronger than 2 years ago, gasped and said, "No, I have to catch up with Brother Longinus. I must work harder. Haven't you given up on that unrealistic fantasy? Captain Longinus is a monster among monsters. Ordinary people like us can never catch up. We just need to follow behind the captain and cheer him on." Seeing that Penn didn't take his words to heart, the young officer helplessly said, "Brother Penn, reality is so cruel. You have to learn to accept it. In this world, it's not that you shouldn't fear others being more talented than you, but you should fear that those more talented than you are also working harder. Just like Captain Longinus, is that kind of training something a human can accomplish? Like honing the body in the deep sea, training endurance in magma, sharpening will in glaciers, sensing nature in thunder, standing firm in strong winds, and controlling power in the mire. Look, are these things that humans can do? You said it yourself. Even geniuses like Brother Longinus work so hard. So ordinary people like me should not stop moving forward." Penn swung his sword again and again, his eyes still filled with determination. "Hee. You're not an ordinary person either," the young officer weakly retorted. "Oh no, oh no." A Navy soldier rushed over, panting, to report, "Lieutenant Gregory, Lieutenant Penn. Major Longinus has been captured." Gregory, who was leisurely drinking tea, spat it out in disbelief and asked, "What are you talking about? A monster like Captain Longinus could be captured? Could be those big pirates returning from the New World?" "No, it's not. The Navy soldier shook his head like a drum. It's the vice captain of the giant axe pirates. Gregory's eyes widened, and even Penn stopped swinging his sword, muttering, "The vice captain of the giant axe pirates? That small fry with a bounty of 27 million berries? Even 100 of those guys couldn't possibly be Captain Longinus's opponent. To be honest, I really don't think any pirate in the first half of the Grand Line could challenge Captain Longinus." Gregory spread his hands, speechless. Of course, that group of pirates could not be Longinus's opponents, but they were despicable enough to threaten innocent civilians' lives. To exchange for the civilians, Major Longinus had bound himself with sea prism stone handcuffs to serve as a hostage for those pirates, and now he had already been taken away from Sunset Island. Binding himself with sea prism stone handcuffs? This is bad. Even Brother Longinus can't break free under such circumstances. Pern's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly gathered his weapons and prepared to leave, quickly sending a team of soldiers to follow those pirates. "Brother Pern, calm down. Although I don't know why Captain Longinus made this decision, you have to believe that the captain never fights a battle he isn't sure of. The only ones who will end up unlucky are those pirates," Gregory analyzed calmly and meticulously. "Besides, you know the captain's physical strength. Those small-time pirates with bounties of 10 to 20 million can't do anything to him, no matter what tricks they use." Hearing Gregory's explanation, Pern's expression softened slightly, but he still didn't stop moving. "What you say is true, but I still can't ignore what's happening." "Heh, no one is asking you to ignore it. Just be ready to welcome the captain back, and leave the rest to me," Gregory said, his figure quickly expanding, his gaze sharp. With a beak like a hook and wings like blades, letting out a loud, clear cry. "Here it comes, Captain Gregory's ability, the bird fruit, a standard type. Golden eagle form, one of the 5 flight abilities in the world," said a reporting soldier enviously. Gregory flapped his wings and shot up into the sky like an arrow. Pern couldn't help but stop, murmuring to himself, "That's right, with Gregory's ability, we can definitely rescue Brother Longinus safely. Ha ha ha. I've got the treasure map of the great pirate Hobbit, and I'm about to become one of the most notorious pirates in these waters." Scarface Bart exclaimed, clutching the treasure map, a sickly red grin on his face. "The great, wise, and powerful Captain Bart will surely lead us to complete the great voyage, standing at the peak of all pirates and becoming the pirate king praised by the world." Some pirates skillfully flattered him and then cautiously asked, "But Captain, how should we deal with that Navy officer? That guy is an important figure in the Navy, and if we kill him, although we could gain unimaginable fame, we would also definitely be on the Navy's kill list." Bart's expression fluctuated, and after a moment, he sneered, "As if we have any chance of reconciling with the Navy. A pirate crew like ours, openly attacking towns, and even kidnapping a Navy major, will undoubtedly be a primary target for the Navy." At this point, Bart cursed his bad luck inwardly. If it weren't for that idiot Rock not daring to escape, they could have just thrown him out to appease the Navy's anger, instead of having to completely tear their faces off like this. "Captain, what should we do?" The nearby pirates felt a chill run down their spines. No pirate dared to provoke such a behemoth completely. Otherwise, what awaited them would not be the previous level of bounty. "Hey, let's just use that guy as a stepping stone. As long as we make a name for ourselves, heroes from all directions will come to us. By then, we might even be able to stand up to the Navy." Bart sneered as he led his crew towards the island's prison where the captives were temporarily held, intending to use the blood of that legendary major to solidify his absolute authority within the crew. However, his sneer froze on his face the moment he opened the prison door. There on the ground were 2 familiar sea stone handcuffs, and Longinus was standing, moving his body, while the pirates guarding him lay dead in a pool of blood. Bart felt as if he had witnessed the most terrifying horror scene. A chill surged from his feet to his heart, freezing his blood and soul, leaving him stuttering and speechless. "Oh, you want to ask how I broke free from the sea stone handcuffs?" Longinus said with a gentle smile. Bart numbly nodded, not knowing how to react. "It's simple, like this," Longinus said, and his long hair, draped over his shoulders, suddenly began to writhe like a venomous snake. "Oh, a monster. Those guys actually dared to disturb my vacation time. This is truly unforgivable." A huge golden eagle with sharp eyes soared in the sky, its eyes scanning like radar, while it muttered incessantly, "However, I guess it's not my turn to teach those guys a lesson. Captain Longinus will let them know what fear is." Spotting the target, Gregory flapped his wings and swooped down in a spiral, transforming back into human form upon reaching the ground. Gregory looked at the scene on the deserted island and shook his head, Sighing, Captain Longinus really shows no mercy when dealing with enemies. The captain once said something like, "Treat the people with the warmth of spring, and treat enemies with the cruelty of a harsh winter." Perhaps it is this steadfast belief that has created the legend of the captain. Gregory didn't linger and continued deeper into the island. Along the way, there were no bloodstains or remains, indicating the killer's high combat skills, as most enemies were killed in a single blow before they even had a chance to react. All the pirates looked peaceful in death, their faces bearing the smiles of a wild celebration before they died. But such a scene on a silent island gave an eerie and horrifying feeling. Fortunately, I've seen enough of this kind of thing. Otherwise, I would eventually scare myself into a heart attack. Gregory exhaled a breath of foul air. "I'm really sorry. When dealing with enemies of this level, I don't have the habit of leaving a bloody mess." Longinus, draped in a coat of justice, stepped out from the woods, the silver moonlight casting down without a speck of dust on him. "Huh, I accidentally let you hear that, Captain," Gregory said without a hint of embarrassment, turning his head to look around. "Have the pirates from the giant axe pirate crew been cleared out?" Some small fry. It didn't take long." Longinus walked slowly towards the edge of the forest, with Gregory following closely behind. "That's right. Those guys actually dared to set their sights on you, Captain. They really don't know how to write the word death." When they reached an open area outside the forest, Gregory skillfully transformed into a giant golden eagle, and Longinus jumped onto its back. The next moment, the dark, desolate island had faded into the distance like a black dot in their vision. "By the way, Captain, how did you break free from the sea stone handcuffs? I remember those things usually only come with a single key, right?" Gregory asked, shaking off the night mist, his voice sounding strange in beast form. "By tapping into the potential of your body, instilling your will into your brain, and allowing every part of your body to be under your control, you can accomplish things that would seem impossible to ordinary people. For example, controlling your hair to change into a key to unlock the sea stone handcuffs," Longinus said lightly, as if narrating something quite ordinary. Gregory fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "All right, I guess I'm just the ordinary person you mentioned, Captain. I want to be quiet. Don't ask me who quiet is." Longinus couldn't help but chuckle, and he chose not to say more. He activated the sea prison stone handcuffs, known as the seventh technique of the Navy's 6 styles, which is the common-sense technique of life return. Although he had a rough understanding of the training methods of the Navy's 6 styles, lacking complete theoretical guidance, Longinus could only master the most basic techniques like shave and the life return, which was the easiest for him. After all, life return ultimately involves extreme control over the body. For someone like him, who naturally possesses advanced observation haki and a soul strength far beyond the ordinary, mastering life return was not too difficult given the right direction. Under Gregory's maximized speed, they quickly crossed the waters between several islands and soon arrived at the temporary base where he had previously stationed. As soon as they landed, a large number of Navy soldiers rushed over excitedly. "Great! Major Longinus, I knew you would be fine. How could those little pirates possibly be a match for Major Longinus?" The humanoid Gregory pushed through the crowd and said, "The bounty on the giant axe pirates can be revoked. Those guys have all been dealt with by Boss Longinus." "Wow, Major Longinus is incredible." In the prison, Rock of the giant axe pirates, who had been transferred to a regular cell for good behavior, heard the cheers from outside and curiously asked the Navy guard, "What's happening out there?" Given Rock's previous good behavior, which had somewhat curbed the rampant pirate atmosphere, the guards had little animosity towards him. Furthermore, this incident was somewhat related to him, so they replied, "Your giant axe pirates have been wiped out." Those idiots thought Major Longinus would be helpless with sea prison stone handcuffs. Unfortunately, by the time they realized the major strength, it was too late. How can you slander someone without evidence? "I have nothing to do with the giant axe pirates now," Rock argued, his face flushed, and then he nervously patted his chest. "I knew that idiot Bart was seeking his own death. How could someone like him dare to oppose Major Longinus?" The cadre of the giant axe pirates, who were captured along with Rock, initially resented their captain's cowardice, but after hearing about the fate of the giant axe pirates, they also shouted, "The captain is wise. The captain is mighty. Fools, there is no captain here. We are all inmates redeeming ourselves to change our fates and future." Rock hurriedly clarified his position. The other pirate elites nodded like chicks pecking at rice. "We will definitely turn over a new leaf, start anew, study hard, and strive for improvement." The dawn breaking through the gloom, the Navy star Longinus, a Navy's responsibility and commitment to face danger. Upholding justice, Navy Major inspires fierce pirates. Longinus gently moved his finger to push the newspaper aside. Adkin, who had already been promoted to brigadier general, laughed and said, "Don't mind it. In this increasingly tumultuous era of riots, the Navy needs to establish role models as much as possible. They certainly won't miss out on a perfect image like yours. I have gotten used to this, as I have already appeared in the newspapers more than once or twice over the past 2 years. However, some of the content is indeed exaggerated to an excessive degree." Longinus smiled helplessly, his gaze fixed on the several newspapers on the table, which boldly proclaimed in bright red letters, "The end of the pirate era, the Navy's vow of glory. The legacy of heroes, praise for Vice Admiral Carp. Where should the destination of the Navy's new stars, admirals or marshals, be?" Brigadier General Atkin laughed loudly. "This shows that the Navy's high command has high hopes for you. Your reputation precedes you. People like you, still in the Navy branch, are rarely given such attention and praise by the high command. When you go to the Navy headquarters boot camp, make sure not to disappoint those high-ranking officials, and let those arrogant folks from other branches in the headquarters see the brilliance of our G2 branch's future star. Has the approval for the Navy headquarters boot camp come through yet?" Longinus asked softly, his expression shifting slightly. "Yes, that's right. Although you're already a major now, it's best not to miss this opportunity. Only those who emerge from the cradle of officers can be considered the true, direct lineage of the Navy," Brigadier General Atkin said with a hint of longing. "Moreover, not only will Admiral Zephyr personally teach at that boot camp, but there will also be strong vice admirals like Vice Admiral Carp and Vice Admiral Akainu offering guidance from time to time. Plus, the future of this sea will gather there, greatly broadening your vision, ambition, and connections. I understand. I will definitely go to this boot camp." Longinus nodded emphatically. "Ha ha ha. I believe with your talent and effort, even in that training camp filled with strong contenders, you will soon stand out," Brigadier General Atkin said with satisfaction. "There are 9 people in your class who have received recommendations. Besides you, there are T, Penn, Gregory, Abel, Abraham, Algernon, Austin, Alva, and Andre. You should be more familiar with them than I am, so I want to elaborate further." Longinus nodded. He was naturally very familiar with these individuals, who were his followers in the G2 faction. The timeline was set for a month later, when the 9 of you would embark on a ship to the headquarters in Malinvondo. Of course, I want to be too unreasonable. I will leave you with half a month to quickly complete your current tasks and handle the handover procedures. The last 2 weeks can be spent sightseeing. After all, it might not be so easy to return to the branch once you start working at headquarters. "Half a month?" Longinus repeated softly, his gaze slightly focused, as it was just enough time for him to handle some matters. "However, this half-month would also require your assistance. A large-scale war has erupted on St. Ting Island, and after reaching certain political agreements, the kings do not wish for the war to continue. But for safety's sake, they hope the Navy can act as arbitrators to end the conflict." Brigadier General Atkin continued. "In summary, this is an agreement among various nations to mediate disputes and quell the war. You know I'm not very good at these verbal negotiations, so I'll have to trouble you to help me handle this farce like you did before." Longinus helplessly said, "Is this really okay? I'm just a major, haha." "Don't worry. Those kings are all sharp-minded. No one will think you're unqualified. Besides, I will also support you. You can take full responsibility and treat me as a mascot." Brigadier General Atkin showed no signs of embarrassment, clearly having become quite skilled at this over the past 2 years. "Well, since you put it this way, I guess I have to tough it out, haha. To whom much is given, much is required." Brigadier General Atkin patted Longinus on the shoulder with great ease, and just as he was about to step out of the room, he paused and said, "By the way, I remember you have a little girlfriend in the Hiska Kingdom, right? The location of the treaty is just there. You can visit her. No need to thank me. Ha! Come on, Tina is only 12 years old." Listening to Brigadier General Atkin's increasingly lewd laughter, Longinus replied helplessly. It felt like that place called school in the memories of the otherworldly soul. As soon as boys and girls interacted a bit frequently, rumors would immediately spread the next day. It seems that gossip has quite a market no matter which world it is in. Longinus shook his head slightly and walked out of the office area. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind howled from behind him. Longinus seemed to completely disregard the effects of gravity, leaning forward more than 90 degrees to dodge the attack, and in an instant he sprung back like a spring, delivering a shoulder charge that sent the attacker flying dozens of meters away. For me, it doesn't matter which direction the attack comes from. After all this time, Abraham, haven't you learned your lesson? Longinus didn't need to look back to know who had just attempted the sneak attack. Hee. I saw the boss deep in thought, and thought you would let your guard down, but that charge was really ruthless. My chest is still aching a bit. Abraham's voice sounded at the right moment, revealing him to be one of the 9 previously named by Brigadier Atkin. You really are persistent. Even Andre's sniper rifle couldn't do anything to the boss. How could your little sneak attack be effective? Austin said disdainfully. In fact, even if I could hit the boss, it wouldn't matter. Unless it's within 30 meters, the power of a sniper bullet wouldn't break through the boss's defenses. Andre's resigned voice chimed in. Boss, you have to tell me honestly, you're actually a human who ate the devil fruit and transformed from an ancient sea king, right? Gregory said quietly. You guys have all gathered together. It seems you've already received that news? Longinus remarked. Yes, Brother Longinus. Everyone is excited to go to the Navy headquarters in a month. Penn said. It should be half excitement and half fear. Algernon rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Gregory nodded in agreement. Although we have decent talent, we're still just average among the entire Navy. Not to mention comparing ourselves to a real monster like the boss. Even within the headquarters, there are plenty of people stronger than us. Ebel then added, although we don't have grand ambitions like you, boss, we don't want to just blend in with the crowd either. We want to go further on this path and keep following in your footsteps. So what you mean is, Longinus's lips curled into a slight arc. We hope to follow you into hell training once again. The 8 looked at each other and bowed, pleading. Have you really made up your minds? Don't go crying and leaving halfway through like last time 6 months ago. I remember only Penn managed to stick it out. Longinus said with a dangerous smile. Gudu. As if recalling the fear of that day, a few of them broke out in a cold sweat, but still said with trembling voices, please. First, let me correct a misconception. You are not weak. Compared to other students in your cohort, you have your own advantages. Longinus analyzed without directly stating his decision. First, everyone eligible to enter the training camp are the best from various branches and the headquarters. Think back to you 2 years ago. Weren't you all full of the mindset that you were the best and no one could match you? At this point, everyone showed a look of shame, as if they were embarrassed by their past cool and domineering selves. But now, you have formed your own group which, to put it bluntly, is our G2 branches faction. Although the term faction sounds unpleasant, the power of a group can help you gain more resources in the training camp and achieve higher and faster progress. Gregory and the others' eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, not every branch or the headquarters has a figure like Boss Longinus who can make them submit and unite. The power of teamwork is their advantage. Secondly, you've captured a considerable number of pirates with me, and the number of life and death struggles you've experienced is rare among past students. Moreover, even though you've rarely undergone hell training with me, the amount of training you have done is actually quite substantial. You feel weak because you've subconsciously compared yourselves to me. Compared to your peers, you're actually strong enough. Otherwise, Brigadier Atkinwood T have such high expectations of us. Abraham and the others' eyes grew brighter. It turns out they weren't too weak, but rather the comparison was too extreme. Does that mean they can skip the hell training? Well, let us wait until the boss finishes the 3rd point before making plans. Thirdly, you will still undergo hell training with me later. I believe that after completing the training, you will definitely shine with a new brilliance. Longinus revealed a devilish smile. Gregory and the others seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place, their lips stammering. Can we take back our request? What do you think? Longinus elongated his voice. The group looked despondent, their eyes glazed over, exuding a vibe of defeat. All right, let us head to the beach later. I'll be going out to sea in a few days, so let us seize the time for some special training at the seaside where the sea breeze blew. Except for Penn, who was eager to try, the others wore expressions as if they were ready to face death, as if waiting for them was a truly hellish journey. All right, let us start with warm-up activities before going into the water. Boss, warm-ups and whatnot. As a sniper, I think I'll pass. Andre swallowed hard and struggled. Of course, that's fine as long as the others agree, Longinus said understandingly. Seeing the dangerous looks from everyone else, Andre decisively thought to himself, haha, just kidding. Just kidding. Are you ready? It's time to start warming up, Longinus reminded, and then his figure vanished from everyone's sight. Did you forget what I said? Trust your back to reliable comrades. Longinus' voice came from behind, causing Abraham to shiver, and without thinking, he threw an elbow back. However, his arm was caught directly, and an overwhelming force pinned him down, making it impossible for him to move. Meanwhile, Penn took the opportunity to launch a fierce sword wind. In Longinus' observation, Hockey detected the bullet shot from an awkward angle and the golden eagle diving from the sky. In the next moment, Abraham was thrown towards Penn, and the sword tip halted momentarily. Longinus, while dodging the bullet from behind, seized the golden eagle's long wing and slammed it into the ground. Good coordination, just not enough practice, Longinus commented as he kicked Pin several dozen meters away onto the beach. Boss, watch out! Algernon shouted loudly, transforming his voice waves into laser-like power. Being the only other ability user among the 9 besides Gregory, possessing the sound fruit that allows him to convert sound waves into power. Simply converting sound wave power into lasers is a waste of its potential. Think about other developmental directions. Longinus easily dodged the attack while saying, "This type of directional attack is powerful, but dodging it isn't difficult. If you could develop abilities similar to the lion's roar from the otherworldly soul memory, it might have more potential." Before long, all 8 of them had been defeated, and this was with Longinus holding back some strength. This time, we actually lasted 10 minutes. It seems we really have made some progress. Gregory, with a bruised face, said cheerfully, "Hoo-hoo." Algernon gasped. The boss's appetizer is indeed not easy to get through. With his bones feeling like they were breaking, continuing to face the upcoming trials felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Ender said with a look of despair, "Enjoy this precious rest time. A new nightmare is about to descend." Austin looked resolutely at the calm sea. In the next moment, Longinus leaped out of the water, saying as he walked, "Let's dive. I've already found the sea creatures for you." Everyone's expression turned serious. They wouldn't fear fighting on the surface. However, diving into the deep sea, the pressure and breathing issues made it difficult for them to continue. But they didn't say much, and one by one, they dove into the sea, the violent waves quickly transmitting to the surface, the tides rolling tumultuously. Gregory and Algernon, the 2 ability users, followed Longinus to the next challenge. At an altitude of several thousand meters, the oxygen was thin, and Algernon, with a flushed face, said in terror, "Are we really going to play this big? I remember this wasn't part of the last one." Gregory, transformed into a golden eagle carrying the 2 of them, stumbled over his words. "Boss, calm down. I can't guarantee I'll catch you at the last moment. Only at the boundary between life and death can one unleash the potential within. Are you ready? You?" Gregory's voice trembled. "Boss, don't mess around." Longinus calmly touched the sea stone handcuffs to the body of the golden eagle, and with a shudder, the large bird transformed back into a human form, causing all 3 to fall simultaneously. Help! Gregory, you bastard, hurry and transform." Gregory shouted in desperation. "I've been touched by the sea stone, and now my limbs are weak. I can't use my abilities at all. You have at most half a minute left, Gregory. Try to push your potential as much as possible." Longinus remained calm. He was not one to joke about life recklessly. If it truly came down to the last moment, he could easily use his life to temporarily transform his body into a gliding creature, a parachute, and then use his long hair to bind the 2 of them to save them, ultimately suffering only minor injuries. Of course, he did not inform the 2 of them about this. Boss, I hate you." A fleet of warships lined up in the vast sea, their ships sturdy and cannons powerful. After easily defeating a group of pirates blocking the shipping route, the pirate ships in the distance scattered in fear. However, the warships had no intention of pursuing those small pirates. They simply cruised quietly. "I heard Gregory and the others actually asked you for special training for 2 days. Brigadier General Adkin faced the sea breeze, making an exaggerated expression. They were a bit worried, afraid that their strength couldn't keep up with the training camp's pace. So they overcame their fear to ask me for help. That's a sad story. Your crazy training would scare even Admiral Kazuru." Adkin shrugged in a show of respect, sometimes really unable to understand why one would work so hard when, with your talent, you could eventually grow into a monster like Admiral Kazuru. Who knows? Perhaps there's a crazy monster living in my soul. That's not funny at all. In the bustling and lively coastal port, large ships came and went, and workers were busy everywhere. However, the widest area was left open, with a large number of royal guards on alert, causing many incoming merchant ships to frequently stop and watch, wondering what big shot warranted such a show of force from the kingdom's dignitaries. Tina was quite disappointed. Hadn't Longinus and the others arrived yet? Dressed neatly and sharply, Tina still couldn't hide her youthful vitality, undoubtedly the most beautiful sight at the port. If it weren't for her heavily daughter-loving father, who held a high position in the kingdom, there would probably have been many who couldn't hold back their excitement and approached her. "I can't wait any longer. Didn't you just meet Longinus 3 months ago at the Navy G2 branch?" Lewis teased. If it were someone else, he would have exploded with rage by now. But he was very grateful to Longinus, who had saved him and his crew 2 years ago, and he had been following Longinus's development over the past 2 years. looking favorably upon his character and personality. At least he wouldn't obstruct their friendship. After all, under his strong intervention, Tina had very few friends up to now, and he felt quite ashamed whenever he thought about it. "Dad," Tina complained with a drawn-out tone. "How can you still say that? You haven't taken me to the G2 branch for 3 months. Isn't Dad busy? You have to know that the past few months have been filled with war and chaos. I remember 2 years ago, you said it was because you weren't good at naval battles that you were defeated by those pirates. Ahem, that can't be counted as a defeat. It was more like a stalemate with a slight disadvantage. If I had just half a day more, I would have been able to turn the situation around." Lewis's face turned red as he spoke confidently. "Those pirates' arms and supplies couldn't compare to your fleet, Dad. Forget half a day. As long as they ran out of shells, the situation would naturally turn around. But the problem is, it's surprising that you could hold out until then." Tina muttered softly. "The war situation changes rapidly. No one can predict it." Lewis insisted on defending himself. "Okay, let's put naval battles aside for now." Tina sighed like a little adult, as if lamenting his lack of ambition. But the last time Longinus quelled the chaos in the Kingdom of Hughes, it didn't take even a month, while Dad, you've been fighting this war for over 3 months. And in the end, you still have to rely on the Navy to mediate and reconcile. So the lack of time is entirely your own problem. Ahem, this. Lewis felt overwhelmed, as if the harsh reality had torn apart all his dignity. As he caught a glimpse of a fleet approaching, he quickly changed the subject. "Hey, look, it's the Navy. That should be Longinus's ship." Tina immediately stopped picking at her father's dignity and stood on tiptoe to look into the distance. "I see it. I see it. It's Longinus standing at the forefront of the deck. Wow, I didn't expect to rely on Longinus to save the day." Lewis felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart, then quickly regained his imposing general demeanor and shouted, "Everyone, get your spirits up. Don't let the Navy's distinguished guests see a joke." The warships continued to approach, towering and imposing steel behemoths that shocked many dock workers watching from afar, causing them to drop their cargo. For ordinary people who had never stepped into the sea, it was indeed a spiritual baptism. Even Lewis couldn't help but feel emotional. If he had had such a warship 2 years ago, even if his army was not good at naval battles, they could probably crush their enemies with sheer strength. The flagship, draped in the cloak of justice, was led by Brigadier General Atkin, with Longinus following closely behind, wearing a gentle smile. As Lewis strode forward, he felt shocked. It seemed he had underestimated Longinus's position in the Navy. Other higher-ranking naval officers actually took a step back to highlight Longinus's dominant position in this operation, and none of them showed any signs of resentment. It was evident that Longinus had conquered a large part of the naval base in these 2 years. "Brigadier General Atkin, please follow me. His Majesty the King has already prepared a banquet in the palace. You must be General Lewis of the Kingdom of Hiska. I really appreciate your trouble." "Huh, in front of Brigadier General Atkin. How could I dare to call myself a guardian? That would be too much of an exaggeration." Longinus, following behind the two, felt somewhat speechless. One was a brigadier general, and the other a general, and anyone who didn't know would think that General Lewis was the one in charge. However, in reality, a brigadier general affiliated with the naval headquarters had a significantly higher status than a general of a kingdom on the Grand Line. Even the kings of these countries would not show any disrespect to a naval brigadier general. Although, as a member of the world government, in terms of status, those kings were indeed higher. But one must understand that the peace of these waters was guaranteed by the Navy. If one were to offend this naval brigadier general, they might face special treatment in the future. Not to mention, as soon as news spread that the Navy was ineffective in this area, those maritime hyenas would surely rush in and tear off a few pieces of flesh. Such matters would be of little use even if one complained to the world government. The result would only be endless excuses and a lack of resolution. There have been nations that completely disregarded the Navy, and those member states soon became havens for pirates. Due to those pirates, their domestic economies deteriorated, and they were quickly expelled from the ranks of member states because they could not afford the heavenly gold, ultimately leading to their destruction due to increasingly rampant piracy. It was precisely for this reason that Lewis did not obstruct Tina's desire to join the Navy. No matter which world, the truth that one can find shade under a big tree is eternal. The two groups gradually merged, with Brigadier General Atkin naturally leading the way, followed by General Lewis, who was introducing local customs and the location of the alliance. Following them was Longinus, meticulously observing and memorizing everything around him. Suddenly, a sneaky figure squeezed through the crowd. "Longinus, I miss you so much." Tina skillfully wrapped her arm around Longinus's left arm and tilted her head back. Speaking in a crisp voice, Longinus, sensing the rapid gathering of numerous burning gazes behind him, felt quite helpless. His observation hockey could even distinguish that the curious looks came from his colleagues, while the glares filled with anger and jealousy originated from the nobles of the Hiska kingdom. Longinus felt helpless not because he was afraid of trouble. In fact, he didn't think that some minor nobles could cause him any trouble. He was just mourning for the future of this kingdom. Had the influence of lowly enthusiasts really spread throughout the upper echelons of this kingdom? Noticing the movement behind him, Brigadier General Atkin turned around, his eyes sparkling with gossip as he asked, "You must be Tina, right? I've heard people say that there's a little girl who often comes to our naval base, and every time she comes, she brings many gifts for the soldiers. I've heard many soldiers privately refer to you as their little angel." Tina was not shy at all. She gave a standard military salute and said, "Brigadier General, this is what I should do." At that moment, Lewis also turned around, his sharp gaze falling on Longinus. "Go ahead, explode." The nobles of the Hiska kingdom laughed wildly in their hearts, waiting for the moment when the unfortunate Navy officer would be brought down. However, to the disbelief of those nobles, the stern and heavy daughter-lover actually stepped forward and hugged Longinus, laughing. "Ha ha ha. Longinus, my brother, it's great to see you again. I knew you would find your place in the Navy. Uncle Lewis, it has indeed been a long time. You look much more spirited than last time." Longinus replied with a smile. The nobles, harboring dark thoughts, felt their worldview shatter. What was this? Is there such a clear distinction in treatment? Although they felt indignant, they dared not voice their opinions. These two big shots, one a naval brigadier general and the other a general of the kingdom, were not figures they could provoke. The few soon became familiar and started chatting. Once they entered the royal city, Tina leaned close to Longinus's ear and whispered, "Longinus, big brother, you've come just in time. Our kingdom's special food festival is famous throughout Sainan Island. It just started yesterday, gathering unique dishes from surrounding kingdoms. Let me take you to taste them later." "I see. You just want to go eat?" Longinus said, affectionately ruffling her hair. He both. "But will Uncle Lewis agree? He doesn't have time to keep an eye on you now." "Don't worry. As long as it's you, big brother Longinus, Dad will definitely agree." After saying this, Tina ran up and gently shook General Lewis's arm, saying, "Dad, I want to go to that special food festival later. I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Lewis frowned slightly and hesitantly said, "That place is too far from the royal city, and I can't leave right now. What if you encounter danger? Big brother Longinus will go with me. Don't you know his strength? Little brother Longinus is indeed very reliable. With him around, I can rest easy," Lewis said, but he looked troubled to the side. Brigadier General Atkin, being very understanding, said, "Longinus, you can just accompany the young lady for a while. Just remember to come back before the treaty starts." Seeing that he was being sold out like this, Longinus said helplessly, "All right, I understand." Tina's words were not exaggerated. This food festival indeed gathered the unique dishes for various kingdoms on Sainan Island, such as scorpion barbecue from Alabasta, which was quite a unique flavor. Tina is so happy. After waiting for so many years, I can finally eat the food from the festival. In the past, during this time, Dad had a lot of things to do and never felt comfortable letting me go out alone. With Uncle Lewis's character, it's already rare for him to let you out. Longinus was also tasting various delicacies. Although he wouldn't indulge in enjoyment, the pursuit of beautiful things has always been human nature. He wouldn't forcibly suppress his nature to become an ascetic. "That's true." Tina nodded in agreement, then curiously asked, "By the way, Longinus, big brother, the newspaper reported again a few days ago about you risking yourself to rescue hostages. Can you tell me more about it?" Tina was very eager to know. "You know my strength. Saying I risked myself is too exaggerated. Those pirates..." But seeing Tina still staring at him with stubborn, determined eyes, Longinus had to surrender and raise his hands in defeat. All right, here's what happened." After a vivid description, Tina's eyes sparkled with stars, and even the barbecue in her hand became cold and hard because she forgot to taste it. "I'm so envious. I really wish I could become a justice guarding Navy like big brother Longinus soon, but unfortunately, Dad said I have to be at least 16 to join the Navy." Oh, just as Tina was daydreaming, she was nearly knocked over by a dirty little kid. Fortunately, she had a certain level of martial arts foundation, and even in a sudden situation, she managed to stabilize herself quickly. After calming down, she saw that the culprit had already disappeared into the winding alley, and she stomped her foot in a mix of anger and embarrassment, saying, "That little beggar is so rude." It wasn't that she despised the other for being too dirty, but she just felt it was too embarrassing to be startled in front of her admired big brother Longinus. Longinus reminded with a slightly tense expression, "Check if you've lost anything on you, okay?" The flash of energy just now seemed to be the aura of a devil fruit. A devil fruit? How is that possible? Tina widened her eyes, unable to connect that filthy little beggar with a devil fruit worth over 100 million berries. However, out of absolute trust in Longinus, she quickly checked herself. Damn, the change I brought to treat you, big brother, has been stolen by that little thief. Just a bit of pocket money lost? That's not too bad. Longinus breathed a sigh of relief. Even though it's only 30 million berries, that guy bumped into me and dared to steal my money. I must settle this score with her, Tina said indignantly, grinding her little tiger teeth. Cough, cough. Longinus nearly choked on his own saliva. As if meeting Tina for the first time, he asked, how much berries are we talking about? 30 million berries. Big brother Longinus, you don't have to worry about it. It's just my pocket money for this month. Tina mainly can't swallow this anger. In fact, Longinus didn't care much about these things. With the pirates he had captured over the past 2 years, the total bounty had exceeded 300 million berries. Although the Navy couldn't pay him the bounties like they would for bounty hunters, the accumulated rewards were nearly 100 million berries. However, he really couldn't casually take out 30 million berries as pocket money like Tina did. After all this time, it turned out that in the eyes of those nobles, he was just a freeloader. I'm so hungry. The energy consumed by activating the devil fruit is really too much, but fortunately, it was a success this time. The sister was wearing the most expensive children's clothing, and she must have had a decent amount of money on her. Perhaps she could save enough for the fare to leave this country. After hiding in a corner, a delicate and youthful face peeked out from beneath the dirty clothes. After confirming that there were no outsiders, she took out a stack of banknotes from her bosom. 1 million berries, 2 million berries, 3 million. Her right hand, counting the banknotes, quickly froze in midair as she muttered, "Wait, this denomination seems a bit off," rubbing her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. The little beggar gasped. The smallest denomination is 100,000 berries. Does her family run a mine? Oh no, if I had known this earlier, stealing just one would have been enough. Now that I've lost so much money, they definitely won't let it go easily. The little beggar said with a troubled expression on her face. The key issue was, where could she go to fill her stomach with such large denominations of banknotes? Just as Longinus was contemplating Tina's true nature as a little rich girl, a group of black-clad individuals, dressed in black pants and hoods in broad daylight, suddenly emerged from the alleyways, scaring the vendors and patrons attending the food festival to scatter in all directions. Captain Jinyu, that little girl has disappeared again. What should we do now? One of the black-clad individuals asked reluctantly. What to do? What to do? A larger black-clad figure slapped his head and scolded. Of course. We continue to chase her. She is our most precious commodity, and now she has stolen the captain's devil fruit. If we don't catch her back and sell her for a high price, the captain will definitely skin us alive when he returns. Exactly. That is a commodity more precious than the giant and merfolk races. Many big shots in the underworld want her. If we lose her, the captain will surely kill us with the most brutal punishment. The fear in the words of the black-clad individuals was evident. Clearly, even selling all of them wouldn't be worth as much as that little beggar. Suddenly, one of the black-clad figures finally noticed Longinus and Tina's presence and whispered to their captain, "Captain, it's the Navy. Should we deal with that little brat?" The captain-like black-clad figure cautiously assessed Longinus and waved his hand, saying, "Don't complicate things. That guy is dressed in a justice coat and civilian clothes. That's only permitted for officer-level military personnel. Although I don't know how that little brat managed to do it, it's better not to draw the Navy into this right now." After the group of black-clad individuals walked away, Tina, with her worldview refreshed, said speechlessly, "Are those pirates idiots? They didn't even lower their voices. Could it be that they intentionally said it for us to hear, trying to lure you, big brother Longinus?" Seeing Tina's startled reaction and her concern that the pirates might set a trap, Longinus comforted her. "Don't misunderstand. This is just the average intelligence of those pirates. You'll get used to it." However, they didn't seem to be ordinary pirates, but rather slave traders among the pirates. Longinus maintained a calm expression, but the killing intent in his heart was brewing continuously. Damn, so they're the most disgusting kind of pirates? Tina's delicate face showed a look of disgust, clearly expressing her disdain for those pirates. But Tina didn't want her stance to affect Longinus's judgment. She was well aware that women who liked to meddle in everything were very unpopular. She didn't want to be hated by Longinus, even if it was just a hint of a potential possibility. "Big brother Longinus, what should we do now? As a member of the Navy, I can't ignore such evil acts," Longinus said firmly, while in his heart he pondered that flash of devil fruit energy. "I knew big brother Longinus would be a true hero." Tina thought to herself in admiration. Then she proactively suggested, Tina staying here will only hinder big brother Longinus's actions. Why not let me go back and notify the Navy and the Kingdom's army to come and support? It's too late. And the appearance of the Navy and the Kingdom's army will only force them to act out of desperation, taking the vendors and patrons of the food festival as hostages, causing greater destruction and damage. Longinus rejected Tina's suggestion after a brief consideration. The most critical point is that this place is far from the royal city. With the unrest happening now, if you leave alone, it will be easy to fall into danger. I promised Uncle Lewis to ensure your safety. How could I leave you behind for the sake of rescuing others? Longinus shook his head in self-mockery at the right moment, saying it was somewhat laughable that many people called him a hero. But when it came to making a choice, he still couldn't let go of his friends for the sake of some strangers. So, he always considered himself just an ordinary person with some strength. Therefore, little girls are easily moved. What seemed like not-so-sentimental words to Longinus earned Tina's tears, and yes, Tina would definitely not drag her big brother Longinus down. Don't worry, those pirates are of average strength. Even if they have to protect you in battle, it won't be a difficult task. Longinus wasn't merely comforting. Even if that quality of pirates came back in numbers, they couldn't break through his defenses. Originally, the venue for the food competition was already quite deserted, with only 2 figures in black remaining in the spacious area. Have you found that little girl? No. A timid reply came from the black-clothed man. That kid is really good at hiding. It's hard to find her in a short time. Damn it, those hound-like Navy guys will probably catch up quickly. We don't have much time left. The leading black-clothed man decisively gave the order, block all exits, and tell everyone here. If they can't help me find that little brat, I'll kill them all. Let those people become our accomplices. Boss, you're really too smart, the short black-clothed man flattered, quickly turning to leave the venue. Idiot, what do you mean accomplices? The leading black-clothed man realized something and cursed but quickly choked on his words, unable to think of a substitute term. Talp, talp, talp. A faint sound of footsteps echoed, and the black-clothed man frowned and angrily scolded. Why are you back again? Did you not understand what I said before? Seeing his subordinate not responding, the black-clothed man turned around with a slight sense of foreboding. 2 top-grade goods. The black-clothed man first looked at the 2 people in front of him with a professional gaze and then suddenly woke up. Wait, it's clearly the sound of one person's footsteps. Why are there 2 people here? In the dimly lit venue, the cold wind blew, and the black-clothed man broke out in a cold sweat. Navy, are you here to cause trouble? After steadying himself, the black-clothed man subtly moved back, his gaze flickering uncertainly towards the 2 people behind. Are you looking for your subordinates? Don't waste your efforts. Those guys won't wake up again. Longinus stepped closer, his intermittent footsteps seeming to tread on the black-clothed man's heartbeat, the invisible pressure causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, making it feel like he was facing not a mere teenager, but a ferocious beast capable of devouring lives. You took down my subordinates without any noise. You seem to be a tricky character. The black-clothed man forced himself to suppress his inner fear and said, even Longinus doesn't recognize him. Is he a newcomer just entering the Grand Line, or a failure retreating from the rear seas? Tina asked in surprise. Hee. Looks like this Navy brat is quite famous in this sea area. Huh? But, little girl, we are not failures. Even in the entire first half of the Grand Line, we have the fierce and brutal Knight Arbiter, Felix, as the captain of our black-clothed pirates. The black-clothed man leaned forward, trying hard to adopt a fierce and menacing posture. The black-clothed pirates. The naming style in the pirate world is indeed consistently peculiar. Longinus thought speechlessly. Although I don't know what your black-clothed pirates are. Only the most incompetent and failed individuals would engage in human trafficking and such. Tina unceremoniously pointed out the sore spot. Little girl, you should think before you speak. Offending our black-clothed pirates will lead to a very cruel outcome. The black-clothed man threatened with a sinister smile. It's you who should think before you speak. Do you still think we have a chance for reconciliation at this point? As he spoke, Longinus had already closed in on the opponent. Damn Navy brat. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. The black-clothed man drew 2 long swords from behind, revealing himself as a dual-wielding swordsman. Huh, tiger and leopard, double kill. Seemingly to pump himself up, the dual-wielding swordsman shouted angrily and charged forward, a gust of wind following him, and one could vaguely hear the sound of air exploding. Boom! Longinus seemed to teleport above the swordsman in black, delivering a punch like a thunderclap that directly smashed him into the shattered ground. In the next moment, Longinus grabbed the black-clad man's hair and pulled him up from the ground, as if he were grasping the nape of his fate. leaving the swordsman no longer resisting. Tina watched this scene in silence, knowing that the swordsman was definitely no match for her brother Longinus, but the defeat was just too clean and swift. Is this guy really a ruthless pirate? I ask. You answer, do you understand? Longinus threatened succinctly. I understand. Navy Lord, please go ahead and ask, the black-clad man said. Completely unaware that his hood had already torn, his eyes rolling ominously, clearly not intending to submit so quickly. Longinus didn't care and quickly asked, who is the little girl you want to capture? Why is so much commotion being made after letting a slave go? The captain definitely won't tell me about such small fry. I only know that many big shots from the underground world want to get her. How many people can you mobilize? Besides the area around the venue, where else are you positioned? We have about 600 people deployed this time, with 50 staying at the center of the venue, mainly stationed around the 3 entrances to prevent that little brat from sneaking away. What about your captain? Where are his abilities and trump cards? Our captain is an infamous pirate with an 80 million berries bounty. It is said that his abilities are related to the night and shadows, but I don't know more than that. The people who have seen the captain use his abilities are all dead. Seeing Longinus suddenly fall silent, the man in black tentatively asked, Sir Navy, since I performed so well, why not just let me go? I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. This idiot who loves to show off always wants to display his heroic side in front of women. As long as I am polite and humble, he will definitely let me go. Longinus, with a gentle smile, looked at him and said, this is what you think in your heart. Am I wrong? You. How would you know? The man in black exclaimed in panic and then realized and denied. No, what I mean is, you want to use her as a channel to connect with the deeper darkness of this world, because she knows ancient scripts and is coveted by those underground forces. Secondly, your captain took most of the crew's fighting strength to intercept other pirates to monopolize this favor, leaving less than 200 pirates behind, and most of them are at the place where those slaves are kept. Finally, your captain's abilities are more related to fear. That's why he keeps spreading his terrifying reputation. Who are you? How do you know all this? The man in black's face turned ashen, no longer holding on. Didn't you tell me all this? I said. The man in black muttered to himself, gradually realizing, could it be that you can see through my heart? So you know I'm lying, but continue without any reaction. Because every time you ask something, I subconsciously think of the answer. I just didn't expect you to be so loyal to your captain that you would rather die than reveal his secrets. Atadi? The man in black struggled in terror. Give me another chance. I promise I'll be a good. Longinus snapped his neck without any change in expression. Tina, who came from a military family, felt no aversion to such a scene. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, wow, Brother Longinus, you can actually read those people's hearts? That's amazing. Is this a natural talent? Longinus unexpectedly asked. Aren't you afraid? No one would want their inner thoughts read by others. Why should Tina be afraid? Tina tilted her head and retorted, I have nothing to hide. And besides, I know that what you, big brother Longinus, are doing is definitely right. However, if you don't want anyone to know, I will definitely keep your secret. Really? Then thank you, Tina. Longinus gently ran his fingers through Tina's soft hair, while dark thoughts crossed his mind. What a pity. Tina still needs 4 more years to join the Navy. Otherwise, with her trust in me, she would be an even more worthy candidate for cultivation than Gregory and the others. Longinus is well aware of that, in some respects. There is no essential difference between the Navy and pirates. Among pirates, strength always comes first. Otherwise, no amount of power and wealth is more than just a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of wolves. As for the Navy, in the original timeline, Fujitora and Green Bull were promoted to admiral without any achievements, overshadowing candidates like Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, which is the best proof that strength trumps all. Besides strength, the influence of one's faction is the most important factor. All pirates know that one person alone cannot become the pirate king. Hence, even the strong like the 4 emperors are constantly recruiting in the New World. Similarly, in the future's 7 warlord system, Mihawk may be the strongest among them, but he is also the least intimidating, because even if someone really offends him, as long as they hide in the sea, Mihawk, without any personal influence, would find it hard to locate them. The same goes for the Navy. During the struggle for the position of Fleet Admiral, everyone selectively ignored a certain individual. Besides the fact that Yellow has no intention of pursuing this, is also because he lacks any factional support in the Navy. Therefore, with his hidden ambitions, Longinus has been working on building his own G2 faction for the past 2 years. He has never given up on the idea of going to the headquarters' new recruit training camp. Besides hoping for systematic training, he also wants to subtly cultivate influence in that training camp. With the memories of a soul from another world, Longinus naturally understands the potential support from those training camp members for his future, just like Zhang's first pot of gold came from Huangpu Military Academy. Continuing to maintain his glorious image, Longinus did not linger too long and quickly moved towards the center where pirates gather, following the information he had uncovered. Although he knew that the little girl who escaped was likely the future intellectual and elegant Robin, Longinus did not plan to specifically look for her. After all, as the hero of the Navy, it was impossible for him to commit the foolish act of harboring a government fugitive, which is no different from openly defecting. As for capturing Robin and handing her over to the government, Longinus had no such boring thoughts. On one hand, who knows if the ruthless CP department would kill to silence her, and on the other hand, he did not want to offend Akiji, who was guilty over the death of friend. Therefore, the best outcome might be to act as if he knew nothing. The place where the slaves were hidden was backstage at the food festival venue. Felix had originally thought that such a mixed environment was more suitable for trade, but unfortunately, he overlooked one thing. Once the goods escape, they become even harder to find. At this moment, the pacing pirates were somewhat anxious. They all knew how much their captain valued that little girl. Besides her considerable worth, she was also a channel for their captain to connect with the real big shots, for which their captain even risked bringing most of his fighting strength to clash with other large pirate crews. If they couldn't find the escaped slave before their captain returned, they would all end up on the gallows. Damn it, have we still not found her after all this time? Captain Jinyu, we VE turned this venue upside down, but we still can't find that little brat. I heard that she's especially good at hiding and escaping, and having just eaten the captain's devil fruit. I suspect she has already escaped. Idiot, useless. Our men have already sealed off all entrances. That little brat has just eaten the devil fruit. Do you really think she has much stamina to use her abilities? The leading man in black sternly reprimanded. Besides, you said she is good at hiding and escaping. Since we've searched all other places, she might just be hiding right under our noses. Captain Jinyu, that seems unlikely. Does that little brat really have the guts to come back here? If she dares to steal the captain's devil fruit, how bold do you think she is? Hurry up and search. Search every corner of this area. Tina, who was observing from the shadows, quietly asked, Brother Longinus, do you think that little beggar really dares to come back here? Longinus also had a strange expression on his face. Under his powerful observation hockey, Robin's small figure was completely unable to hide. What was this? A serendipitous happenstance? Not only had she returned here, but she was also carrying out a crazy act. A crazy act? The clever Tina quickly understood, covering her mouth in surprise. Is she trying to rescue the other slaves? Longinus nodded slightly, realizing that Robin had not been wanted for long, and there still remained some kindness in her heart. Unfortunately, what she did not know was that even if 99% of the people in this world were kind, it could not outweigh that 1% of darkness. Help! Help! That thief has escaped. A sharp scream quickly awakened the pirates, who hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the door that held the slaves, not having the time to sort out their thoughts. This was simply unbelievable for Tina as she looked at Longinus, unable to believe her ears. This world has never lacked idiots, and there are plenty of fools who, even at their own expense, want to harm others. Longinus gently nodded, confirming her guess. Outside the temporary cage holding the slaves, Robin's small face turned pale, and she appeared somewhat at a loss, listening to the commotion outside. After all, she was just an 8-year-old child, and the nightmare-like experience from half a year ago had already left her mentally exhausted. The recent betrayals and deceptions had brought her to the brink of collapse. Even so, she had bravely returned here, hoping to save others, because she knew that her escape would lead to those poor souls being blamed by the pirates. Now, her kindness was shattered, gradually sinking into despair. She stood alone in place, her thin frame appearing very helpless, and she didn't even plan to question the person who exposed her about why they did it. The other slaves in the cage also felt as if they had fallen from heaven to hell, glaring with murderous intent at the person who spoke earlier. That was a little boy who did not seem much older than Robin. Why did you do that? Are you crazy? The slaves in the cage questioned him frantically. You can't escape. If you get caught, you'll definitely be killed. You not wanting to escape is your problem. Why destroy our hope for survival? The little boy, who should have had an innocent and cheerful face, showed a twisted malice. No, why should you get to escape? It's not fair. You all have to stay and accompany me. The other slaves were stunned by this bizarre logic, and after a while, they snapped back to reality. You little brat, it's clearly you who doesn't want to escape. I don't care. Since I'm too scared to run away, you all shouldn't think about escaping either. Listening to the gradually agitated reactions from outside, the little boy seemed to find his confidence, responding firmly, "You all better shut up. If you dare to insult me again, I'll report you to those pirates. And you and that thief are in cahoots. On what basis do you say she is a thief? Robin is trying to save us. She is just a selfish thief. It's because of her that we are living in fear. Besides, if she really wanted to save us, why not share that amazing power with us?" The little boy looked at Robin with jealousy and resentment. "If I had her kind of power, I would be too scared to run away. All of this is her fault." Robin stood there, pitifully small and helpless, and she didn't even intend to defend herself. She had never stolen anything from anyone, and it was impossible to share her devil fruit powers. After being captured, she knew that if her abilities were exposed and she was locked up with Sea Prism Stone, she would never be able to escape again. So she had always been careful to hide her abilities, waiting for those pirates to let their guard down before using her powers to escape. Yet those pirates had subconsciously assumed she had stolen their captain's devil fruit, and they were so foolish that they never thought to verify it. Robin also knew that although the other slaves did not speak, they might also be blaming her in their hearts. But didn't matter. She had already lost hope in this world and did not need to consider how others viewed her. It seemed that many readers were dissatisfied with yesterday's setting about Robin not eating the fruit in O'Hara. So, is this my way of forcibly tying it back together? Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. "Kid, you're not wrong. The only thing wrong is this world." A man in black, holding a spiked mace that sparked against the ground, entered with a large group of pirates. "I also want to know, why isn't my dad the richest man in the world? Why isn't my mom a high-ranking government official? Why can't I be a nobleman who plays with women every day? It's all because life is unfair from the moment we're born that we walk the path of pirates. If we had a choice, who would T1 be a good person?" "Ha ha ha. The boss is right. We're all good people." The other pirates chimed in. The noisy prison suddenly fell silent. Even the boy who had been boasting before became mute. After all, he was just a cowardly brat. This kid could be trained, based on my past experience. Those who try their hardest to catch slaves are often people like him. Seeing the cowardly boy shrink back and not dare to speak, the leader in black lost interest and continued towards Robin. "Little girl, it seems I was too good to you before. You didn't know how to cherish that rare treatment. Not only did you dare to run away, but you also stole the captain's devil fruit. This time, I'll have to break one of your legs. Anyway, those big shots only care about what's in your head. As for the rest." Longinus' older brother. We saw that the captain of the Jinyu force had already raised the spiked mace high, seemingly about to smash it down on Robin's frail body. And Tina could not help but exclaim softly in horror. Just as Longinus was about to make his move, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the arena. The despair and deathly silence contained in that voice made him tremble involuntarily. Longinus couldn't help but stare, noticing that the Wolf Fawn Club in Captain Jinyu's hand had already fallen to the side, while he himself was hunched over, covering his lower body. His face as pale as a ghost, with beads of sweat the size of mung beans continually dripping from his forehead. At this moment, Longinus also recalled the astonishing act that Robin was about to take in the original world trajectory, as remembered by that otherworldly soul, which was the kind of treatment that Frankie had suffered. According to that otherworldly soul, this guy had already become Santa Claus. Longinus felt a chill run through his body. It was a normal reaction for any man to have upon seeing such a situation. "Get that damn little brat. I will definitely smash every bone in her body." Captain Jinyu screamed in anger, his voice already carrying a hint of softness. The surrounding pirates exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. That was a punishment more terrifying than death. "You bunch of useless fools, do you want to die?" Captain Jinyu angrily scolded, while the other pirates lowered their heads in shame. "Now is the time." Longinus seized the momentary opening and jumped out from the corner, shattering Captain Jinyu's heart with the cleanest and most decisive method. He then appeared in the densest area of pirates, delivering a whip kick with enough force to break steel, causing the limbs of those pirates to shatter instantly. Blood splattered, limbs flew, and the scene was exceptionally bloody, making the captured slaves scream in horror. This was the helplessness of a martial arts master. Without training in the Marine Six styles, lacking a decisive area attack, Longinus couldn't afford to hold back. The other pirates were also awakened, losing their reason and charging at Longinus under the stimulation of blood. However, a small number of pirates recognized the situation and silently slipped away to the back. The more slaughter, the calmer he became. In the bloodshed, Longinus first targeted the few most threatening gunmen, not because they posed any danger to his life, but because they threatened his perfect rescue operation. In his lightning-fast advance, 7 pirates armed with pistols barely had time to fire a shot before being taken down, with the threat of pistols eliminated. The caves that should have been a restriction became the best protection for the slaves, allowing Longinus to unleash his full potential. In just 3 seconds, he killed all the pirates who had not escaped. The Navy is here to save us. Great, we won't have to be slaves anymore. Ooh, Mom and Dad, I miss you. Although the scene was a bit bloody, except for a few do-gooders, all the slaves had no good feelings toward these pirates and wished for their death. So there was no discomfort. Amid the cheers of the Navy, only Robin's small face turned pale as she kept retreating, seemingly finding some solace only by leaning against the cold cage behind her. Brother Longinus, this is the key. Tina happily pulled out a set of keys from the dead eunuch and presented it. The task of rescuing them is up to you, little Tina. Tina promises to complete the task. Longinus walked outside to deal with the hidden dangers left behind. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. That idiot Jinyu has locked the door. The fleeing pirates pounded on the door, venting their anger, having long forgotten the strict hierarchy aboard the pirate ship in their fear. Why? Why has the sound of fighting disappeared? One pirate trembled and said, "Have they all been killed? Don't scare yourself. It's only been a short while." But Captain Jinyu was taken down in one encounter. That little Navy brat is a monster. Hurry up and find a way to blow this iron door open. Boom! Without any warning, the pirate who was speaking fell straight down. Damn it, it's a silenced pistol. Hide quickly. 6 pirates, just 6 bullets, and they're all yours. With the powerful observation hockey to assist, and lacking ranged attack means, Longinus naturally would not give up the advantage of his pistol. Although the pirates were hiding tightly behind cover, they were completely exposed under Longinus's observation hockey. Accompanied by the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground, the battle quickly came to an end. Longinus slowly returned to the prison, and both Tina, who was eagerly waiting, and the rescued person, who was trembling with fear, erupted in huge cheers. Great, we are finally saved. Thank you, Navy brother. Longinus smiled gently, his warm smile seemingly possessing an invisible power that calmed everyone down. They took a moment to rest, and soon the Navy would come to take them back home. However, before that, we still have one last sinner to judge. As Longinus's words fell, dormant memories began to awaken. All the rescued slaves stared with hostile eyes at the brat who had caused them to be unable to escape. The crowd pointed fingers, and it all came to an end without a fight. Don't say he's just an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Even soldiers who have experienced the brutality of the battlefield would be at a loss when suddenly faced with so many angry gazes. What do you want from us? Under the weight of so much anger, the boy was no longer as defiant as before. He had dared to face the crowd earlier because he knew the pirates would back him up, but now, the Navy seemed far less accommodating than those pirates. How dare you ask what we want? If it weren't for the Navy showing up just in time, Robin would have had her legs broken by those pirates. She came back to save us. It's just breaking legs, it won't kill anyone. Besides, isn't everything fine now? The brat muttered unwillingly. You. Seeing several people with fierce expressions closing in on him, the boy panicked and whispered, I can just apologize, can't I? Oomph. An apology? Is something like this solvable with just a simple apology? Because of your selfishness, you almost caused all of us to be unable to escape. Don't go too far. I said I would apologize. What more do you want? Unexpectedly, the boy's dissatisfaction erupted, and for a moment, he gained the upper hand in momentum. Those who had questioned him were left speechless and looked to Longinus for help, while the brat seemed to have found his confidence. So what if it's the Navy? I've already apologized. Does he dare to kill me? Longinus stroked his smooth chin and uttered words that sent shivers down the spine of the brat. Death penalty? It's not out of the question. What qualifications do you have to kill? The brat tried to steady himself, but the sight of blood and flesh flying around him left him with little confidence. The crowd began to murmur. Although they despised this brat who didn't value the lives of others, they felt a twinge of fear at the mention of killing. After all, they were all prisoners like her, not the cruel and violent pirates. Thus, seeing the brat's frightened expression, a more benevolent person stepped forward to speak for him. Sir Navy. The child is still young and doesn't understand. Longinus nodded deeply, feeling the same way, saying that the child was still young and it would be better to just kill him. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to believe such words were spoken by the Navy, who were supposed to uphold justice. I'm not joking, Longinus said with a serious expression. The reason I said that is because he is a remnant of the Black Cloak Pirates. Wait, remnant? What do you mean? The suddenly awakened crowd quickly dispersed, retreating behind Longinus as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. He is a spy deliberately planted among you by the pirates to sabotage your escape and constantly report your situation to those pirates. Longinus said coldly, if you let him go, your information will leak out, and perhaps remnants of the Black Cloak pirates will come looking for you again. How despicable, how shameless. No wonder he did that. It turns out he is one of the pirates himself. Those who were captured and hanged after their escape attempts must have had their information leaked by him. Kill him. We must kill him. It was somewhat ironic that those who previously defended the boy, upon realizing that their own safety was at stake, now harbored a stronger intent to kill the boy than anyone else. The mischievous boy's face turned pale with horror as he repeatedly argued, I didn't. I really am not one of those pirates. I just envied that wicked woman for not sharing her power with me. You must believe me. However, everyone could easily determine whom to trust between a pirate with a bad history and a justice-seeking navy. They all looked at the boy with disdain, and no one stepped forward to defend him. The eradication of evil was something everyone could understand. Longinus skillfully reloaded his magazine and aimed the black muzzle at the mischievous boy. Robin's face turned pale as she seemed to recall something, looking at Longinus's figure as if he were a demon. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. The boy collapsed on the ground, continuously retreating. Bang! All right, the evil pirates have been eliminated. Everyone can leave with peace of mind. I will have the Navy register you all. In a few days, a warship will take you back home. Brother Longinus, Sister Tina, thank you. The rescued crowd expressed endless gratitude as they walked out, eager to bask in the long-lost sunlight. Wow, is this the feeling of being a hero? It's truly intoxicating, Tina said with a joyful face. I'm so happy. The evil pirates have been dealt with, and good people can return home. It's a perfect fairy tale ending. No, the reality is that most of them might never return to their homes, Longinus said in a deep voice. Huh? Tina exclaimed, having no doubt about Longinus's words, but incredulously asked, why is that? Haven't the pirates been dealt with? Because most of them probably don't even know the name of the island they are on. Longinus was well aware that in this era of extremely underdeveloped transportation, where even water trains had yet to be invented, once those ordinary people were forced to leave their homes, they might never return in their lifetime. Then what will their ultimate fate be? A small portion may be rescued, while the vast majority will end up stranded on this island, losing hope as time passes, eventually forming new families while burying their scars deep within. Huh? Why is that? Because beneath the gentle facade of this world lies a bloody reality. Longinus slowly walked towards his solitary Robin. Little one, can you still remember your home? No, don't come any closer. Robin screamed hysterically, gripping a small dagger she had found from who knows where, pointing it at Longinus. Tina snapped out of her sentimental moment and, seeing this scene, spread her arms like a protective hen, shielding Longinus behind her, completely forgetting that Robin was the weakest one. Angrily, she scolded, you despicable thief. What do you want to do to Big Brother Longinus? If it weren't for Big Brother Longinus saving you, you would have been torn apart by those angry pirates long ago. Are you trying to repay kindness with enmity? No, I don't know anything. Just don't come near me. Stay away. Robin mumbled in confusion, her fear evident. Tina noticed that the little girl seemed to be in great terror, but the pirates had already been eliminated, and it was just her and Big Brother Longinus left. Could it be that she was afraid of Big Brother Longinus? Tina found it somewhat amusing. Could such a good person as Big Brother Longinus really scare someone? Is it because you stole my money before and you're afraid of being caught by Big Brother Longinus? Tina generously forgave her. Forget it. It's not much money anyway. Consider it a gift. The fear in Robin's eyes slightly dissipated, and she finally broke free from her nightmare, but she still didn't lower the dagger. Thank you. I know you're all good people, but I can no longer trust anyone. Robin used her fruit ability to throw a delicate little wallet in front of Tina and then fled in a panic. Ah, it's my wallet. Tina picked up the wallet, looking at Robin with concern and confusion. Why did she run off alone? Should we go after her? Longinus shook his head slightly, saying no, unless he took off the justice coat behind him. Otherwise, she would never stop fleeing. Tina seemed to understand and said, so, it's not you that she's afraid of, Brother Longinus, but the Navy uniform you wear? But the Navy represents justice, so why should she be afraid? Who knows? Justice is only justice when it is needed. Longinus turned to walk outside, just like he clearly knew that the little boy had nothing to do with the pirates. But what did that matter? Justice is essentially a tool for those in power to adorn themselves. It is only justice when it is needed, and at other times. It is merely two pale and powerless characters. Out of 732 people, only 61 could return home. After getting the exact result, Tina murmured dejectedly. You all did well. At least 61 families have been redeemed, and at least those remaining won't become slaves, Admiral Lewis comforted. Tina, this is actually a remarkable victory. Unlike other pirates, those under the slave owners often have hostages as a shield, so many times we dare not push too hard to ensure the hostage's safety. We can only plan after they release some slaves. Brigadier General Atkins sighed, while also offering words of praise. Although we know that this approach will largely encourage the trend of slave-catching ships, balancing safety and results is indeed very difficult. Your actions this time have undoubtedly greatly struck at the arrogance of those pirates. When you join the Navy in the future, I will record this achievement for you. Huh? Tina didn't do anything. These are all Brother Longinus's contributions. Tina hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. Don't worry, I definitely won't forget Longinus's share. He is probably being interviewed by those reporters right now. Brigadier General Atkin said enviously. He had only made it to the newspaper a few times as a brigadier general. Even those times were mentioned only because they were associated with Longinus. There's nothing to be done. He looked rough, had mediocre strength, and his deeds were ordinary. So there was simply nothing worth digging up. But Longinus was different. Even just getting his face in the photo could raise the paper's sales by several levels, even among those who weren't particularly interested in looks. His perfect record had no flaws, and he had become the child that parents in this area compared their own to. An exceptionally perfect report card, Major Longinus. I look forward to our next collaboration. A gentleman-like humanoid bird took off its top hat. Vice President Morgans, your questions are quite sharp and strategic. I think we may have another opportunity for collaboration in the future. Although the other party was a humanoid bird, Longinus did not show any unusual expression. I have a premonition too. With Major Longinus's potential, our collaboration will not end with this. I hope my report can accompany Major Longinus's fame throughout the Grand Line. Morgans wobbled out of the room, ignoring the laughter in the distance. The future president of the World Economic Journal? Longinus stared in the direction Morgans was leaving, then looked down at his slightly closed palms. Only by mastering the power of public opinion can justice be spread to farther places. At night, the kings of several other countries arrived one after another. This was also the main reason they requested the Navy's arbitration. Without the Navy, which symbolizes absolute justice, those kings would not feel so secure entering the territory of a neighboring country. The most troublesome part of this four-nation conference was Alabasta, because they were the strongest. They had also profited the most from the previous war. If they stopped here, although they would still be the biggest winners in this war, their subsequent interests might suffer considerably. During the banquet filled with toasts, Brigadier General Atkin dealt with the greetings of those political figures and nobles while explaining several key points of the conference to Longinus. Moreover, the old man from Alabasta was extremely cunning and treacherous. He always advocated biting off the juiciest piece from the enemy. During his years in power, he had launched dozens of wars, which expanded Alabasta to its current level. In fact, I was quite surprised that he agreed to participate in this four-nation conference. As for the other three countries, you should mainly pay attention to King Asgabar. That guy is not only foolish, but also very greedy. Although he has failed in war now, he might still fantasize about reaping benefits with his superb negotiation skills. Don't let his foolishness ruin this conference. Longinus twitched his mouth in silence. Are we here to arbitrate or to be babysitters? The capable should work more. The capable should work more. Brigadier Atkin glanced around and said in a low voice, Actually, St. Island is just a mess. Don't be fooled by the fact that my jurisdiction is the largest among the branch brigadiers. In fact, they let me take over here because I have the least experience. According to my predecessor, the naval forces stationed here have discovered traces of the World Government Intelligence Agency frequently operating on this island, as if it is an area of high concern for the world government. That is why we reached a consensus to try not to let St. Island get chaotic, lest those government guys intervene. Is it because of the former royal status of the Nefertari family, or because of the historical monument owned by the royal family? Longinus recalled the memories of that otherworldly soul, pondering that it should be the former. Otherwise, the world government wouldn't allow Crocodile to ravage Alabasta for so many years. Just as Longinus was deep in thought, Brigadier Atkin patted Longinus on the shoulder and said with a wink, It seems I'm a bit of a hindrance, so I want to interfere with your charm as a naval hero. Sure enough, after Atkin, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes left, many admirers quickly gathered around. You're the Major Longinus who rescued those poor slaves, right? Just as handsome as in the newspapers. I mean, just as kind as recorded in the newspapers. Is kindness something you can see at a glance? Clearly, they're just attracted to his looks, so shallow. But I'm different. I see the interesting soul of Major Longinus. You're so flirty. Major Longinus, can you tell us about your heroic deeds in fighting pirates? If time is tight, we can find a quieter place to discuss in detail. You group of women in your 20s, hurry up and let go of Major Longinus. Can't you find some uncles more suitable for your age? What do you little girls know? Annie, you're so talkative. What did you call me? Sorry. I should call you all Andes. Damn little girl. Just wait until I tear your mouths apart. Come on then. I've long been fed up with you aunties. With the outbreak of the conflict, Longinus was pushed out in a daze. At that moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared in front of Longinus. So excited that he could hardly speak. Major Longinus, I'm so happy to see you here. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am the Crown Prince of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, and also your most loyal admirer. Longinus was slightly taken aback, looking at the super fam-like Cobra in front of him, unable to react. Is this really the future king of Alabasta? Although Longinus felt skeptical in his heart, he still maintained a warm smile on his face and said, Prince Cobra, please don't call me Prince Cobra. Cobra said excitedly, you can call me Cobra or Little Cobra, but please don't use honorifics. Longinus's body trembled slightly, almost making him doubt if this guy was gay. But his strong composure allowed him to say calmly, all right, let's both take a step back. You can call me Longinus, and don't bother with you anymore. Is that really okay? Cobra shivered all over, his expression excited, looking as if Longinus suspected he might faint at any moment. Seeing Longinus nod subtly, Cobra took a deep breath and said, Major Longinus, I really admire you a lot. When I saw your words in the newspaper 2 years ago, that famous saying you made when you defeated the Bloodblade pirates, power should be the servant of justice. After that, I finally found the meaning of my existence in my aimless days, which is to use the power granted to me by the people to seek greater happiness for them. Longinus suddenly switched to his kind personality and said earnestly, you are right. Power and strength are monsters that cannot be released from their cages. Only by limiting them with justice and truth can we prevent their abuse. After receiving Longinus's affirmation, Cobra became even more excited, but amidst his excitement, he felt a bit dejected, lamenting, it's a pity that my father refuses to listen to my advice. The country has been at war for years. Although our status and influence are constantly expanding, the economic situation has long fallen to freezing point and the domestic war weariness has reached its peak. Now, Alabasta is like a powder keg on the edge of a volcano, ready to explode and shatter this country at any moment. So what you mean is, I hope Major Longinus, you can help me save this country that could be destroyed at any time. Cobra said anxiously, you want to take power from your father? Huh? No, Major Longinus, you misunderstand. Cobra waved his hands in denial. I hope you can use the concept of justice to enlighten my father, who has lost his way due to war and destruction. Enlighten? Longinus twitched his mouth in disbelief. According to Brigadier Adkin, the current king of Alabasta is a cunning and treacherous old fox. Such a person would be enlightened by the concept of justice only in dreams. However, Longinus did not directly deny it, but rather asked with some hesitation, do you have any more detailed intelligence that could give me an advantage in the upcoming negotiations, so that your father might give up his plans for continued war out of guilt? Make my father feel guilty? Would contacting pirates count? Cobra said naively. Seeing Cobra suddenly throw out such a shocking bombshell, Longinus couldn't help but gasp. It seemed this guy really was a master at getting into trouble. Although relying solely on hiring pirates to overthrow a king was impossible, if it could be managed well, it would also be a good bargaining chip in the meeting. Longinus said calmly, all right, tell me the details of this information. Okay, as I mentioned before, the anti-war sentiment in the country has reached its peak, leading to a significant decline in the military's combat effectiveness. In the early stages of the war, we were actually at a disadvantage. Therefore, the king secretly contacted the frenzied pirates, heart pirates, and flag pirates, asking them to disguise themselves as troops to participate in the war, which helped to reverse the situation of continuous defeats. Cooperating with pirates is akin to seeking skin from a tiger, Longinus succinctly stated. I think so too. Those insatiable pirates will eventually set their sights on Alabasta, on this country that appears strong on the surface, but is actually in ruins. Due to the constant outbreaks of the war of women at the banquet, the evening quickly ended in embarrassment. The four-nation peace talks, originally scheduled for the next day, were brought forward to that evening at the strong request of the king of Alabasta. In the spacious hall, the dignitaries and nobles of the four countries stood behind their respective royal families, while the navy, represented by Brigadier General Adkin, sat at the forefront of the palace, facing the royal families of the four nations. All right, everyone, feel free to speak now. Although the navy's stance is to remain neutral, I still hope that the kings can reach a reconciliation for the sake of peace. The king of Alabasta, sitting near the left side, glanced around and, with a slightly reserved posture, raised his neck and said, "Since everyone is so silent, let this king throw out a brick to attract jade. To launch this war, our kingdom has invested a substantial amount of manpower and resources, and to end this war, we must at least make up for our losses. Therefore, our demand from Alabasta is quite simple. The three countries compensate us with 10 billion berry. As for how this 10 billion berry is distributed, that is up to you." "Ridiculous, 10 billion berry for war expenses. I see you have no intention of negotiating." King Krita slammed the table in anger and directly reprimanded. "Don't be so impatient. I haven't finished speaking yet. Given our absolute leading position in the current war, terminating the war now would cause us to lose a significant part of our vested interests. Therefore, I have the right to demand that, while retaining the territories we have occupied, you each cede a province from your respective kingdoms as spoils of war. After all, ending the war in such a favorable situation would still put a heavy burden on me, even as a king. However, to show my generosity, I can allow you to freely choose which province to cede. You can now praise my mercy. Dear King of Alabasta, I truly cannot see any sincerity for peace in your words." King Hiska frowned and firmly stated, "If you truly come with a desire for peace, we would offer you fine wine to welcome friends. But if you intend to threaten and provoke with a new round of war, the brave citizens of Hiska will also pick up their rifles to drive away the wolves. Gentlemen, in the face of the choice between survival and dignity, I believe you will make the right decision." Seeing that the peace talks had fallen into a fierce deadlock from the very beginning and seemed to be on the verge of evolving into the prelude to war, Brigadier General Adkin quickly whispered for help. "Longinus, please step in. I can no longer control the situation." Longinus took a deep breath. "What did you take control of the situation? Why do I know nothing? Kings, please listen to me. The key to peace talks lies in seeking common ground while reserving differences. Since we are all here for peace, I ask for a bit more patience as I analyze the current situation." Longinus emitted a faint aura of soul pressure, giving off an air of authority that made people unconsciously want to hear him out, calming the previously restless atmosphere. As the room fell silent, Brigadier General Adkin once again fell into a state of self-doubt, questioning whether he was truly only fit for fighting and killing, as it seemed too easy to settle the situation. "You are the Navy's Major Longinus? I've heard Cobral mention you several times. He speaks highly of you. Now, let me hear your insights, O naval hero." Although the king of Alabastan's tone was still somewhat condescending, it was enough to draw the attention of everyone present in the hall. After all, even the kings of Crete and Hiska were reprimanded by him in a superior manner, indicating that this naval major held a higher status in the eyes of the Alabastan king than other kings. The other two kings also seemed to have done their homework, knowing that this naval major was a significant figure in the G2 branch, and it was not impossible for him to grow into a prominent figure in the Navy in the future. Thus, the two kings politely asked, "Major Longinus, what are your thoughts on this matter?" This caused the noble ladies who had initially been coveting Longinus's looks to stir with renewed interest. The southern part of Saining Island is vast, making it easy to accommodate four kingdoms. Moreover, the wars initiated by the kings were merely for better development. For instance, although the Hiska kingdom is wealthy, its territory is small and resources scarce, often at a disadvantage in free trade, which is why it yearns for more land. The kingdom of Crete, located in hilly terrain with numerous waterways, lacks large flat areas suitable for grain cultivation, making its food demand the highest among the four nations. The Alabastan kingdom has vast territory and strong military personnel, but internal conflicts run deep, and it lacks water sources, making prolonged warfare unsustainable. Initially, when Longinus pointed out the shortcomings of their own nation, the kings of Hiska and Crete frowned. However, upon hearing that Alabastan's situation seemed no better than theirs, they cast disdainful glances at the Alabastan king, thinking it no wonder that this old fellow would come to the peace talks, while also being surprised at Longinus's grasp of the overall situation. The king of Alabastan furrowed his brow and parted his lips, seemingly ready to say something, but soon relaxed and gestured for Longinus to continue. The kingdom of Azga has the largest granary among the four nations, but it suffers from a lack of suitable trading channels, thus coveting the trade ports of the Hiska kingdom. The king of Azga snorted in displeasure and fell silent. In my view, the four kings could actually complement each other in terms of needs, engaging in mutual trade and development. If today's peace talks could evolve into a mutual assistance pact, it would be a significant advancement for any kingdom. Looking ahead, there are dozens of countries on Sainting Island alone, and beyond it lies a pack of wolves, with the threat of pirates never out of date. Furthermore, each year, the kings must offer substantial treasures as tribute, which is another heavy burden. Therefore, the real threat comes from the outside. If the four kings could set aside past grievances and cooperate sincerely, perhaps in a few decades, this sea would see the emergence of four top-tier powers. Under Longinus' analysis of the situation and his soul's guidance, the atmosphere in the hall gradually grew tense. Seeing that Longinus could stir up a storm even in this situation, the noble ladies cast fiery glances at him, almost as if they wanted to devour him alive, feeling a heat rising within them that made them shyly squeeze their legs together. The kings of Hisca and Crete were the first to express their willingness to set aside past hatred and prejudice for cooperation, provided the other two kings also showed sufficient sincerity. Cooperation? The king of Alabaston lightly tapped the armrest, seemingly indecisive. The king of Asca then burst into laughter, saying, "I have no issue with anything else but one thing, before you start your so-called pact. I hope the king of Alabaston can compensate me with 10 billion bellies in war reparations." Hiss! The hall was suddenly filled with gasps of surprise. Had the king of Asca lost his mind? Although they now understood that the Alabaston kingdom was not as strong as it appeared, the war situation still favored Alabaston overwhelmingly. Was he trying to force the Alabaston king into a decisive battle? Cobrel, who had been hesitating, seemed to unlock his mental shackles after hearing the arrogant words of the king of Asca. He squinted and said, "King of Asca, did I hear you correctly? Do you think your life is too comfortable and want to try the taste of downfall? Humph. You should reflect on yourself before saying such things. Don't think I don't know about the little tricks you've been playing in this war. If you don't want to lose face and be expelled from the alliance, you better agree to my terms." The king of Asca proudly raised his head, feeling he had the upper hand. The crowd in the hall began to whisper among themselves, sensing that the king of Asca seemed to have some backing for his stance. Longinus frowned slightly, indicating that the matter of Alabasta secretly contacting pirates was not known only to Cobra. However, did he really think such a scandal could topple the king of Alabasta? After all, secretly recruiting pirates could be considered a tacit understanding among various nations, and there were even official pirate forces like the Baroque works. When King Asca's dealings with pirates to ambush enemy fleets were exposed 2 years ago, it merely lowered the royal dignity and national credibility a notch, with little substantial impact. In short, in the eyes of the world government, as long as one does not plot rebellions or involve historical documents that could undermine governmental rule, that decaying regime won't care too much. Thus, the king of Alabasta calmly said, "Oh, are you referring to my hiring of pirates to join the war? I deeply reflect on this here, and in front of Brigadier General Adkin, I assure you that such things will never happen again." "All right, I've said what you wanted to say. Do you have anything else to add?" Seeing the king of Alabasta's nonchalant demeanor, the other royal nobles felt both angry and helpless. This old man truly seemed unconcerned about royal dignity. What could they do? Meanwhile, the nobles of Asca were sweating for their king, as he probably had not expected that old man to be so straightforward. To their surprise, King Asca remained unfazed, sneering, "King of Alabasta, you are indeed skilled at evading the crucial points. Unfortunately, you may not have realized that my intelligence is even more detailed than you imagine. You specifically moved the talks to tonight, not because of domestic affairs that prevent you from leaving the country for too long, but for one purpose only, to facilitate the secret actions of a certain great pirate to kill us all in this palace." King Asca's words struck like thunder on a clear day, causing the other royal nobles to panic and stand up in shock. While hiring pirates was not particularly scandalous, conspiring with them to murder other royal members, including the navy, would indeed be defined as treason. No matter how mad the king of Alabasta was, he couldn't openly provoke a giant like the world government. The other royals and the navy, along with the nobles who accompanied the king of Alabasta, looked at him with disbelief, hoping to hear him deny it. To their dismay, the king of Alabasta sighed and shook his head. "Since you know this, why expose me? I was already moved by Major Longinus's words, but now I have no choice but to kill all of you. If you reach hell, remember to repent for your foolishness." With the king of Alabasta's acknowledgement, the other royals and nobles still could not believe it. "What? King of Alabasta, you actually committed such a mad act? Aren't you afraid of the world government's sanctions? Father, what are you saying? You're dragging Alabasta into the abyss. Cobra desperately tried to dissuade him. What do you know? After hearing Cobra's words, the king of Alabasta finally showed a hint of emotional fluctuation. You always tell me that Alabasta is on the edge of a cliff. But do you think I don't know this? I am more aware of Alabasta's situation than anyone. Then why, Father? Alabasta is like an out-of-control carriage, with a collapsing cliff behind it. Continuing to run may still hold hope, but once we stop expanding, we will fall off the cliff and be crushed to pieces. The only way to save Alabasta is through plunder, continuous plunder. Even if I know the kingdom's army is unable to fight anymore, I must find other ways to maintain the war. As for the sanctions from the world government, as long as everyone here is dead, who will know it was us? The ruthless pirates destroyed the royal family and the navy, and the brave and fearless king of Alabasta stood up to save everything. What a perfect script. Crazy, you are truly insane. King Hiska felt a chill all over and kept calling, "Someone quickly, get this madman." However, outside the hall, there was a deathly silence, so quiet it was unsettling. Where are the guards? Why are there no guards coming in? King Hiska shouted in a panic. Don't struggle. My people have already taken over this palace. Next, you just need to enjoy the opera of slaughter. King Azga, since you already knew his plot, you should have been fully prepared, right? King Crit looked at King Azga, who seemed like an outsider with hopeful eyes. Of course, if I wasn't prepared, would I be foolish enough to walk into a trap? King Azga calmly took out a miniature transponder snail from his sleeve, smiling with satisfaction. The lies have already been recorded by me. No matter what happens next, the world government shouldn't suspect me. King Azga's words left people puzzled, but also gave a sense that he wasn't a good person either. King Azga, what are you talking about? King Crit asked, trembling. What do you mean? The king of Alabasta also sensed something was amiss. What do I mean? Ha ha ha. Let the mighty Captain Felix personally tell you the answer. Amidst King Azga's maniacal laughter, a man shrouded in darkness, his appearance obscured and exuding a bloody aura, walked in through the main door, followed by many vicious-looking pirates who looked at everyone in the hall as if they were evaluating goods. Felix, you actually betrayed me? The king of Alabasta asked in disbelief. King of Alabasta, don't say it so harshly. We were merely in a cooperative relationship. Since someone offered a higher price, it's understandable for me to change partners halfway. Felix shrugged helplessly. You. The king of Alabasta clutched his chest, his face pale, seemingly suffering from a heart attack due to anger. Father, please don't scare me. Cobra was somewhat lost due to this series of events. Ha ha ha. That's why you have to be generous in life, otherwise, in the end, you will only suffer. King Azga boasted triumphantly. This is even better. The king of Alabasta will die from excitement, which should better confirm everything recorded by the transponder snail. Upon hearing this, the king of Alabasta managed to hold on, but still looked at Felix with anger and unwillingness. Don't you want that thing? I can give you more. It's too late. If you, king of Alabasta, had agreed to my demands earlier, we wouldn't have reached this point. Felix led his pirates step by step down the stairs, as if he were the king controlling the situation. Now, what I demand is no longer those things, but everything you have. With that, even if I reach the new world, I will have a foundation to stand on. If worst comes to worst, I can offer it to those true big shots in exchange for even greater development. The king of Alabasta. It's such a waste to keep something like that in your hands. Indeed, I should have listened to Cobra's advice earlier. Greedy pirates like you will never be satisfied. Even if today's incident hadn't happened, you would eventually betray and harm me. King Azkaban, just wait. It won't be long before you meet the same fate as I do. I'll be waiting for you in hell. I say, aren't you guys underestimating the Navy too much? Although the bounty of 800 million for the pirate is strong, it is far from being an existence that cannot be dealt with. Brigadier General Atkin said in a harsh tone. Those brigadier generals of the New World indeed have the powerful capability to capture pirates worth over $1 billion alone. But you, a brigadier general in paradise, still have a long way to go. Felix said disdainfully. Of course, I also know that brigadier generals in the Navy are not people I can casually underestimate. Therefore, I have made full preparations to deal with you, and I owe that to the gift from the king of Alabasta. It's over, all over. My kingdom, my power. It's all gone. Seeing the crowd's gaze, the king of Alabasta said with a tragic expression, It's sea prism stone powder. Brigadier General, you are an ability user. My original plan was to use sea prism stone powder to make all ability users lose their ability to resist. Sea prism stone? How is that possible? I haven't lost my stamina, Adkins said without thinking. Suddenly his expression stiffened, my ability cannot be used, but why is my stamina still there? As the words fell, the Navy and several other royal ability users also spoke up. Oh no, my ability cannot be used either. This is the peculiar effect of sea prism stone powder. It cannot make ability users lose their stamina. At the same time, they lose their abilities like complete sea prism stones do. Felix's satisfied voice came from beneath the mask, which was specially designed to prevent the inhalation of sea prism stone dust. However, for ability users who rely on their own powers, what can they do with the stamina they retain after losing their abilities? This characteristic adds a layer of covert capability to its effectiveness. Speaking of which, I am a bit surprised. Sea prism stone is a substance harder than diamonds, yet the Kingdom of Alabasta has the technique to grind it into powder. That will disappoint you. Our kingdom does not have that kind of technique. This is merely a treasure passed down through the royal family. The King of Alabasta looked at Felix with deep hatred and mocked him. Felix didn't care. Whatever. Anyway, all I need is the sea prism stone powder you have treasured. With this treasure, even if I encounter those unbeatable monsters after advancing into the new world, I have a trump card to turn the tide. In Longinus's mind, he recalled that the memories of the soul from another world mentioned that Wano country possessed the most advanced craftsmanship of sea stone in the world, capable of processing sea stone into fine creations like nails. The Kazuki clan could even engrave historical texts onto indestructible stone tablets. Coupled with the ancient identity of the Nefertari clan's 20 kings and the stone tablet, recording historical texts in the royal tomb. Perhaps this sea stone powder was a treasure gifted by the Kazuki clan to the Nefertari clan back then. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat tense, and Felix immediately spoke up. I originally did not want to tear my face with your navy, but unfortunately, you navy have gone too far, not only destroying my slave trade, but also killing all my subordinates without exception, making me, the Knight Arbiter Felix, a laughingstock in this sea. Tell me, how should I deal with these arrogant navy? Hang them, hang them. The pirates following Felix clamored. Actually, I have an idea. Since they disrupted my slave trade, let them taste what it feels like to be a slave. Let these high and mighty royals and navy become lowly slaves. Is there anything more exciting than this? The navy and the three royal families all changed their expressions slightly. Becoming slaves was a fate more cruel than death for them. King Azkak also screamed loudly. Captain Felix, they absolutely cannot leave alive. If they expose what happened tonight, I will be finished. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Felix said with an unfriendly tone. No, that's not what I meant. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect retribution to come so quickly? I said before, these despicable pirates. The King of Alabasta laughed wildly. And then Felix glanced over, and his body suddenly exploded like a bomb, shattering into pieces, blood and viscera splattering everywhere. Someone's dead. Although the situation in the hall was stalemated, no one had died until now. Instead, it created a false illusion of peace. And the horrifying death of the King of Alabasta opened the floodgates of fear in everyone's hearts, causing chaos to erupt in the hall, with the stench of blood spreading throughout. Father, father, Cobra whispered in a daze, then looked at Felix with bloodshot eyes. You damn pirate. I will definitely kill you. The nobles of Alabasta quickly held Cobra back. Your Highness, please don't be impulsive. The enemy is a powerful pirate we cannot contend with. If you rashly charge forward, who will save Alabasta? Felix looked at Cobra disdainfully and said indifferently, the barking of a defeated dog. Is this your ability? Fear? Longinus stood up and asked. Felix's expression froze for a moment. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, You are the navy that disrupted my slave trade? You actually have the courage to stand in front of me. Your guts are not small. Are you trying to change the subject? Longinus asked with a gentle smile. Felix's gaze sharpened. I don't know what you're talking about. As the Knight Arbiter, I can amplify my abilities infinitely at night. Every word and every glance of mine can become the arbiter of law. Do you want to taste death right now? I currently have no fear in my heart. Are you sure you want to try? Breaking the invincible image in your subordinates' minds is minor. If you destroy the seeds of fear you deliberately planted in everyone's hearts, it will render all your subsequent actions meaningless. Felix took a deep breath and fell silent. Longinus then said, From the very beginning, you have been creating a powerful and mysterious image for yourself, or rather, you have been doing this since you set sail, even going so far as to hide in darkness all day. The auction of slaves you mentioned earlier and the ability to kill with a glance are also to amplify. Enough. Shut up, Felix shouted, unleashing his abilities to the limit. However, Longinus showed no reaction, as calm as a breeze passing over the hills. How is this possible? As long as one is human, there will be fear, fear of power, fear of failure, fear of death. Why do you not have even a trace of fear? Felix shouted in disbelief, recalling how that king of Alabasta had died from the fear of losing power, his fear exploding within him. Yet he could sense no fear whatsoever from this naval officer. Is this guy really human? As his words fell, the hall erupted in an uproar. It truly is a power related to fear. Major Longinus is indeed a naval hero, able to maintain such extreme calm in this situation. What a joke. If there is fear, one will die. This ability is too incomprehensible. I can't be fearless like Major Longinus. Will I die soon? Fool. This twisted ability must have terrifying limitations or consumption that Felix doesn't have the time to deal with a small fry like you. No fear? Is this what a true navy is like? Does he possess a fruit ability somewhat similar to Big Mom? Longinus speculated inwardly, his body moving step by step closer to Felix. Fear arises from the fear of loss, but I have never believed I would fail. Standing forever in the position of the victor means I will never lose. As Longinus's voice fell, a deathly silence enveloped the great hall. The royal nobles of the four nations were all shocked, firmly believing that they would never fail, to the extent that the thought of fear had never arisen in their hearts. What a powerful conviction. Meanwhile, Brigadier Adkin and the naval officers were also shaken, firmly believing that justice would never fail. Is this the reason for Major Longinus's strength? The muddled Kabura, upon hearing what Longinus said, felt a lift in his heart's gloom. Was it because I was too weak in the past that I knew the outcome was wrong, yet still couldn't rely on my own strength to stop it? Is it because I always envied Major Longinus's power, yet never thought about the source of that power? So I can only helplessly endure all of this as a failure? Kabura, since you long for Major Longinus's strength so much, wipe away your tears and stand up. From now on, fight fearlessly like Major Longinus. Felix was taken aback, then laughed wildly, saying, "Ha, you little navy brat are truly arrogant and ignorant. Is there really anyone in the world who never fails? Since you are so convinced that you will keep winning, let me shatter your illusory fantasy." Felix grasped the air, and a massive scythe exuding a dark aura appeared directly in his hand. After all, your navy's strongest combat power is now just a useless person. Even if you can ignore my abilities, what can a mere major do standing out? If you claim you don't know what fear is, then let me teach you what fear truly means. Scream, wail, and then die in fear. Felix brandished the massive scythe, shouting with mad excitement. As if his mind was infected by that brutal aura, Longinus surprisingly did not flinch or evade, allowing the towering scythe, which was 3 men high, to fall upon him. Boom! The intricately patterned marble floor cracked like a spider's web, spreading throughout the great hall, with the sound of explosive rumbling echoing endlessly. Amidst the rising dust, the screams of the royal nobles and the laughter and insults of the pirates echoed continuously. However, the smile under Felix's mask froze completely on his face. He clearly sensed an unshakable force stopping the scythe of death from continuing its descent. To be precise, it was completely restrained, to the extent that he could hardly even draw his weapon. As the dust settled, the screams and laughter abruptly stopped, and the situation in the hall seemed entirely different from what they had imagined. Longinus raised one hand above his head, grasping the sharp, massive scythe in his hand, as if it were a comical tug-of-war between an ant and an elephant. But none of the pirates could laugh, for they could see clearly that their captain was flushed and struggling to pull the weapon. Yet the scythe, which had severed the heads of countless powerful pirates, remained utterly motionless. Just as you previously told Brigadier Adkin, when a person's ability is restrained, how much of their strength can they still exert? Longinus stood tall, like a benchmark, speaking with a calm expression. How is this possible? The scythe of death carries the fears of those people. Even the giant race could not receive it so lightly. How could someone like you possibly just be a naval major? Who exactly are you? Felix could not suppress the fear rising in his heart. Even if his ability was restrained, such a powerful attack should not be caught by a mere naval major. Behind Longinus, Brigadier General Adkin said with an odd expression, "I'm starting to believe you really are just lucky. If you had analyzed our intelligence carefully, you would know that the strongest in our navy is not me." What? Felix looked in disbelief at Longinus, who was holding the blade of the scythe. Brigadier General Adkin then mockingly said, "Captain Felix, you're also a seasoned pirate. How do you not understand that the highest bounty does not necessarily mean the strongest? Cough. I misspoke. The highest rank does not necessarily mean the strongest." Felix nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, almost enraged to the point of internal injury. As he glared at the pile of flesh on the ground that used to be the king of Alabasta, gritting his teeth and saying, "That old bastard dared to deceive me. You can't blame the king of Alabasta. He doesn't understand these things. He, like you, mistakenly thought I was the strongest." Brigadier General Adkin said helplessly. Just as Felix was about to say something, Longinus flicked the tip of the scythe upwards, directly sending him flying into the air, then appearing before him like a bolt of lightning, his right leg raised high and falling like a sharp axe. Felix, despite being a battle-hardened pirate, felt panic in his heart but instinctively reacted, transforming the fear into armor to protect himself. Unfortunately, after a series of previous events, the fear of Felix in everyone's hearts had gradually faded, and the black armor appeared dim, seemingly just a layer of black mist wrapped around his body. Unable to withstand Longinus' thunderous strike, Felix instantly embedded into the ground, the violent shock causing the palace's pillars to begin shattering, startling everyone inside to flee in chaos. Boom! In just a few breaths, the exquisite and luxurious palace completely collapsed, making it impossible to find any traces of the past in the ruins. However, no one lamented this unimportant matter, and anxious or expectant gazes were cast toward the chaotic ruins. Longinus stood atop the ruins, his imposing aura enveloping the surroundings, fully aware of Felix's small movements. Suddenly, the ruins exploded, and a tattered black shadow charged towards Longinus. However, Longinus seemed to have anticipated this, his long legs sweeping out like a whip, sending Felix bouncing off the ground several times before crashing down with a thunderous impact. What incredible vigilance! To be able to guard against my surprise attack and respond in time, even in such a situation. To everyone's surprise, after enduring a series of blows from Longinus, Felix stood up as if nothing had happened, brushing himself off. Longinus had no interest in explaining the matter of observation hockey to him. He merely looked at the other person with interest. Although his martial arts were still as weak as before, had his physical fitness suddenly increased several times? Umph. Sharp-tongued little brat. Felix let out a cold snort of displeasure, but did not argue. After all, his martial arts were indeed far inferior to Longinus's. Clearly, our inner fears were gradually fading. Why was he becoming even stronger? Brigadier General Adkin frowned slightly. Pirates with bounties nearing 1 billion in the first half of the Grand Line were indeed difficult to deal with. Don't think that just because you have no fear in your heart, you've found a way to restrain me. People like you can never imagine the power of a devil fruit user. Felix removed his shattered mask, revealing a pale face that had not seen sunlight for a long time, mixed with fear and madness as he said, "The more fear you have, the stronger you become. This can also apply to me. Since you're no longer afraid of me, let me fear you." Hearing what Felix said, the royal nobles couldn't help but take a deep breath. Indeed, these great pirates returning from the rear sea were all monsters. In the face of the weak, one could invoke the fear in their hearts, achieving an overwhelming instant kill effect. In the face of the strong, one could amplify their own inner fear, enhancing their own power. This kind of bug-like ability was completely different from the abilities they had in mind. However, more people were shocked by Longinus' strength, which had actually forced a great pirate like Felix to willingly place himself in a weaker position. No wonder even Brigadier General Adkin openly admitted that he was not a match for Major Longinus. Longinus, you could be said to be one of the strongest opponents I have encountered in the first half of the Grand Line. To show my respect, I will use my strongest power to kill you. Felix felt a surge of blood boiling in his heart, as if recalling the self who had chosen to go to sea for adventure back then. "I'm really sorry, but your fate can only be to atone for your first half of life and impel down." Longinus' extreme control over his body allowed him to easily stomp the ground dozens of times in a very short time, reaching the ultimate application of Soru in speed, appearing in front of Felix as if he had teleported. Another one of those tricks? A sinister smile appeared on Felix's pale face as he wrapped his entire body in black mist, the floating mist solidifying into sharp spikes, seemingly preparing to exchange injuries with Longinus. He laughed maniacally. "Come on, let me feel your strength. Let me shiver under your might." Felix was very clear. Although he couldn't match the opponent in speed, he could compete with him in taking hits. After all, every time he was injured, he could deepen his fear and transform that fear into a continuous source of power. In short, it was about bringing the opponent to the same level and then defeating him with rich experience in taking hits. However, Felix's twisted smile quickly froze on his face. because Longinus had already locked Sea Prism stone handcuffs around his wrists. His speed and reaction were already inferior to the other parties, and thinking about passively taking hits. He didn't even have time to react before becoming a prisoner. Without mastering observation hockey, a Devil Fruit user facing an agile opponent was actually at a disadvantage, because the enemy didn't need a particularly powerful attack, as long as they, like Longinus, seized the opportunity to make contact with the Sea Prism Stone. They could quickly and cleanly end the battle. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't carry Sea Prism Stone handcuffs with them like Longinus did. Felix fell silent for a moment, and a look of indignation appeared on his face. It was like being betrayed by his best friend, or like a girl deceived by a scumbag. How could you cheat in the promised peak duel? Idiot, who said anything was promised? It was entirely your one-sided wishful thinking. Longinus's lips twitched, having long since lost hope for the average intelligence of the pirate world. Meanwhile, the surrounding royal nobles, as well as those pirates and navy, all wore dumbfounded expressions, unable to react in time. We've already taken off our pants, and you show me this? They had thought the next would be a shocking, even epic battle worthy of being recorded in history. Unfortunately, they guessed the beginning, but not the ending. This was indeed a teaching case that should be recorded in history. As the negative example, Felix could teach other pirates a lesson. Devil Fruit users must remain clear-headed during battle and must not fall into a highly self-satisfied state. It turns out the captain is an idiot. As a Devil Fruit user, he didn't even know to be wary of the enemy's Sea Prism Stone attack. The pirates who had followed Felix were already cursing internally, tacitly retreating to the back, hoping that the Navy would react later. However, the Navy, with 2 years of experience in following behind Longinus for the kill, naturally would not miss this opportunistic chance and immediately surrounded them after noticing the pirates' small movements. Is this it? Is this the great pirate that father placed all his hopes on? Cobra felt it was very ironic and was instead relieved by Felix's betrayal. Otherwise, what awaited them would have been a deeper disaster. The misfortune that should have been borne by them was all taken by some other party. Are you kidding me? That's a pirate with an 80 million berries bounty. How could he be so easily captured by a Navy major? I must be under too much pressure and hallucinating. That's right, it must be like that. King Azka forcibly hypnotized himself, but the malicious gazes around made him feel like he was sitting on needles, unable to suppress the fear in his heart. King Azka, based on your atrocious actions during this pirate attack, I have the right to arrest you directly. Of course, considering your identity as a king, I won't throw you directly into impelled down. Now think carefully about how to explain to the government officials who are about to arrive. Longinus locked the handcuffs on King Azka's wrists, making it clear that he would not overstep his bounds. Government officials? King Azka swallowed hard, knowing that those coming this time would most likely be the notorious CP organization. No one would want to deal with those cold-blooded machines, and he was no exception, even as a king. Major Longinus, no, Lord Longinus, please just pretend this incident never happened. I firmly support the four-nation cooperation proposal you proposed earlier, and I advocate every word you said. Also, by the way, to all the Navy lords working hard to capture pirates, I have decided to sponsor 30 million berries as your military expenses on behalf of the Azka Kingdom. King Azka spoke with strength and boldness, and anyone who didn't know would think he was talking about 3 billion berries. Longinus twitched the corners of his mouth. 30 million berries was just Tina's pocket change for a month, even though the Azka Kingdom was far less wealthy than the Hiska Kingdom. Talking about 30 million berries for a kingdom of that size was indeed too petty. Longinus even suspected that this guy never intended to fulfill the price agreed upon with Felix. No wonder Brigadier Atkins said from the beginning that this king of Azka was foolish and greedy. Despite the situation, he was still so miserly, serving him right to be the scapegoat. Any negotiation is based on strength, and the interests between countries are no exception. In the resumed negotiations among the three countries, Longinus, who had come with the momentum of defeating Felix, received enthusiastic support from the royal families and nobles for every word he said in the peace treaty. Although these nobles knew that as a naval officer, Longinus couldn't do much to them. The thought that he had sent the notorious pirate with an 80 million Bailey bounty and a king from a government-affiliated state to prison in such a short time made them tremble with fear and involuntarily agree with every word he said. The Alabasticide was even more so. The newly crowned King Cobra was a huge fan of Longinus, and with Longinus having captured the culprit who killed the previous king, they worshipped him even more, leading to every proposal made by Longinus being approved unconditionally. In just half an hour, the three countries completed a diplomatic agreement that would have taken at least half a month to negotiate before. and Brigadier Adkin was left dumbfounded as he received the billion funding shared by the three countries. The gap between people is indeed greater than that between humans and pigs. Brigadier Adkin sighed, thinking about how the negotiations that had once caused him great distress ended so easily, and he even received such a large funding without any effort. He felt somewhat ashamed of his past self. The Navy following Brigadier Adkin looked peculiar. It seemed that the Brigadier's words were somewhat off. Never mind. It's better not to remind him. After the meeting, Cobra asserted the king's authority and forcibly dispersed those lustful female beasts seeking mating, finally securing some alone time with his idol. Major Longinus, I really don't know how to thank you. You not only restored the royal family's nearly shattered reputation, but also saved the fate of all Alabastan citizens. At this moment, Cobra finally showed a bit of a king's composure, at least not as nervous as before, unable to speak. King Cobra, I just did what a naval officer should do. The greatest affirmation for me is to spread the ideals of peace and justice to further places, Longinus replied with a gentle smile, seeming to always radiate warmth like a spring breeze. Major Longinus, I'm very aware of your commitment to justice. If I were to express my gratitude with money, it would be an insult to your noble character, Cobra declared earnestly, then signaled to the attendant behind him to bring forth the items he was holding. Longinus secretly sighed in relief that he did not have a money-swallowing system, which prevented him from forcing Cobra to insult his character. Cobra carefully took out the medal, which was a cross medal inlaid with gold and diamonds, shining brilliantly under the dazzling sunlight and radiating captivating colors. The nobles following Cobra couldn't help but show envy. This was the highest honor medal of the Alabasta Kingdom. Even in the 800-year history of Alabasta, the number of people qualified to wear this medal was very few. If Longinus was only seeking revenge for the royal family, he would indeed not be qualified to wear it. However, the series of proposals he made regarding the future development of the three countries had caught their attention. Those were truly precious suggestions that could save Alabasta. Therefore, even the stubborn nobles had no objections to it. Longinus, who had done his homework before coming, naturally knew what this highest honor medal represented. And while he was secretly surprised by Cobra's boldness, he was also somewhat moved. In terms of fame and fortune, he valued fame far above fortune. Pirates mostly relied on their fierce reputation to maintain their rule, while the Navy needed the banner of justice as a ladder for promotion. He had appeared in the newspapers numerous times over the past few years, but this was the first time he was seen as a national hero by the public. Of course, Longinus would not show excessive impatience, as that would contradict his consistent bright image. Therefore, Longinus calmly said, I only did what I was supposed to do. If I gain honors that exceed the corresponding level because of this, it would be unfair to my fellow Navy comrades. If possible, I hope to share this honor with the entire Navy. The surrounding Navy personnel were all shocked and moved. Major Longinus actually refused such a high honor for our sake. Fortunately, Cobra did not disappoint Longinus and quickly said, as if awakening from a dream, You are right, Major Longinus. I overlooked other brave naval heroes. How about this? Major Longinus, please don't rush to reject my goodwill. On the other hand, if everyone is not in a hurry to return, how about I personally hold a medal awarding ceremony for other Navy personnel? Although the medals awarded by Cobra could not possibly be at the same level as Longinus's, for the often overlooked lower ranks of the Navy, it was already the best gift. If possible, who wouldn't he want to stand on that dazzling stage and enjoy the glory of being the center of attention? Although most Navy personnel were fooled into joining the Navy by the ideals of justice, it was precisely because of this that they hoped even more for recognition from others, even if it was not an awarding ceremony from the naval headquarters for these lower ranks. A medal awarding ceremony recognized by a member of the world government was enough to make them excited to the point of forgetting themselves. Do we also have the right to be awarded medals? Long live King Cobra. Long live Major Longinus. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers of the surrounding Navy, Longinus subtly curled his lips. Longinus is very clear that no matter what his reputation is in the outside world, the most important foundation is always the influence within the Navy. Therefore, whenever there is something beneficial, he will find ways to involve other Navy members. Over time, his status in the hearts of the G2 branch Navy even surpasses that of many rear admirals and vice admirals. Because of this, Tina, at a young age, has already learned to win people's hearts alongside the older brother she admires. During Lewis's last welcome, those lieutenant colonels and colonels consciously stepped back behind Longinus to highlight his status. seeing that their king has restored the prestige of the Alabaster royal family merely by using some metals that do not represent actual interests. Even those nobles who had previously complained about Cobra's lack of prudence and making promises without consulting them are now overjoyed, as if their king has inadvertently found a more suitable path for Alabasta. Due to such a simple promise, the reputation of the Alabaster royal family in the Navy has been restored to its former glory, which inevitably makes King Hiska and King Crit feel envious, thinking that they must closely follow the footsteps of Major Longinus in the future. They also decisively participated, transforming an award ceremony that initially had few people paying attention into a grand joint award event among 3 countries, with even the G2 branch sending someone to inquire about the details. In the hero square of the Hiska Kingdom, the crowd gathered to witness this grand event has already made it completely congested, and reporters from major newspapers have converged here like sharks sensing blood. Due to the scandals exposed by the former king of Alabasta and the king of Azka, the situation announced to the public this time is merely that the Black Cloak pirates attempted to sabotage peace by plotting to assassinate the 4 royal families during the peace talks, resulting in the deaths of 2 kings. Fortunately, the Navy hero Major Longinus discovered and thwarted the pirates' conspiracy in time, averting this disaster. Such stories involving war and peace, pirates and the Navy, conspiracy and justice have always been favored by the public, especially since 2 kings died because of this, which drove the crowd and reporters into a frenzy. Seeing the situation, King Hiska couldn't help but smile, as Hiska, with the 2 largest port cities on Sailing Island, is wealthier than most countries can imagine. However, in terms of international influence, the capital of their kingdom is even less famous than those 2 port cities. Because of this, he craves international recognition even more, and the joint award ceremony being held in the Hiska Kingdom is undoubtedly the best opportunity to raise their profile. Thus, he is sparing no effort to organize it, aiming to make this grand event perfect. How much longer do we have to wait? I specifically asked my father to dock the merchant ship here just to see Major Longinus. A brilliantly dressed young girl in the crowd said impatiently, "Yeah, although these Navy members are indeed admirable, I still choose Major Longinus." A delicate ponytailed girl next to her nodded in agreement. "Hey, are you all here because of Major Longinus?" A sweet voice came from behind the 2, revealing a petite girl holding a stack of booklets taller than her head. "Of course. Ever since Major Longinus saved me from the pirates when I was at my most desperate a year ago, I vowed to follow him to the ends of the world." "You were saved by Major Longinus from the pirates? How lucky. If only I could have such a romantic experience too." The ponytail girl said enviously. This was a fateful encounter. If it weren't for Major Longinus being a great benefactor to my family, my father wouldn't have agreed to this request that would cost him a fortune. A year ago? Wait a minute. The seemingly delicate petite girl exclaimed, unexpectedly pushing the booklet in her hand to a nearby young man who was watching the scene. Then quickly flipped through the top booklet. "Got it. Here it is, in the 1499th year of the Sea-Round calendar, Lieutenant Longinus defeated the Roy's pirates, rescuing 5 merchant ships from the pirates and leaving behind that famous quote." The petite girl read aloud, taking a deep breath. "The problems of this era cannot be solved by speeches and resolutions. These problems can only be resolved by iron and blood." That's right, the girl exclaimed excitedly. At that time, Major Longinus used this statement to reprimand those kingdom officials who asked him not to take extreme actions. His strong words are something I will never forget. The ponytailed girl couldn't help but gasp, looking at the booklet with fiery eyes. Could this be the legendary collection of Major Longinus's sayings and deeds, only available in some mysterious circles? "Yes, it is," the petite girl said mysteriously. "This is the first-hand material personally compiled by Miss Tina, the president of our Longinus fan club." "Wow," the 2 girls exclaimed in unison. "How much is it?" "I'll buy it." Their voices fell, and their eyes locked, as if thunder rumbled and currents intersected. "You don't need to argue. These are being given away for free to help everyone better support Major Longinus." The petite girl skillfully handed a copy to each of them. Thank you. The 2 girls cradled the booklets in their hands, eagerly absorbing the knowledge within. "Phew, Major Longinus certainly has a lot of potential fans. Maybe the quotes I brought today won't even be enough," the petite girl said cheerfully. Then her expression stiffened as she looked at the person she had used as a bookshelf, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. I just placed it there without thinking." The unfortunate young man, used as a bookshelf, was considerably taller than the girl, and the large stack of booklets barely touched the top of his head, not obscuring his somewhat worn straw hat. Haha, don't worry about it. A hearty laugh came from the young man behind the booklets, as if nothing could bother him. That said, the girl still shyly retrieved the booklets, only to discover that underneath the man's straw hat was a mane of messy red hair. By the way, can I have a copy of that? Huh. Has Major Longinus's charm developed to the point of transcending gender boundaries? The girl was secretly surprised, but quickly got back into the moment, taking out a booklet and handing it to him. Do you also support Major Longinus like us? Sorry. Actually, I just entered the Grand Line from the East Sea, and I'm a newcomer. I'm not very familiar with Major Longinus, but I was curious seeing how much you admire him. Oh, then you should definitely get to know Major Longinus well. The girl nodded earnestly. If you can understand the power contained in Major Longinus's words, who knows, you might become a Navy hero like him in the future. Seeing the girl struggling to walk away with the booklet, the straw hat man awkwardly scratched his head. Become a Navy hero? But I used to often run around with the captain being chased by Navy heroes. However, to be crazily worshipped by so many people, that Navy called Longinus must be a very impressive guy. With this thought in mind, Shanks eagerly opened the booklet. In the year 1498 of the sea calendar, Lieutenant Longinus arrested the corrupt Navy, liberated 5 towns under dark rule, and told the corrupt Navy, I believe this saying is an immortal truth. What is gained by the sword will also be lost by the sword. In May 1499 of the sea calendar, Lieutenant Longinus assisted the Noah kingdom in quelling the chaos. Lamenting on the bloody and cruel battlefield, war is the feast of death. It will open the gates to hell. In July 1499 of the sea calendar, Lieutenant Longinus. The booklet only had a few short pages, not thick, and did not provide lengthy discussions on each event. It's unclear whether the author thought this thin booklet would soon be filled with more content, or if they believed these brief words were impactful enough. In any case, after reading, the playful smile on Shank's face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Boss, I have to say this guy is indeed a very charming man, with legendary deeds and quotes, dreamlike strength and looks. If I were one of those little girls, I would probably be infatuated with him too. A gunman dressed like a little hoodlum had snuck up beside Shanks, looking at the quotes with a smirk. His words amused Shanks, and he replied, if that naval major knew you were also madly in love with him, he probably wouldn't be too happy. Shanks, Jesus Burgess, what are you two laughing about? The supplies have been procured. Let's set sail while no one is paying attention. A cold man with a long spear at his waist and a fringe hanging down from his left temple squeezed through the crowd and whispered. Unexpectedly, Shanks threw his arm around his shoulder and laughed heartily. Beckman, relax. We haven't officially set sail yet, and the Navy doesn't have a bounty on us. So what are we afraid of? I have no problem, but as for you, Captain, being a former Pirate King's crew member, that's a different story. Ben Beckman calmly replied as he extricated himself from Shanks' grip. Shoo. Shanks leaned in close to Beckman, feigning terror. Lower your voice. I don't want to attract the Navy's attention so soon. Ben Beckman disdainfully pushed him away and said flatly, you're the captain anyway. Do whatever you want. Don't worry. Once I finish watching that Longinus Award ceremony, I'll leave with you. I'm not just here for fun. As your captain, it's only natural to take risks and gather intelligence on the enemy. Shanks boasted, completely ignoring the disdain in their eyes. A steady stream of Navy personnel passed through the square, and finally, at the moment Longinus appeared, the atmosphere reached its peak. Lord Longinus has arrived. Lieutenant Longinus. I will always support you. Seeing many girls around fainting from excitement, Shanks stared in disbelief, saying, this guy doesn't look that extraordinary. Do they really need to be like this? Jesus Burgess threw his arm around Shanks' shoulder and grinned. Boss, jealousy is a devil. Ben Beckman also commented with indifference. He's indeed much more handsome than you. Seeing Shanks looking dejected, the scoundrel Jesus Burgess shared his wisdom. Boss, you don't understand. Once these little girls get past their superficial phase of chasing appearances, they'll realize that the most important thing about a mature man is his depth. I attracted Banshina's attention with this melancholic and pensive exterior, Jesus Burgess continued teasingly, and those 3 scars above your left, I clearly tell a story of hardship. You'll definitely be more popular than that Navy guy in the future. Is that so? Shanks soon burst into carefree laughter, earning disapproving glances from those nearby. The award ceremony is over. Can we leave now? Since we rarely come here, let's. Beckman shot a cold glance, and Shanks raised his hands in surrender. All right, I get it. Taking advantage of the lingering excitement, the 3 quietly left the crowd. On the sparsely populated street, Beckman had his hands in his pockets. Captain, Have you decided where to go next? I plan to follow Captain Rogers' route to witness everything he experienced and complete that unfinished journey. Shanks adjusted his straw hat, his gaze firm. He and Buggy had to disembark midway due to insufficient strength, which left a lingering regret in his heart. The Pirate King's route, huh? Not bad. Beckman nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, it seems someone is calling for help. Shanks suddenly perked up, looking into the distance. Hey, boss, we're pirates. You aren't really thinking of becoming a righteous Navy hero after reading that Navy's quotes, are you? Jesus Burgess teased. Since I know her, I can't just let her suffer in front of me. Shanks said, quickly running ahead. Someone you know? Is it that girl from before? Could it be that the boss is in love? Jesus Burgess laughed lewdly and soon followed. In a corner of the alley, a petite girl was cornered by 3 unruly punks. Everyone else went to the square to watch those Navy guys. We were planning to take the opportunity to steal something, but now it seems we have a better choice. Stop talking. If you keep blabbing, I'll be the first to go. No way, I said last time that for this kind of good thing, I should be the first. The girl trembled, threatening. Don't come any closer, or Lieutenant Longinus will definitely punish you bad guys. The 3 exchanged glances and burst into wild laughter. At this moment, no one would come to save her, no matter how loud she screamed. However, maybe if she called for help again later, it would mean something different. The leading delinquent had arrogantly undone his belt when suddenly a gunshot rang out. The delinquent looked down blankly, then let out a heart-wrenching scream. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I meant to shoot your hand, but I missed a bit. Hearing the voice from behind, the other 2 delinquents turned around to see a guy dressed similarly to them twirling a revolver, casually saying those flippant words. What do you want to do? The 2 delinquents swallowed hard. They were just street thugs who bullied the weak and feared the strong. And compared to this guy who would pull a gun over a disagreement, they were practically law-abiding citizens. What do you think we want to do? Jesus Burgess glared at the 2. Oh, I understand. The 2 delinquents glanced at Jesus Burgess, who was dressed similarly, and nodded repeatedly. Boss, you go first. We'll go second. No, we'll go 4th and 5th, that's fine. So you're that kind of person. The girl screamed with tears in her eyes, clearly having recognized someone trying to act tough behind Jesus. Shanks looked confused. Was he being forced to take the blame? Jesus awkwardly scratched his head, wondering if he really looked that much like a bad guy. Although pirates could be considered bad people in a sense, it was still a bit unpleasant to be thought of as being on the same level as those delinquents. Shanks approached with an air of indifference, his sharp gaze making it hard to look him in the eye. I want you scumbags to get out of my sight quickly, or you'll be staying here forever. Will leave right now. Although Shanks didn't possess the conqueror's hockey yet, the undeniable aura in his words was more than those delinquents could bear, causing them to sit down in shock and stammer as they prepared to flee. Take that guy with you. Upon hearing Shanks' commanding tone, the 2 delinquents instinctively turned back, each grabbing a foot and fleeing for their lives. Shanks ignored the idiots, turning to the girl in the corner with a gentle smile. Don't come over here. The petite girl was clearly frightened by the delinquent's words, and combined with Jesus' appearance, he didn't seem like a good person at all. Therefore, she remained wary of Shanks, who was with Jesus. Wait, I'm Shanks, he awkwardly tried to explain, but was suddenly interrupted by a scream filled with fear and despair. The 3 of them turned toward the sound, only to find the 3 delinquents lying in a pool of blood. And at the end of the street stood a Navy officer draped in a coat of justice. It's Lieutenant Longinus. The petite girl let out a long scream. If lung capacity could be converted into combat power, her fighting ability was at least over 10,000. It's that Navy. Jesus felt a bit frustrated. As the sniper on the ship, he recognized the newcomer slower than the girl. So, could being a lovesick fool also be a talent? Ben Beckman, who had been watching coldly, finally looked serious. This Navy officer was definitely someone to be taken seriously on the island. Eliminate evil. Out of 100 scumbags, perhaps one might find redemption. But the disasters caused by the remaining 99 cannot be compensated by a single redemption. Longinus spoke with a gentle tone while delivering ironclad words, creating a stark contrast. The justice coat under the sunlight showed no signs of blood, as if dealing with a few small thugs was an insignificant matter to him. As a Navy protecting justice, don't you think this is too hasty? They're also living beings. Someone will be sad and upset if they die. Shanks didn't actually care much about the delinquents' lives. He was just curious about how the so-called hero Longinus would respond to this question. I protect the justice of people, not the justice of scum. Scum cannot be considered human. Longinus walked steadily, as if nothing could disturb his pace. Ben Beckman even noticed that the Navy officer's rhythm had remained unchanged, almost like a lifeless robot from a sci-fi story. This guy seemed to have the Navy's creed engraved in his bones, to the point where no flaws of self-indulgence could be found in him, even in private settings. What a terrifying guy. Lieutenant Longinus, thank goodness you came to save me. Otherwise, the petite girl ran to Longinus's side, like she was rushing towards the sun, excitedly speaking. Hey, I was the one who saved you. Why the double standard? Shanks inwardly complained. But what frustrated him more was that the girl was looking at them with suspicion, whispering, Lieutenant Longinus, you must be careful of these guys. They don't look like good people. Indeed, a red-haired guy, a delinquent, and a mute. This combination would hardly be associated with good people in the eyes of ordinary folks. However, the three were not weaklings. Even if the girl lowered her voice, it was still clear to them. Ben Beckman was fine, but both Jesus and Shanks felt hurt. It wasn't pleasant to be suspected after trying to do a good deed. What surprised Shanks and the others even more was that the Navy officer actually defended them, saying, you've misunderstood them. They really came to save you. Huh, is that so? The girl had no doubts about Longinus's words, reddening her face as she apologized. I'm so sorry. I mistook you for bad people. Next time you're out, be more careful. Shanks and Jesus felt helpless. What could they do? They couldn't possibly hold a grudge against the little girl. However, it was disheartening that a baseless statement from the Navy could make her believe without reservation, while they, who tried to do good, were suspected. The disparity in treatment made them question life itself. After the girl left, Longinus smiled gently and said this time, it was indeed thanks to you three. Otherwise, could delayed justice still be called justice? Shanks never expected that, as a pirate, he would have a day of light-hearted conversation with the Navy, and although this Navy was strong, he wasn't particularly unpleasant. Huh, you don't sound as hypocritical as other navies. I used to want to join the Navy, but unfortunately, I was rejected by the person in charge at the time because of the scar on my eye. Shanks sighed in relief after saying this, praising his own cleverness. That was indeed a bit excessive, selecting the Navy ISNTA beauty contest, even if you don't look like a good person. Cough, cough. What's wrong? It's nothing. The wind is too strong. My throat is a bit itchy. How about this? Come back with me to the Navy base. With your desire for justice, you'll surely grow into an excellent Navy officer soon. Cough, cough, cough. What is wrong with you guys? Why did all three of you suddenly start coughing? It's nothing. The wind is too strong. My throat is a bit itchy. Seeing Beckman and Jesus give him a murderous look, Shanks quickly came up with an excuse. Oh no, the agreed time is almost up. We need to hurry to the port. Otherwise, we'll miss the next passenger ship. Don't worry. If you miss it, I'll have a warship escort you. A warship escort? Cough, cough, cough. Thank you, Lieutenant, for your kindness, but we have urgent matters to attend to. Let us talk about it next time. After seeing Shanks and the others leave the alley as if they were fleeing, Longinus gradually reined in his smile, muttering to himself. I didn't expect to encounter a future Yonko here. It's just a pity that he is insignificant right now, even if I report to the world government. No one would think an intern from a pirate king's ship poses much of a threat. Although if I strongly requested it, perhaps I could mobilize a large fleet from the G2 branch to encircle them. But that wouldn't benefit me at all. It would just be a thankless task. And many might even think I'm overreacting. Moreover, light exists precisely because of darkness, due to the threat of the four emperors. The government can tolerate the expansion of the Navy. Only with a stronger Navy can everything I do have meaning. Of course, nurturing enemies can lead to self-destruction, and it all depends on whose methods are more sophisticated. Red-haired Shanks, I believe the day we meet again will not be too far away. The Navy headquarters issued bounties, and bounty hunters pursued them, which is a very common sight in the pirate world. However, the bounty hunter profession inherently walks the line between light and darkness. With a mix of powerful loners and underground assassins, and many bounty hunters are themselves wanted criminals. If they were to bring the heads of pirates to the Navy headquarters to collect bounties, they might even end up thrown into prison by the Navy. Therefore, the Hunter Guild, which is half official and half dark, came into being. The forces behind the guild are quite complex, with the world government being the main entity, acting as the white glove for those big figures. Then there are the nobles of various kingdoms, wealthy merchants spanning several seas, and even dark kings from the underground world. Because of this, although most of the bounties publicly displayed by the Hunter Guild are issued by the Navy headquarters, there are also many underground bounties for assassinating leaders of opposing forces or gathering intelligence from enemy nations. In a kingdom located in the Central Sea area of the first half of the Grand Line, known for its notorious Black Triangle region, countless pirates are entrenched, and it is even referred to as the Sea of Thieves by outsiders. Thus, in the Hunter Guild branch within this pirate nest, the tasks handed out are naturally focused on those underground bounties. Ironically, the most frequent visitors to this Hunter Guild are actually pirates, who laugh as they watch others exchange bounties, then ponder their strength to decide whether to engage in black-on-black crime. Even without business, they can sit down, drink, and boast about the sea. However, the usually noisy branch of the guild is now so silent that even a pin dropping on the ground can be clearly heard. This is all because of the man sitting at the front desk wearing a ghost mask. Gulp. Is that guy really the demon sword Apophis? He won't go on a killing spree and wipe us all out, right? It is rumored that he is as terrifying as a slaughterhouse each time he kills. Even the pirate captains with a fearsome reputation in the nearby seas are now whispering in fear, too afraid to lift their heads, terrified that meeting the gaze of that man might lead to their death. I don't know. I hope I don't encounter such a monster. I heard that the ogre Barrow, who has a bounty of 92 million berries, screamed in agony for a kilometer after being targeted by him. It's hard to imagine what kind of torment could make such a brutal pirate weep and beg for mercy. The pirates nearby trembled, the ghostly wails echoing in their ears once again. I am Apophis. You should have heard of my name. I plan to establish my own pirate crew and aim for the title of Pirate King, so I need to recruit some experienced crew members. Upon hearing that Apophis intends to recruit crew members, the Hunter Guild almost erupted. He is a powerful adventurer whose strength is so great that even pirates with bounties close to 100 million are not his match. Although Apophis is rumored to be cruel, cruelty is indeed a synonym for strength among pirates. For most pirates, they would rather follow a strong and ruthless captain than a weak and easygoing one. If they can get on Apophis's ship, they might become senior officials in a future large pirate crew. Great Apophis, my bounty is only 27 million berries, but I have always admired your strength. Please allow me to follow you. A somewhat well-known pirate excitedly stood up to make his request. I don't care whether your strength is strong or weak. Even the ogre Barrow is just a matter of one sword or two to me. A cold voice came from beneath Apophis's mask. At this point, the crowd surged even more. Lord Apophis, please take me in. I am the Gravekeeper Ross with a bounty of 35 million berries. And me, please take me to witness your legend. Soon, Apophis had brought most of the pirates under his command, nodding slightly as he said, "We have enough manpower now. The next issue is the ship. Only a top-tier warship built by Adam the Treasure Tree can match my status." Although it was unclear what Apophis meant by bringing up this topic, a new recruit flattered him, saying, of course, the legendary pirate King Roger completed his great voyage on a ship built by Adam the Treasure Tree, so Lord Apophis should naturally have the same top-notch ship. Apophis nodded appreciatively, saying, there have been rumors about Adam the Treasure Tree at the auction in Water 7. It is estimated that it could sell for 300 million berries. You all give me the money you have to bid for Adam the Treasure Tree, and when I feel like it, I will casually kill a few pirates with bounties over 100 million and double the money back to you. Upon hearing this, the pirates hesitated. What? My first captain's order isn't effective? You must understand that 300 million berries is just pocket change to me. I'm just eager to bid for Adam the Treasure Tree. The group of pirates exchanged glances, feeling uncertain. The door creaked open, and a tall man carrying a suitcase walked in, also wearing a similar ghost mask. Seeing this situation, all the pirates exchanged suspicious glances between the two men, and the previous enthusiasm began to dissipate. The man in the ghost mask at the front desk secretly cursed, turned around calmly, got off the bar stool, and walked straight toward the tall man with the suitcase. Once standing, the man in the ghost mask realized that the other person's height was at least 4 meters, creating an overwhelming presence over his own height of less than 8 meters. Gulp. The man in the ghost mask swallowed hard and whispered, "Brother, you've crossed the line. This is my territory, Jack the Shapeshifter. Of course. Let's forget about it this time. You cooperate with me to finish this act, and in the end, we'll split the money 90 to 10. Seeing the tall man remain silent, the man in the ghost mask gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give you a good deal. We'll do 80 to 20 at most, 70 to 30. And I really can't go lower than that. Leave some room for future encounters. 50 to 50 is my final bottom line. At worst, we could just part ways." After the man in the ghost mask continued to change the bottom line, the tall man, like a puppet, finally spoke. "You're in my way." Initially relieved that the tall man finally spoke, the man in the ghost mask was filled with confusion and asked, "What did you say?" Finally, the tall man lowered his head, and the man in the ghost mask, who made eye contact with him, felt as if his soul was frozen, filled with fear and dread. What kind of eyes are those, filled with dead silence, slaughter, bloodshed, and brutality, as if they harbored all the ominousness of the world. What's even more terrifying is that the owner of those eyes could maintain such calmness, seemingly imprisoning the most terrible demons of the world with the most peaceful of minds. Could this guy really be the demon sword Apophis? The man in the ghost mask couldn't think any further and was pushed aside by an irresistible force, feeling oddly calm. He wasn't killed? It seems this guy is at most just a high-quality imitation. The man with the ghost face mask, who had just found his confidence, was about to confront the situation, but he noticed that the surrounding pirates were looking at him with fear in their eyes, which only boosted his confidence further. "You all go and kill that imposter." To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, the pirates screamed, either fleeing the guild in a panic or collapsing to the ground, completely drained of strength. Seeing this, the ghost face mask man felt a twinge of fear as well. He realized that something was off with his voice, and the scene before him seemed to be overlapping, as if the entire world had tilted. What is happening to me? The ghost face mask man forced himself to suppress the fear within and looked into the mirror at the front desk, suddenly frozen in shock. In the mirror, he saw that his mask had shattered, with a line of blood running from his forehead down to his groin. It was as if he were a lotus root split in half, held together only by the bloodline. Am I already dead? The ghost face mask man was in a daze, and after this thought arose, he was horrified to find that the bloodline was snapping, and his torn body began to collapse to the sides. No, I don't want to die. He pressed his hands against the sides of his head, desperately trying to pull himself together. This horrifying scene made many pirates shudder. Soon after, a warm, wet sensation filled his groin. Boom! The body, torn in half, collapsed with a loud thud, no longer showing any signs of life. Seeing that the imposter was finally dead, the other pirates let out a long sigh of relief. As bloodthirsty pirates, they were no strangers to death. However, encountering a half-dead monster exceeded their psychological limits. Thinking of this, the pirates who couldn't escape turned their fearful gazes to the man sitting at the front desk. This bloody and supernatural method had already proven his identity. He was the traveler from hell, the demon sword Apophis. If they had previously admired Apophis's power due to legends, now they feared his methods after witnessing them firsthand. It was a fear that reached deep into their souls. At this moment, even if the real Apophis proposed recruiting crew members, no one would dare approach him as recklessly as before. They indeed yearned for a strong and brutal captain, but Apophis had completely surpassed their definition of brutality. Information. In this atmosphere where the air felt thick, Apophis spoke coldly. What? The bald guild supervisor clearly didn't react in time, asking blankly, then suddenly recalling the fate of the previous imposter. His face turned pale, losing all color. "I'll bring you all the information right away." The supervisor stumbled back like he was drunk, unable to stand straight. As he passed by the mirror, he mustered the courage to glance at it. Nose, eyebrows, eyes, mouth. I'm still alive. The supervisor laughed maniacally in his heart, his steps becoming unsteady, and he ended up crashing into a wall. Seeing this comical scene, the pirates sitting on the ground, too scared to get up, felt no contempt. They feared they would fare even worse. After all, many of them were so scared that they dared not move, fearing even the slightest sound would attract that man's attention. The reception staff left behind were almost in tears. They felt stuck, unable to move or stay still. As uncomfortable as if it were their time of the month, multiplied 1,000 times. He's coming. It seemed that the bald supervisor was worried Apophis would get impatient, as he called out loudly from the data room. The next moment, he rushed out with a fawning smile. "Lord Apophis, according to guild regulations, as a 4-star hunter, you can only browse information of 4-star and lower levels. But I took the liberty of bringing out all the data from the branch. You can look at as much as you want." Seeing Apophis show no reaction or indication as he flipped through the information, the bald supervisor felt relieved. As long as he could send this demon king away, anything would do. Moreover, the highest information in his branch was only 5-star, considering Apophis's easy slaughter of the 92 million bounty ogre Barlow. It was only fair to classify him as a 5-star hunter. The star grading of the Hunter Guild is quite simple. Anyone registered is a 1-star hunter. Those who have killed bounties over 10 million berries automatically become 2-star hunters. Those who have killed over 30 million become 3-star hunters, and so on. 4-star is for over 50 million, 5-star is for over 100 million, 6-star is for over 300 million, and 7-star requires the killing of notorious pirates recognized by the Navy and government. The methods of killing are also straightforward. It doesn't matter what method is used, whether assassination or poisoning. Even looting is acceptable. As long as one can bring back the target's head, they will gain the recognition of the Hunter Guild. In a sense, the Hunter Guild itself can be seen as a method for the world government to recruit lone wolves, using the prestige and various hidden benefits that come from star grading to entice powerful individuals who do not want to be constrained by the Navy or government to serve them in this way. The hidden benefits mainly encompass two aspects: information and merits. The importance of information in the pirate world is naturally paramount, just like the ghost fruit, childlike fruit, or lucky fruit. Without prior information, even the strongest can easily fall into traps. For those who pride themselves on their strength, the Hunter Guild's information network can somewhat compensate for the drawbacks of not joining a faction. Merits can be used to buy things that cannot be obtained through conventional means, such as certain rare devil fruits or powerful weapons, or even equipment that has been eliminated by the government and Navy but is still hard to obtain in the outside world. Skull Crusher Buffett. Upon hearing Apophis's emotionless words, the bald supervisor quickly retrieved the corresponding documents with unprecedented speed. Skull Crusher Buffett was once a notorious pirate active in the Grand Line, with a bounty of 120 million berries. He withdrew from the Grand Line 10 years ago and established a mafia spanning several countries in the West Sea, involved in drug trafficking, gambling, brothels, human trafficking, arms dealing, and various illegal businesses, radiating from the West Sea to the Four Seas and even the Grand Line, preferring to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. That man was a pure physical combat expert, possessing terrifying strength capable of flattening small mountains with a single punch. His weapon was a three-headed flail, and his lair was in the kingdom of Aetfi in the West Sea. Apophis accepted the document, opened the suitcase, and inside lay a bloody head, its expression seemingly twisted to the extreme out of fear. "Ogre Barlow," the bald supervisor exclaimed, recognizing it instantly as the notorious monster among pirates who liked to devour the brains of children. Yet, even such a brutal pirate was still deeply mired in fear before death. What kind of suffering did he endure? Just thinking about it made the bald supervisor shiver, and he quickly said, "This 92 million berries I will." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Apophis push the suitcase forward, silently turning to leave. The supervisor's first reaction was, "He is already dead." He quickly glanced at the mirror and found that all his body parts were intact. Letting out a sigh of relief while deliberately raising his voice, "Harry, hurry up and record the bounty under Lord Apophis's account. Remember to round it up to 100 million berries." The gentle sea breeze blew, the azure sea rippled, seagulls soared in the sky, and fish frolicked in the water. Naval hero Major Longinus defeated the Black Cloak pirate group, and Captain Felix was captured, awaiting the judgment of justice. A tall man standing on the deck was reading aloud with rhythm, surrounded by cheers and applause. Major Longinus truly deserves to be called a naval hero. It hasn't even been a week since he personally went into danger to rescue hostages. Compared to Major Longinus's efficiency, the Navy stationed in our kingdom is practically useless. I truly doubt whether their time and energy are wasted on women's bellies. Who can argue with that? I really hope Major Longinus can come and see our West Sea. That Navy man is called Longinus, right? Was he the one who saved me? A small figure in the crowd was also listening intently, her little face tense and looking very serious. "Little Aaron, do you know that Major too?" Someone next to her, seeing her serious expression, jokingly asked. "Uh-huh, Uncle Isaac, I also hope I can become as powerful as Major Longinus." The little girl's sweet voice nearly melted the hearts of those around her who liked children. "Ha! I hope our West Sea can have another female hero in the future." The people around her laughed along, not believing that this little girl could grow up to be as strong as Major Longinus. The little girl shyly ran to the other side of the deck, and when she saw that no one was watching, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to stay in the spotlight for long. Even a great pirate like Felix was defeated. That Navy is really strong. No wonder he gave me the same feeling as that ice monster back then. The little girl muttered to herself while looking at the vast sea, and she was indeed Robin, who had recently escaped from Saining Island and returned to the West Sea under a new identity. They say the most dangerous place is the safest place. Plus, since I had appeared on the Grand Line before, those people shouldn't expect me to return to the West Sea so soon. Boom! Boom! Just as Robin was pondering where to escape next, huge waves suddenly surged on the sea, and the ship began to shake violently, with sailors screaming hysterically. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Robin held onto the railing and looked out at the sea. In the distance, a skull flag was flying, and 3 pirate ships lined up, launching a fierce cannon fire at their passenger ship. "Oh no, it's pirates!" Robin was shocked. although they were just a small group of pirates. They couldn't be compared to the large pirate crews on the Grand Line. But the passenger ship she was on looked very ordinary, and it was uncertain whether it could withstand the enemy's attack. The cannon fire soon stopped, but the gloom in Robin's heart did not dissipate. She knew this did not mean that the enemy had given up their attack. Instead, those pirates treated the wealth on this passenger ship as their own spoils. The previous cannon fire was merely a warning. Perhaps the cannon fire had worked. The portly captain dared not flee and patiently waited for the pirate ships to approach. You should be the most useless captain I've ever seen, not even having the courage to resist. But I have to admit, your cowardice saved all of you. Because I'm destined to become the next pirate king, Captain Jack. Ahaha. The red-haired youth on the pirate ship laughed loudly, clearly satisfied with his power of winning without a fight. The pirates on the 3 ships also laughed heartily. Being able to collect spoils without shedding blood was certainly the best thing. Hearing that piercing laughter, the passengers on the ship trembled. They had previously envied the examples mentioned in the newspapers because the pirate situation in the West Sea was truly rampant. Pirate groups like the 8 Treasure Navy could appear openly as official forces, showing how chaotic the situation had become. If it weren't for the demon-slaying order that had severely intimidated a wave of West Sea pirates 6 months ago, the current situation would likely be 10 times worse. The red-haired captain opposite them clearly had just set sail. Such newcomers were usually bold and reckless, not restrained by any demon-slaying order, which led to this ship encountering pirates without any defenses. Who knew that the seemingly easy-to-bully captain would actually mock with a smile? Idiot. I'm just worried you might damage my ship. After all, this is my old buddy. It can't be ruined by you. What? Seeing that the short, chubby captain dared to say such a thing, the red-haired pirate captain felt his lungs might explode with anger. Damn old fool. Just wait until I take your skull and use it for drinking. Ha ha. Captain, it seems we've been away from the Grand Line for too long. Even this rookie pirate dares to point at your nose and insult you. A sailor who had lost an arm laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. More than a decade ago, even those Navy men wouldn't dare to speak to us like this. The second mate, with his arms crossed, said in a deep voice. At this moment, even the dullest person realized something was off. It seemed that the old-timers on this ship were fearless and didn't take the pirates before them seriously at all. Captain Jones was actually a legendary pirate who had ventured into the Grand Line. The passengers on the ship felt a mix of excitement and fear. They all said that 9 out of 10 ships in the West Sea had been pirates. It seemed to be true. Robin looked up, starting to anticipate the subsequent developments. The Grand Line? The red-haired pirate captain was taken aback, then began to laugh loudly. So you're a loser who escaped from the Grand Line? Just right. Hand over your sailing log from the Grand Line. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. It seems necessary to teach you newcomers the lesson of respecting your elders. Captain Jones drew a pistol from his waist, clumsily twirled it, and said in a deep voice. The battle quickly began and ended. Ouch! Ouch! Pirate Lord, take it easy. Spare me. Spare me. Captain Jones was crawling on the ground, begging for mercy. Completely different from the imposing demeanor of a great pirate he had before. Not to mention the passengers on the ship. Even those pirates stared in shock at what was happening before them. Is this the level of pirates who retreated from the Grand Line? The red-haired pirate captain stepped on Jones's head, disdainfully saying, No, we never went to the Grand Line, nor are we pirates. Captain Jones quickly explained, We just wanted to use psychological warfare to scare you pirates away. We used to do it this way, but we didn't expect your breadth and spirit to be far beyond those previous pirates. Captain Jones subtly flattered. The surrounding passengers were directly stunned. Is this how wild it gets? Robin covered her face in shame, realizing she had been deceived by the opponent's superb acting skills, feeling both embarrassed and amazed. The West Sea truly is a place filled with hidden talents. Hee, dare to play tricks on me, old man. I have to say you really have some guts. The red-haired pirate captain whistled, bent down, and aimed the dark muzzle at Captain Jones' forehead. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Captain Jones let out a piercing, distant scream, the shrill sound making the red-haired pirate captain furrow his brows and press down harder on him. Shut up, you old fool. Yes, I'll be quiet. Since you have scared off many pirates this way, it means this ship is still an undeveloped virgin territory. Over the years, you must have accumulated quite a treasure, right? The red-haired pirate captain leaned closer, whispering in Captain Jones' ear. This? Of course. Only the powerful Captain Jack is worthy of those riches. Captain Jones asked tentatively, But if we hand over the wealth, will the powerful and wise Captain Jack let us go? Old man, are you threatening me? The red-haired pirate captain grinned and pulled the trigger, a bullet instantly shooting into the other man's thigh. Captain Jones let out a pig-like scream, startling many pirates into instinctively shuddering. No one dares to negotiate with my Captain Jack on this sea. Do you understand? I understand. The wealth on the ship has all been exchanged for equivalent gold and hidden in the walls of the captain's quarters. Huh, you old man. You really know how to play. But seeing how reasonable you are, I'll give you a quick end. When you get down there, remember to thank Captain Jack for his generosity. Seeing the dark muzzle aimed at his eyes again, Jones couldn't care less about reprimanding the other for being untrustworthy and shouted desperately, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, none of you will live. Oh, don't tell me you're some king's illegitimate son, and killing you'll bring an army after us." The red-haired pirate captain pretended to be frightened and exclaimed, then added dreamily, "Oh, I almost forgot. At your age, you can only be considered some king's illegitimate father, right?" Ha ha ha. The other pirates burst into laughter. "Why, you don't think I'm joking? There's a real big shot on my ship. If we disturb him, we'll all be dead." Jones' voice carried an inescapable fear, as if he didn't even want to recall it. "A real big shot? Tell me, is it the pirate King Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, or that new Admiral Sengoku from the Navy?" The red-haired pirate captain yawned. Captain Jones, who was being stepped on, froze, cursing inwardly. Are all the new pirates this arrogant now? They keep talking about the Pirate King and the Admiral. What the hell? That's the traveler from hell, the demon sword Apophis. Though he said this, his tone weakened by 3 points. After all, while Apophis was fearsome, he had only risen to power a year ago, and compared to the 3 big shots the red-hair pirate spoke of, there was still a huge gap. Apophis? The killer king who calls himself a traveler mentioned in the newspapers? Robin felt a chill in her heart. When she was captured in the Grand Line, she had heard about him from the black-clad pirates, who seemed to be specifically targeting slave ships, a monster even their captain didn't want to face. They were even willing to use her as a bargaining chip for protection, partly for this reason. "Old man, you really shouldn't be a captain, with your storytelling skills. You'd be better off as a third-rate performer." The red-haired pirate leaned down and patted Jones' cheek with a smile. "I'm really not acting this time. That gentleman is in the first-class cabin at the front." Seeing the red-haired pirate seemed a bit impatient, Captain Jones spoke urgently. "Enough. I don't care whether you're acting or not. He is just a somewhat famous adventurer. Even if he really is on this ship, I'll make him roll back to hell." Bang! The bullet pierced the skull, and the plump Captain Jones' eyes widened as if he couldn't believe he would die here. As blood stained the deck, the crowd instantly stirred, many quickly covering their mouths, fearing to attract the attention of the pirates. But they were too late. "Captain, how should we deal with these guys?" a green-haired, rooster-headed pirate asked as he licked his lips. "Kill them all. I'm a pirate who values integrity. Since I've said that anyone who dares to resist will be slaughtered on this ship, I must keep my word." The red-haired captain casually decided the fate of everyone on the ship. He understood. "I'll make sure they die peacefully." The pirates' conversation wasn't hushed, and all the passengers heard it clearly. A middle-aged man dressed like a noble stood up and said, "You must be joking. We still have value. We can pay a ransom. Please don't, bang. Who has any interest in hearing your nonsense, you old fools?" The green-haired pirate blew away the gunpowder smoke and shouted excitedly, "Run? Why don't you run? It will be more fun to hunt if you run." Seeing the pirates were bent on slaughter, the passengers on the ship began to scatter and flee. "Help! Someone save us! Damn pirates! I'll fight you to the death. Let us go to hell together. Jump into the sea. If you're lucky, you might float to some small island." Crouched in a corner, Robin's little face turned pale. Just escaped from hell, and now she was falling back into the abyss so soon. Could it be that she really was the demon child who brought misfortune to those around her? "No, I absolutely cannot die so easily. I promised that I would live for my mother. I want to live better than everyone else." Robin wiped away her tears, hesitantly looking towards the sea. "It won't work. Jumping into the sea gives you a chance of survival. But I'm a devil fruit user. Jumping down is no different from seeking death. Maybe, little girl, are you hiding here?" A fat, greasy pirate looked at the delicate Robin, his smile gradually turning perverted. "Such a cute little thing. It would be a pity to kill you. How about..." The attacked pirate covered his groin with wide eyes and fell to his knees, convulsing all over. "It's too late. No matter what, I have to try." Robin's eyes hardened as she rushed out, using her small stature to quickly navigate through the slaughterhouse, but still caught the attention of those pirates. Seeing a pirate with a knife charging towards her from behind, Robin no longer hesitated and closed her eyes, bursting through the door of the room that the fat captain had mentioned. "I am not dead." Robin leaned against the door, thinking with some fear. Suddenly, a melodious and pleasant tune entered her ears. Robin looked up and found a man in a ghost mask lazily leaning back in a chair. A gramophone playing music on the table in front of him. Is he Apophis? Robin felt a bit dazed, thinking that his image was so different from the bloodthirsty killer she had imagined. Where's that little girl? It seems she ran to the first-class cabin at the front. Idiot. Why don't you go up and catch her? Boss, I'm scared. What if that fat guy is telling the truth? I saw in the newspaper that the one called Apophis is a monster. Useless. If there really was a powerful character, how could he hide in a room and not come out? Go, bring out some pirate spirit, kick the door down in the most brutal way. Drag that little girl out and beat her to death in the most vicious manner. Kick down and beat to death, that's right. It has to have that kind of momentum. Remember, you are the most ruthless and violent pirate. Hearing the commotion from outside, Robin didn't have time to think much and bit her little tiger tooth, drilling under the bed. Talp, Talp, the pirate, with a ruthless stride, walked to the door, ready to kick it open as the captain said, when suddenly a sense of inexplicable heart palpitations made him instinctively suspend his right foot in midair. Wait, isn't this a bit impolite? Perhaps I should use a gentler approach? Ahem. He adjusted his collar, retracted his right foot, cleared his throat, and politely knocked on the door, asking, is anyone there? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh, sorry to disturb. Seeing the pirate turn around without hesitation and leave, the pirate captain, looking bewildered, asked, why did you come back? The owner of the room seems to not be home. I'll just come back next time. After hearing his answer, the pirate captain felt like his lungs were about to explode, kicking the annoying idiot to the ground. Newbie, get out of the way. Let me show you how to kill. What bad luck. It seems I need to be more careful when recruiting next time. Can't let just any trash come on board. The pirate captain walked to the door, ready to kick it down, when he suddenly heard strange sounds coming from the room. Heavy, solemn, and imposing, yet with an indescribable sadness. For some reason, listening to this strange tone, memories from the past began to flash through the pirate captain's mind like a slideshow. There were old people, children, and women. The beautiful wails still echoed in his ears. Those he had killed, their souls seemed to fly out from hell, recounting the pain of their souls, unable to find redemption. Familiar or unfamiliar faces, tears of blood streaming from their eyes, pounced on him, constantly gnawing at his soul and flesh, dragging him down into an abyss without bottom. No, no, Captain, Captain. Hearing the panic calls from his subordinates, the pirate captain suddenly woke up, relieved to see that there were no souls flying around. Phew, was it just a hallucination caused by too much pressure? Captain, your gun. What do you mean my gun? Oh my God. The pirate captain was horrified to discover that he had unknowingly pointed the black gun at himself. What the hell? Covered in cold sweat, the pirate captain quickly put away the pistol, hesitating as he looked at the door so close. Captain, let's go. I've told you that Apophis is a monster. What a joke. Do you think I'm afraid to open the door? Hearing his subordinate's advice, the pirate captain became even more resolute. Bang! Damn it, what have I done? Hearing the now calm and peaceful music enter his ears again, the pirate captain suddenly woke up. But at this point, he could only grit his teeth and continue to walk inside. Robin, hiding under the bed, felt her heart tighten as the door was rudely pushed open, while also wondering why it took so long for someone to come in. The pirate captain, walking into the room, saw a man wearing a ghost mask, seemingly leaning against a chair and quietly sleeping, and his heart suddenly became lively. This guy is the demon sword Apophis? He doesn't look like a formidable character, and I don't see any swords or weapons. It seems I'm really just scaring myself. Seeing that Apophis leaning in the chair had no reaction, the pirate captain felt even more relaxed. No matter if he is the demon sword Apophis or not, as long as I take this opportunity to shoot him, no matter how powerful he is, he can only roll back to hell. Now I even hope you are the demon sword Apophis. If I can kill such a big figure, I'm sure I can become the top pirate in the entire West Sea. Just as he was overjoyed and prepared to pull the trigger, the eyes under the mask suddenly opened wide. What kind of eyes were those? With blood-red pupils reflecting boundless blood, cold and dead. Even if one said that the man opposite was the Grim Reaper from the underworld, he would believe it without hesitation. Sure, could you please be quiet? The fourth movement is about to begin. The pirate captain numbly nodded, clearly having his finger on the trigger. Yet he didn't dare to make any move. The room was terrifyingly quiet, like a little rabbit peeking out from under the bed. Robin was also frightened by this bizarre scene, seeing the pirate with the gun motionless, pale-faced, with hollow eyes, as if he were a corpse crawling out of grave. Robin tightly covered her small mouth, quietly hiding back under the bed, her heart uncontrollably starting to feel fear. Vil Edie? Will I become an eternal vengeful spirit, as reported in the newspapers? As time passed, the melody became ethereal and beautiful, as if the afterglow of heaven was falling. Under the comfort of this music, Robin also temporarily forgot her pain and hatred, seeming to return to her mother's warm embrace. The bloody-handed pirate captain, at this moment, also radiated a sacred light. The final movement, solemn, heavy, and sorrowful. Night falls on the earth. Gloom envelopes the soul in a world of emptiness. Only death and silence are the eternal home. Bang! The pirate captain finally pulled the trigger, but the gun was aimed at himself, a serene smile on his face, as if he were atoning for his sinful past. Woken by the gunshot, Robin realized she had unconsciously been clutching her own neck. If she hadn't been startled awake at the last moment, she might have already become a corpse. This is a requiem for you. Hope you like it. The suddenly loud voice almost froze Robin's soul. Her limbs curled stiffly under the bed. Top, top, until the footsteps completely faded away. Robin's tense heart finally relaxed a bit. A requiem? Is this his ritual or offering before the slaughter? Loneliness is humanity's greatest enemy. In this cramped and narrow space, Robin's thoughts uncontrollably scattered. Why do both I and that pirate want to commit suicide? Is it influenced by his ability? But there has never been a report saying he is an ability user. Or is it his aura? Wait, why is there no sound outside? Could it be that they are all dead? Fearful in her heart, Robin dared not go out, only able to crawl under the bed and remain still. As time passed, fatigue, hunger, and thirst constantly attacked. Robin finally fell into a drowsy sleep. It's too bizarre. Have they encountered a ghost ship? They must have first encountered the pirates, and then those pirates were punished by the ghosts of the sea. We should leave quickly. I feel like those dead people are smiling at me. It's creepy. Yes, this ship must be cursed. Faintly hearing the voices of a crowd calling out, Robin rubbed her eyes and crawled out from under the bed with her starving and freezing body. Revived, revived, the dead have come back to life. It must be ghosts. Run. After noticing the commotion caused by Robin, a group of fishermen fled, crying out in despair. Am I the only one left? However, not even a sound escaped him. That man named Apophis is indeed terrifyingly strong. It's hard to say if he's even human. Robin murmured bitterly, her small face contorted. Is it because I escaped from suicide that he couldn't be bothered to strike again? Regardless, I still have to thank him for saving me. Robin knew very well that hiding under the bed, she could not possibly hide from such a powerful being. Kuzan, Longinus, Apophis, standing amidst a sea of corpses. Robin looked out at the distant ocean. Is it true that only by growing into a powerful being like them can one truly master their own fate? Mother, Saul, when you said not to give up hope for the future, did you mean this? Hey, in the West Sea, kingdom of Etfi, inside a lavish hall, a somewhat plump middle-aged man sat at the head. Beside him, a short man in a pinstriped suit was reporting the situation. Godfather, some time ago, an abandoned passenger ship was discovered in the nearby Kayak Kingdom. Everyone on board was killed by pirates. Strangely, those pirates also died on the ship, all with smiles on their faces, believed by local fishermen to have encountered a ghost ship. A ghost ship? The middle-aged man scoffed derisively. Only an idiot would believe in such things. From my analysis, those pirates might have been killed by Apophis. Rumor has it on the Grand Line that he has the ability to command hellish spirits. He can make enemies die in despair and pain, or die peacefully and calmly, even completely unaware of their own death. So soon, he's already in the West Sea? That guy is really impatient to take my life. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, clearly trusting his subordinate's abilities. Godfather, I have arranged everything as you instructed. Once Apophis appears within our territory, a continuous barrage of firepower will rain down on him. Even if he's a monster forged from steel, he will instantly turn into a heap of scrap metal. Very good, Becky. Do you see this? This is the power of authority. No matter how strong he is just one man. How could he possibly contend with my countless subordinates? All my life, he should consider if he has that capability. The disparity between us is too great. He is doomed. The short man said nonchalantly. However, our means of identifying Apophis are limited to his ghostly mask. If you were to take off his mask and infiltrate, it would be difficult. That arrogant monster Apophis would never take the initiative to show weakness. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment as he spoke, but your concern is not without merit. It is foolish to place hope in the hands of the enemy. Fortunately, I have made a backup plan. They should be arriving soon. Them? The short man asked in confusion. Godfather, who do you mean by them? Who else could it be? Of course, it is the 8 treasures navy I invited from the Flower Kingdom. It's a pity their leader, Green Pepper, has already retired. Otherwise, A pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million would truly be considered a monster from hell. But it doesn't matter, Green Pepper's son. Future 13th generation pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, Flower Pepper, has already accepted my invitation. Since Oda didn't specify Green Pepper's son, I chose to use the name Flower Pepper by combining Green Pepper and the Flower Kingdom, so feel free to criticize it. His own strength is already extremely formidable, and even if he can't win, he has the great pirate Green Pepper behind him. Does Apophis really dare to take the risk of offending such a great pirate and fight me to the death? The 8 Treasures Navy from the Flower Kingdom? Indeed, they're a powerful ally. I originally thought I could use Apophis's strength to eliminate this guy, and then I would take over his forces. Unfortunately, although this old man has lost the ferocity he had as a pirate, that caution still remains. Capone Becky secretly cursed as he lifted the lockdown state within his fortress. Since Apophis is undoubtedly doomed, there's no need for me to deliberately leave a passage for him to enter. Let us just consider this a splendid fireworks show. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the ground shook violently, even causing cracks to form in the ground where Becky and Buffett were standing. What is going on? Has Apophis already attacked? Buffett steadied himself in a panic and asked. Seeing Buffett so terrified, Becky felt contempt in his heart. This guy had long lost the tenacious spirit of the over 100 million bounty pirate who returned from the Grand Line 10 years ago. Indeed, the Mafia is just a child's game. Only pirates and the sea are man's true home. Godfather, this should be our first line of defense. I buried over a dozen tons of explosives on his path. When he thinks that those attacking him are the entirety of our firepower, the power of those explosives will tear him to shreds. Becky's tone was cold, and his words clearly indicated an intention to kill even the Mafia members arranged in the first line of defense. However, Buffett was overjoyed. Becky, you didn't disappoint me at all. You buried so many explosives. After blowing that bastard to bits, I'll finally be able to sleep well. I didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems that, as the Godfather said, that Apophis is just an arrogant beast after all. Bring. Capone Becky frowned as he took out the transponder snail, which vividly reflected the horrified expression of the other party on its face. Deputy Chief, he is dead. Everyone is dead. Capone Becky twitched the corner of his mouth, just about to say I'm not dead, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this boring action. Apophis is dead? No, he is not dead. The voice from the transponder snail continued to tremble uncontrollably. What did you say? A 1-kilometer explosion range, lasting for half a minute. How could he possibly survive? Or did you useless fools attack before he even entered the blast zone? Capone Becky said with an unfriendly tone. No, we all saw him walk in. It took the lives of over 1,000 brothers to lure him in. But everyone is dead, and he survived. That man is simply a monster. The voice from the transponder snail was despondent, as if devoid of any spirit, before suddenly breaking into a hysterical roar. We're all going to die. We will all die, facing off against the devil that came from hell. Whether it's me, you, or the Godfather, we are all doomed. All doomed. Crack. Capone Becky coldly squeezed, crushing the transponder snail and communication device, with disgusting juices splattering everywhere. Are you kidding me? Thousands of people surrounding him with firepower, enough explosives to blow up an entire street. And he still survived? Is he really not human? Buffett muttered, clearly frightened by the ghostly curse from the transponder snail. Godfather, that guy's gone insane. We don't need to listen to the words of a madman. Though he felt contempt, Capone Becky still maintained a facade of respect. You're right. That guy has indeed gone insane. Buffett emphasized as if to cheer himself up, then looked at Becky with hopeful eyes. Since there's a first line of defense, it means there's a second line of defense, right? Of course. This second line of defense is the poison gas shells I bought on the black market. As long as you inhale a little, even a large sea king has no chance of surviving. Becky, you are indeed reliable. However, Buffett's laughter abruptly stopped halfway, for out of the corner of his eye, he had already seen the shadow of death standing at the door. What a joke. The defense line I meticulously set up didn't even buy me 3 minutes. Or did he simply walk over as if it were a stroll? Seeing Apophis's blood-red gaze, Capone Becky's heart raced uncontrollably, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Becky, quickly take out your third line of defense. Yes, now I can only activate the third line of defense. Capone Becky stepped back with a cold expression, pressed the remote in his hand, and a steel barrier descended, instantly separating him from Buffett. What is this? My dear Godfather, don't you understand? This third line of defense is you. Buffett grasped the iron barrier, looking at Capone Becky, who was just a step away, and the approaching Apophis behind him. unable to hold back the tears of regret. Calm down, I must stay calm. At this life-and-death moment, Buffett found a glimmer of the past feeling, and his brain began to race. This barrier was made of the latest alloy. It will be impossible to break it in a short time. This means that escaping is not an option. I can only confront him head-on, but I haven't experienced combat at this level for almost 10 years. And this guy in front of me clearly emerged from a sea of corpses. If it comes to a fight to the death, I will definitely not be his opponent. However, I don't need to fight him to the death. I just need to delay for a while until the Pepper Chief arrives for support. Then it will be hard to say who wins or loses. Thinking of this, Buffett took a deep breath, turned around with a smile, and said, "Ha ha, are you the Crimson Swordmaster Apophis? I am a master here, Benjamin Buffett. Welcome to the paradise of the Mafia." However, Apophis remained unmoved and continued to advance. "Perhaps there are some misunderstandings between you and me, my lord. But as long as we clarify things, I believe we can still become friends." Seeing that the other party still had no reaction, Buffett became somewhat flustered and anxiously asked, "Who wants to kill me? No matter how much the other party offers, I am willing to pay double. No, triple the reward. Is there really no room for negotiation? After all, I am a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. If it comes to a deadlock, it won't benefit anyone." Buffett threatened fiercely while quietly moving to the side. On the side, Wall hung his three-headed flail, which once proved his strength. However, with the passage of time, it had gathered quite a bit of dust and even showed signs of rust. "I give you a chance to pick up your weapon." Finally, from beneath the silent, ghostly mask, Apophis's indifferent voice came through. Buffett was taken aback, not expecting his intentions to be completely seen through. Moreover, the other party did not intend to launch a sneak attack while he was unarmed. Was it some kind of archaic, mundane Bushido, or did they simply look down on him? Hee. This condescending attitude really infuriates me. I hope you won't regret your choice now. My name, Buffett, is synonymous with skull-crushing. Buffett originally wanted to continue talking trash, but he noticed Apophis's halted steps moving forward, scaring him into not daring to say more, and he quickly stepped forward to retrieve his weapon. It was a 2-meter-long iron rod, with chains fastening 3 spiked iron hammers at the top, the sharp barbs glinting coldly in the sunlight. In short, it was a special weapon formed by binding 3 meteor hammers to an iron rod. With the weapon in hand, Buffett seemed to regain the confidence he had lost. Raising both hands above his head, swinging the 3-headed flail, the meteor hammers spinning rapidly, producing a shocking sonic boom. If this were to hit a person, it would likely turn the enemy into a puddle of mush in an instant. I have crushed countless enemy skulls with it. Apophis, you are not the first, and you will definitely not be the last. Apophis walked silently, his right hand dropping an ancient long sword, the eerie green flames reflecting a chilling and fierce aura. It was as if he had suddenly transformed from a wandering ghost into a soul-harvesting demon. How could your sword possibly emerge from your body? What is this dark, evil flame? Are you human, a ghost, or some kind of monster? The oldest and strongest emotion in humanity is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the unknown. In this situation that clearly exceeded his understanding, Buffett kept retreating until he leaned against the cold barrier. There was nowhere to escape. When fear reaches its peak, it turns into complete rage. Buffett swung the 3-headed flail and began to roar hysterically. "You damn monster, get back to where you belong." In the world of pirates, powerful strength can destroy everything. Like Edward Weevil, who claims to be Whitebeard too in the future timeline, just because he possessed the same strength as the young Whitebeard. He became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, suppressing the Grand Line. Buffett's strength, of course, could not compare to such a monster. But the description of him in the intelligence reports wasn't too far off. He indeed had the terrifying strength to crush a small mountain with a single punch. Under his command, the 3 meteor hammers crashed down, and spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread in all directions. With just one blow, half of the hull collapsed. However, even with such strength comparable to that of a giant race, when the meteor hammer was stepped on by Apophis, he turned red in the face and could not pull it out. What a joke. How could I possibly lose to a swordsman in terms of strength? Buffett's heart was completely consumed by fear. The strength he prided himself on was actually surpassed by a swordsman. Indeed, the strongest swordsman must possess extreme strength and speed. Without strength, there is no attack. Without speed, there is no hit. Conversely, swordsmen who pursue extreme attacks are generally fragile in physique. However, in contrast, most swordsmen win with speed. As for attacks, they can completely rely on their weapons to compensate. It was precisely because of this that when Buffett realized that the other party's strength was above his own, he felt such terror. This guy simply had no weaknesses at all. At that moment, Apophis suddenly raised his toes. Buffett had no time to withdraw his strength and fell unexpectedly, landing hard. The 3 meteor hammers flew back and hit him, causing him to scream in pain. Apophis, what do you mean? Buffett gritted his teeth and said, only to hear that indifferent voice once again coming from beneath the mask. The game ends here. I have no interest in playing with trash like you anymore. Playing? You say you were playing? Stimulated, Buffett felt his blood rush, and everything in front of him turned crimson. He let out a furious roar. His muscles bulging like gnarled old trees. Explosive power surged continuously from within him. There is a limit to looking down on people. Die for me. The rapidly spinning meteor hammer crashed down, faintly accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Apophis flicked his right hand holding the 7-star sword upward. Without any flashy techniques, only extreme speed and power. The steel-forged meteor hammer instantly turned to dust, as if eroded by time, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Buffett was sent flying by an overwhelming force, and even the alloy fence shattered instantly. If it were 10 years ago, I would never have been so helpless like this. Buffett fell to the ground, looking up at the ghostly mask. When you choose to retreat from the Grand Line, you are destined to be a loser. Apophis's cold voice shattered his last fantasy. Was today's failure already destined 10 years ago? Buffett muttered in despair. What a joke. Just one strike made the underground ruler of the 8-Fi Kingdom, the once notorious pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries, lose his ability to resist. In the distance, Capone Beach, observing with a telescope, felt a chill in his heart. Although he had thoughts of overthrowing Buffett himself, he was much weaker than Buffett in terms of strength. Otherwise, someone like him wouldn't have remained so patient for so long. If it were me, I would only be in a worse situation. Capone Beach felt his back completely soaked in cold sweat, realizing for the first time that his subordinates around him provided no sense of security. No, it was still too close here. I must quickly retreat to the opposite side of the island. In the adjacent waters of the 8-Fi Kingdom, 10 large sailing ships were lined up. On the flagship, which was obviously larger than the others, 2 burly men were conversing. Leader Huajiao, although it's somewhat disrespectful, I must say you might have been too reckless this time. The demon sword Apophis has a terrifying reputation even on the Grand Line. You agreed to Buffett's request without consulting Leader Qingjiao. What if enough? I hope you remember that I am the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy. Huajiao roared, then calmed down to say, sorry, I was a bit impulsive. The speaking man dismissed it with a shake of his head and a smile. Leader Huajiao, I understand your reluctance to rely on Leader Qingjiao's power, but you must know he is your father. No one would blame you for using your father's strength. Understand? No, you never understand. Huajiao became agitated again, speaking rapidly. No matter what I do, no matter what achievements I make, you will always link it to my father. And me? I am already 28 years old, yet you still treat me like a child. Everything has to go through my father's approval. But clearly, I am the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy. Clearly, I am the backbone of the 8 Treasure Navy. Why can't my words, my decisions, ever count? I have had enough of this kind of life. The speaking man could only remain silent. It was not something he could comment on. I know the guy named Apophis is not simple. But precisely because of this, I agreed to that mafia boss's request. I want to use his blood and head to establish my true authority in the 8 Treasure Navy. The speaking man smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking, forget it. Let Leader Huajiao take a bit of loss. Even if that Apophis is crazy, he would completely offend a real pirate like Leader Qingjiao just because we came to help, right? Just as he thought this, a pirate affiliated with the 8 Treasure Navy hurried over to report. Leader Huajiao, Deputy Leader Wolf Fong, we have arrived at the 8-Fi Kingdom, but get to the point. Wolf Fong frowned and shouted, these 2 leaders, you should come out and see for yourselves. A strong smell of blood and the scent of burnt human flesh mixed with the smell of gunpowder as Wolf Fong quickly walked out with a frown. Hiss! Upon seeing the scene before him, even a battle-hardened pirate like Wolf Fong couldn't help but gasp. The once bustling port was now in ruins, with debris and dismembered bodies everywhere. It was no worse than the most brutal hell on earth. That guy is really a devil? Although Huajiao didn't vomit like a rookie, his pale face proved that his heart was definitely not as calm as he appeared. No matter how powerful Apophis is, he is just one person. This kind of thing cannot be entirely led by him alone. Wolf Fong calmed his restless heart and analyzed rationally. We captured a few mafia members who were scared out of their wits and interrogated them. We roughly guessed that Buffett must have planted bombs here, intending to blow up the entire port, replied the nearby pirate. As expected of the Mafia's big boss, that guy Buffett is really ruthless. Wolf Fong took a deep breath and asked, "What about Apophis? Is he dead?" No. The final result is that Apophis was unscathed, but they were completely wiped out. Completely unscathed? It seemed this guy was more troublesome than we imagined. Wolf Fong's expression grew serious. The opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. "Leader Huajiao, why don't we retreat for now and wait until we find Leader Qingjiao's plan?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Wolf Fong felt something was off. Indeed, after hearing his suggestion, Huajiao, who initially had thoughts of retreating, instead turned cold. "Do you think I would be frightened by such a small scene? He's just a somewhat famous swordsman. Watch how I defeat him with the 8-burst fist." Apophis stepped forward, stepping on Buffett's body. "Your slave ship must have reached Osaka Island, right?" "Slave ship? Osaka Island?" Buffett looked confused, coughing up blood and asking, "What are you talking about? Aren't you here to kill me?" "Well, maybe you wouldn't take it to heart. Let me rephrase my question. Where are the records about the slave ship?" "The slave ship? The target to go after mostly slave owners or mafia like me involved in human trafficking." Buffett's face showed a realization. "I understand now. Someone you care about must have been captured as a slave. That's why you're running around like a mad dog, trying to get information about that person from us." "Ha ha ha." Demon Sword Apophis, "I didn't expect you to have such an experience. I truly feel sorry for you." Sensing he had seized the opponent's lifeline, Buffett's tone grew increasingly arrogant. "If you want to get information from me, you must at least ensure my safety. Given your hatred for slave owners, once you obtain that information, you definitely won't let me leave alive. We both know that. So, don't expect to force any news out of me. I'm someone who is very afraid of death. Compared to death, your methods of torture are not worth mentioning." Apophis withdrew his foot from Buffett's body and walked away silently. "Very good, very good. Mutual respect is the premise of cooperation." Seeing that such a fierce person as Apophis had actually softened, a sense of accomplishment arose in Buffett's heart, and he said proudly, "Originally, if you had sincerely come to seek my help, I would have considered you a friend. However, your current approach puts me in a difficult position. If I just hand over the information to you, it would be hard for me to explain to my subordinates as the big boss. But if I don't pay, it will hurt the harmony between us. So, after thinking it over, I finally came up with a win-win solution. As long as you agree to 3 conditions, I will—" "Hey, are you even listening to me? Wait, what is that thing in your hand?" Lying on the ground, Buffett caught a glimpse of the book in Apophis's hand, and his anger was instantly extinguished, leaving only an indescribable fear. "Transaction records," Apophis said succinctly. "How could you find it so quickly? I clearly hid it in the most secret place. Dead people don't even know so much." "Dead people? Wait, I still have—" Apophis swung his sword, and the skull of the wide-eyed man rolled aside. After a while, Apophis tossed the book aside and sighed. "Was the last transaction with Osaka Island 7 years ago? It seems I got the wrong person again. Mr. Buffett, you really are unfortunate. Is there still someone who dares to come here?" Apophis, who had just paid his respects to Buffett, looked outside and was surprised to see a large group of pirates running toward them. "This outfit, are they from the Flower Kingdom? Is that guy Apophis? Such a terrifying gaze, with eyes like that. Can he really be human?" The leading pepper met Apophis's gaze head-on, and that blood-red stare made him feel a bit uneasy, but he still maintained his composure and said, "You are. What the hell?" It seemed he stepped on some kind of round object, and Pepper stumbled, nearly falling, shocking his subordinates who were hoping for strong dialogue. "Damn it, I was so nervous that I didn't even notice what I was stepping on," Pepper thought bitterly. His original intention was to establish momentum, but now he was afraid of making a fool of himself. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the culprit who embarrassed him. "Wait, is that a head?" It's the head of the crushed Buffett. Seeing the head of Buffett, with whom he had just negotiated a deal, rolling at his feet, Pepper couldn't help but gasp in shock, feeling as if Buffett's eyes were looking at him. It seemed to blame him for arriving so late, and it felt like a curse, waiting for him to go to hell together. Meanwhile, Wolf Fong thought even more. Although a corner of the hall had collapsed, there were not many signs of battle, and Apophis was not covered in dust, indicating that the fight likely ended in an instant. Realizing this, Wolf Fong felt a bit hesitant. The crushed Buffett was not weak, yet he was defeated by the overwhelming advantage of the opponent. It was evident that Apophis's strength might be even more terrifying than rumored. Although the leader Pepper was strong, he was far too lacking in combat experience. The risks of a life-and-death battle were too great, and it would be better to advise him to give up that unrealistic idea. The most critical point was that Buffett, who invited them to assist in battle, was already dead. To cling on at this moment was simply foolish. After a moment's thought, Wolf Fong made a decision. Lord Apophis, we mean no disturbance and will leave soon. Please treat this as if nothing happened. Wolf Fong, I am the leader. Why do you have to make decisions for me? Pepper angrily questioned. Although his fighting spirit had faded, he couldn't just leave like this. If he returned now, he would never escape the shadow cast by his father. Moreover, Wolf Fong's decision further fueled Pepper's anger, and he finally made a choice without hesitation. Leader Pepper, please be rational. Buffett is already dead. Do you want to provoke a powerful enemy because of a dead man? Wolf Fong reprimanded sternly. This is my business. You don't need to worry about it. If it comes to it, I'll fight in my own name. If I turn tail and leave without saying a word, what face do I have left to be a leader? The 13th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army will never be a coward. 2 leaders. I mean no interruption to your conversation, but Apophis is about to leave. Should we stop him? Just as the two were arguing, a subordinate pirate came running over. Looking troubled. What? Pepper looked in the direction his subordinate was pointing and found that Apophis was already almost out of the courtyard, seemingly not caring about the two of them at all. Even you ignore me. Am I really just a decoration as a leader? The humiliation of being ignored surged up, and Pepper, no longer hesitating, shouted and charged forward. Apophis turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent, and his sword aura actually created an illusion of a sea of blood around him. The fierce pressure hit Pepper's mind, causing his rushing steps to involuntarily halt. Oh no! Leader Pepper is affected by the enemy's momentum. Wolf Fong panicked internally. Had he known the enemy's sword aura was this powerful, he would have done everything to stop Leader Pepper's reckless behavior. Leader Green Pepper had mentioned that when he clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, there was a powerful swordsman under Whitebeard who could also manifest his sword aura into a physical illusion. The difference was simply a sea of flowers and a sea of blood. Pepper truly lived up to being trained by the great pirate Green Pepper. Even with insufficient combat experience, he broke free from the mental shock after a breath. However, in a clash between strong opponents, a single breath is enough to determine the outcome of the battle. When he came back to his senses, the ghostly green flames reflected in his pupils were rapidly enlarging, and the wind generated by the sword tip even cut his face. That demonic sword seemed about to cleave him in two at any moment. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted, even scaring the scavenging vultures at the port outside into flapping their wings and fleeing. An arm fell to the ground, still twitching. Pepper, soaked in cold sweat, finally realized that Wolf Fong had pushed him aside at the last moment, taking the almost certain deadly sword strike with one arm. However, Wolf Fong's howls of agony had not ceased. His entire body was swollen with veins, drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from the water. Wolf Fong, what's wrong? Pull yourself together. Don't scare me. Pepper knew that even losing an arm should not cause Wolf Fong such extreme pain. A battle-hardened pirate like him should not act like this. That sword there's something strange about it. It absolutely cannot wound you, or that bone-deep pain will render you incapable of fighting. Wolf Fong gritted his teeth, using his strongest willpower to explain before continuing to roll on the ground in agony. The surrounding pirates watched this scene with their hearts racing. They knew better than anyone the deputy leader's determination. Yet this iron-willed man was showing such a disheveled posture, even suffering to the point of tears and snot mixing together. Can those without strong will not look into your eyes? Wolf Fong's pain made Pepper mature significantly. He lowered his eyes and brows. In that case, I will fight you by judging your steps. The injuries you left on Wolf Fong, I will return them to you in kind. I swear. Apophis gently raised the 7 stars sword in front of him, indifferent and silent, as if he regarded the opponent's oath as a boring joke, too lazy to even comment. Wolf Fong covered the wound on his right arm, struggling to get up, but the stabbing pain deep in his soul made it impossible for him to see the blurry scene in front of him, and he staggered, about to fall to the ground. Deputy leader, deputy leader. The pirate beside him quickly supported him, calling out with concern. Don't worry about me for now. The captain might not be a match for him. You all hurry up and support him. Take the chance to ambush him while he's fighting the captain. Since we've decided to act, we must hold nothing back, Wolf Tooth said decisively. A massive force of over 1,000 people quickly surrounded the courtyard, creating an impenetrable barrier. Dark and dense, resembling a swarm of ants in the eyes of Capone bead from a distance. These people were the elite of the 8 Treasure Navy, not as easy to deal with as the Mafia under Buffett. Let's see what method you use to tear apart the defenses I've set up in such a short time. Pepper frowned, her lips slightly parting as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately restrained herself, though she was reluctant to admit it. She knew very well that she was not a match for that person, and fighting without being able to look into his eyes would be fraught with danger. At this moment, if she still refused Wolf Tooth's goodwill, it would not be persistence, but rather seeking death. Pepper took a deep breath. The hidden power within her surged forth, and the naginata in her hand surprisingly gained a dark sheen, glimmering like cold iron armor under the sunlight. Armament Haki? Apophis spoke indifferently. Although he was quite surprised that his opponent possessed armament Haki, it ended there. If the opponent had observation Haki, this battle might have been more interesting. But armament Haki? While attacks infused with armament Haki are powerful, they still have to land on him. As for the defense provided by armament Haki, if Pepper thought she could block the 7-star sword's attack with her shallow mastery of it, she would soon taste the pain on Wolf Tooth. So you know about armament Haki? You don't seem as ignorant as others in the paradise, Pepper said as she swung her naginata down, a fierce wind howling with it. Apophis raised his sword, positioning it horizontally in front of him, directly blocking that overwhelming blow. No matter how much force Pepper applied, he remained as unmoving as a reef in the sea. The magic sword and the naginata crossed in a shape, locked in a stalemate in midair. Pepper simply abandoned the thought of overpowering her opponent with strength, and with a sudden thrust of her right leg, she swept horizontally like a compass leg. High kick. Her right foot, wrapped in black metallic luster, kicked sideways, creating ripples in the air, a shockwave propelled by the 8-burst fist. It seemed Apophis had already anticipated her move. The moment Pepper lifted her right foot, he leaped into the air, swinging his sword backward with immense force that crashed down onto the blade of her naginata. With Pepper standing on one leg, she found it increasingly difficult to support herself. It was as if she had been hammered into the ground like a nail, her entire body sinking. Apophis fell from the air, the tip of his sword aimed directly at her forehead, seemingly intending to split her in half from above. With her lower body unable to free itself from the ground, Pepper had no choice but to meet the attack head-on, her arms bulging with veins as she drove the naginata upward with unparalleled strength. The ghostly green sword tip collided violently with the black blade, sounding like thunder in her ears, causing the nearby pirates to suffer ruptured eardrums and blood oozing from their orifices. Immediately after, Apophis was sent flying by the residual force, while Pepper was completely driven underground. In the aftermath of their battle erupted. Boom! The ground exploded, dust filling the air, and debris flying everywhere. The speed of the flying debris was comparable to bullets, leaving the surrounding pirates unable to organize an effective counterattack and suffering heavy casualties. Quickly retreat from the center of the battle and shoot from a distance. Countless bullets rained down like raindrops, making it tricky for Apophis, who was ready to pursue. With the perception of observation Haki, even regular gunfire couldn't graze his clothes. However, if the firepower was too dense, even if he could perceive all the bullet trajectories, there wouldn't be enough space for him to dodge. Too many ants can be a nuisance. It seems I should clear the field first. Apophis's indifferent voice rang out as he instantly appeared within the pirate ranks, delivering crimson slashes capable of cutting steel onto their bodies, turning the area into a slaughterhouse in the blink of an eye. Damn it, his speed is too fast. Without the captain to restrain him, we can't aim at all. Wait for me to pull the grenade and fight him. Don't be afraid. There are thousands of us here. We can wear him down. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, no one noticed that the blood flowing on the ground was actually gathering towards the area where Apophis was. Like a vortex devouring flesh and blood, it flowed into his body, and the eerie, sinister patterns on the 7-star sword began to emanate crimson blood mist. Under the cover of the scarlet blood mist, the hidden malice and brutality within all the pirates were magnified infinitely. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you look down on me? Watch me kill you. Don't kill me. Don't come over. I said not to kill me. Why are you still coming? Watch me stab you, stab you, stab you. All the pirates raised their blades against those nearby, wearing twisted smiles and contorted fear, as hell opened its gates here. How could this happen? How could this happen? Pepper emerged from the rubble, looking incredulously at everything before her. In just a few seconds, why the outside world changed so drastically. Apophis, what have you done to them? Doing it myself is too troublesome. Seemingly pleased by the blood, Apophis calmly explained the reason to her. Of course, for Pepper, this explanation only fueled her rage further. Bastard, stop. Pepper wrapped the shockwave of the 8-burst fist and the power of armament Haki around her right fist, creating ripples in the surrounding space. 8-burst fist secret technique. Pike dragon, spike kick. Now, that looks a bit interesting, Apophis said, raising the 7-star sword towards her. The blood mist coalesced on the sword's blade, forming a layer of crimson outer skin that looked incredibly eerie, sending chills down one's spine. The right fist, glimmering with black metallic luster, collided violently with the long sword reflected in the crimson blood mist, igniting an explosive force transmitted through the sword and her hand into their bodies, and then into the ground beneath them. The already cracked and broken earth completely collapsed, evaporating more than half of it in an instant, the ground suddenly sinking several meters, becoming harder than iron, as the previous soil was compressed to its limit by terrifying power. The roaring shock wave swept through the surroundings like a violent wind, sending scattered soil into the air, creating a fresh, natural rain of mud. The stalemate between the two did not last long. The exhausted Pepper was forcefully knocked back, bouncing off the ground like a ball before finally crashing down, kicking up clouds of dust. Killing one person is naturally troublesome, but if thousands of people act together, it will be much quicker. 4,000, 2,000, 1,000, 500. Each breath was a leap, symbolizing the signs of life. The sounds of battle around them had become inaudible, and the battlefield had transformed into a true hell, filled with shattered limbs, remnants of flesh and blood. Life, at this moment, was as humble as dust. In this deathly silence, a low sobbing sound could be faintly heard. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my insistence on taking action, if it weren't for the so-called dignity, they wouldn't have died at all. None of them would have died. I single-handedly brought them to hell. I am not worthy to be their leader. Looking at the nearly annihilated Bao water army, Huajiao weakly knelt on the ground. Leader, this can't be entirely blamed on you. I have a responsibility too. I underestimated the enemy and failed to dissuade you. Langia, you're not dead. You're still alive? Huajiao suddenly looked up, filled with surprise at the person beside him. Perhaps it was the torment of the soul that allowed me to retain a sliver of clarity. However, none of this matters anymore. We must find a way to survive and leave here. Langia took a deep breath and looked at the slowly approaching Apophis with a determined gaze. Langia, you go ahead. I'll hold them off. This should be something I say. The Bao water army can do without me, but they absolutely cannot do without you, the 13th generation pillar. How can I still have the face to be their leader? You're more qualified than I am. Enough. The boring tragic play ends here. Apophis stood before the two, his indifferent gaze looking down on them. Apophis, I'll fight you with both old and new grudges. Huajiao's eyes widened, wanting to rush forward recklessly. Calm down a bit. Don't you think the losses caused by your recklessness are enough? Langia stepped forward and pressed him down, scolding sternly. Huajiao's restless body suddenly froze, unwillingly lowering his head. Langia suppressed his hatred deep within and then looked at Apophis with a calm gaze. Your Excellency Apophis, this time we lost, but there is no substantial hatred between us. Perhaps we can solve the problem in a more gentle way. Seeing that Apophis showed no reaction, Langia analyzed methodically. A mature pirate should not be swayed by emotions. Only interests are the eternal truth in this world. As for the fallen Bao water army, I will shift all the blame on Buffett. He superficially invited us to assist, but in reality, he wanted to eliminate us to strike at the power of the Flower Kingdom. He even aimed to shift the blame onto your Excellency Apophis, thus inciting hostility between you and our Flower Kingdom to achieve a mutually destructive goal. Langia wove lies, even getting lost in them himself. Damn Buffett. How could he have such ambitions? If it weren't for your Excellency Apophis arriving in time to save us, his conspiracy would have succeeded. Huajiao looked at Langia in confusion, as if seeing him for the first time. How could you spout such shameless nonsense? After this, your Excellency Apophis will become the highest-level VIP of our Flower Kingdom. Moreover, if your Excellency Apophis wants to train in armament hockey before entering the New World, the leader Qingjiao would be your best choice. This is a win-win decision. I must admit, you made me a bit tempted. Langia felt delighted, but Apophis's next words plunged him into an ice cave. Unfortunately, I am not a pirate, and what I pursue is not that boring. Langia steadied himself, still unwilling to give up. No matter what your Excellency Apophis wants, we will do our best to satisfy you. Moreover, neither I nor Leader Huajiao are particularly talented individuals, and we are far from a genius like your Excellency Apophis. You don't need to worry about us posing any threat to you in the future. If you can make me feel threatened, I would actually be very willing to let you live, because the thrill of being pursued is simply wonderful. Apophis's calm and indifferent voice finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Langia and Huajiao both felt a jolt in their hearts. This Apophis truly is a freak, who would desire the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife. Moreover, shouldn't enemies be weaker? He actually craved enemies that could threaten his life. Even in the eyes of these ruthless pirates, A person like Apophis is simply too insane and dangerous. Langia and Huajiao felt a hint of regret in their hearts. Had they known Apophis was such a reckless madman, they would never have provoked him. And worthless trash has no value in living. Seeing Apophis raise the magic sword high above his head, Langia quickly threatened. Leader Qingjiao has a bounty of over 500 million as a great pirate. If you kill us, he will definitely avenge us. Is that so? Then you have given me another reason to kill you. The setting sun was like blood, and two bloody heads rolled to the side with unwilling despair. Hurry, prepare to set sail. We can't stay here any longer. Witnessing how the Bao water army was completely annihilated, Capone Beach felt his legs tremble. The terrifying slaughter was enough to make even someone as cruel as him feel a chill in his heart. He was now afraid to look up and see that monstrous figure standing before him. Boss, but the foundation here. It's all over. The great pirate Qingjiao is not someone who will reason. Even if Buffett is dead, he will still vent his anger here. Boss, where do we go next? The West Sea is indeed too small, and the pattern of the Black Hand Gang is too limited. Capone Beach looked solemnly at the sea. I've decided to set sail to become a pirate. Once I unify the West Sea, I'll advance into the Grand Line. A day later, in a quiet bamboo forest, the breeze blew gently. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura erupted, pressing down the bamboo branches as if it were tangible. Apophis, I must kill you, I must kill you. Grandpa, will Dad not come back anymore? He won't come back. It's better that way. The Bao water army was nearly wiped out under his command. He is not worthy to be a leader. He must die to return the title of the 13th generation pillar to me. Woo, Abu, your crying is really annoying. If you are a man, bear the burden. As for the grudge against father and the Bao water army, I will take care of it myself. The vast sea allows fish to leap. The sky is high enough for birds to fly. For some reason, gazing at the magnificent sea, Longinus's mind suddenly flashed with phrases from the memories of an otherworldly soul named poetry. If the starting point for pirates is the New World, then the starting point for the Navy is Marineford. Only by stepping into there can one truly make contact with this world, and only then can my journey truly begin. Rear Admiral Apophis heard the laughter and commotion around him, and Longinus furrowed his brow. Is there a connection between these two? What are you all talking about? Longinus asked as he stepped forward. Gregory laughed heartily. I almost forgot. Boss, you just returned from the deep sea to join this ship heading to headquarters. It's normal that you don't know about the big events that happened during this time. By the way, boss, do you know this person named Apophis? Apophis, I know him. He's a somewhat famous swordsman in the Grand Line, Longinus said nonchalantly. Boss, it's not just somewhat famous. 10 years ago, the great pirate Skull Crusher Buffett was killed by Apophis right in his old lair in the West Sea. He was considered a significant threat, the notorious pirate, who once had a bounty of 2 billion berries, commanded a mafia group of thousands. Yet this massive force was single-handedly annihilated by that Apophis. It is said that due to the excessively bloody and brutal nature of the scene, many high-ranking Navy officials deemed him extremely dangerous. They even hesitated to set a bounty on him, but in my opinion, what he did was truly satisfying. It's really ironic. Everyone knows that those pirates retreating from the Grand Line are not good people. Yet the government turns a blind eye to them to stabilize the situation and appease the public. In the end, they rely on a bounty hunter to eliminate those pirates, which is a disgrace for the Navy. Gregory, say less. Complaining like this is fine among us, but if you continue to speak so recklessly at Navy headquarters, be careful of being overheard by those CP organizations, Abraham warned. I know. Gregory waved his hand impatiently. But what does this have to do with Vice Admiral Garp? Oh, it's like this. The skull-crushing Buffett that Apophis killed was actually a partner of the son of the notorious pirate Green Pepper, whom Vice Admiral Garp had previously defeated. Longinus subtly twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you trying to forcibly link the two people together? The Green Pepper was once a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 5 billion, and compared to him, someone like Crumpled Skull Buffett can only be considered a rookie among pirates. And Apophis actually dared to kill his son. It's really beyond the description of being bold and reckless. Abraham took over the topic, saying that because of him, the long-retired leader Green Pepper set sail again and declared that he would kill Apophis in the most brutal way. It is said that the abilities Apophis has displayed this time are exceptionally strange, perhaps related to the devil fruit he has consumed during this period. Internal sources claim that his profile will be defined as a combination of an ability user and a swordmaster. It seems that he has indeed caused quite a stir. Longinus nodded slightly, intentionally leaving a certain onlooker to let Apophis's identity as an ability user be naturally conveyed. Although the soul aura sensed by Longinus and Apophis with observation hockey is completely different, and their martial arts and swordsmanship are vastly different. Even the appearance hidden beneath that mask has been shaped to resemble that otherworldly soul with his life returned. However, he still planned to give that identity a fourth distinct mark. Apophis's decisive style of killing has actually attracted quite a few admirers, especially that eerie and mysterious ghost-faced mask, which has made many young girls yearn for the face behind a mask. Gregory suddenly smiled with ill intent, but to me, Apophis's face under that mask must be a monster. It might even have 2 mouths and 4 nostrils, otherwise why? Why do I suddenly feel a bit cold? Has the weather turned cooler? Listening to this strange sound, Longinus took out the snail phone from his arms and held it in his palm. Huh, boss, why does your snail phone make this sound? Is it stomachache or seasick? Gregory asked innocently. Idiot, that's an emergency signal. Someone is calling for help. Abraham said irritably. Oh, I remember now. It seems some people in our Navy like to set traps like this. Once connected, if there's eavesdropping, the other party will know we've entered the signal circle. Gregory suddenly realized, then curiously looked at the snail phone that was crying and weeping. So this wouldn't be those pirates imitating us, right? This kind of snail phone is specially made by the Navy headquarters, and the emergency signals it can receive are limited to the same type of snail phones. Longinus quickly explained, then picked up the receiver. So, this is actually an emergency call for help from our Navy? Gregory said in a heavy tone. The moment the receiver was picked up, urgent sentences came from the snail phone. No matter where the Navy comrades are, please hurry and save us. If we are any later, Brigadier General Morgan won't be able to hold on. Gregory and the others exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. It's quite rare that even a brigadier general is not a match for the enemy in the first half of the Grand Line. Longinus said calmly, don't rush. Tell me your approximate location and the number of enemies. We will be there soon. We are in the coast sea between Doya Island and Chain Island, and the enemies are the bounty of 72 million berries for the Scorpion Foreman and 81 million berries for the Blade Joseph. Longinus nodded slightly. It seemed that this Brigadier Morgan was indeed much stronger than that useless Brigadier Adkin, as he could stand up to these two alone. The enemy was powerful, and if you don't have the combat power of more than 5 warships, please quickly notify the nearby naval fleet. We will do our best to hold on until reinforcements arrive. The Navy on the other end of the phone clearly showed great determination, thinking that they couldn't let their allies down even while struggling for their own survival. After the call ended, Gregory and the others looked at Longinus. Boss, what do you think we should do? We will follow your lead. If the enemy was just 2 pirates with a bounty of around 80 million, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. However, since the specific situation was still unclear, it was better to be cautious. How about this, Gregory? Take me over there first. If the situation is true, I can rescue those people in time. If the situation is already beyond saving, I can also easily escape. Boss, what about us? You guys follow closely, but be sure to keep in touch with me. Only when I give the order to engage can you rush into support. Understood? Understood. Major Longinus. The azure sea was stained red with blood, and the charred bodies emitted a nauseating stench. Greedy vultures circled in the sky, waiting for the moment the war ended. Foreman, Joseph, how dare you openly attack the Navy? Don't you fear that headquarters will mobilize the fleet to encircle you? If you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Brigadier Morgan, catching a glimpse of the horrific scenes on the warship, felt a pain in his heart, as if it were being gnawed by a venomous snake. Those young soldiers were the future of the Navy and should not die in such a worthless manner. He had indeed been careless, as he never expected that there would be pirates crazy enough to attack the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line. Openly attacking the Navy was not uncommon, at least in the 4 seas and the New World. But this was the first half of the Grand Line, where the Navy truly had absolute dominance. Moreover, unlike the usual pillaging of towns, openly attacking warships was the gravest sin the Navy could not tolerate. Any pirate daring to provoke the Navy's authority would be eradicated in the shortest time possible to ensure the Navy's prestige was not compromised. He believed these 2 pirates could not be unaware of this. Look, Brigadier Morgan, who once chased us around and looked down on a scum, is now in such a pathetic state. It's truly delightful. Foreman's wild laughter made the surrounding pirates laugh along. Seeing those high-ranking Navy personnel become so miserable was an ultimate pleasure for any pirate. Brigadier Morgan, you need not worry about what happens next. We have decided to finish this job and then march into the New World. If your Navy truly has the capability, you might as well try to follow us into that sea that belongs only to the strong, Joseph mockingly taunted. But once we reach the New World, Who captures whom is still uncertain. On the bloody and cruel battlefield, no one noticed that above them, a golden eagle circled softly, along with a Navy officer half kneeling on its back, observing the situation below. Each warship was equipped with a brigadier, and most of the naval soldiers on board were not weak. Longinus clearly saw the evil large letters G8 on the warship, and while his mouth twitched slightly, he also had a guess. Were they new recruits like us heading to the Navy headquarters for further training? Boss, how strong is the enemy? Can we handle it? Longinus asked, suppressing his excitement. The enemy had a total of 10 pirate ships, and in terms of troop deployment, it was 3 times that of a warship. However, those pirates seemed to be a ragtag bunch cobbled together, and their 3 times the manpower could barely maintain the battle against those Navy soldiers. Longinus continued, the key issue is that Brigadier General Morgan, as the high-end combat force, has already shown signs of defeat. Once he is completely routed and allows those 2 pirate captains to join the naval battle, the situation will instantly turn upside down. Gregory shook his bird head, unable to understand. Boss, just tell me if we can fight. Let me put it this way, this is a free victory, Longinus said as he took out a transponder snail. After quickly connecting, he asked, where are you? Boss, we're at the edge of the battle area, and we can already see both sides of the conflict. Attack. Strive to annihilate those pirates, Longinus said, not worried at all. With his strong observation hockey, he didn't detect any noteworthy individuals apart from those 2 pirate captains. In Longinus's eyes, the 10 pirate ships were clearly just cannon fodder hastily assembled after the complete annihilation of the 2 pirate captains. Even the soldiers from the G8 branch could suppress them, let alone the elite soldiers he had trained over the past 2 years. Great, boss. We've been waiting for your word. Abraham and the others had absolute trust in Longinus, built over the past 2 years through his leader's halo and countless battle achievements. Gaga gaga. A free victory? I love this kind of thing. Gregory let out a laugh that was absolutely not characteristic of a golden eagle, and without needing Longinus to say more, he dove straight down from the sky. The howling wind made the 3 engaged in fierce battle pause slightly. A foolish bird looking for death? Foreman frowned. The sharp-eyed Joseph suddenly changed color. Careful. There's someone on the eagle's back. It's the Navy. Great, it's reinforcements. Brigadier General Morgan quickly reacted, unleashing powerful strength to entangle the 2. Longinus leaped down from midair with a diving speed, charging towards the ability user, Foreman. Bastard, do you think I'm easy to bully? Crimson Poison Needle. A long tail suddenly emerged behind the half-beast Foreman, tipped with a stinger glowing with a scarlet light, sending chills down 1's spine. Be careful. Don't get hit by his. Before Brigadier Morgan could finish his warning, the naval youth effortlessly dodged the enemy's attack, simultaneously landing a powerful punch on Foreman's head. The battlefield of the 3 was originally on the top deck of the warship. However, Foreman, who had suffered a critical hit, was sent crashing through multiple layers of the ship's hull, ultimately plunging into the vast ocean. The fate of an ability user falling into the sea goes without saying. Gulp. Joseph swallowed hard, although there was a surprise attack involved, knocking Foreman, who was not much weaker than him, into the sea with just 1 punch made this suddenly appearing naval youth seem like a tyrannosaurus in human skin. Noticing the malicious gaze from Brigadier Morgan, Joseph instantly woke up to the fact that the situation had turned from 2 against 1 to 1 against 2. What was even more terrifying was that he seemed unable to take on either of the 2 opponents. Thinking of this, Joseph couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The pirates engaged in battle were also caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, completely unprepared for the situation to change so drastically in an instant. Bang! Bang! Just then, several ceremonial cannonballs flew in from the distant sea, accurately landing in the relatively dense area of the pirates, instantly causing countless casualties. In this chaotic battle, not a single cannonball misfired onto their own side. What the hell? Another ship? The pirate coalition, already a rabble, lost their composure entirely when another warship appeared as the situation turned against them. Many pirates decisively abandoned their captain and comrades, fleeing with their ships. Seeing his 10 pirate ships begin to sail away in the opposite direction in just a few seconds, Joseph, still on the warship, roared in anger. Get back here. I haven't boarded yet. On the sea after the battle, some laughed while others cried. Although Longinus and the G2 reinforcements had arrived just in time, nearly a third of the soldiers on that warship had been lost, and even the 9 escorted slots had suddenly increased by 3. Fortunately, these sailors were used to life and death, and with allies watching, they were too embarrassed to let others see them as a joke. After a simple memorial ceremony, Brigadier Morgan came over with the remaining forces of the G8 to express his gratitude. "This is the newly promoted brigadier?" Brigadier Morgan asked with some hesitation. Although Longinus had matured and appeared more stable after 2 years of training, his age still made him seem too young. "I am Major Longinus from the G2 branch. It's an honor to meet you, Brigadier Morgan. Your rank is only Major?" Brigadier Morgan's expression was one of disbelief. If he didn't know the ranks of naval officers, he might even suspect Longinus was a rear admiral given the strength he had previously displayed. "Wait, Longinus, I think I've heard that name somewhere," Brigadier Morgan said, frowning. Then suddenly realized, "I remember now, you are the rising star Longinus that G2 has been talking about. I initially thought those guys in G2 were just bragging. It seems they were still being too conservative. By the way, does that mean you're also a new recruit reporting to the headquarters like them?" Brigadier Morgan pointed to the few people behind him. Yes. After receiving a confirmation, Brigadier Morgan had only one thought in mind. Bullying people is truly too much. Your strength surpasses mine. Are you sure you're here to be a trainee and not an instructor? However, looking at Longinus's somewhat youthful face, he recalled how those G2 brigadiers had once proudly emphasized their rising star's age when reporting back to headquarters. Was it 14 or 15? He couldn't quite remember, but it was undeniably too young. It can only be said that some people are just born extraordinary, as Brigadier Morgan sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but mourn for the few officer seeds he brought along, hoping that the psychological pressure wouldn't be too great for them in the same cohort as such a monster. The 6 young sailors following Brigadier Morgan looked utterly despairing and questioning their life choices. Was the gap between recruits in the same batch really this large? Was the other side too strong, or were they too useless, having stood out from tens of thousands at a naval base? They naturally had their own pride and had fantasized about establishing their own era before heading to headquarters. But now, they each silently roared in their hearts. "To hell with that era. I'd rather be a salted fish living off scraps." Seeing the 6 from the G8 branch showing signs of confusion and helplessness about the future, Gregory and the others felt as refreshed as travelers in the desert drinking a handful of sweet water. So refreshing. Finally, someone else has the same treatment as us. Slowly feel what true despair is, then become a salted fish. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Brigadier Morgan took the initiative to change the topic cough anyway. "Thank you all very much for this. By the way, where's the commander on your ship? After we get to headquarters, I'll go with him to report to Admiral Sengoku about this situation and get your achievements recognized as soon as possible." At this point, he felt a bit resentful in his heart. Those G2 guys were too arrogant, not even showing up now. Although this time, they had benefited from the G2 people. They shouldn't look down on others like this. "Brigadier Morgan, I'm sorry, but the highest officer on this warship is me," Longinus said seriously. "You G2 branch are being too hasty. For such an important escort mission, you didn't send a brigadier for protection?" Brigadier Morgan exclaimed in surprise. Brigadier Morgan, Gregory, who was following Longinus, said helplessly, "With Boss Longinus here, do you really think we need another brigadier?" Brigadier Morgan was taken aback. He realized that an ordinary brigadier really wasn't this youth's match, and as for rear admirals, there were only 5 in each branch, so deploying one for an escort mission would be excessive. Thinking of this, Brigadier Morgan felt a hint of envy. Those G2 guys were truly lucky to have a monster like Longinus around, allowing them to enjoy comfort in the base. Coupled with the unexpected troubles he faced this time, he feared he would be held accountable, feeling even more unbalanced. Compared to those G2 people, he was practically a big tragedy character. "Major Longinus, then, once we arrive at headquarters, could you please accompany me to report to Admiral Sengoku?" Brigadier Morgan said with resignation. "Brigadier Morgan is working hard for our sake. It should be us who are saying thank you," Longinus said warmly and appropriately, seeing that Longinus showed no hint of arrogance typical of a genius. Brigadier Morgan's evaluation of him rose even higher. This is all to be expected. By the way, I hope Major Longinus can take good care of these little guys in the future. After all, we G2 and G8 are one family." Brigadier Morgan was well aware that to remain competitive in that new recruit training camp, the best approach, if not having a monster like Longinus, was to form small groups. In this aspect, the G2 branch was doing very well. He could see that everyone had cooperated quite harmoniously in the previous battles. There was not even a moment of hesitation in responding to Longinus's commands. They truly achieved a seamless integration. However, the G8 branch was lacking in this regard, as they did not have a core figure like Longinus, making it impossible to form a cohesive group. Coupled with this recent loss of personnel, if they did not cling to the other party's thigh, they would likely remain at the bottom for a long time. The 6 people following Brigadier Morgan also felt a sense of enlightenment. Although Longinus appeared much younger than them, his demonstrated strength was enough to make them lower their proud heads. While Longinus's leader's halo would not make others bow down immediately, the combination of life-saving grace and formidable strength, along with the leader's halo, planted a seed waiting to sprout in their hearts. Mutual communication and mutual progress were indeed the principles and ideals that brought them together. Longinus shook his head and pretended to say hypocritically, "Mutual communication and mutual progress?" Brigadier Morgan nodded appreciatively. Indeed, Major Longinus's awareness is far superior to ours. No wonder those guys in G2 call you the naval hero of the new era. Now, I share the same view. At the naval headquarters in Marine Ford, the crescent-shaped harbor, mountain-like barriers surrounding warships, and soldiers standing with rifles all conveyed the ideals of peace and order to the world. Although the public execution of the Pirate King 2 years ago made the Navy a laughingstock in the eyes of many, most ordinary people only saw the fact that the Pirate King had been executed. Because of this, as the situation at sea grew increasingly dire and corrupt, the Navy's prestige reached an unprecedented peak to the extent that many people only knew the naval headquarters and not the world government. Of course, Longinus did not see this as a good thing. Perhaps the Navy's higher-ups never had any other thoughts. But this did not mean that the politicians of the world government shared the same view. Watching the seagull flag fluttering in the wind, Longinus did not yearn for it like others. Instead, he was analyzing the chaotic essence of this era through the future trajectory from the memories of his otherworldly soul. The world government had many direct agencies, but the 3 core institutions publicly announced were only Judicial Island, Impel Down, and the naval headquarters. However, Judicial Island, one of the 3 major institutions, was theoretically on par with the naval headquarters, yet was extinguished just because Spandam accidentally activated the buster call. Similarly, Impel Down, also one of the 3 major institutions, had its director Magellan, who should be on the same level as the fleet admiral in position. Yet after a major incident, he actively sought death from Sengoku. These events clearly showed that among all the subordinate agencies of the world government, the naval headquarters undoubtedly held the highest status, even slightly above the other institutions. The world government would never allow the Navy to threaten its position. The best proof was the split triggered by Akainu 20 years later, followed by his expulsion. If it were not for the rapid development of the Revolutionary Army, distracting most of the government's energy, the conflict between the government and the Navy might have erupted even more fiercely. The relationship among pirates, the Navy, and the government finally became completely chaotic after the introduction of the Revolutionary Army. It seemed that the seeds of revolution were quietly sown by Dragon after witnessing the execution of the Pirate King. Therefore, the uprising in that future era had already sounded its prelude 2 years ago. Longinus looked at the naval headquarters, which symbolized absolute justice, and quietly clenched his fist. Who would write the future history? This was truly something to look forward to. The arrival of 2 warships instantly caused a stir in the harbor, simply because the G8 warship was too tragic. The bloodstains on the warship had not yet been wiped clean, and the destruction caused by the battle between Brigadier Morgan and the 2 pirate captains had not been repaired in time. In fact, if it weren't for the spare supplies on the G2 warship, this miserable warship would have sunk into the sea due to Longinus's astounding strike. Soon, a colonel from the headquarters on duty came rushing over. He was naturally familiar with officers above the rank of brigadier in the Navy. After giving a standard military salute, he asked Brigadier Morgan, "What happened here?" Brigadier Morgan shook his head. "I will explain to Admiral Sengoku myself. These are the new recruits sent from the G2 and G8 branches to the training camp. Please take them to the barracks and settle them down." The duty colonel was taken aback. Although he was puzzled, his military training prevented him from asking too much. "Yes," the colonel replied solemnly, and then looked kindly at the few people behind Morgan, saying, "Follow me. You can call me Senior Hughes." "Senior?" Gregory and the others exchanged glances, feeling a bit unaccustomed to this form of address. Colonel Hughes also graduated from the recruit training camp, but was 5 classes ahead of them. He was an outstanding graduate from the training camp. "So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask him." "I'm not an outstanding student," Brigadier Morgan said. "Please don't tease me. Don't think I don't know anything. Admiral Zephyr is always strict. It's not easy to graduate smoothly from the training camp." "You can indeed be considered an outstanding student," Brigadier Morgan said seriously. "I'm just reminding you not to think that once you enter the training camp, you can relax. That is where the real challenges of your lives begin." Gregory and the others had long been accustomed to being at the bottom of the food chain, so they naturally did not think the training camp would be an easy place. Nevertheless, they still expressed their gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Brigadier Morgan. Then I'll take my leave. I hope that when I see you again in 3 years, you will have become qualified navies. All right, everyone, please wait a moment. That junior, you went the wrong way." Just as Colonel Hughes was about to introduce the training camp situation to the juniors, he saw someone veering off in the direction of Brigadier Morgan and hurriedly called out. Brigadier Morgan turned around and saw Colonel Hughes looking at Longinus with a strange expression and quickly explained, "Colonel Hughes, please take them to the training camp. Major Longinus still needs to accompany me to meet Admiral Sengoku." Seeing Brigadier Morgan and Longinus walk away, Colonel Hughes was still a bit slow to react, expressing doubt about life. "Did I hear that right? He's a major at such a young age? When I first entered the training camp, what was my rank? I think I was just a lieutenant." Colonel Hughes even darkly thought to himself, did he go to meet Admiral Sengoku on the first day of reporting? He can't be a celestial dragon's illegitimate child, can he? Seeing that Colonel Hughes had also joined the ranks of doubting life, Gregory gleefully said, "Senior Hughes, people and monsters cannot be compared. In fact, if it weren't for Longinus being too young, plus he usually shared too much credit with us, he should have been a colonel by now." "Colonel?" Colonel Hughes had a look of disbelief, as if he were being teased. Among the 8 of us in G2, I, Abraham, and Algernon hold the rank of captain, while the others are all lieutenants," Gregory boasted. Colonel Hughes fell silent, feeling sorrowful as he thought, "I really am not an outstanding student. Could it be that I graduated because someone helped me through the back door?" Fortunately, the 6 from G8 gave him the final psychological comfort. Is it really that easy to earn military achievements in your G2 branch? Among the 6 of us, only Arnold is a second lieutenant, while the others are still warrant officers. The gap is too big, Gregory replied, unhappily. "What do you mean our G2 military achievements are easy to earn? Do you know how many pirates we captured with Captain Longinus over the past 2 years?" The 6 from G8 enthusiastically responded, "No, we don't." The pirates we've captured could circle the headquarters, and the total bounty amounts to over 500 million. We've been repeatedly recognized as the most popular navy in G2. Cough, cough. "Oh, I forgot, that's just the boss's achievement and has nothing to do with us." Impressive. The 6 from G8's eyes lit up. It turns out this is not just a strong leg to lean on, but also a generous one. "Hey, Colonel Hughes, why aren't you leaving?" Seeing Colonel Hughes hiding in the corner, Gregory asked in surprise. Colonel Hughes said with a face full of indignation, "Don't call me senior. I'm not your senior. Just to clarify, in the Corazon incident of the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, Sengoku was still a general. Yesterday's information has been revised. Please don't mind." Snap, snap. "Carp, can't you keep it down for a bit?" Sengoku, who was discussing matters with Admiral Tsuru, finally exploded after being interrupted countless times by Carp munching on Senbei. "Ha ha ha. Relax. There's no need to be so tense." "Relax? How can I relax? Ever since that bastard Roger set me up before dying, the situation at sea has become increasingly chaotic, with pirates appearing frequently and wars ongoing. The number of pirates emerging in the past 2 years has actually increased by 30% compared to before Roger's death, and this ratio continues to rise." Sengoku slammed the table and stood up, spitting words at Carp. "I won't even mention that. Those guys in the New World are the real trouble. Whitebeard has started frequent contact with Fishman Island. Kaido is supporting puppets in Wano, and even Big MOM has shifted her attention back to Elbaf. With such a chaotic situation, how can you expect me to relax? Watch your manners. Watch your manners." Carp wiped the spit off his face, complaining, clearly not listening to Sengoku's outburst. "Can't you have a bit of the demeanor that a Navy hero should have? In this regard, you should really learn more from Dragon. He is much calmer than you. Where's the logic in me learning from my son?" Carp picked his nose and, dissatisfied, threw a pea-sized biochemical bomb at Sengoku. "Besides, he wouldn't be where he is today without my guidance, which shows my educational philosophy is a great success. Well, he has a son. Just watch me train him to be the strongest Navy king." Sengoku, narrowly avoiding the biochemical bomb, finally couldn't suppress his anger and rushed forward to grapple with him. "Idiot, what do you mean by Navy king? I think you've been infected by that bastard Roger's pirate habits." Admiral Tsuru, sitting nearby, watched this with indifference, waiting for this strong Locks man battle to end. Carp refused the promotion to Admiral. Zephyr retired behind the scenes, and Admiral Kong was severely injured in his battle with the Red Count. Therefore, the Navy headquarters is currently being held up by Admiral Sengoku alone. Brigadier General Morgan warned. "So when you see Admiral Sengoku, make sure to be polite. Understand?" "I understand. That's good." As Sengoku and Longinus chatted, Morgan, somewhat lost in thought, casually pushed open the door and was suddenly met with the eye-catching scene of men on top of men, instantly waking up and hurriedly retreating to remedy. Sorry, I forgot to knock. I was blinded by the wind and didn't see anything. It was rumored that Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Karp had a friendship that transcended comradeship. And it turned out to be true. Brigadier General Morgan thought gossipingly, then felt a bit of fear. I know too much. I hope I won't be silenced. Sengoku and Karp looked at each other in confusion, realizing their current posture was indeed a bit suggestive, quickly separating and standing up. Pretending to be nonchalant as they loudly said, "Cough, cough. It seems you haven't let go of training even after becoming an admiral. Sengoku, cough, cough." To avoid a repeat of the vicious incident with Gold Lion 2 years ago, I must of course maintain my best condition. Sengoku seamlessly joined in. So it turns out Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Karp were actually competing? They even remember to exercise while working. They truly are the role models of our Navy. Brigadier General Morgan said, raising his voice with a strong desire to survive. Longinus looked at him with great admiration. Such acting skills would be a waste if not furthered in the government. Seeing Morgan so well-informed, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. Is it Brigadier General Morgan? The door isn't locked. You can come in yourself. After Brigadier General Morgan entered, Sengoku said seriously, Morgan, what exactly happened with the distress signal you sent earlier? Brigadier General Morgan took a deep breath and said with a sorrowful expression, the Scorpion Pirates and the Blade Pirates somehow got information and ambushed my escort warship midway. In the end, 1/3 of the naval soldiers on the warship were lost, and 3 out of 9 recruits from the training camp died in battle. How infuriating! When did pirates dare to openly ambush the Navy? These pirates are truly reckless and lawless. Little Crane, take a fleet and eliminate those 2 pirate groups for me. Sengoku, already irritated by the pirate problem, was even considering whether to carry out a major purge after hearing about such a malignant incident. Wait, General Sengoku. Those 2 pirate groups have already been eliminated. Morgan hurriedly exclaimed. Oh, I remember those 2 pirate groups were quite strong in the Paradise. And since they dared to attack proactively, they should have some confidence. Under these circumstances, defeating those pirates is indeed not easy. Sengoku nodded appreciatively. Not really. Morgan interrupted somewhat awkwardly. This time, it was thanks to Major Longinus from the G2 branch arriving in time. Otherwise, we might have faced total annihilation. Sengoku slightly nodded. I've heard the name mentioned by people from the G2 branch many times. If it's him, he could indeed accomplish that. But why did he appear? He seems to be a trainee from this session. Morgan was secretly astonished. It turned out Major Longinus had long been on the radar of the Navy's upper echelons. Did Longinus come with you? Major Longinus is waiting outside. Invite him in. After entering, Longinus realized that the 3 nominal giants of the Navy had gathered here. He immediately suppressed any extraneous thoughts and formally saluted. Admiral Sengoku, Longinus reports in. With a youthful face, a tall and powerful posture, and a strong and determined gaze. He resembled a son-in-law being evaluated by his mother-in-law, which made Sengoku nod in satisfaction, dispelling some of the gloom that had lingered in his heart for days. Although pirates were becoming increasingly rampant, new stars were also emerging in our Navy. They were the future of the Navy. Just as Sengoku was preparing to make a few grand statements, he was suddenly interrupted by a burst of wild laughter. Ha ha ha, so you're Longinus? Not bad, not bad. You indeed have a bit of the old man's former aura, especially your appearance. You could almost say it's second only to mine. No wonder many people call you the hero of the new era of the Navy. Karp shamelessly boasted, completely oblivious to the murderous gaze beside him. Do well, and strive to take the title of hero of the Navy from my hands as soon as possible. Of course, it would be even better if you could become the admiral before that arrogant Sengoku. Bastard, shut your mouth. Sengoku warned in a low voice, feeling that the Navy's reputation had been completely tarnished by Karp. How could he have the audacity to say someone was second only to him with that face of his? No, that's not the point. The point is that Longinus, this rising star of the Navy, would probably have his dreams of heroism shattered directly. Sengoku thought sadly. Fortunately, Longinus was not surprised by such a scene and maintained a serious demeanor, which provided some comfort to Sengoku. Longinus, tell us about your experiences. To prevent Karp from causing any more trouble, Sengoku also shelved his thoughts of grand statements and spoke concisely. Longinus nodded and said seriously, at that time, I received an emergency distress signal, and the other party mentioned information about the enemy and reminded us. If there are not more than 5 warships with combat power, it is better to prioritize self-preservation. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, appreciating that he did not drag his allies down because of the threat. This is the quality a navy should have. Brigadier General Morgan also cast a grateful glance, considering this one of the few highlights in their recent ambush. Moreover, it is often more effective when Longinus brings up certain matters than when he does. Although there was only one warship, I was still relatively optimistic about our combat power. If I could join in, it might have a significantly favorable impact on the battlefield. Longinus continued. Therefore, after obtaining the consent of everyone on the ship, I and my companion with flying abilities rushed to the battlefield in advance to confirm that the situation could still be salvaged. And only then did I use the telephone bug to instruct the soldiers on the warship to begin their actions. So, I was actually just assisting Brigadier General Morgan in defeating those two pirate captains. The real decisive role was played by the brave soldiers of G8 and G2. Sengoku listened with increasing satisfaction. He had strength, intelligence, courage, and did not seek personal glory, always considering his subordinates. Such a person is simply a perfect leader. At least, at Longinus's age, Sengoku was far from reaching this level. Before he could speak, someone else jumped in first. Well done. I'm increasingly optimistic about you. In my opinion, you might as well not go to Zifa's place. Come to my ship, and I'll personally train you to ensure you become the strongest Navy king. Sengoku quickly stopped Carp, who was worried that Longinus, this rough gem, might be tarnished by Carp, saying, "Go eat your sunbae. Can't you keep your mouth shut with so much food?" Unexpectedly, Carp said with a pained expression, "I never expected you to be such a jealous person, Sengoku. Are you afraid that Longinus will take the position of admiral that might belong to you after I train him? In this regard, you really should learn from me and adopt a more relaxed mindset. I'm quite looking forward to letting others take that so-called hero title." Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku's eyes widened, nearly choking with anger. "Hey, the weather is nice today. I'm going out to sunbathe." Worried that Sengoku would find trouble with him, Carp skillfully jogged out, leaving Brigadier General Morgan somewhat dumbfounded. Calm down, calm down. Sengoku forced himself to calm down and then barely managed to curl his lips into a smile, saying, "Longinus, you did very well this time, leading the soldiers to save your comrades in a critical moment. I have decided to award you the second-class Combat Hero Model Medal on behalf of the Navy. The G2 branch, which fought bravely without fear of danger, will be awarded collective second-class merit once, and the G8 branch, which fought hard and was unafraid of sacrifice, will also be awarded collective second-class merit once. As for you, Brigadier General Morgan, your merits and demerits cancel each other out, so no further action will be taken. Do you have any objections to this arrangement?" No. I firmly obey the orders," Brigadier General Morgan said happily. He was already very satisfied that he wouldn't be penalized this time, thanks to Longinus. However, he was also quite lucky to have been awarded the Combat Hero Model Medal. The word hero is not so easy to bear. Aside from having exceptional strength, merits and achievements are also indispensable. "Then you two can leave first. I have some matters to discuss with Admiral Tsuru." "Yes." After seeing Longinus' status in the eyes of the Navy High Command, Brigadier General Morgan became even more enthusiastic, even changing how he addressed him. "Longinus, brother, thanks to you for speaking well for us G8. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten through this so easily. By the way, it should be your first time at headquarters, right? Let me take you around to familiarize yourself with the Navy headquarters." After Longinus and the others left, Sengoku turned to ask nearby, "Lil Tsuru, what do you think?" "Longinus?" From the messages coming from the G2 branch, all Navy officers praise him, and those grassroots soldiers regard him as an idol. Even the kingdoms he has helped pacify praise his abilities and character. Even someone like Morgan, who has only spent less than a day with him, holds him in high regard. Admiral Tsuru praised without reservation. "If I had to give an evaluation, it would be perfect. Such a person can be said to be a born leader." "I share the same view," Sengoku said as he took out a stack of documents and began to read through them in detail. It is hard to imagine that at just 14 years old, he was able to single-handedly kill a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million, something even Kuzan and the others found difficult to achieve at the same age. What is even more commendable is his concept of justice. He is neither as absolute as Sakazuki nor as lazy as Kazan. In his narrative, there is never absolute light or darkness in the world. Overly hot sunlight can turn into a merciless flame that burns everything. Or rather, absolute light is absolute darkness. His justice is utilitarian justice. What brings greater happiness to the majority is justice. Although this concept is somewhat biased, it may be the best choice for the current Navy. All navies know that the celestial dragons, or the world government, do not represent justice. But we have no other choice. Even the worst order is better than the most perfect chaos. If the world were to fall into chaos, the bloodshed and sacrifices caused would be an unimaginable nightmare. Therefore, we need to find the best balance between the two. Utilitarian justice? This notion is indeed novel. Admiral Toru did not respond directly to Sengoku's evaluation, but curiously asked, "But from whom did you learn about his views on justice?" Seeing that Admiral Toru did not respond directly, Sengoku suddenly calmed down. He had indeed been a bit anxious today, so he quickly threw aside those thoughts that shouldn't be considered and smiled as he replied, "I learned about it from a very interesting thing." Sengoku raised the small booklet in his hand and then handed it over. Admiral Toru took it, looked down, and couldn't help but ask Longinus's quotes. "I got this from Polysolino. The last time he was at headquarters, I saw him mumbling with this thing. It seems he also intended to compile a book of Polysolino quotes. Unfortunately, this little booklet was made by those little girls who idolize Longinus. With his lecherous appearance, I doubt anyone will help him compile it, even in 100 years. Remembering Kizaru's dejected expression at that time, Sengoku couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ah-ha-ha-ha." Admiral Toru shook her head and began to flip through it. Indeed, there were some thought-provoking words, and it was rare that he had such insight at such a young age. "Isn't it? This is quite interesting, huh? Why are you keeping it?" "I plan to use some of it in the recruitment propaganda." "How about it?" "Admiral Sengoku, do you want to keep it to compile a book of military quotes?" Don't talk nonsense. Marineford, in addition to being a symbol of peace and justice, is also the strongest backing for all Navy soldiers." Brigadier General Morgan proudly pointed to the bustling town and said, "Countless Navy families live here, in the safest place in the world. This is the best guarantee the Navy can give to those who dedicate their lives to uphold justice." Longinus nodded. Indeed, in this chaotic and disorderly world, Marineford can undoubtedly be considered the safest place in the world. Even though 2 years ago, the Golden Lion broke into the Navy headquarters alone and caused nearly half of the damage here, it still cannot erase people's longing for it. Moreover, for those soldiers who join the Army with great enthusiasm, aside from the most simple and unadorned goal of yearning for justice, their biggest dream is to send their families to Marineford, allowing them to escape the turmoil of war. The square over there can accommodate a terrifying military force of 100,000 people, and every 5 years, a grand parade is held there to announce to the world the power of our Navy, to deter those evil pirates with ulterior motives. Over here is the training ground where daily training takes place, divided into a regular training area and an officer training area, not to create any distinction, but simply because the destructive power of officer-level officers is quite formidable. If they are not separated, it could easily cause accidental injuries to those ordinary soldiers. However, to satisfy the curiosity and yearning of those ordinary soldiers, a viewing platform has been specially set up at a distance. Therefore, this place is somewhere you can visit more often in the future. You might even see battles between those brigadier generals and major generals, which will greatly help broaden your horizons and knowledge. Lastly, regarding your new recruit training camp, I'll introduce the facilities and such, as you will quickly learn about them when you go in. I mainly want to talk to you about the general process after entering the training camp. First of all, you will stay in the training camp for 3 years, with 2 promotion assessments and a graduation assessment. This should be easy to understand. If you fail the promotion assessment, you will be held back, and if you don't pass the next year, you will be kicked out. It's not surprising to see many students being held back, given the connections of the previous government. The first year is mainly for solidifying your foundation. Whether it's physical skills, swordsmanship, marksmanship, or fruit abilities, all of it relies on a strong physique. Wanting to reach the sky in one leap is the most foolish approach. Also, because the first year is relatively free, the experienced instructors in the headquarters will offer some other courses, such as navigation, naval combat, negotiations, etc. After all, you will all have your own warships in the future. And as leaders, you need to understand more than just combat. Of course, for you, the Longinus brothers, these courses in the first year are actually optional. Isn't their course on capturing pirates? Longinus was quite curious. In the memories of that otherworldly soul, shouldn't they first see blood to give them a warning? Then, wouldn't the Navy, after going through the baptism of blood and tears, begin their legendary lives of striving hard? In real war, there is no warmth to speak of. If you're thrown onto the battlefield from the very beginning, that is not training but murder. This first year is also to give you a gradual adaptation process. Longinus nodded. After all, the Navy was not a pirate or CP organization. It could not throw soldiers into a slaughterhouse just to make them realize so-called cruelty. If such actions were taken after training for a while, it might be understandable. But to let those new recruits experience real warfare without any training was indeed no different from murder. Moreover, the chief instructor of the training camp was Admiral Zephyr, known as Zeph the Black, who wouldn't even kill pirates. How could he allow his students to gain insights through death? He might be strict, but he was certainly not harsh. Starting from the second year, you would follow Admiral Zephyr to capture pirates. Those pirates were not the rookies you dealt with in the branch. They were at least worth over 100 million, and some were even worth 400 or 500 million. Although you would not be dealing with the toughest characters, the officers under those big pirates were not weak either, and battles with them could indeed be deadly. Therefore, during this process, the instructors of the training camp would teach you skills based on your strengths. Strong martial artists like you, Longinus, will be granted the qualification to practice the Marine 6 styles. In fact, the basic training in the first year was also to prepare for practicing the 6 styles, which are martial arts that transcend human physical limits. Without a solid foundation, it would be impossible to succeed. Brigadier General Morgan paused for a moment and continued. As for the third year, you would be assigned to a branch in the 4 Seas for internships, and only those who performed excellently would qualify for the final graduation assessment. Now you should understand why I said Colonel Hughes was excellent, because if one is not excellent, it is impossible to graduate smoothly from the training camp. The graduation rate in any class is at most 1/10 or 1/12. Saying this, Brigadier General Morgan patted Longinus's shoulder lightly. Of course, these would not be issues for you, Longinus. After all, even among those third-year veterans, there would be no one who could be your opponent. No one is perfect, and no one is entirely worthless. Longinus shook his head and said seriously, I never underestimate anyone and never overestimate myself. There must be many things in this training camp that are worth my learning and exploration. Brigadier General Morgan was taken aback and said with some embarrassment, Indeed, I was mistaken. Perhaps this humble and peaceful mindset is the source of your strength, Longinus. By the way, there is something I almost forgot to mention. Do you know about hockey? Of course I do, Longinus replied seriously. It is said that hockey is an innate ability of humans, but it lies dormant in the body and needs constant training to be excavated and developed. That's right. In the New World, there is even a saying, those who understand hockey may not be strong, but the strong must use hockey. I brought this up specifically to tell you to pay as much attention as possible to the training of the 6 styles, because, in a sense, the 6 styles were created to better stimulate the power of hockey. In past training camps, the third year actually had a very important course, which was the practice of hockey. Unfortunately, even with the guidance of the 6 styles, very few people can comprehend that extraordinary power with just 2 years of preparation, resulting in only a superficial understanding of hockey training. But you're different, Longinus. With your qualifications, you can fully comprehend the 2-color hockey within the training camp. You know, Admiral Zephyr is called Black Arm Zephyr because he is proficient in armament hockey. It would be a great pity to miss his guidance. After Brigadier General Morgan finished his instructions, he hurriedly left, as the attack incident was not so simply resolved, and there were many troublesome follow-up tasks waiting for him to handle. Longinus walked toward the training camp while pondering. At this moment, the camp was filled with many energetic faces and some worn-out veterans, which reminded Longinus of a place called University from the memories of otherworldly souls, quite similar to the differences between freshmen and seniors. However, there were still some differences. Here, those who loaf around waiting for death either get held back or kicked out, with no mercy shown. But if what General Amos said was true, perhaps those government officials didn't really intend to graduate. After all, fighting pirates could be deadly, and they only wanted to gild their resumes, never thinking they would have to fight for their lives. Longinus shook his head, no longer thinking about those chaotic matters. However, just as he was struggling with where to start, he saw a table under the shade of a tree with a huge banner beside it that read New Student Registration. He couldn't help but chuckle, realizing it was indeed becoming more and more like the world he remembered. Under the shade sat a girl with a ponytail, looking rather bored. Her face slightly chubby. By the standards of that world, she should be a girl who could score an 80. When she saw Longinus walking over with a gentle smile, the ponytailed girl couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. This was understandable. While the women in the pirate world were not bad, many of the men had quite a unique appearance, to put mildly, and to put it bluntly, they were not very presentable. In this training camp, this trend was taken to the extreme, making it feel like home for Pungen. Someone like Longinus could really be considered a sought-after resource. Therefore, the ponytailed girl quickly perked up, showing a sweet smile as she said, Junior, Are you here to register? The answer was obvious, Longinus thought to himself, and then asked, I am Longinus from the G2 branch. May I ask which building my dormitory is in? Longinus? The one who saved an entire ship? The ponytailed girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. When that blood-stained warship arrived at headquarters, it caused quite a stir. Many people went to ask those who disembarked from the ship for news. Then, under the embellished storytelling of Gregory and others, a powerful and fearless naval hero came to life. The ponytail girl had been quite surprised before, but didn't expect to see the real person so soon. If you're referring to the G8 warship, that person is indeed me. Longinus had no intention of hiding it. To her surprise, not only was this junior handsome, but he was also so outstanding. I must quickly take him to the dormitory to get first-hand information before others come back and compete with me for this job, the ponytail girl thought, feeling a sense of urgency. Junior, let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory. Although it was a bit abrupt, Longinus did not refuse, as he didn't want to stay there and be watched. After taking Longinus to the dormitory, the ponytailed girl waved goodbye reluctantly and said, Longinus, Junior, don't forget to come find me. Longinus shook his head and walked into the dormitory helplessly. This was a 4-person room, and he was quite familiar with the other 3. Boss, you're finally here. Come on, we've already tidied up your bed for you, Gregory said excitedly. You guys have already tidied it up for me? Thank you so much, Longinus replied. What is this? If it weren't for you, boss, we wouldn't have been able to earn a second-class merit right from the start, Abraham said happily. You don't know, those new recruits from headquarters who originally looked down on us after they found out we each earned a second-class merit. Their eyes almost fell to the ground. They were practically wearing their jealousy on their faces. Headquarters new recruits? Longinus frowned and asked, Brother Longinus, it's like this. There are a total of 400 of us this time, with 9 people in each branch on the Grand Line, and the 4 Seas branch has a total of 19, while there are 300 directly from the headquarters. The 3 spots from the G8 branch will eventually be filled by the headquarters as well, Penn said thoughtfully, then added, if we don't count the more than 200 who failed last year, that's indeed the number. So according to what you're saying, those guys from headquarters are at the top of the disdain chain. The 4 Seas branch is at the bottom, and we're awkwardly stuck in the middle, Gregory complained. Actually, that's not the most frustrating part. Those well-informed new recruits from headquarters said that there are 3 monster-level newcomers in our batch, and they actually rank you boss 3rd. They even said it's because your reputation is too big, and they reluctantly included you. It made me so angry that I ended up fighting with them. But those people from headquarters are all talk. When it comes to a real fight, none of them are worth anything. 5 of them together aren't even my match. By the end, Gregory was boasting with pride. Abraham chuckled. Aren't you just relying on your ability to fly? But you're right about one thing. Those people from headquarters really aren't that impressive. In our G2 branch, they wouldn't even qualify to be selected. Longinus laughed carelessly and said, according to you, it's already quite good that they can include me. However, I'm also a bit curious. What are those other 2 like? It seems that both of them are the hallmarks of our department, and one of them has already reached the level of a swordmaster. As Gregory spoke, the serious expression on his face turned playful. I heard she's a super beauty, and all those guys in the department are completely infatuated with her. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of expressions those guys will have when she's captivated by your charisma, boss. Longinus didn't mind his nonsense and nodded, saying, a swordsman, huh? Such a level of swordsmanship is rare even in our branch. No wonder they think her strength surpasses mine. Abraham interjected, exactly. They only ranked the beautiful swordsman second. Then who is first? Longinus asked, becoming increasingly curious. He heard that this guy, like him, was an animal-type ability user, but he was of the mythical beast variety. Gregory displayed an envious expression that was even rarer than the natural type, a completely different world compared to his ordinary type. Longinus also revealed a cautious expression at the appropriate time in that alien soul memory. Even the natural element has certain family shames, but the beast types of the animal system are all powerful without exception, unless we count a certain must-die, high-quality imitation. Considering that today as first chapter is too heavy on content, some classmates may not like it very much, so I, the author, will proactively add another chapter. In a simple yet warm room, a clear voice with a hint of a spoiled tone rang out. Sister Crane, I'm back. A fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, and a gentle voice came out. Jiwen, the food is already on the table. If you're hungry, you can eat a little first. I'll come out after I finish making the last dish. No, I'll wait for you to come out and eat together. The girl untied the long sword at her waist and placed it aside, sitting upright at the table. She watched the exquisite and appealing dishes releasing wisps of steam, and her delicate nose twitched slightly. Phew, Sister Crane's cooking is indeed too delicious. The girl forcibly shifted her attention, looking around the room. Her lively gaze suddenly landed on a small booklet on the desk. What is this? The girl curiously walked over and held the booklet in her hands, not worrying about it being an important secret, given Sister Crane's steadiness. If it were something really important, it wouldn't be casually placed on the desk. Gun, how was your first day at the training camp? I heard you caused quite a stir today. It seemed that, worried about the girl being bored alone. The gentle voice came from the kitchen again, but with a hint of teasing. Sister Crane, the girl elongated her voice, expressing her dissatisfaction. It's those guys who are too boring. With that kind of energy, they should be improving their strength and catching pirates instead of doing nothing all day. It's really frustrating to watch. You, Longinus quotes. Hearing Sister Crane's helpless tone, the girl stuck out her tongue and refocused on the booklet in her hands. That name seemed familiar. Actually, you don't have to push yourself too hard. Sister Crane, dressed in casual home clothes, came out holding a pile of greens. Just as she was speaking, she noticed the girl seemed engrossed in flipping through the small booklet she brought back, and smiled. What do you think of the quotes in there? Huh, Gun exclaimed, coming back to her senses and awkwardly putting down the booklet, then offered a fair evaluation. Iron-blooded towards enemies, gentle towards the people. There seems to be a power that touches the soul in the words. But the deeds are somewhat too legendary, making it hard to relate. Sister Crane, is this a promotional material for the new round of Navy recruitment? Also, Sister Crane, is this Longinus based on some hero from Navy history? I always feel a sense of DJVU when I read it. You. Sister Crane smiled indulgently. You really don't care about the training camp at all. Didn't those kids privately give you a nickname of monster? This Longinus is seen as a monster star, just like you. I remember now. He's the lucky guy who saved a ship of trainees and was awarded a medal, Gun exclaimed. Others are not just lucky. Think about the deeds in the booklet. Do you still think he just has good luck? Those things on there are actually true? Gun couldn't believe it. To her, those deeds seem too mythical to be real. Not only are they true, but they've also been simplified a lot. After hearing this, Gun said seriously, in 2 years, he captured over 100 pirate groups and saved tens of thousands of people. I have to say, he is a real Navy officer. When we meet next time, I will sincerely apologize and ask for his forgiveness. Apologize? Sister Crane asked in confusion. Just now, when I heard you mention the quotes, I subconsciously thought he was a person who seeks glory. But now it seems that he must have spread these things for the better dissemination of justice. Gun spontaneously filled in the gaps in her mind. Since I misunderstood him, I naturally need to apologize to him in person. Sister Crane said with a mix of amusement and helplessness, you just thought about it in your heart. There's no need to make a special trip to apologize. But Gun said with a serious expression, wrong is wrong. I can deceive others, but I can't deceive myself. Recognizing my own heart is my belief as a warrior. All right, whatever you say, Sister Crane said helplessly. Hee, thank you, Sister Crane. Gun's tense little face melted like ice and snow, revealing a bright smile. Noon. Gregory lay on the bed, exuding the aura of a defeated dog. I say, we aren't being neglected, are we? It's been a week, and not a single instructor has been seen. Every day, we just train on our own. I could do this back at the branch. Abraham also said gloomily, I heard that over 200 people from the last class failed. Could it be that they were so bad that we got this special treatment too? You guys should stop overthinking it. You might as well go train with Brother Longinus. Pin, who had just returned from the training ground, panted. Gregory chuckled, forget it. Training with the boss will just make me feel like a useless piece of trash. After saying that, he quickly changed the subject, but the boss really is patient. Those people from headquarters say he was favored by the higher-ups because of his fame, unlike the other two monsters, who have extraordinary strength. If you had the boss's strength, you'd naturally be patient too. Just like the boss once said, time will prove everything. We have a long way to go. Those blind idiots will eventually realize how ridiculous their mistakes are, Abraham said with a humph. Hee. Speaking of which, do you guys know that those guys lost face hard this morning? Gregory said gleefully. I heard that it seems that the beast-type ability user named Jackie was crazily pursuing the beautiful swordswoman you mentioned last time. Unable to bear it, Lady Gun issued a challenge and defeated him with absolute superiority, turning their hard-earned ranking into a joke. Pin's frighteningly large face showed a hint of yearning. What I admire most is Lady Gun's straightforward swordsmanship. I wonder when I can grow to be a swordsman like her. Hey, Brother Pin, you can't look down on us ability users just because you admire swordsmanship. I also watched that battle. It was entirely because Jackie underestimated his opponent and didn't even get to use his ability before being defeated, leaving me still unsure of what his ability is, Gregory complained. You two don't need to argue. Seeing the two looking at him, Abraham proudly said, whether it's swordsmanship or fruit abilities, in the end, they can't compare to pure physical skills. Because the path the boss is on is definitely the right one, just as sparks seemed to fly between the few of them. Algernon suddenly rushed in with a panicked expression. Is the boss back? The boss is still training. Why? Did someone bully you and you want the boss to stand up for you? Gregory teased maliciously. Go away, go away. Don't interfere with me discussing serious matters. That monster like Gun has come looking for us. What? Is it that beautiful swordswoman Gun? Abraham's expression turned serious. She just defeated Jackie this morning, and now she's come looking for us. Is she trying to establish her absolute authority in the training camp by stepping on the boss? Let's go. Call everyone to go out together. Even if the boss isn't here, we absolutely can't lose our momentum. We need to let that woman know that the boss is not someone anyone can challenge. Outside the barracks, quite a few people had already gathered. Due to Gun's strong victory over Kaji that morning, many speculated whether she was planning to defeat another monster known as Longinus. Therefore, they were calling friends to not miss the exciting show that was about to unfold. Gun frowned, wondering if these people were really this bored. No wonder Sister Crane said that the atmosphere of recent training camps was poor. It seemed there was a reason for it. Just as she was pondering, a group of 14 people marched out with a united against a common enemy spirit, exuding a vibe of willing to face death. Gun was taken aback, thinking to herself, I just came to apologize. Do you really need to be this dramatic? The crowd around them was also secretly shocked, not expecting the seemingly low-key Longinus to have gathered such a large force without making a sound. Before Gun could speak, Gregory seized the opportunity to speak first. Gun, don't go too far. Defeating Kaji isn't enough. Do you want to cause trouble for the boss too? Gun was stunned and finally understood why so many people were following her. She helplessly said, I'm not. Let me tell you, even though the boss isn't back yet, it doesn't mean we're afraid of you. If you don't want to wait, let us be your opponents. I don't want to. You don't want to what? Don't want to fight us weaklings? Let me tell you, we VE captured over 10,000 pirates with the boss and have countless battle experiences. Our combat experience is not something you sheltered flowers can compare to. Gun felt helpless yet secretly shocked. What kind of charm does Longinus possess to make them follow him so recklessly? Remembering the quotes she had seen before, Gun thought to herself, perhaps his strength isn't as good as mine, but his understanding and determination for justice far surpass mine. Just looking at these few people, one could tell that Longinus must have extraordinary charisma. Once Gregory calmed down a bit, Gun spoke to the crowd, who were on high alert. You've misunderstood. I just wanted to apologize to him in person. Apologize? Gregory and the others exchanged glances, having never heard of any interaction between the boss and this beautiful swordswoman. Gun nodded lightly. Since Longinus isn't here, I'll come back to apologize another time. Seeing Gun turn to leave without any hesitation, not only were Gregory and the others shocked, but even the new recruits who came to watch the excitement were stunned. What kind of plot twist is this? We've already stripped down, and you show us this? Should we chase after her? Abraham poked the dazed Gregory and asked. I've already guessed her intention. Gregory, who had come back to his senses, said with a lewd grin. Intention? Didn't Lady Gun say she came to apologize? Peng asked, scratching his head in confusion. You can't see something so obvious? Brother Peng, just focus on practicing your sword. These matters aren't really suitable for you. Gregory shook his head and sighed. This beautiful swordswoman's intention is clear. She wants to forcefully create a connection with the boss, establishing some sort of special relationship. Cough, don't think too much. I mean the relationship between a creditor and a debtor. Then, she can use this reason to deepen her interactions with the boss, ultimately revealing her ulterior motives of coveting the boss's beauty. What should we do? Should we warn Longinus to be more cautious of her? Peng asked, alarmed. Several helpless glances were cast around, and Gregory patted his shoulder with a long sigh. In the dark, silent deep sea, there was not a hint of light, not a sound. The unknown fear and infinite loneliness could drive a person mad in a very short time. However, Longinus quietly floated in the water, even retracting his observation hockey. He relied solely on his body's instinct to sense the waves of the water. It was as if the eternal silence of death had returned everything to darkness. Suddenly, the water's presence became chaotic. The fine hairs on Longinus's body trembled slightly, a result of the impact of the flowing water. Longinus suddenly moved his body, and in the water, he was even more agile than the fish. As if the water was no longer an obstacle, but rather his source of power. His iron fists, like cannonballs, struck fiercely at the monster in the darkness, and the scent of blood quickly spread through the deep sea. Longinus was preparing to draw the seven-star sword to stab the monster's body when he suddenly stopped his movements after noticing another powerful presence at the edge of the sea with his observation hockey. Instead, he began to drag the monster's body toward the surface of the sea. Could it be that someone, like me, is training in the deep sea? Is it a martial arts expert from the headquarters? Longinus thought with great interest, without any worries, because he had not revealed his other identity's abilities. Upon surfacing, Longinus controlled his body to tremble at a very fast and subtle amplitude, his body heating up like a furnace, and in an instant his clothes were dried. At that moment, another person from the sea also swam to the shore. It was Vice Admiral Dorag. Longinus saluted earnestly, but felt a bit dazed inside. Hadn't he eaten the fruit yet at this time? Dorag had a stern expression and nodded slightly before asking after a while, "Are you also training in the deep sea?" He didn't notice me. Is he also suppressing his observation hockey like I did before? Longinus thought for a moment and quickly replied, "The ocean is a gift from the world. It is the best training ground for tempering both body and mind. To uphold justice, one must not only have a strong physique, but also an indomitable will." Although Dorag's words carried a tone of appreciation, it was hard to feel happy just by looking at his stern, expressionless face. After a while, Dorag continued, "If my father wants you to be a student, don't go. Teacher Zephyr is more reliable." As he spoke, his cold expression almost cracked, revealing how deep of an impression that man named Carp had left on him. Longinus was slightly taken aback. "Cap looked at you?" he asked in surprise. "Do you know me, Major Dolag?" "I am the instructor at the training camp," Dolag replied succinctly. Longinus was taken aback. No wonder he hadn't found Drago's name on the list of leaders at various bases. Moreover, considering that Drago had trained Sabo to be the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, his teaching ability must also be quite strong. It was evident that Drago was not a talkative person, so Longinus did not take the initiative to engage him in conversation. The only thing accompanying them was silence. If it were someone else, they might feel awkward, but for Longinus, who could endure even the solitude of the deep sea, it was nothing. It wasn't until they were about to enter the town from the outskirts that Drago suddenly stopped and asked in a deep voice, "I have looked over your resume, and I want to ask you, what is justice?" Longinus paused and said calmly, "I don't know either." Dolag's expression remained unchanged as he waited for Longinus to continue. "What is justice? Is the survival of the fittest justice? In the eyes of most people, it shouldn't be considered so. But just like wolves eating sheep, the survival of the fittest and natural selection are indeed laws of nature. Can we say that this world is inherently wrong? In my view, this world cannot be divided into right and wrong. Therefore, what I value more is what justice can bring us. It is justice that can make this world continually better." Justice can make this world continually better? Dolag's stern face unexpectedly revealed a somewhat stiff and sinister smile. "What an interesting perspective. I believe you will certainly become incorrect in the future. You are already an excellent Navy." After saying this, Dolag turned and left. Longinus walked back lightly, pondering if it was my interpretation of justice that led him to seek me out. It seems that my reputation has its uses beyond just climbing the ranks. Moreover, during this period, Drago is surprisingly still in a state of confusion. Given this, I must play my role as a naval hero even better. Longinus of the Revolutionary Army sighed deeply. The brilliant and dazzling future is indeed something to look forward to. On the training camp's playground, the crowd was bustling, with many whispering to each other, their eyes revealing uncontrollable excitement. After being left to their own devices for 2 weeks and almost thinking they would have to go home, they finally saw their living teacher. This nearly brought them to tears of joy. At this moment, Zifa, the chief instructor, stood at the forefront, with several renowned brigadier generals and major generals behind him. Even in the New World, this was a force capable of shaking the seas. Seeing such a powerful presence, not just the students from various branches, but even the new recruits from the headquarters felt their hearts swell with pride for their naval identity. Silence. Zifa's booming voice echoed like thunder, carrying a captivating power that instantly silenced the restless square. "I know you may have grievances, complaining about why I wasted 2 weeks of your time. However, I hope you understand that the instructors at the training camp will only teach you for 3 years. The path ahead must be walked by you yourselves. After leaving the training camp, will you not strive, fight, and pursue progress on your own? Those who think these 2 weeks were wasted have only one reason: They have always been driven by others and have never thought about actively seeking strength. Truly strong people must first have strong minds. You must learn to conquer yourselves, overcome your desires, laziness, greed, and fears. A person who cannot conquer themselves, no matter how strong they are, will ultimately be a slave to their power, driven towards destruction. These 2 weeks were meant to give you time to recognize yourselves, and also for me to understand you. But the result is that I am very dissatisfied. In the first few days, everyone managed to restrain themselves, which was good. However, in the following days, the number of those who persisted in training dropped sharply, and by the second week, I could count those I still saw on the playground on one hand. By yesterday, the number was merely 10. You are all the elites selected from the Navy's grassroots. 1 in 10,000. But can you tell me, since when did those who cannot even persist for 2 weeks deserve to be called elites? Among the 400, some felt ashamed, some were calm, and some felt indignant. Zifa did not care about their thoughts, and continued on his own, stating that this is the first lesson I am giving you, one that can make you strong. It is neither our teachings nor any devil fruit, but rather the very heart you easily overlook. Being weak is not terrible. What is frightening is being accustomed to weakness. Therefore, in the next 3 years, I will expose your weaknesses, allowing you to fully recognize your own frailty. As Zifa finished speaking, several brigadier generals came forward, handing out a list to everyone. As you can see, this is the strength ranking I compiled based on your performance over the past 2 weeks, to help you see the gap between yourselves and others, and to set your own goals for improvement. This is indeed cruel for those at the bottom of the rankings. But I believe if you cannot even withstand this little blow, it would be better for you to leave the Navy early, because the battles with pirates will be 100 times more brutal. As the crowd received the list, exclamations of surprise erupted, some with joy, some with indignation. And Longinus even noticed that many eyes were frequently cast in his direction. Zifa continued, of course, I know you will say that this is just my analysis and does not count for anything. Therefore, I do not mind if you challenge each other, because the purpose of this ranking is to help you find opponents of similar strength, to improve together through constant sparring and competition. In the pauses of Zifa's speech, Longinus already held the list in his hand, with a table clearly listed. First place, Longinus, mind, S, strength, S, speed, S, physique, S, martial arts, S, swordsmanship, none, gunmanship, S, devil fruit, none, observation hockey, S, armament hockey, none, overall strength, S. Second place, Guion, mind, S, strength, A, speed, S, physique, B, martial arts, B, swordsmanship, S, gunmanship, none, devil fruit, none, observation hockey, none, armament hockey, none, overall strength, S. Third place, Kaji, mind, C, strength, S, speed, B, physique, S, martial arts, A, swordsmanship, none, gunmanship, none, devil fruit, S, observation hockey, none, armament hockey, none, overall strength, S. Fourth place, Lothos, mind, A, strength, B, speed, C, physique, B, martial arts, B, swordsmanship, none, gunmanship, none, devil fruit, B, observation hockey, none, armament hockey, none, overall strength, B. Fifth place, almost everyone's attention was focused on Longinus. However, given his temperament, this small scene could not stir any emotional waves in him. He calmly analyzed, is this ranking divided according to graduation standards? Otherwise, my strength shouldn't warrant such a high evaluation. The instructors above nodded secretly, regardless of Longinus's strength. This calm and composed mentality surpassed that of many in the same cohort. This strength ranking was assessed based on third-year graduates, where A represents the level you should reach in 3 years, and S represents the peak standard among graduates. As for B and below, I won't elaborate, as those are not goals you should set. Zifa's words caused the crowd to erupt. They all knew there were 3 monsters in this cohort, but lacking direct comparison. They were unsure just how much stronger those 3 monsters were compared to them. Now, it was clear, the starting point of these 3 monsters had already surpassed their endpoints. And it could even be said that the vast majority of them would not be stronger than these 3 monsters after 3 years. Of course, the most unfortunate was Lothos, who ranked 4th, as the gap between him and the top 3 was absurdly large, leading to him being completely overlooked. More and more people turned their gaze to the calm Longinus, whispering to themselves in excitement, especially regarding this monster, who, aside from swordsmanship, fruitability, and armament hockey, had all S-level ratings. Wait a minute. Why is his observation hockey also rated S when everyone else has none? And what exactly are these hockey types? Compared to most of the confused new recruits, Guillaume was even more surprised, as she knew that hockey should not be something one possesses at this stage. Moreover, judging by his S-level evaluation, it seemed to go beyond mere familiarity. Although she acknowledged his pursuit of justice earlier, she never thought Longinus would surpass her. So last time she indeed had no intention of challenging, but now the fighting spirit in her heart began to rise gradually. If anyone doubts the credibility of this ranking, I can spare some time for you to verify it yourselves. Admiral Zephyr naturally understood the thoughts of these young people and simply went with the flow and said, "Teacher Zephyr," I began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud voice. "I want to challenge Longinus." Kaki, with barely concealed anger in his eyes, shouted. Hearing that voice filled with anger, everyone instinctively turned to look. With eyes like slits, ears like wind catchers, and a hexagonal head, all the discordant features pieced together to form a face that could shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. Ugly and lewd. If Yellow Ape's lewdness stemmed from within, then Kaki's lewdness was a masterpiece of his appearance. Perhaps it was for this reason that he had not many followers around him, even when it was said that he was the strongest newcomer. Of course, this did not hinder his strength. Even if Kaki was defeated by Jiuyin due to underestimating his opponent, many still believed he was the true strongest, because everyone knew that the animal type was the most enhanced devil fruit in the early stages, and the mythical beast type had the potential to grow into a top-level powerhouse. For this reason, when Kaki issued his challenge, the crowd immediately became noisy and argumentative. Are these two monsters going to fight? Last time Kaki and Jiuin's battle ended too quickly. I hope it won't be the same this time. I wonder who can win. We all know Kaki's strength. Since he suffered last time, he definitely won't be careless this time. That guy named Longinus has no chance of winning. Are you so clever? Can your eyesight compare to Admiral Zephyr's? Since Admiral Zephyr ranked Longinus first, it means his strength is definitely above that fat pig. I also think Kaki has little chance of winning. Longinus is a monster with an S rating. Admiral Zephyr's vision is sharp. You idiots just watch. The boss's strength is not something that guy can compare to. Even the instructor's camp quietly began to discuss. Such a level of monster hadn't appeared in many years, let alone a clash between monsters. They recalled that the last time there was such a level of clash was back in the first session with Sakazuki and Polysolino. Dragon, what do you think? Zephyr asked with a smile to the person beside him. Longinus will win, Dragon said decisively, then added after a pause, Crush. Hearing their conversation, a brigadier general asked in disbelief, General Dragon, are you saying that Longinus will defeat Kaki with overwhelming advantage? Dragon nodded, succinctly replying yes. Could it be that the Longinus, who mastered observation hockey, is indeed stronger than Kaki? But it can't possibly be a crushing defeat, right? Kaki is also a monster with an S rating. A nearby brigadier general also asked, although Kaki was overwhelmingly defeated by Jiuyin before, that was because he underestimated his opponent and didn't even have time to use his fruit abilities. He can't possibly underestimate again this time, right? Longinus's S rating is because the evaluation limit is only S. Dragon explained concisely. How is this possible? A group of brigadier generals and colonels couldn't believe it. They knew Longinus was strong, but to be strong to such an extent was indeed too exaggerated. Therefore, they all turned their gaze to Admiral Zephyr, waiting for his answer. Zephyr sighed and said, a large part of what I just said was to remind Kaki. He is a very talented kid, and I've seen his previous efforts. It's a pity that the immense power granted to him by the mythical beast type has blinded him, making him increasingly lazy. I hope this setback can completely awaken him. Does the devil fruit really have such a significant impact on a person? Why has the once gentle, smooth, humble, and polite Kaki turned into this? Zephyr silently lamented in his heart. The group of brigadier generals and colonels listened with bated breath, although Admiral Zephyr did not explicitly state it. The implication in his words was not difficult to deduce. He also believed that Kaki would suffer a devastating blow from Longinus. Longinus nodded and stepped forward. Naturally, he would not refuse Kaki's challenge. He was well aware of the rumors circulating privately. However, he had never considered challenging the other party to prove his strength, because if he rushed to challenge, it would be inconsistent with his hero persona. But if the other party initiated the challenge, then there would be no such concerns. Seeing Longinus walk out without saying a word, seemingly dismissing his existence, Kaki's anger surged, and he charged toward Longinus like a cannonball. Although his body was somewhat clumsy, Kaki's speed still surpassed most people on the field, and under full burst, he even left afterimages. Unfortunately, Longinus's speed was far beyond his own. In the midst of his charge, Khaki was horrified to discover that his target had vanished from sight. Before he could react, a strong gust of wind swept past his ear, causing him to squint and glance sideways. He saw Longinus's right leg like a sharp axe, rapidly enlarging in his vision, eventually filling his entire pupil. Boom! Like a soccer ball struck by a powerful kick, Khaki's robust body was sent flying out of the playground, crashing heavily into the mountainside at the edge, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is this a joke? Khaki was actually kicked away? When did Longinus even make a move? I didn't even have time to react before I saw Khaki flying out. Zifa, standing at the front of the playground, furrowed his brow and said in confusion, "Why didn't Khaki beastify immediately? Has he really become that arrogant?" Amidst the obscuring dust, a massive figure burst out. Khaki's limbs had become even bulkier, and his body appeared somewhat bloated, giving off an uncoordinated feeling. Half-beast transformation? Do you really think this level of enhancement can surpass me? The three forms of animal-type ability users each have their strengths. The human form is agile, the beast form is powerful, and the half-beast form combines both. However, the special abilities of illusion beasts can only be maximally exerted in beast form. Not only was Longinus surprised, but others also found it hard to understand. From the brief clash just now, it was clear that the gap between Khaki and the other party could only be described as a chasm. They couldn't believe that Khaki himself wouldn't notice this. Was he really trying to tough it out without using his abilities at a time like this? Was this guy actually an idiot? Don't worry about me. Talk after you surpass me. Khaki roared in his half-beast form. With a brutal charge, he even caused the ground to crack and split along his path, as if every step could trigger a tremor in the earth. I don't know why you're doing this, but any act of holding back your strength in front of me is unwise. Longinus appeared before Khaki like a flash of lightning, and in the other's violently contracting pupils, he unleashed hundreds of punches in an instant, all bursting forth at Khaki's abdomen. This time, Khaki was not sent flying. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering severe internal damage. This gruesome sight made it hard for many of the softer-hearted trainees to watch. "Bastard, don't get too arrogant." Khaki, in a fit of rage, charged forward, only to be sent flying back at twice the speed he had come. The brigadier generals and major generals finally understood why Longinus's S-rank evaluation was said to be limited by only being S. Clearly, both of them had S-rank strength and physique. Logically, Khaki should surpass Longinus after transforming, but the reality was the exact opposite. It was as if an invisible chasm lay between them. If Khaki hadn't relied on the strong recovery of his animal type, the battle could have been declared over right from the start. At this moment, the fight was still ongoing. Khaki clung on, leveraging the advantages of his animal type, while Longinus couldn't afford to use overly harsh tactics, resulting in a stalemate. Finally, seemingly tired of this endless battle, Longinus thought, "Since you are unwilling to use your abilities, this boring fight has no meaning to continue." Boring? Meaningless? Do you think you can just... Khaki roared in rage, only to suddenly realize that his face was entangled in endless threads, making it impossible for him to breathe. Longinus's long hair danced like a venomous snake, tightly wrapping and binding Jiajia's face. This scene was horrifying to everyone present. So, does this mean that Longinus is actually a person with abilities? A new recruit asked incredulously. It's unlikely, right? If he were an ability user, Admiral Zephyr and the others would have no reason not to notice. This is the return of life. The colonel, standing at the front, exclaimed in shock, hesitantly looking at Zephyr and asking, "Admiral Zephyr, should we hold accountable whoever taught him the return of life?" Indeed, with Longinus's potential and talent, it was only a matter of time before he was qualified to train in the Navy's 6 styles and the return of life. But that does not mean that those G2 naval officers can privately grant such qualifications. That would be a provocation against naval regulations. Admiral Zephyr shook his head, explaining why the return of life should be treated separately from the 6 styles. It is simply too difficult, so much so that it cannot be popularized even at the naval headquarters. What's more, the early benefits of the return of life are far less than those of the other 6 styles, making the cost and reward disproportionate, leading to very few people willing to practice it. All I'm saying is that very few people in the headquarters have learned the return of life, and there are none at the G2 branch. Could it be that the surrounding colonels and rear admirals showed expressions of shock, even hesitant to voice their speculations? He comprehended the return of life on his own. Admiral Zephyr said, his admiration growing in his eyes. He does not reject the devil fruits, but he insists that the strength of the body is the true power that belongs to oneself. Therefore, he is quite dissatisfied with Kizaru's complete disregard for physical combat. Even Akainu and Akiji have always focused on the development of their fruits. As a result, the man known as Black Arm Zephyr has no outstanding disciples known for their physical combat or hockey among his excellent students. Although Drago is quite impressive, he was ultimately forced out by Garp, and his relationship with him is actually minimal. But now, it seems he has found someone who can inherit his beliefs. He actually comprehended the return of life on his own, even though he received Admiral Zephyr's direct acknowledgement. Those colonels and rear admirals still found it hard to believe. The Navy's 6 styles were developed by countless strong Navy personnel through repeated trials and errors, making them the most suitable extreme martial arts for achieving the leap from human to superhuman. Longinus actually developed it all by himself. This is beyond what can be defined as genius. Not good. Seeing Kaki waving his hands wildly, seemingly losing his mind from suffocation, the instructors quickly looked to Zephyr and asked, "General Zephyr, should we stop this battle? If this continues, Kaki will be killed." Zephyr waved his hand, saying that if Longinus had the intent to kill, Kaki would have died 100 times over already. He is forcing Kaki, pushing him to unleash his abilities on the brink of death. I'm also curious why Kaki is still unwilling to fully beastify at this point. Although the outcome won't change much, if he doesn't even have the courage to struggle, he would disappoint me. Hearing General Zephyr say this, they quieted down, waiting for the further development of the battle. Why hasn't he beastified yet? Could it be that he didn't lose to me last time because he underestimated me, but rather because he didn't want to use his abilities? Shurian lightly tapped her delicate chin, murmuring to herself. The sound of sawing, comparable to the cries of pigs being slaughtered, reverberated through the sky, and a wave of ominous dark soul fluctuations suddenly erupted. Longinus remained calm. The soul wave was nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing over the hills to him. However, the new recruits around him were clearly affected, each one collapsing to the ground with their hands on their heads, emitting terrified and trembling screams. General Zephyr and the instructors were not greatly impacted, but their faces had turned slightly pale. Could there be a teaching accident? No need to worry. It's just a brief scare. Although it was an enhanced version of nightmare, I believe they are not so weak that they cannot endure such fear. Zephyr said, furrowing his brow. Yet this soul impact seemed no stronger than when he had just consumed the fruit. Has he really made no progress at all in these days? Sweat beaded on the forehead of Shurjin, and his face turned slightly pale. This was indeed a soul-related ability, which was quite rare. If he had used this ability at the start of his battle with me, the outcome would have been hard to predict. Thinking of this, Shurjin admired the calm Longinus even more. He could face the soul explosion of Kaki without flinching. His composure was as solid as a rock. At this moment, Longinus's expression froze slightly because a pig had suddenly appeared in front of him. More precisely, a long-nosed pig, which continually overlapped with some impression in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "Peppa Pig?" Little pig Kaki, in extreme anger, forgot to speak and instinctively grunted twice before roaring, "I'm not a pig. I'm a tapir. My phantom beast form is the dream-eating tapir that can control nightmares." Is it because he resists this appearance that he is unwilling to use the power of the fruit? Longinus said calmly, such a childish and laughable thought. It seems that teacher Zephyr has overestimated your temperament. You bastard, what do you know? You don't know anything at all. I don't need to know. Longinus shook his head. I only know that you are weak, completely weak. A person who is unwilling to confront their true self is someone I have little interest in fighting. Seeing Longinus actually turn to return to the crowd, Kaki, who was forced to reveal his true form, was completely enraged. You bastard, forcing me to this point, and you still want to pretend to leave as if nothing happened? Let you fall into nightmares forever, nightmare syndrome. Little pig Kaki opened his mouth and crazily spewed forth, projecting countless nightmares into reality, emitting a terrifying aura. In an instant, those dreams surged into Longinus's body. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Even Shurjin was no exception. The impact of a single nightmare had already been unbearable for them. And now, with so many nightmares erupting simultaneously, any normal person would completely collapse mentally. This is the nightmare of countless people I've absorbed. Now, you will experience their fear and then come to lecture me. Kaki's adorable pig face revealed a satisfied smile, only to suddenly freeze. Because Longinus, who should have been trapped in nightmares, was steadily and powerfully walking toward him, his gaze calm and indifferent, seemingly unaffected at all. How is this possible? Is it that I'm still not skilled enough in using this ability? Kaki shouted in horror. Although he resisted this power, he had to admit that the power of nightmares was indeed formidable. capable of evoking the most unwillingly faced aspects deep within one's heart, a fear more terrifying than death. What cannot destroy me will make me stronger, Longinus said indifferently. What? Kaki had already lost the ability to think and could only dumbly ask. I was tormented by a nightmare for 3 years. When I defeated it, the nightmare could no longer be my weakness. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed in shock. Being tormented by a nightmare for 3 years, what kind of suffering was that? They were beginning to understand why Longinus was so much stronger than them. No one doubted the truth of Longinus's words, as they were the best explanation for his calm acceptance of Kaki's powerful attack. Perhaps what teacher Zephyr said about true strength referred to people like Longinus. They looked at the tall figure with complex expressions, murmuring to themselves, "What cannot destroy me will make me stronger." Shurjin pondered this statement, his eyes growing brighter. Since I can walk out alive, I will definitely return in the most dazzling manner. Such talent, such temperament. Zephyr exhaled a breath of turbid air, then looked warily at Dorag. "Don't tell your dad about what happened today." Dorag's cold lips twitched slightly. It was something so many people knew, he couldn't hide it from him. Zephyr scanned the surroundings with a serious expression, ultimately abandoning some unrealistic thoughts, and ordered heavily, from now on, prohibit Captain Karp from entering the training camp, lest he destroy the venue like before. Longinus was actually so favored by General Zephyr. Did he have the potential to grow into the world's highest combat power? The surrounding instructors were surprised, yet helplessly replied, "But if Vice Admiral Karp wants to come in, we can't stop him." Thinking of Karp's usual behavior, Zephyr cursed inwardly. That old guy could indeed do something like force his way in. Forget it. I'll first instill the danger level of Karp to Longinus. If he doesn't want to, that guy won't be so brazen as to forcibly tie him up, right? Zephyr slightly nodded, beginning to recall Karp's excellent deeds. In the arena, Kaki incredulously said, "How is this possible? Tormented by nightmares for 3 years. You should have gone insane by now." "I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it." Naima Sindom, bang. Before he could finish, Longinus kicked Kaki into the sky, and then his hefty body crashed down. This time, Kaki did not get up again. It wasn't because of serious injuries. For Zoan-type users, as long as they weren't dead, the concept of serious injuries almost didn't exist. But the mental trauma was difficult to heal. In Kaki's eyes, the ability, gained at such a great cost, could not inflict even a bit of harm. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. Returning to his human form, Kaki lay on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, as if he had lost his pursuit. Longinus did not exit the stage, but walked straight towards Jiaji, as his performance today needed a more perfect ending. Longinus walked up to Gigi and scolded him in an angry voice. "Are you even a Navy?" Gigi looked up at Longinus, his eyes showing no emotion, as if he were looking at an irrelevant person. "I don't know what experiences you have had, nor do I know what you are resisting or rejecting. But please remember, your identity now is that of a Navy, a soldier who upholds justice. If you cannot fully commit to the work of chasing pirates and standing firm in the cause of justice, then take off that military uniform, because you are not worthy." Although these words were somewhat distasteful to himself, it was fortunate that Longinus was initially in a state of kind-heartedness, and his words were filled with a convincing power. Gigi's eyes finally showed anger, and he hoarsely said, "How can someone like you, who has always been so dazzling, know my pain? I've also made countless efforts in the past, yearning for others' recognition, but why, after working so hard and becoming so strong? Is there still no one willing to accept me? Is it just because of my disgusting and ugly face? No, you are simply pathetic." Longinus thought to himself, almost bringing up Kizaru as an example. In this suffering world, no one has it easy. Pain and despair are eternal themes. You think you are wronged and in pain. But have you considered those towns destroyed and ravaged by pirates? Have you thought of the suffering people drained of blood and tears, enduring pain and torment 100 or 1,000 times greater than yours? You don't need to teach me this. You all place yourselves on a moral high ground, naturally saying whatever is right. But when you have experienced such pain, can you still treat it so lightly? Answer me. Gigi suddenly erupted, shouting. "Then let me tell you," Longinus said slowly, lowering his eyelids. "When I was 9 years old, my village was slaughtered by pirates, and no one survived except for me. For the next 3 years, I relived that pain every day in nightmares. Fortunately, that pain did not defeat me. Instead, it made me stronger." A death-like silence fell over the scene. No one could have imagined that the Longinus they viewed as so powerful had such an unknown past. Asking themselves if they were in the same position as Longinus, could they defeat the nightmares in their hearts? If they previously admired Longinus' strength, at this moment, they deeply respected his perseverance. I didn't expect the boss to have such a tragic past, but he never told us. He has always been our solid support. Having a boss like this, I am truly moved. Gregory suddenly burst into tears, but the people around him did not show disdain. Instead, they revealed a hint of envy. Perhaps it is people who are deeply emotional and loyal who can find such a good boss. Do I have a similar experience? Jiuan muttered to himself, then shook his head and sighed. No, I am much luckier than him. At least I still have hope, and I have Sister Crane. After hearing this, Gigi felt as if struck by lightning, stammering, unsure of what to say, his demon-clouded heart suddenly becoming clear. After all, he merely had his long-suppressed fears explode today, leading his sensitive and insecure heart to swing to another extreme in a short time. If he had truly been as terrible as he previously appeared, he would not have been valued by Admiral Zephyr. At this moment, returning to his usual gentle and smooth demeanor, feelings of guilt and shame surged within Gigi. What have I done? After his injuries had mostly healed, Gigi stood up and, under the dazed gazes of the crowd, actually knelt down to apologize. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Longinus also twitched the corners of his mouth, inexplicably thinking that this guy might have two personalities as well. After the battle between Longinus and Kaki ended, others didn't have much interest in verifying the credibility of the rankings. They were still immersed in the previous battle, unable to extricate themselves. Battles of this level were quite rare, even in the headquarters. The only regret was that Kaki was not very enduring. What kind of scene would it be if Kaki and Guion teamed up against Longinus? Some imaginative minds began to speculate. At the same time, many noticed that the rankings of the G2 branch surprisingly had no one below 100, which was somewhat terrifying. No branch had ever achieved such a feat, especially those two guys named T. Pern and Gregory, whose rankings were both within the top 20, nearly on par with the strongest in other branches. Was it a remarkable surge in the G2 branch's talent, or was it the change brought about by that man? Just as the crowd began to disperse, a cold voice rang out. Major Longinus, please wait a moment. Longinus stopped in his tracks and turned around, only to see a tall girl standing in front of him, her clear eyes sparkling with brilliance, her crimson lips slightly parted, and her satin-like black hair fluttering in the wind. Is there something you need? Well, although I conveyed my apologies last time, it wasn't formal enough. I still hope to apologize to you in person. I'm sorry. Don't mind it, Longinus replied habitually, then suddenly froze. Wait, why are you apologizing to me? Cough, cough, cough. The onlookers around nearly choked on their own saliva. What is this? They are completely not on the same wavelength. Gregory's eyes sparkled as he looked at the others. The meaning in his gaze was very clear. Look, I knew it. She must be trying to provoke the boss. Guion said seriously, because I accidentally saw a book of quotes about you, and I instinctively thought those deeds were fabricated by you, thus concluding that you were a despicable person who would resort to any means. I was too hasty to judge without seeking the truth. I'm really sorry. In a sense, I really am. Longinus thought to himself, then said gently, It's all right. Time will prove everything. Gregory, who prided himself as Longinus's #1 lackey, said indignantly, You really should go check out the waters near our branch. Does the boss need to do this for his reputation? It's all compiled by those who admire him. Although you are quite popular in the headquarters, when it comes to popularity, you can't compare to the boss even 100 times. Guion, after hearing this, did not get angry. Instead, she looked at Longinus with admiration and said, To be able to inspire the public to do this voluntarily, it seems that Major Longinus truly embodies justice in his beliefs. I am still far behind in this regard. Therefore, Major Longinus, could you let me experience the power of your beliefs? Though it may be a bit abrupt, I hope you will grant my request. Please, experience the power of beliefs. Gregory nudged Abraham beside him and asked, What does she mean? Does she want the boss to give her a lesson on lofty ideals? Idiot, she is challenging him. Abraham rolled his eyes at him and said helplessly, Uh-huh. Gregory looked at Guion with displeasure. After all this, is that really her true intention? However, if she thinks she can take advantage of this, she is gravely mistaken. The previous battle was merely a warm-up for the boss. The crowd gathered again. Although they couldn't understand the quotes, they clearly heard the challenge in that last sentence. The power of beliefs? Longinus asked expressionlessly. Then you must think carefully. Combat is sacred and cannot be profaned. I will not hold back just because you are a girl. That is exactly what I hope for. Although it's a battle with no chance of winning, I still want to see the gap between myself and the pinnacle. Please. All right. I have never fought with a sword master before, so this will be a rare experience for me. Longinus returned to the battlefield, waiting quietly for the opponent's attack. Jiwen took a deep breath, slightly bending at the waist, his left hand resting on the sword's tsuba, while his right hand was on the hilt of his sword. The famed blade Jean Pilo, whose sharpness was not inferior to the great blade 21. Be careful. As the words fell, Jiwen had already appeared before Longinus, the blade unsheathed, a storm of wind rising abruptly, with the dazzling slash concealing deadly sharpness. Aido strike? Longinus seemed to have foreseen it, swiftly evading the attack with remarkable speed. Jiwen was unfazed, knowing that the opponent was proficient in observation hockey and his speed was no less than his own. It was natural not to place all hopes on that one strike. Death Sonata, layer upon layer of sword energy slashed together, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Like thorns beneath roses, hidden beneath those vibrant dance steps was a lethal killing intent. Longinus quickly retreated, narrowly dodging each attack, while the ground beneath him was destroyed by the silent sword light. It was like a dance performed on the edge of a blade, making the onlookers from a distance feel a chill run down their spines. How could this be possible? Is Guion actually gaining the upper hand? A rookie asked in disbelief. If this were before today, at least half of them would have sided with Guion. But after witnessing the battle between Longinus and Kaki, no one would consider Guion a match for Longinus. Yet, looking at the current situation, something seemed off. In the contest between body techniques and swordsmanship, swordsmanship was supposed to hold the advantage. Longinus could withstand Kaki's attacks, but it would be impossible for him to take any sword strike in the same manner, especially since Guion wielded a famous sword that was on par with the great knife of 21 crafts. Taking a hit would almost end the battle. No, wait. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that in this high-intensity battle, Guion was exhausting his stamina quickly, while Longinus showed no signs of even slightly disrupted breathing. How could this be? How can you possibly see through the trajectory of every one of my strikes? Even if your observation hockey is strong, it shouldn't allow you to fully perceive my attacks. What they could notice, Guion would not overlook either, and in shock he asked. Indeed, in the absence of armament hockey, a body technique expert of the same level would generally be cautious against the swordmaster. But Longinus was different. In addition to his observation hockey, he was a sword master himself, and even had a greater comprehension of swordsmanship than Guion, with a mind that was both calculating and unperturbed. Guion's attacks completely missed their mark. Losing focus in battle is not a wise choice. Longinus did not answer, but made a choice reminiscent of a lone wolf, seizing Guion's opening and shoulder-checking him, sending Guion's soft body flying hundreds of meters away. Hiss! The surrounding newcomers gasped in unison. Although they knew that Longinus' choice was the right one, in this training camp where the masculine energy overshadowed the feminine, any girl was a scarce resource, let alone a goddess-level treasure like Guion. Longinus' ruthless action instantly earned him the label of a steel straight man. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that their strongest competitor could be eliminated. Amidst the swirling dust, Guion gradually emerged, her left shoulder stained with blood, her soft, snow-white arm hanging limply. It seemed she would be unable to continue in this battle. You are right. Any change can occur in battle, and seeking confirmation from the enemy is the most foolish action. Guion's expression turned serious as she gripped the sword hilt and walked toward Longinus once more. Are you going to continue? Longinus frowned slightly. You should understand better than I do the difference between holding a sword with both hands and one. Since this is a battle, it should only stop when one side falls. Moreover, I've known since I was young that due to the limitations of strength, no female swordsman has ever become the world's #1 swordmaster. To achieve that goal, my swordsmanship has always focused on technique and speed. The influence of strength on me is not as great as it is on others. So, please continue to fight with me. The world's #1 swordmaster? That is indeed an ambitious goal, and for someone like you, a true swordsman, I have no reason to refuse. The pity of an enemy is the shame of a swordsman. Guion's face beamed with a radiant smile, as if she hadn't smiled so happily in a long time. Thank you for recognizing my beliefs and not pitying me because of my injuries. From now on, I will fight with all my strength, death waltz. Guion's footsteps were light, like a sprite dancing among the flowers, every movement infused with a strong sense of beauty. However, hidden beneath the brilliant dance were strike after strike, attacks restrained to the utmost, leaving the ground beneath them completely undamaged, as gentle as a soft breeze without any hint of power. Longinus's gaze narrowed slightly, and he jumped to the left in a hurry. The ground where he had been standing suddenly exploded, and the flying debris shot out like bullets, creating countless craters on the surface. Longinus was not surprised by this outcome at all, and was preparing to launch a sudden attack when his keen eyesight suddenly detected the needle-like sword light rapidly approaching him, which was a secondary attack born from the explosive slash. Without time to think, Longinus quickly leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the hidden, killing intent. The sound of air being pierced from the space below made Longinus's expression become serious. He almost let his guard down. Was he really able to evade that? Longinus was indeed formidable. Shizuko sighed inwardly, but did not feel disheartened. Instead, her fighting spirit was growing stronger. Death Moonlight Dance. A soft silver-white slash was unleashed from the Kanjira in Shizuko's hand. This time, it was no longer silent. It fell like the cold and bright moonlight, covering all areas and leaving Longinus with nowhere to hide. The attack range had increased, but correspondingly, the concentrated power was also dispersed. And this degree of attack was already ineffective. Longinus's blood surged through his body, causing him to swell slightly as he charged forward into the rain of swords. The moonlight-like sword light collided with Longinus, producing a sound like metal clashing, and he was violently knocked back, leaving only faint white marks on his body. Not good. Without time to ponder why Longinus's physique was so powerful, Shizuko swung her sword again, Death Wheel Dance. Shizuko's sword-wielding speed was fast. However, Longinus's speed in rushing forward was even faster. In the intense contraction of Shizuko's pupils, Longinus appeared before her like lightning, delivering a powerful punch downward. Let this end, Meteor! Shizuko instinctively switched from attack to defense, placing her long sword horizontally in front of her. The moment the fist collided with the sword, a deafening wave of air erupted, washing over everything like ripples. In the next moment, the sword began to bend, breaking the stalemate, and Shizuko's frail body was sent flying to the edge of the playground, directly buried in the rubble of the shattered mountain. Gulp! The onlookers felt a chill down their spines. Longinus really showed no mercy. By the way, does this mean the battle is over? It should be, as Shizuko was not like Kaki, who had animal-type abilities. Her recovery ability was limited. It's really despairing to be in the same cohort as these three monsters. I finally understood that if our cohort was divided into 3 tiers, Longinus was in the first tier, Shizuko and Kaki in the second tier, and all the rest of us were in the third tier. Wait, shouldn't we prioritize rescuing people? Oh no, I almost forgot that Shizuko was still buried under the rubble. However, by the time they reacted, they found that Longinus had already pulled Shizuko out from the debris. Boss, is she okay? Gregory asked tremulously. He had heard that Shizuko was as close as sisters with General Tsuru in the headquarters. And General Tsuru herself was not only a high-ranking advisor, but had also been a comrade in arms with General Cap for decades. If he offended General Tsuru too much, who knows when he might get into trouble over the next 3 years. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. She'll be fine. She'll just need to lie in bed for a few days, Longinus said, carrying Shizuko's fragile form toward the infirmary, his heart not as calm as he appeared. Although he shouldn't be blamed this time, General Tsuru was, after all, a woman, and women are not creatures that like to reason. That's good, Gregory said, suddenly waking up from his daze. Boss, you can hold back in a fight like this. Just how much stronger are you than us? The new recruits around them also looked astonished, no longer doubting the classification of Longinus into the first tier. What Longinus was worried about did not happen. It was clear that Lieutenant General Tsurugi, as the chief of staff, had a clear understanding of the situation. She was not the type to be unreasonable. After understanding the circumstances, she let Longinus go. Half a day later. Gun, how's your body? Do you feel better? Lieutenant General Tsurugi asked with concern. Sister Tsurugi, I'm fine. It's just some superficial injuries. But Longinus is really strong. He actually held back at such a moment, Gun said excitedly, seemingly still reminiscing about the previous battle. You really are reckless, Lieutenant General Tsurugi said with annoyance, knowing full well that she was not a match for him, but still trying to challenge him. Hee. In front of Lieutenant General Tsurugi, Gun's image as a cold goddess vanished, resembling a little girl who loved to act spoiled. I'm Fine. Besides, General Zephyr also said that it's better to suffer a bit now, so that we cry less when fighting pirates in the future. All right, you have a point, Lieutenant General Tsurugi said helplessly. So, what did you gain from this time? Compared to Longinus, my combat experience is still too little, which makes my adaptability in the field far too lacking. Also, his temperament far surpasses mine, at least when facing Kaki's abilities. I could never remain as calm as he did. And also, compared to Longinus. Upon hearing Gun mention Longinus 3 times, Lieutenant General Tsurugi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this child has developed that syndrome they talked about last time? The one with the something syndrome? Early morning, by the sea. A large group of naval soldiers ran along the coastline, their eyes vacant. They repeated their actions like marionettes, numb. This was not jogging or running. It was an extreme sprint, a challenge done at full speed from the very beginning. I asked you to do 10 minutes of extreme running, and it's only 5 minutes in, and you can't hold on anymore? Dorag scolded coldly from the side. Use your bodies to remember this feeling. Remember this extreme sensation. A so-called strong person is someone who can continually break through their own limits. I don't need you to compete with others in speed. What you need to do is persist, continuously overcome yourselves. Even if the speed is slow, as long as you can hold on, you will break through your limits and transform into a brand new self. The surrounding instructors were somewhat inexplicably moved. It was indeed a challenge for Dorag to say so much in one breath. He must have practiced this at home. If regular running tests physical fitness, then extreme running tests willpower. It has nothing to do with strength. It only depends on whether the heart is strong enough. Therefore, even someone as strong as Jiyuan Kaki was now drenched in sweat, her eyes somewhat lost, dragging her body forward instinctively. I can't do it anymore. Finally, at the 8th minute, someone could not hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground and gasping for the fresh morning air, looking like a dehydrated salted fish. The power of role models is infinite. Once the first failure occurred, it seemed to trigger a domino effect, and instantly dozens chose to give up. Dorag's expression darkened, but he didn't say much. Boom, boom. A loud rumble sounded in the distance, shaking the ground as if ancient dinosaurs were galloping. Upon hearing the noise, Dorag's grim face slightly brightened. All instructors liked excellent students, and he was no exception. The sound of galloping from afar was actually Longinus running towards them with a small mountain lifted over his head. Pure speed could no longer let him reach his physical limits. Only this degree of weight could make him feel a bit of pressure. Seeing Longinus unfazed and not out of breath, Dorag asked his aide beside him, "Are there any bigger mountains?" The aide helplessly replied, "No." Ever since Vice Admiral Garp flattened 8 mountains while training, causing significant economic losses to the headquarters, the current marshal issued an order prohibiting large mountains from appearing in the headquarters. Dorag's expression turned cold as he recalled this case, which happened 8 years ago, when the notorious pirate Green Pepper was discouraged by a single punch from his father and subsequently withdrew from the Grand Line. Vice Admiral Dorag, should I add another small mountain for him? The aide tentatively asked. Forget it. He has broken through his limits too many times, and his body is already stabilized in its strongest state. Unless he is on the brink of death, it's hard to make him experience the shackles of limits again. Since our last accidental encounter at sea, I've known that he is a monster who enjoys self-harming training like me. This extreme running probably won't have much effect on Longinus, and, as it turns out, it really doesn't. Perhaps it was time to explain the situation to General Zephyr and let Longinus advance to the next stage early. Wait a minute, Vice Admiral Dorag. Isn't this somewhat against the rules? The second-year teaching of the 6 forms is only because most people cannot meet the minimum standards for practicing the 6 forms. Since Longinus has already met the requirements, there is no need to let him waste more time. Additionally, besides Longinus, Kaki and Jiyuan can also barely meet the requirements. After honing here for a while, we can consider sending them to General Zephyr early as well. I understand. At this point, the 10-minute deadline had been reached, and everyone disregarded their image, lying sprawled on the beach in a shape, gasping for fresh air. Dorag glanced around and found that not many had completed the task. Out of 400 people, only a little over 100 had persisted. Although Dorag didn't say much, he secretly noted these more than 100 individuals in his heart. They had greater training value. Now, prepare for the next task. The beach was instantly filled with moans of despair. Are we really not allowed to live? The aide beside Dorag shouted, "Silence. Look at your current state. Where's the slightest bit of naval spirit? Learn from the new recruits of the G2 branch. Each of them completed their tasks excellently, and none of them cried like you, bringing shame to themselves." Upon hearing this, Gregory and the others felt tears welling up. They had been used as negative examples by their commander in the G2 branch, but unexpectedly, in the headquarters, they had turned their fortunes around, thanks to those new recruits who were even more useless than they were. They were good people. The salted fish lying on the ground couldn't help but struggle to look at the G2 small group, although Gregory and the others were also completely exhausted. Their mental state was indeed much better than that of those from the headquarters. Seeing this scene, the new recruits of the headquarters felt particularly ashamed. It was one thing not to be able to compete with a monster like Longinus, but now they couldn't even compare with Longinus' little brothers. Moreover, this trial had nothing to do with strength. It was only related to the strength of their hearts. Didn't that mean their perseverance and belief was inferior to those new recruits from the branches? The other branch recruits also looked on with envy. And compared to the headquarters, they were indeed lagging in all aspects, which was quite normal. However, with the shining halo of the G2 branch, in comparison, they seemed to pale significantly. Dorag observed everyone's changes and then spoke in a deep voice. The next task is to eat. Eat? Many were puzzled. Eating is also a task. Please give me 2 kilograms of this kind of task. Many imaginative individuals looked at Dorag in horror, murmuring to themselves. Could it be eating those particularly unpalatable foods, or even eating wet food? Upon thinking of this, the new recruits' gazes towards Dorag became increasingly strange, and the general's halo gradually transformed into the fear of a demon. With Dorag's strength, he could easily hear their whispers. The corners of his stern mouth involuntarily twitched. This batch of newcomers was truly frightening, always talking about eating wet food. If you want to become strong, you must learn to eat, Dorag said in a deep voice. If you don't eat, where will your physical strength come from? Where will your power come from? The more intensely you train, the greater the consumption, and the more you need to eat. Breaking through limits is about squeezing out your body's potential. Therefore, the materials for the nutritious meals in the cafeteria are all kinds of sea kings and rare beast meat, which contain rich life energy enough to replenish your body's deficiencies. If you don't want to suffer from physical deficiencies due to future training, then eat vigorously until you want to vomit. Understand? Understood. A group of people, half dead, walked back to Marineford from the outskirts, causing many passing Navy families to laugh secretly. Among this group of seemingly soulless walking dead, the tall and robust figure of Longinus stood out even more. Dorag's cold gaze swept over the crowd and only revealed a satisfied expression when it landed on Longinus. Although Longinus had become accustomed to extreme conditions, the previous high-intensity training could not have had no effect on him at all. Dorag could see that Longinus's drooping hands were slightly trembling, and his long breaths had become disordered. Clearly, carrying a small mountain was not an easy task for him. However, even so, he did not slack off like the others but maintained a solemn demeanor and steady pace at all times. Dorag was a person of great self-discipline, and although he did not demand others to meet his standards, he naturally had higher expectations for Longinus, who shared the same self-discipline. With this level of self-discipline, even an ordinary person could grow into a true powerhouse. Coupled with his dazzling talent, it seemed that in less than 20 years, the headquarters would gain another top combat force. Dorag silently lamented in his heart that in 20 years, Longinus would only be 34 years old, still quite young for a Navy admiral. On the other hand, other branches were somewhat envious of the G2 branch, having just entered for a few days. They already earned second-class merits and commendations. Are you really from a branch, like us? It felt like thinking everyone in the group was a newbie, only to find out that everyone else were veterans while you were the only newbie. Therefore, someone approached Gregory, who seemed the most easygoing in the G2 branch, and asked, Gregory, are all the people in your G2 branch so determined? Or is there some trick to it? The new recruits from the headquarters also quietly perked up their ears, as they were quite curious about the answer to this question. Well, Gregory straightened his back while enduring the pain and placed his hands behind his back, speaking in a deep, ethereal tone. Once you experience the fear of being on the edge of death, you'll find that this level of limit is really nothing to worry about. The person asking blinked, looking confused, and asked, What do you mean? Hearing this, Gregory said with exasperation, What I mean is, with your IQ, it's hard for me to explain it clearly to you. How about this? Next time during special training, you come with us, and after experiencing the captain's special training, you will definitely undergo a transformative change just like us. Although the Navy officer was looked down upon by Gregory, he was still extremely excited. After all, none of them were ranked outside the top 100. Even their willpower was incredibly firm, all because of the changes brought by that man. Can I really join your special training? He asked anxiously. Don't worry. The captain once said that no matter where we come from which sea area, the sincere heart dedicated to justice is completely the same. Looking at Gregory's sincere eyes, he felt half ashamed and half in admiration. Perhaps only a benevolent person like Gregory deserved to follow in the footsteps of a legend like Longinus. The surrounding new recruits saw how easily that Navy officer blended in and were moved, secretly yearning. Who wouldn't want to stand at the peak of their cohort like Longinus? Therefore, soon Gregory was surrounded by a crowd. Gregory, can you let me join you too? Please let me follow Longinus's teachings. I beg you. I also want to have the power to uphold justice. Please teach me the secret to becoming strong. Seeing the crowd grow, Gregory's heart was filled with joy. But he still pretended to be calm and said, "Everyone, don't rush, one at a time." As the crowd became increasingly frantic, Abraham broke out in a cold sweat. He was not as optimistic as Gregory. If they knew that Gregory himself was scared half to death after falling from 10,000 meters high, would they still be so excited? Dorag's stern mouth twitched wildly. What was this? Did they not believe in his teaching ability? However, the few kids from G2 did perform quite well. If Longinus could help others undergo similar transformations, then he could let them have their fun. The cafeteria at headquarters was spacious, bright, clean, and refreshing, giving a simple yet profound feeling. The meal served on the table was today's breakfast meat. Yes, just pure meat, without any other flashy or cheap stuff. Longinus even thought to himself that if Carp told Luffy that the price of being a Navy officer was to eat meat, there might one day be a soldier who shouted every day about becoming the king of the Navy. However, the taste seemed unexpectedly delicious. After taking the first bite, Longinus was a bit surprised, but soon realized that the headquarters' intention was to allow new recruits to absorb as much life energy as possible. So they wouldn't intentionally make it unpalatable to disgust people. Each of you must eat 10 servings of food. This is not a request, but an order. Of course, if you want to eat more, don't worry about saving money for the headquarters. There are plenty of ingredients in the kitchen, said the adjutant standing next to Dorag. Seeing that the headquarters even considered the taste of the food for them, these new recruits were moved and determined to stuff themselves to the point of bursting today. Longinus was not eating quickly, but he was steady, his spoon never stopped moving, and, coupled with his powerful absorption ability, the number of plates on the table was surprisingly high. La, Senior Dallarge, are you helping teacher Zephyr manage the newcomers again? A tall naval officer wearing sunglasses and a hat with a Navy insignia approached Longinus, asking Dallarge beside him. Kazan, it's quite rare to see you up so early. Dallarge replied with a slightly stiff smile. He had a deep impression of this junior who often followed his father. Just back at headquarters, he still had to maintain the bare minimum of appearances. Kazan yawned lazily and said, "Wow, it's Admiral Kazan. He is known as a monster and is also the youngest admiral in headquarters." Wait, Admiral Kazan called Admiral Dallarge Sr. Could it be that Admiral Dallarge also came from the training camp? Gasps of admiration arose from the surrounding tables, clearly in awe of Kazan, with many glancing frequently at Longinus, who was sitting opposite Kazan. If Admiral Kazan was the monster of the third training camp, then Longinus was undoubtedly the monster of their current batch. Hearing this, Kazan turned to them and said, "Don't you know? Senior Dallarge was also known as a monster in the first training camp, alongside Sakazuki and Borisolino. It's quite similar to your batch." Kazan continued to speak to himself. But that makes sense. Senior Dallarge spent most of his time under the guidance of Admiral Garp, so Teacher Zephyr naturally wouldn't announce it to the public. People were surprised to learn that the stern Admiral Dallarge was once a member of the training camp. Moreover, the three great monsters from that batch 10 years ago had now grown into significant figures at the Admiral level. Who knows what the three great monsters of their batch will be like in 10 years? Admiral Sengoku specifically granted you a year off, so your early return really surprised me, Dallarge said, not caring about Kazan's revelation, but speaking in a deep voice. Past events will always pass. Since it was my own choice, there's nothing to regret, Kazan said nonchalantly. Let's hope so. The two were having a cryptic conversation that left everyone puzzled. While Longinus vaguely realized it was because half a year ago during the O'Hara incident, Kazan had personally killed his friend, the giant Admiral Saul, and Sengoku was worried about him being affected, which was why he specifically granted him a year off. Let's not talk about those boring things. Kazan shook his head and looked at Longinus across the table, asking, "Are you the hero Longinus who was highly praised by Admiral Garp?" "I just did what a Navy should do. Admiral Garp is the true Navy hero." La. The newcomers are indeed stronger one after another. It won't be long before you stand in the same position as me. Hiss. These new recruits did not expect that the youngest Admiral Kazan in headquarters would think so highly of Longinus. "Aren't you meeting for the first time?" Longinus was just waiting for the next part. He didn't believe that Kazan had just happened to arrive today. It was like the black-clothed pirate crew I had prepared to capture earlier. Unexpectedly, before I could even make a move, they had already been defeated by you. Longinus's eyes narrowed slightly. The drama was about to unfold. They were indeed fortunate to have been sent to prison early. Otherwise, encountering Admiral Kazan would have been a real nightmare. Longinus pretended to be nonchalant as he spoke. Am I really that terrifying? Kazan laughed heartily, then said with a serious tone, but there is indeed a frightening figure on their ship. Longinus sighed lightly. Was it really to come for Robin? Felix's fruit ability was indeed troublesome, but it shouldn't be enough for Admiral Kazan to take notice, right? Longinus asked with a timely questioning tone. I wasn't talking about him, but about a little girl among the captured slaves who could use a fruit ability. When Admiral Kazan mentioned this, I did recall saving a little girl who had eaten a fruit. However, unlike others, she didn't leave with me. Instead, she fled in a panic. At that time, I felt there was something strange about her, but I was in a hurry to return the rescued slaves and couldn't pay her any mind. By the time I turned back to find her, she had already vanished. Really? She must be quite lucky. Kazan sighed with an inexplicable expression. Admiral Kazan, is there something wrong with that little girl? There are indeed some issues, but nothing major. Let's eat, so that Senior Drago doesn't complain about me wasting your time later. You just need to know, Drago said coldly from the side. Ah, Drago is really cold. Is he shifting his guilt for his friend onto Robin? What a complicated man. Longinus thought to himself. Sitting on the sofa, Zephyr flipped through a stack of records, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. You've perfectly completed all the extreme training of the first year in just 3 days. In terms of physique, willpower, combat experience, and fighting skills, you far exceed your fellow recruits. It seemed he realized his bias was too obvious, and it seemed a bit unfair, so Zephyr quickly added, cough cough. You two are also excellent. Being able to catch up to Longinus's progress in just a week is quite rare in every sense. Guion and Kaki felt somewhat helpless. They clearly were treated as afterthoughts, right? They used to be someone else's children, and now they had fallen to the point of being mentioned only in passing. However, thinking of Longinus's performance, they had nothing to say, as their results in various trainings lagged too far behind. Drago was right. It really should be time for you two to enter the next phase of training. The Navy's 6 Dials? Kaki asked excitedly. That's right, the Navy's 6 Dials. Zephyr nodded slightly. The 6 Dials are a martial art that transcends human physical limits, allowing for a leap from human to superhuman. Therefore, the difficulty of practicing it is immense, and very few in the headquarters can fully comprehend it. Most choose to specialize in 2 or 3 styles. Generally, Zoan-type fruit users are more suited for practicing iron block and shave. However, Kaki, your ability is somewhat special. I recommend you additionally practice life return on top of those too. As for Guion, your attacks are already powerful enough. What you need now is to make your attacks more flexible with moonwalk and shave, as well as to avoid more dangers with paper drawing. After that, Zephyr turned to Longinus and said seriously, unlike the two of them, my expectation for you is to integrate the 6 styles. Integrate the 6 styles? Longinus whispered, seemingly contemplating the meaning behind it. Perhaps someone has told you that the 6 styles are the key to unlocking hockey. Many Navy officers, after comprehending hockey, indeed shift their focus to it. But I want to tell you that the 6 styles, as a martial art continuously improved and refined by the Navy over the years, have potential that goes far beyond just being a key to hockey. The 6 styles are merely the foundation. Each style can evolve into more paths. For example, when a regular person uses iron block, they cannot move their body. It can only serve as defense. But a strong practitioner who specializes in iron block is not limited to this. They can even maintain the iron block state while moving at high speeds. And the combination of great strength and extreme speed can cause tremendous destruction with what is originally a defensive ability. In addition to the 6 styles themselves being able to deepen and evolve continuously, they can also complement each other. For example, combining shave with iron block with finger pistol, or paper drawing with gale foot. The coordinated use of these skills can elevate your strength by more than one level. Even I cannot claim to have completely mastered the 6 styles. Longinus took a deep breath. Even he did not expect that someone as strong as Zephyr would place such importance on the 6 styles. It seemed he had underestimated the potential of the 6 styles. However, it made sense. His predictions about the 6 styles were based on the memories of souls from another world. In the future, the 3 admirals of the Navy would all be top-tier Logia-type devil fruit users. Although their physical skills would surely not be weak, combat would primarily rely on their abilities. Moreover, given that Zephyr, Garp, and others who focused on physical skills had few recorded instances of using the 6 styles, it left Longinus' understanding of the 6 styles in a transitional phase. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. I will definitely work hard to master the 6 styles completely. Longinus pledged earnestly. I'm quite confident in this regard. For someone who has already comprehended the return of life like you, learning the 6 styles is just a matter of time. Zephyr nodded in appreciation. Oh no, it seems I may have been a bit biased. Zephyr suddenly became alert and quickly pretended as if nothing had happened, mentioning what I just said was merely my minimum requirement for the two of you. If possible, I hope both of you can also strive to fully master the 6 styles. Gyeonkaki. Cough cough. Zephyr cleared his throat and said seriously, the 6 styles are a martial art completely applied in actual combat. Relying solely on explanations will make it difficult for you to grasp its intricacies. So, the 3 of you come with me to the training ground. Longinus was momentarily taken aback, his heart suddenly filled with excitement. Was this going to be an opportunity to receive guidance during battle? Cheyenne and Kaji also looked delighted. The experience of facing an admiral of the Navy was truly invaluable. Soon, the 3 of them followed Zephyr to a vast square, which was the advanced training ground specifically mentioned by Brigadier Morgan earlier. After all, with Zephyr's strength, even without going all out, he could still cause tremendous destruction. Without a certain level of power, even watching the battle could be a dangerous event. Prepare yourselves and give it your all against me. Next, I will let you experience the power of the 6 styles firsthand. But don't just think about fighting. The main thing is to use your bodies to see how I use the 6 styles. Zephyr said with a smile. Longinus, what should we do now? Perhaps due to the deep impression left by previous events, Cheyenne instinctively turned to Longinus for guidance during this moment of uncertainty. Kaji also looked over involuntarily. After the last battle, he had developed a natural awe for Longinus. We 3 have no experience cooperating with each other. If we force a partnership, we might end up hindering each other. It's better to abandon those thoughts and treat it as if it were just me alone, giving it my all, Longinus said firmly and calmly. Cheyenne nodded thoughtfully, understanding that in Zephyr's eyes, a lack of tacit cooperation could easily become a flaw. Then let us go all out together. Kaji instantly transformed into his half-beast form. He was not resisting that power anymore. He knew that for a strong-willed admiral like Zephyr, the influence of a nightmare was minimal. It was better to choose a form more suitable for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Longinus stomped heavily on the ground and shot out like an arrow. At the same time, Cheyenne, holding his sword, floated down as if to jump and slash from midair, while Kaji charged forward like a wild boar, covering his head with his arms. Admiral Zephyr stood there without dodging, wearing a hearty smile. He accelerated his blood flow, quickened his muscle movements, and made his body as hard as steel. This was iron block. Bang! How hard? Longinus retracted his somewhat sore right fist, surprised to see that Zephyr had not even used his haki. With just iron block, he had blocked their combined full-force attack, leaving Longinus immensely astonished. If haki and iron block were combined, who knows what kind of stronger effect might be produced. Just as Longinus was shocked, Zephyr's figure suddenly reflected in his pupils. In an instant, propelled by the explosive counterforce generated from repeatedly stomping the ground dozens of times, he reached the ultimate speed. Soru. This speed was far faster than my Soru. If I stomped dozens of times in an instant, he must have done it hundreds or thousands of times. As Longinus's pupils contracted sharply, Zephyr struck again. Gathering all his strength to his fingertips, he delivered a blow in the blink of an eye. Combined with the use of Soru, it was even capable of piercing through steel. This was the finger gun. The powerful spirit made Longinus instantly consider multiple countermeasures, but his sluggish body was too slow to react. Boom! Longinus's body was blasted hundreds of meters away, the piercing pain making him feel a bit dazed. How long had it been since he had suffered such a serious injury? The attack came so quickly that even Longinus couldn't react in time. And Jiyuan and Kaki were even more helpless, completely unaware of what had happened before being violently knocked away. Huff! Longinus emerged from the dust, wiping the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth, trying to regulate his breathing as his blood began to boil and accelerate. Zephyr was also a bit stunned, not expecting that Longinus wouldn't even leave himself a moment to recover. Did he treat every match as a real battle? What a tough kid, but that makes it even more interesting. Longinus stomped the ground with explosive force, propelling himself forward and suddenly appearing in front of Zephyr. Delivering a powerful punch, he unleashed all his strength, sensing the changes in air currents caused by his opponent's movements, effortlessly controlling his body as if painting on paper. This was paper drawing. Zephyr dodged repeatedly, perfectly evading each of Longinus's attacks. In a sense, paper drawing was the embryonic form of observation haki and the return of life. And this technique should be easy for you to master. Is this what Teacher Zephyr meant? Paper drawing, martial body. Longinus infused his consciousness into his entire body, compacting his tall frame as if it had suddenly shrunk a few sizes. The smaller body had a speed greater than before, and, combined with the use of shave, it was no less explosive than Zephyr's previous bursts. Longinus appeared before Zephyr in the blink of an eye. Zephyr widened his eyes, momentarily distracted, and Longinus seized the opportunity to punch him away. My God, is this a dream? Teacher Zephyr was sent flying, just recovering from the injuries caused by the spear. Guillaume happened to witness this unbelievable scene. Longinus has mastered paper drawing and shave so quickly. In the distance, Kaki also looked skeptical of life, questioning his own intelligence for the first time. Ha ha ha. Not only have you grasped it faster than I imagined, but you've also derived new techniques based on paper drawing. Well done. It seems I need to take this more seriously. Zephyr, of course, did not feel shame or anger from being knocked away. Seeing his student possess such talent made him even happier. Seeing Longinus surpass them so much, Guillaume and Kaki naturally rushed forward without wanting to fall behind. Zephyr, surrounded by 3 attackers, calmly walked into the sky. That's right, he walked into the sky as if strolling in a garden, evading the 3's encirclement. Moonwalk is an application technique of shave. Unlike shave, which involves stomping the ground, moonwalk often involves stepping on air. To achieve this, the first thing you need to do is perceive the flow of air. Therefore, if you want to practice moonwalk, it's best to master paper drawing first. Longinus took a deep breath, his eyes shining, using his observation hockey to sense every node in the air where Zephyr was stepping. However, the difficulty of the moonwalk was clearly not comparable to mere drawings. Even with the many simulations he had done over the past 2 years, he could not master it once. Otherwise, in the future trajectory, Sanji would not have struggled in hell for 2 years before learning this technique. Next, he needed to rapidly stretch and contract his leg muscles to create kinetic energy, rolling up a vacuum to unleash a cutting wave with his gale foot. Be careful. Zephyr had already launched an attack in midair, and Longinus' expression changed drastically as his body instinctively retreated. Like a swordsman's slash, the cutting wave traced in the air fell to the ground, explosively sending the 3 flying. In the outskirts within the forest, hundreds of vibrant faces were engaged in a chaotic battle. This was a training exercise, and those who could last until the end were the true victors. Among these recruits, there were indeed some strong individuals who clearly surpassed others, like the 4th-ranked Lonos. However, he clearly did not possess the dominating strength of Longinus or Cheyenne, and instead, he was the first to be eliminated due to being too conspicuous. As the chaos in the arena intensified, Dorag nodded in satisfaction. This was also the reason he thought of sending Longinus and the others away early. With such dominating monsters present, a brawl was meaningless. Boom! Boom! At that moment, loud rumbling sounds came from the distance. Dorag frowned, his powerful observation hockey radiating out like radar. Ordinary observation hockey naturally couldn't sense a wide area. But the monster known as Dorag could easily encompass most of the island in his perception. Soon, Dorag had seen the answer. Is this Zephyr's presence? A hint of interest flickered in Dorag's indifferent eyes. Is he personally teaching them the 6 forms? It seems that Zephyr truly values them, or rather, values him. At this point, the fighting in the forest was nearing its end. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. The final victor was somewhat unexpected for Dorag. It was Gregory, the guy who had been hiding from the beginning. However, it wasn't all luck. He was already ranked among the top 20 in strength, and combined with his evasive tactics and previously established connections, there was a certain reason he could last until the end. However, this was contrary to the original intention of the brawl. It seemed that next time, the rules would need to be modified appropriately. Dorag was not about to cancel Gregory's achievements. Using loopholes in the rules only indicated that there were problems with the rules they had set, and naturally, he couldn't let others bear the mistakes. Fallen, did Instructor Dorag suddenly have a conscience? He actually called in the team early? Although puzzled, the recruits quickly returned to formation. You all have been a bit like the Navy these past few days. Dorag nodded slightly. Next, you can take a short break and observe how others fight. Although they couldn't move freely, for these recruits, not having to exhaust themselves with continuous training was a huge blessing. They didn't dare to hope for more. However, Gregory, unafraid, asked Instructor Dorag, could it be that there's a vice admiral or even an admiral from headquarters fighting? It's Admiral Zephyr, personally guiding Longinus and the others. Dorag succinctly replied, Wow, to have Admiral Zephyr's personal guidance, Cheyenne and Kaki are incredibly lucky. Gregory said enviously, Yeah, wait, aren't there 3 of them? Why did you leave out Longinus? The people around him nodded in agreement, but suddenly realized something was off. asking in confusion. Idiot, it's perfectly normal for the captain to be valued. How can you describe it as luck? Gregory looked at him with a caring gaze for the intellectually challenged. However, soon their envy turned into relief and fear. On the viewing platform, from a distance, they couldn't hear the conversations of the three, but the miserable state of the three in the arena was clearly visible to all the recruits. Cheyenne and Khaki were all right. One arm was just twisted and drooping. But Longinus was drenched in blood, covered in wounds. Keen-eyed individuals even noticed that he had coughed up fragments of internal organs during his previous coughs. The more severely injured, the fiercer the fight. That desperate ferocity made one think that the two sides were mortal enemies. How terrifying. Is this the guidance of Teacher Zephyr? I heard that we will also practice the 6 forms in our second year. It can't be, shouldn't be, right? With so many of us. Teacher Zephyr definitely won't have time to guide us individually. That is hard to say. For Teacher Zephyr, it makes no difference whether there's 1 or 100 of us at our level. If before, they felt envy towards the treatment of Longinus and the others, now they mostly felt relieved, thankful that they were just lazy fish who didn't have to struggle. TSK, that old guy Zephyr really is ruthless, even to his own students. The sudden voice made these recruits widen their eyes. Someone actually dared to evaluate an admiral like that. Vice Admiral Garp. It's Vice Admiral Garp. He asked the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Upon realizing the speaker's identity, the surrounding recruits couldn't help but scream. The Navy hero who personally eradicated the Nox era and forced Pirate King Roger into a corner several times held a position in their generation of the Navy even higher than that of the Fleet Admiral. Seeing that Dorag was ignoring him, Garp felt bored and continued speaking to himself. But that little guy is indeed smart. The 6 forms were originally extreme martial arts summarized from repeated battles, and Zephyr is a top expert proficient in the 6 forms. The gains from fighting him will far exceed understanding it on one's own. The other 2 little guys still harbor respect for Admiral Zephyr. Being cautious and hesitant will ultimately be to their detriment. Not everyone can be as fearless as Longinus, Dorag commented briefly. Indeed, this little brat does have a bit of the old man spirit. Garp nodded with satisfaction, then sighed. It's a pity. He only learned my attitude of not fearing power, but couldn't learn my nonchalance towards rules. Being so rigid and serious is really a bit boring. Dorag twitched the corner of his mouth. What you call being carefree, he calls discipline. When has he ever learned from you? Garp, furious, retorted. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to your superior? If it weren't for your students being present today, I would definitely remind you of what the iron fist of love means. Hearing the suppressed laughter from the surrounding recruits, even his own officer let out a forced puffing sound. Dorag's stern expression almost cracked. After teaching Dorag a lesson, Garp explained, I have always been called a Navy hero, and this little guy was also known as a hero at G2, which means he must admire me greatly, to the point of mimicking my every move. Such a good seedling who admires me cannot be ruined by that rigid guy Zephyr. If you're not afraid of Teacher Zephyr coming to find you for a fight, you can go ahead and try. Dorag poured cold water from the side. Garp's hand holding a donut froze in midair for a moment before he sighed. Drag, you are becoming less and less adorable. Where did that little snot-nosed kid who loved to follow Dad around go? Shut up. Drag gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to hit back. The battle in the arena continued. Galefoot, Wolf Fong, perhaps stimulated by the ferocity of Longinus. Zephyr's demonstration had already moved beyond the most basic 6 styles, extending to the derivative techniques of the 6 styles. Waves of slashing attacks leaped across the ground like a pack of wolves, adding an unpredictable quality to their powerful strikes. Galefoot, Wolf Fong. Longinus actually retaliated with a series of kicks, using the same method. However, the effects produced by the same technique were completely different. If Zephyr's attack was the ferocious wild wolf, then Longinus's attack was the erratic husky, almost collapsing upon contact. Seeing Zephyr's slashing wave easily shatter his own, Longinus was not surprised at all. Faced with the unyielding jumping slash, he stood there without dodging, channeling all his strength to take it head-on. Iron block, empty wood. The relentless slashing waves struck Longinus's chest, nearly making his vision go black. But the technique ultimately worked, not only absorbing the attack completely, but also bouncing it back. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you could master this so well. Haha, impressive. Zephyr praised loudly, but his movements did not pause for a moment. His fingers like guns shattering the slashing waves directly. On the side, Kaji and Gion were a bit dumbfounded. How did it turn into an advanced mode while we were still learning nothing? He is actually using his body to memorize Zephyr's attacks. This little guy's toughness is really not what a 14-year-old should possess. Karp couldn't help but exclaim. Longinus had fallen into Leaf Town at the age of 9. Because of the pirates, the whole village was slaughtered, and carrying such pressure and hatred, he naturally couldn't be carefree like other children his age. Drag focused on the increasingly intense battle in the arena and seriously evaluated. Fortunately, he is not the kind of avenger blinded by hatred. Perhaps it was because of the kind-hearted people in Leaf Town that he maintained his bottom line, which later led to the birth of the naval hero Longinus. A figure that made pirates tremble in fear during battle, but was also a contradictory, being that the public was grateful for in daily life. I can't believe you have such a high opinion of him. Karp looked at Drag in surprise. This was not something that should come from his cold-hearted son. I see in him the iron-bloodedness of Sakazuki and the gentleness of Kazan, and even a kind of leadership that draws people around him. If he grows up, perhaps he could achieve an unprecedented unity between the two factions within the Navy. Admiral of the Navy? You actually think so highly of him. Karp felt a bit depressed. His son had never looked at him this favorably. I just don't know. What does a powerful Navy mean for this world? Hope or destruction? Boom, boom. The brilliant slashing attacks covered the sky, almost completely destroying the advanced training ground designed for officer-level competitions. No matter what kind of attack Zephyr unleashed, Longinus would retaliate in exactly the same way. Although the power between the two was vastly different, Longinus's understanding of the six styles was deepening continuously. Of course, his injuries were also increasing. After knocking Longinus back once again, Zephyr stopped his attack and asked seriously, Longinus, how much do you understand about the six styles now? I'm ashamed to say that despite being personally guided by teacher Zephyr for so long, I can only grasp about 80%. Longinus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied hoarsely, 80%? To grasp so much in one battle, your talent is truly enviable. However, the remaining 20% can't be learned in battle. You need to go back and practice repeatedly to comprehend it. So next, I will end today's battle with the final move. Yes, I will definitely practice hard after I go back, and I will keep my eyes wide open to see teacher's final strike. Longinus took a deep breath, rapidly breaking down the stored body fat in his body to recover his stamina slightly. Guion, how much have you grasped? Kaji, standing in the arena but feeling like an outsider, asked blankly. I only grasped 50%. Sure enough, compared to Longinus, my talent is really too poor. Guion said shyly and frustrated, then clenched her delicate little hand tightly. It seemed that to catch up with Longinus, she would have to put in more effort. Kaji? What's wrong? Kaji helplessly sat on the ground. Hugging his legs, I didn't even learn 3/10 of it. I'm really embarrassing everyone. On the other side, Zephyr had already taken up a boxing stance. The six styles are a martial art that transcends human physical limits. Once fully integrated, it can unleash the power hidden within the human body. Six Kings Gun. The same technique released by different people can have vastly different power, as evidenced by the previous battle between Longinus and Zephyr. And as an admiral of the Navy, the Six Kings Gun unleashed by Zephyr, tapping into the hidden power within his body, was certainly not comparable to the Six Kings Gun used by Lucci during the battle at Eni's lobby. In just an instant, the shockwaves surged through Longinus's body, as if he were hit head-on by a water train. To be precise, it felt like the water train was crushing him back and forth. Boom! Longinus was directly blasted into the mountainside by this strike, deeply embedded within it, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart, with most of his body losing sensation. Enduring such a level of power was indeed too much for him. He nearly killed himself. Although his physical condition was already at its worst, Longinus still smiled beneath the rubble. Is this the strength of a Marine admiral? He hadn't even used haki and had actively suppressed his power, yet he could still inflict serious injuries with a single blow. Such power was truly enviable. Kaji charged forward with an intimidating inverted triangle physique, his internal energy surging like a wild collision. Guion seamlessly integrated the shaving technique into his swordsmanship, giving it both attack and speed attributes. The sword light from his famous sword, Jean Pira, seemed terrifying enough to cut through space itself. Facing the combined assault of the two, Longinus suddenly compressed his body to the size of a piece of paper, perfectly evading their attack. Guion and Kaji clearly did not expect Longinus to utilize the paper drawing technique to such an extent, and they were unable to slow down in time, continuing their assault with unyielding momentum. As the three bodies intersected in a straight line, Longinus's paper-like form instantly restored, and he thrust both index fingers outward simultaneously, creating a deep sound explosion in the air as if it could barely withstand the pressure. Finger gun. Iron block Jade. Kaji's clumsy body and Gion's frail form were instantly sent flying, one crashing into the mountainside and the other plummeting into the sea. Cough, cough. Gion leaped out of the water, coughing up seawater, a mix of disappointment and admiration in his voice. Indeed, I failed again. Longinus, you are truly a born strongman. I wonder when I can be as strong as you? Let's call it day, Longinus said, noticing that Gion's clothes were soaked by seawater, clinging tightly to her skin, fully revealing her exquisite and graceful figure. The alluring whiteness beneath her delicate collarbone seemed to carry a unique temptation. Put this on. Longinus casually took off his coat and handed it over. Huh? Thank you. Gion hesitated for a moment before accepting the coat and wrapping it around herself. Her ears slightly flushed as she thanked him in a barely audible voice. On the other side, Kaji emerged from the collapsed mountainside, a hint of gratitude appearing on his lecherous face. Longinus, thanks to you, I was able to completely grasp iron blocks so quickly. This is the result of your own efforts. I merely accompanied you in a few practical battles. It's nothing much. Besides, fighting you guys was a process of filling in my own gaps. Longinus smiled gently. However, Kaji said with a serious expression, what Gregory said makes a lot of sense. There are many hard-working people. Why should it be my turn to succeed? It's just because I'm luckier than most, having your guidance, boss, that I could learn iron blocks so quickly and even make a start on life return. Longinus shook his head. Not even he expected that after meeting Penjin. Kaki seemed to have found his place, seriously accepting Gregory's brainwashing in order to fit into their little group that wouldn't discriminate against him. Well, think whatever you want. Longinus stylishly turned to leave. Today's battle was over, and they would gather here again at the same time tomorrow. Huh. I wonder if Penjin and the others have finished their training. Kaki turned to ask Jiuan about his plans, only to realize that the other was wearing a different set of clothes. Why are you wearing the boss's clothes? Huh? No, it's nothing. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Jin, like a startled little rabbit, tightened his coat and hurriedly fled. Women truly are hard to understand beings. Kaki pretended to shake his head, then excitedly said, I seem to have gained a deeper insight into what Brother Gregory said. Only men can truly understand the pain and perseverance of men. At the end of the year 1500 in the sea circle calendar, a year had passed, and time really flies. Longinus was on his way back, secretly murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a very dangerous alert surged from his heart. He didn't even have time to think about why there was danger in the headquarters. His body instinctively pumped all his energy. Iron block, steel, boom! Like a violently shot ball, Longinus was directly sent flying over 1,000 meters, crashing through countless mountain rocks before barely stopping, enduring the intense pain in his body. He stood up, and just as the second attack was about to land, Longinus helplessly said, Admiral Carp, did I offend you in some way? A massive fist suddenly stopped right in front of Longinus's face. The gusting wind from the punch even made his face feel as if it had been scraped by a knife. Ahaha, did you recognize me so quickly? Little guy, your observation haki is indeed strong, Carp said without an ounce of embarrassment, then patted Longinus on the shoulder and asked, so, how do you feel about this old man's loving iron fist? If it were someone else, they might angrily curse in their hearts and then casually dodge the question. But Longinus carefully savored the experience, then calmly said, it hurts. Pain. Every cell in my body is telling me these two words, but strangely, my body doesn't seem to have much injury. Painful, but not harmful. Instilling the will of love. Is this the secret of Admiral Carp's loving iron fist? Carp was taken aback, then laughed heartily, ha ha. Little guy, your talent is indeed not comparable to those dull-witted fools. You actually saw through my technique with just one punch. Saying this, Carp began to grumble again. Unlike those other foolish brats, who took my kind teaching as bullying, those guys didn't think, I'm also a naval hero. How could I do something so unreliable? Longinus was secretly cursing in his heart, thinking that sneaking out to launch a surprise attack without saying a word was hardly reliable, no matter how you looked at it. Longinus, what do you think of the power of my iron fist of love? Carp chuckled lewdly, looking like a perverted uncle holding a lollipop. It's very strong. A fist imbued with belief is much more powerful than an ordinary attack. It's like the difference between a swordsman with sword intent and a regular swordsman. One is in the sky, the other is on the ground, Longinus objectively commented. Carp, flattered by the compliment, nodded with satisfaction. And I think, since there could be an iron fist of love, there can naturally also be an iron fist of anger or an iron fist of justice, right? Not bad. You really know how to draw inferences, Carp tempted. So, do you want to follow me to train? Longinus hesitated for a moment, and then declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Admiral Carp, but I can't spare the time with Teacher Zephyr." Carp waved his hand, feeling somewhat disheartened, and remarked that Zephyr had indeed guessed it. "Well, I'll be honest with you. Zephyr knows that you've almost mastered the 6 styles and specifically requested me to give you some special training for a period of time. Now, you surely won't refuse, right?" Longinus blinked his eyes. Didn't Teacher Zephyr always advocate for fire prevention, theft prevention, and car prevention? Is it because he has nearly mastered the 6 forms and reached a bottleneck in his strength that he asked Carp to teach him? Of course. It's also because I really have high hopes for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't care about that guy Zephyr's request. In the end, Carp added with a hint of pride. Longinus took a deep breath, not acting overly coy, but instead calmly nodded, "I understand. I will do my best to follow Major Carp in my training. No need to be too nervous. With your talent and conviction, learning my iron fist won't be too difficult. The challenge lies in how you can apply it to what level in the future." Carp casually sat down on a reef. Longinus stood by and listened attentively. "In fact, many people in this department have practiced with me. However, most of them are unable to unleash the true power of the iron fist. The only one who can fully grasp the essence of the iron fist is actually my son, Dorag." But soon, the proud expression on Carp's face turned into dissatisfaction. "Unfortunately, that guy Dorag insisted on making some changes to my iron fist. If he wanted to change it, that would be one thing, but he actually turned it into a delicate fist technique with fingers pinched, which made me so angry that I beat him up on the spot." Longinus's mouth twitched as he thought, could the dragon claw fist that Dorag has improved on his own be the future trajectory of Sabo? It can transform the iron fist imbued with love into the dragon claw fist that crushes tyranny. This shows that Dorag's belief in spirit had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Such a genius-like initiative is certainly admirable in the eyes of the average person. But unfortunately, his father is not an ordinary person. Wait, could Dorag's rebellious attitude towards tyranny actually stem from his father's brutal rule? Longinus suddenly realized that if this were the case, then Luffy's initial longing for freedom might also be due to Garp's strict upbringing, right? With this thought, Longinus couldn't help but respect Garp. Indeed, he's the most unfathomable man in the pirate world. Seeing Longinus looking at him with a strange expression, Garp was surprised and said, "You're looking at me like that. You mean to say I'm going off on a tangent, right?" Sigh, the young people today just lack patience. Well, let me continue. The power of the iron fist lies in belief. Only those with unyielding faith can truly unleash the power of the iron fist. And that is precisely why I have high hopes for you. Your heart also possesses unwavering belief. If you can infuse your belief into your fists, then that is the true iron fist. Longinus reflected. Indeed, just as Zephyr told you, true strength is strength of the heart. And the most direct proof of this is Haki. Haki is a latent power that all humans possess. This power is innate and not difficult to tap into as long as one finds the right method. You might be wondering, if Haki is not difficult to uncover, why did Zephyr make you wait 3 years? And even in the 3rd year, there are still so few who qualify to practice Haki. Could it be related to the belief you mentioned about Rear, Admiral Garp? That's right. If you enter the New World, you will find that Haki is not a rare thing at all. Even some small fry know a trick or two. However, the corresponding issue is that those people have a superficial grasp of Haki, which is hardly intimidating. The root cause of this problem is that they lack a strong heart and unwavering belief, making it impossible to tap into the hidden power of Haki. This is why the training camp conducts a year of extreme training, 1 year of life and death combat, 1 year of solidification and accumulation, allowing those new recruits to truly understand their own beliefs before they can genuinely engage with the power of Haki. Ahem, it seems I've gone off on a tangent again. Garp, getting excited, suddenly realized he was straying from the topic and quickly pulled it back, saying, "What I want to tell you is that just as armament Haki can transform into an invisible armor, a powerful belief can also manifest as strength. In this regard, those swordsmen actually have an advantage over us. Because they are pure enough, all their means are concentrated on that sword, making it easier to infuse their belief into it. Of course, there's no need to envy them too much. Once they lose their weapons, their strength is diminished by more than half." Longinus nodded. In another memory, there are not many who could materialize their own beliefs. For example, Bista's rapier, Foxfire Kinnaman's Foxfire Flow, Zoro's Azura Demonic Aura, Sanji's Diable Jam. Although there are certainly more people who can achieve this, it is evident that swordsmen have an advantage in this regard. It now seems that what Vice Admiral Carp referred to as belief may be the same as sword intent, a powerful inner self reflected in reality, capable of exerting supernatural influence on the surrounding environment, to the point where it is indistinguishable from the powers of a devil fruit in the eyes of ordinary people. Or perhaps, the devil fruits themselves are a form of powerful belief that does not belong to oneself, and only those with insufficient willpower are affected by the fruit's power? Longinus shook his head, self-deprecatingly thinking, why am I pondering these things now? These are not matters I should be touching at this stage. Longinus, now try to gradually infuse your own belief into your fists and strive to recall the expectations contained in the punch I just threw at you, Carp said, his gaze gradually becoming dangerous, and the iron fist he raised seemed eager to try. Longinus's mouth twitched, unable to help but mourn for Dolag and the yet-to-be-born Luffy. So, is Carp's so-called teaching just to beat you up and then let you figure it out yourself? Soon, Longinus dismissed his distractions and began to contemplate. Although Apophis' identity allowed the use of sword intent, it was purely because that soul was the host of the seven-star sword. The use of sword intent was as instinctive as the body itself, providing little help in my current situation. So in the end, do I still need to explore what my own belief truly is? Is it because the impression isn't deep enough? With the next punch, I will surely let you feel the deepest love. Seeing Longinus seemingly lost in thought, Carp grinned and raised his iron fist. However, Longinus remained oblivious to the external reactions. I am Longinus, and I am Alan, the once kind yet self-loathing Alan. From that day on, I knew that kindness does not equate to weakness, and justice does not equate to ignorance. I want to ensure that kind people are rewarded and that evil people are punished. I will sanction all of this. My will is justice, and I am justice. The obsessive light in Longinus's eyes grew more intense, so my fist should be the fist of justice. Justice is the recognition of humanity itself, no matter how others perceive it, as long as one firmly believes they stand on the side of justice. From the perspective of belief, it can also unearth powerful strength. Obsessive justice burns even more fiercely. Boom! Longinus's fist struck first, shining with a holy light as it hit Carp squarely in the face, leaving him in a daze. Ha ha! Ha ha! In the Admiral's office, the sounds of Zifa and Sengoku's hearty laughter echoed, lasting long enough to make the soldiers on duty outside exchange confused glances. Not understanding why the usually composed Admiral Zifa and Sengoku were laughing so joyfully. Hey, you two bastards, have you laughed enough? Carp, with a face full of grievances, bit into a rice cracker, making a crunch sound, as if he were gnawing on the flesh of those two old bastards instead. Seeing Carp's increasingly swollen right eye, Zifa and Sengoku exchanged glances and burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you, Carp, to end up like this. It really is a great relief. Oomph. You two better not let me catch anything on you next time. Carp looked gloomy, although it was partly due to carelessness and shock. The fact remained that he had been beaten up by a 15-year-old Navy rookie. If it were just that, given his temperament, he wouldn't care too much. But the key was that Longinus's justice iron fist, filled with holy light, had actually turned his eye into a panda eye, and had been nearly a week without completely subsiding. He couldn't help but wonder if his own beloved iron fist could magnify the pain by dozens of times. Could it be that Longinus's little devil's justice iron fist extended the duration of the injury by dozens of times? This damn iron fist is really annoying. Am I going to have to go out with a panda during this time? All right, enough joking around. Let's talk about serious matters. The unflappable Vice Admiral Tsuru tapped the table and said, Sengoku nodded, suppressing his laughter and speaking seriously. I assume you all have heard about the major incident that occurred in Impel Down. The commander of the flying pirate crew, Captain Shiki the Golden Lion, escaped from Impel Down, making the myth of Impel Down's impenetrable walls a laughingstock. Vice Admiral Tsuru took over the topic. I've heard that too. He severed his own legs and used his devil fruit ability to escape from Impel Down. This incident clearly shows that there are still significant flaws in the system of Impel Down, Zifa said with a grave expression. Let's set that aside for now. Our primary task is to quell the disturbance as soon as possible, ensuring that Impel Down's deterrence is not further compromised. While doing everything we can to capture the Golden Lion, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Capture the Golden Lion? Carp dug his nose and said, Sengoku, you know that's impossible given the mobility of the float fruit. Unless he barges into headquarters like last time, we won't be able to catch him at all. But we must do so. Among the three great pirates of the old era, the Golden Lion has the greatest ambition. He has always fantasized about ruling these seas. Although he has lost 2 legs this time, with the ability of the float fruit, his strength will not be significantly diminished. His hatred combined with ambition will drive him to continually challenge the order of this world. We, the Navy, cannot tolerate such a dangerous individual roaming free, Sengoku declared solemnly. All right, Sengoku, what good is all this talk? Why don't you just tell me directly what I should do? Carp interrupted directly. Sengoku twitched his mouth and patiently said, according to the latest intelligence, the Golden Lion has recently been spotted in Whitebeard's territory, likely targeting Whitebeard. Although his purpose is still unclear, the gathering of 2 dangerous pirates like this will undoubtedly impact the order of these seas. So, Carp, I want you to take a fleet to the New World to meet your old friend. If possible, try to capture the Golden Lion without provoking Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Leave this to me. Carp laughed heartily as he stood up and headed for the door. Stop, Carp. I haven't finished speaking yet. You haven't finished talking, but I've already heard enough. Carp, stop right there. Bang. Seeing Carp walk straight out, Sengoku angrily crushed a corner of the table. This bastard. Forget it. You know what kind of person Carp is. When you said to send him to the New World, his mind was already gone, Vice Admiral Tsuru said calmly. The Golden Lion has always been one to plan before acting. If we miss this chance to capture him, he might just hide away until his plans are fully prepared before reappearing. So, how about I go with you? Zifa suggested. No need. I will have Dragon and Kuzan accompany him. If a fight breaks out, the isolated Golden Lion will definitely not be a match. As for your student, I plan to assign him a task. Longinus? Zifa frowned and said, but the first-year assessment of the training camp is coming up soon. With his strength, do you think the assessment is still important? Or I can directly arrange this task as his assessment. The lush green canopy, with the sounds of insects and birds chirping. At first glance, the island seemed like a leisure paradise, but within the forest, fierce roars could be heard from time to time, and the enormous footprints scattered everywhere further proved the dangers here. Located in the doldrums, the island of Rare Beasts was the name of this island, and also the testing ground for the first-year assessment of the training camp. Although this assessment method was much milder than fighting pirates to the death, there were still many rookies who couldn't pass. Because in the world of pirates, the rare beasts were not just simple, ignorant wild animals. Surviving in the harsh environment of the doldrums, the island was even home to terrifying monsters of the Sea King's eyes. Now, the assessment time had ended, and all personnel were gradually withdrawing. Seeing these rookies covered in blood, Zifa nodded in satisfaction. Although over 40 people still did not meet the assessment standards, this result was already much better than the shocking pass rate of the previous session. As expected, the atmosphere has a significant impact on these rookies. Zifa thought regretfully. It's a pity that it is very unlikely that the next batch of rookies will have a leader like Longinus who can influence the atmosphere. Suddenly, he had a thought. Wait, perhaps I can adopt another method to let Longinus continue to play his role. On the other side, an instructor handed a roster to Zifa and said, Chief Instructor Zifa, here is the final assessment ranking. After reviewing it, Zifa nodded, and upon receiving the signal, the instructor began to announce the first place in this assessment. Guion killed 1 level 4 rare beast and 12 level 3 rare beasts, totaling 2,200 points. The second place, Kaji, killed 1 level 4 rare beast. Before he could finish, the crowd began to stir. They had already accepted the undeniable fact that Longinus was first. And now, suddenly hearing that the first place in the assessment was actually Guion, their first reaction was that there must be some underhanded dealings. Wait, Instructor Jess. The interrupted Jess frowned in displeasure, but upon seeing that it was Guion speaking, he calmed his inner agitation. After all, excellent students always received more privileges. Guion, do you have something to say? Guion puffed out his cheeks, resembling a little hamster with its mouth stuffed full of food. Instructor Jess, isn't Longinus still on Rare Beast Island and hasn't come out? Otherwise, with my strength, I definitely wouldn't be able to get this first place. Instructor Jess looked at Zephyr and asked for his opinion. After a moment of thought, Zephyr replied, in fact, Longinus did not participate in this assessment. The headquarters has other arrangements for him. If all goes well, he should have already arrived at the deep sea prison by now. If the Navy headquarters is the nightmare of all pirates, then Impelled Down is a place those pirates wouldn't even want to mention in their nightmares. Its reputation is more ferocious than that of evil spirits, and its punishments are scarier than death. This is the consensus of the sea regarding Impelled Down. At this moment, this extreme hell is welcoming a special guest. Identity verification. The visitor is Navy Headquarters Special Envoy Major Longinus. Verification passed. Please enter. Longinus, stepping off the warship, wore a gentle smile and showed no fear towards the nightmare like Impelled Down. However, He recalled the instructions given to him by Admiral Sengoku before his departure. The jailbreak of the Golden Lion not only shattered the myth of impelled down and stirred up turmoil in the sea, but it also allowed the pirates imprisoned there to see hope. This has led to a surge in jailbreak incidents recently, more than the total of the past 20 years combined. Although those escaped pirates were promptly recaptured, the negative impact caused is already irreparable. Impel Down is struggling to cope alone and can only request support from the Navy headquarters. However, the headquarters' high-level combat power is also stretched thin. Even someone like Garp has been dispatched, and reallocating personnel from other branches is too cumbersome. I can only try to find suitable candidates among the newcomers from the headquarters in recent years. So, Admiral Sengoku, do you hope for me to go to Impel Down for support? That's right. There are not many capable and resourceful people in the headquarters right now, and Longinus, you're the one I have the most confidence in. Moreover, this mission is both a challenge and an opportunity for you. If your abilities can gain recognition from Impel Down, it will also bring you extraordinary benefits for your future development. Longinus walked slowly, his mind racing. Does being promoted as a general in the warring states involve a struggle among various parties? Because the responsibilities are too great. The opinions of friendly units can also carry a certain weight. Or is it that this incident has brought me into the eyes of the five elders? In any case, this mission is a rare opportunity for me. Longinus's eyes flickered. The prison break and riot required careful planning. Upon entering the gates of Impel Down, many people were already waiting there. Welcome to my Impel Down. A monster with a big belly and wearing a pharaoh's crown said seriously, suddenly letting out a strange cry. I misspoke. My prison sounds a bit ambitious. The man next to him, holding his stomach, introduced helplessly. This is the Chief Warden Hannibal of Impel Down. And I am the Deputy Director Magellan. Welcome to your arrival. I am Navy Major Longinus. Please take care of me. Longinus replied briefly, surprised in his heart that Hannibal would actually be the Chief Warden. This was truly unexpected. Major Longinus, please follow me. The director is waiting for you in the office on the 4th floor. Although Magellan looked a bit pale, he spoke quite politely. Thank you. Longinus followed slowly, the sounds of painful and desperate cries occasionally echoing from the prison along the way. Let me out! Let me out! Help! Help! Someone save me! I have endless treasures. If you save me, I will share those treasures with you. Calm him down. Magellan frowned and instructed the guards behind him. These people have not been in prison for long. Once they realize what true despair is, they won't have such abundant energy anymore. A cold man with a pilot hat and a cigar in his mouth walked out of the shadows, wiping blood off his blade. Shiryu, have you executed prisoners at will again? Magellan asked with a frown. Don't say it so harshly. I just casually dealt with a few potential threats who might escape. Shiryu replied nonchalantly. Magellan was about to explode, but suddenly realized there were outsiders present. So he suppressed the urge and introduced Longinus, Major Longinus. This is the Deputy Chief Warden Shiryu. Then he introduced Shiryu. Shiryu, this is the Navy Commissioner. I know, the monster Longinus from the Navy headquarters. I've heard of your great reputation for a long time. Shiryu looked at Longinus, biting his cigar and smiling. I heard Major Longinus is very powerful. If you have time, could you let me experience it? Shiryu, you're joking, Magellan said, trying to calm the situation. Don't be so nervous. Seeing Shiryu about to leave, Magellan quickly called him back. Wait, the director is still waiting for us on the 4th floor. Since Major Longinus just arrived, let's get to know each other while discussing the upcoming response. I'm not interested in that boring meeting. I'd rather go kill a few more people. I misspoke. I meant to say, deal with a few more potential death row escapees. Feeling ignored the entire time, Hannibal said unhappily, Shiryu, you're making me lose face as the Chief Warden. Huh? Shiryu turned to Hannibal, his cold gaze almost making him weak in the knees. My useless superior, how long do you think you could stay in this position? As the first to discover the whereabouts of the Golden Lion and to inform about Sakura Tenen Deadwood in order to save your life, your existence has severely damaged the image of Impel Down. I've heard the director say you won't last long in this position. Enjoy your last glory well. After saying that, Shiryu turned and left. I was knocked out by the Golden Lion. There's no way I could have told Hannibal. He was red-faced and defending himself, suddenly standing there as if struck by lightning. Dazed for a long time before coming to his senses and screaming in despair. My position is being demoted. My Chief Warden, my director, my Impel Down, it's all gone. All gone. Hannibal, calm down. My director, my Impel Down. Hannibal kept repeating in a daze, ignoring Magellan's attempts to soothe him. Damn it. These two bastards have really disgraced the prison. Magellan cursed inwardly, forcing a smile. Major Longinus, I apologize for the embarrassment. Let's go to the 4th floor of Hellfire. The conditions in Impel Down were not good, dark and enclosed, inevitably breeding some violent emotions, which I can fully understand. But I believe that with Director Magellan's abilities, he can coordinate all parties well. Longinus smiled. Ha, I'm not the director yet. Magellan said this, but his body was honestly cheerful. Even his steps became lively. Although I shouldn't interfere in such matters, I think a responsible person like Director Magellan is indeed the most suitable candidate to manage this large prison. What you just said is really too embarrassing for me. Huh? This is a giant elevator. You can easily travel between the 6 floors. And our destination is the 4th floor Hellfire. Magellan enthusiastically introduced. He was already close to the Navy, and with Longinus's intentional approach, their relationship quickly became familiar. Before long, the two took the giant elevator to the 4th floor. The moment they stepped out of the door, a scorching heat hit them, and the smell of sulfur filled their lungs, as if their lungs were about to start burning. But Longinus and Magellan showed no change in their expressions, as if the extreme heat had no effect on them. The Hellfire, if a riot occurs, it is indeed the best place to destroy evidence. Longinus calmly surveyed the surroundings, thinking to himself, sure enough, as expected of the supernova from the Navy headquarters, entering here didn't even require the shortest adaptation period. While Longinus was observing his surroundings, Magellan was quietly observing him as well. Deputy Director Magellan, the Chief Warden and Director have been waiting in the room. A guard reported. Oh, Jean and Director Alves have already arrived? Magellan turned and said, Major Longinus, let's hurry over. Chief Warden Jean? Longinus speculated in his heart while wearing a calm smile on his face. Thank you, Deputy Director Magellan. The director's office was not far from the elevator, and the two quickly pushed open the door and entered. Sitting in the director's position was a burly monster. Longinus guessed that if he stood up, he would be at least 8 meters tall. Standing beside him, the chief warden was shrouded in darkness, wearing a mask that obscured his features, with a large sword hanging at his waist. Magellan, your speed is too slow, the chief warden named Jean said in a flat tone. I ran into Shiryu on the way, which took some time, Magellan explained. Is that so? That's much better than I imagined. If I had known you were delayed because of an upset stomach, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Jean, do you want to taste the poison? Seeing the sharpness in the other's words, Magellan replied in kind. Poison? Just a toy for the weak. A muffled voice came from under the mask. Enough. Both of you. Be quiet. Alvis shouted loudly. Clearly, this director was not the kind of lightweight as Hannibal. His imposing presence in Impel Down made Jean and Magellan calm down. Once the two regained their composure, Alvis turned to Magellan and asked, since you ran into Shiryu, why didn't you bring him along? And where's Hannibal? Magellan explained helplessly, Shiryu doesn't want to come up. As for Hannibal, he heard about the possibility of his demotion and is currently out of sorts. No matter how much I call him, he doesn't respond. Two idiots. Alvis cursed angrily. Normally, this could be brushed aside, but now, having the Navy witness this made him look incompetent, proving his lack of control over Impel Down. However, given the situation, he could only suppress his anger. You are the Major Longinus sent by Admiral Sengoku? Director Alvis, Navy Major Longinus reporting. After a long journey, I'm sorry to have made you witness a joke. Let us do this. I'll have Magellan arrange accommodation for you, and we'll discuss things in detail tomorrow when everyone has arrived. Understood. Once Magellan and Longinus disappeared from sight, Jean finally spoke. The Navy headquarters really is dismissive, sending just a major over. I hope we don't have to expend our combat power to protect him in the end. However, the mountain-like Alvis slowly shook his head. That's because you know too little about him. Just like the 3 monsters from the Navy 10 years ago, this new generation has also produced 3 remarkable newcomers. A sword master, a Zoan-type devil fruit user. A Zoan-type. Jin's expression turned serious. As an ancient species, he naturally understood what a Zoan-type meant, although he did not believe that a single fruit could indicate that the other was stronger than him. The power of a Zoan-type was undeniable, and above them is Longinus. It sounds like I indeed underestimated him. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Jin's eyes as he said meaningfully, this guy is indeed extraordinary. Even in the Navy headquarters, he holds the title of monster among monsters. I've heard that Admiral Sengoku values him greatly, and sending him here this time might also be a plan to pave the way for his future promotion. The Iron Tower, like Alvis, was not as rough as his appearance suggested. Rather, he was exceptionally delicate inside, which was also the main reason he could manage Impel Down into a fortress. I'm quite looking forward to what this Navy monster will do to help us solve our current predicament, Jean said coldly as he walked toward the door. Are you going to torment those prisoners again? Of course not. I just want to ask them to appreciate my interrogation skills. As the chief jailer, it's part of my job. Be a little more restrained lately. I don't care much, but there are quite a few people in the Navy who are mentally fastidious. If you run into one of those hotheads, it could get troublesome for me. I'll try my best. I'll try to make them scream less painfully. It seemed that the chief jailer named Jean had a strong dislike for you. On the way, Longinus asked, that guy is just a pervert who enjoys torturing prisoners. Doesn't he really want to get any answers from them? He simply enjoys the process of interrogation. There were a few times I saw him go too far and try to stop him, but you've seen the result. Magellan sighed. Even you can't handle him. It seems his strength must be quite formidable. Longinus inquired indirectly. Indeed, that guy is just like Shiryu. Although he has a terrible personality, his strength is absolutely reliable. He is a man who has consumed an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. An ancient Zoan-type devil fruit? That is quite rare. Can you tell me about his fruit abilities? I've always been curious about these. After a slight hesitation, Magellan spoke up, realizing there was nothing to hide from Major Longinus. Jean has eaten the animal type, ancient Zoan, dragon fruit, Allosaurus form. That kind of power can truly be called the master of the skies. Allosaurus form? That's indeed an enviable ability, Longinus said, while inwardly thinking. As expected, he is the one. The top disaster of the beast pirates in the future, Flame Disaster Jean. Of course, even knowing Jin's future trajectory, Longinus would not be foolish enough to run to Alvis and say, your subordinate will rebel in the future. Hurry up and kill him. If Longinus really did that, he might be the first one to be killed. However, this did not mean that this information was useless. At the very least, Longinus could see that Jean had a significant dissatisfaction with the current situation, especially regarding Magellan's position as deputy director. Perhaps in the future, Jean would decide to defect because Magellan became the director. If that were the case, his inner resentment might be guided. So, the prison management personnel are just you five? Longinus continued to ask. Yes, there was supposed to be another chief guard, but unfortunately, he encountered the escaping Captain John and heroically sacrificed himself after a fierce struggle. Magellan lamented. Longinus nodded. If it weren't for this stark contrast, Hannibal would not have been taken down at such a critical moment. One thing I find puzzling is that even though the escape of the Golden Lion is an incentive for those prisoners, the prison is heavily guarded. And even the cells are made of sea prism stone. So escaping shouldn't be a simple matter, right? Longinus asked curiously. Most escapees are just minor characters. Because they are not worth paying attention to, they can actually hide their abilities more easily. Magellan said, suddenly becoming serious. In fact, we don't particularly care about these people. With their strength, even if a riot breaks out, it can be quickly quelled. What we're really worried about is whether there are prisoners on the 4th and 5th levels who are also hiding their abilities. If a riot breaks out on either of these two levels, things will become much more complicated. Worse still, the 4th and 5th levels are too far from the exit. If they continue down and release the prisoners on the 6th level, things will truly spiral out of control. Therefore, our main task is to investigate and identify which prisoners have hidden their abilities upon entering the prison, Longinus asked. Naturally, the investigation work will be left to the guards. Our task is to remain vigilant and prevent those prisoners who have hidden their abilities from becoming desperate and launching an attack. Longinus nodded. He somewhat understood why there were not enough personnel in Impel Down. If the jailers were to carefully identify the prisoners with sea prism stone handcuffs, it would inevitably require opening the cell doors. Without their high-level combat power watching, it might give those prisoners an opportunity. The two talked as they walked, and soon arrived at their destination. Pushing open the door, they entered a 2-story duplex, spacious and bright, which seemed somewhat out of place with the atmosphere of Impel Down. Here it is, the room where the previous chief jailer lived. Although it certainly can't compare to the conditions at the Navy headquarters, it is already one of the best accommodations in the large prison Magellan introduced. Director Magellan, you are too polite. I am very satisfied. That's good. I won't disturb your rest then. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Longinus closed the door and sat down on the sofa, starting to sort through the intelligence he had gathered today. The strongest in the great prison was the warden, Alvis, who was said to possess the combat power of a general. Next were Magellan, Shiryu, and Jin, who seemed to have entered the great prison 3 years ago. This suggests that their current strength might surpass that of Gion Kaki. However, overall, their strength should still be limited. Compared to me at this stage, they should be on par with each other. Of course, this still requires more time to verify. After all, If my strength a year ago was at the level of a brigadier general, then now it is roughly equivalent to a normal rear admiral. Of course, it is well known that the rank of rear admiral is inflated. As for Hannibal, his strength might not even match that of the prison guards. I really don't know how he managed to attain the position of chief guard. After analyzing all this, I need to consider what I plan to achieve in this operation. First, I want to find ways to kill more prisoners, allowing the 7-star sword to devour their souls. The abundant life force can also be obtained by consuming the flesh and blood of sea kings. However, evil souls are hard to find in similar places. Second, I should try to befriend Magellan and gain Alvis's recognition of my abilities. This would be greatly beneficial for both the present and the future. To achieve these two goals, I could actually realize them through a riot. However, given the strength of the great prison, it's not easy to incite a riot that is within their control while they are too occupied to pay attention to me. If I act blindly and impulsively, I may expose my ambitions, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, I need to be cautious and test the waters. If something seems unfeasible, I should quickly abandon it and not take unnecessary risks for such matters. After making up my mind, Longinus relaxed. He was eager about the target this time, but he wouldn't force it. When the risks outweigh the benefits, one must learn to let go. A night quickly passed. Is that the alarm sound? Longinus, still in his room, frowned slightly. Has someone escaped again? Attention, attention. A prisoner named Giant Bruhu disappeared from the mixed cell on level 3 has now appeared in the corridor in front of cell 23. Nearby guards and wardens, please proceed to capture him as soon as possible. First it was the first and second floors, and now even the third floor has escaped prisoners. Is it the actions of the guards that have made them anxious, or is there some special connection in this? Longinus walked out of the room at a leisurely pace, with no intention of pursuing the escapee. This is a deep-sea prison that holds countless pirates. Does a mere third-floor prisoner think he can escape? Thinking he has buggy or something? Of course, the main reason is that he doesn't know the way. Soon, the urgent alarm from the snail phone ceased. Perhaps to intimidate other pirates, the snail phone also broadcasted the battle situation. The escaped prisoner Giant Brew encountered Vice Warden Shiryu during his escape and has now been confirmed dead. The alarm has been lifted. Encountered Shiryu? He really is out of luck. Longinus chuckled as he walked out the door, recalling that Magellan had mentioned yesterday that Warden Alvis was in charge of overseeing level 6S Infinite Hell, while he himself was responsible for suppressing level 5S Extreme Cold Hell, and Chief Guard Jin was in charge of level 4S Scorching Hell, along with the last 3 levels of Hell managed by Vice Warden Shiryu. By the way, Shiryu was originally only responsible for level 3S Hungry Hell, but after the Warden in charge of level 2 heroically sacrificed himself, and Hannibal, who suppresses level 1, proved to be too unreliable, Shiryu proactively offered to expand his hunting grounds to these 3 levels of hell. And this giant Baru evidently just happened to run into Shiryu, who was on a killing spree on the 3rd level, leading to his tragic end. Major Longinus, the warden asked me to inform you to come to the warden's office for a meeting at 9 o'clock, reported the guard standing outside the door. Thank you, I understand. Longinus replied with a friendly smile. After walking a few steps, he saw the elevator doors open ahead, and Shiryu, who was wiping off bloodstains, walked out. Major Longinus, did you sleep well last night? I hope the wails of the night didn't keep you from sleeping. Not at all. The cries of the guilty are the best proof of justice. Shiryu was taken aback, then smiled enigmatically. It seems Major Longinus is indeed different from other Navy personnel. Just as the two were conversing, a wailing voice echoed from nearby. My warden, my impelled down. Longinus turned his head and saw Magellan dragging Hannibal's headpiece on the ground, while Hannibal still appeared lost, mumbling to himself without reacting at all to Magellan's rough actions. Has the warden Hannibal not recovered yet? It seems that yesterday's incident really hit him hard. Longinus sighed lightly. Sigh. This idiot seems completely hopeless. Magellan lamented. Everyone is here today, so let's not waste time and go directly to the office to see what the director wants to say. Still hiding in the darkness, Jean approached from a distance, followed by a pair of guards who were clearly patrolling this level. Still as swift and decisive as before, Jean, Hilliu tilted his head and said, You finally decided to step out of your hunting ground. That's quite rare. The voice under Jin's mask remained muffled and oppressive. If we don't quickly deal with those trying to escape and keep letting them slip away, it really disrupts my killing mood, Hilliu said helplessly. You two need to rein it in a bit. Those prisoners are not for your amusement. Magellan said displeased. Have you started giving us orders before even becoming the director? Jean said, directly bypassing Magellan. You go on with your free patrol, but don't mess up. Otherwise, A certain deputy director who only has diarrhea will come looking for trouble. Jean, what did you say? Magellan whispered angrily, venom dripping from his body and corroding the ground into large holes. Yes, Warden, sir. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat off, the guards who had been patrolling with Jean quickly dispersed. What? Do you want to fight? Jin's body began to change, and a gigantic, toothless pterosaur quickly appeared in front of everyone. Huh, it seems our essay good show to watch. Hilliu crossed his arms and stood to the side, clearly having no intention of mediating. Compared to the two of them, I am more curious about that. It seems to be a dedicated passageway to the extreme cold hell over there. Do those guards really need to escape to the next level? Longinus did not pay attention to the increasingly tense atmosphere in the arena, but instead focused his gaze on the staff-only passage on the other side. You'll find out soon enough, Major Longinus. This place will soon become a real hell. Hilliu was not particularly concerned about the guards fleeing to the passage. This was not the first or second time something like this had happened. However, Longinus quietly raised his right hand, gently pointing with his index finger, and a crescent-shaped energy shot out rapidly. Sorry, but I seem to lack the patience to continue watching. After a shocking scream, one of the guards who had fled to the vicinity of the passage fell to the ground. Hilliu, standing beside Longinus, was somewhat surprised. But more of his attention was focused on Longinus's fingertip. Was that the flying finger gun derived from the high-level mastery of the Navy 6 style? This level of power doesn't seem like something a rookie should have. It seems the rumors are indeed true. The monster among monsters, Longinus. The soul-lost Hannibal also jolted awake from a scream, looking at Longinus beside him, his legs trembling slightly. With such power, even from half a floor away. Is this guy really human? No, that's not the point. The point is this guy is even more brutal than Hilliu. At least Hilliu hasn't attacked his own people. Speaking of which, is it too dangerous for me to be next to him now? How scary. Deputy Director Magellan. Come protect me. The scream also attracted Jean and Magellan. This guy Jean remained silent, only coldly looking at Longinus. Lord Longinus, do you know what you were doing? Magellan shouted in disbelief, completely unable to understand why the Longinus major, who had left such a good impression on him yesterday, would do something like this. Since I've taken on this task, I naturally can't just sit back and watch the escaping pirates flee right under my nose, Longinus said calmly. As his words fell, the group of stunned guards began to stir. Johnson is a pirate? This is impossible. Johnson has been a guard in the Great Prison since 10 years ago. But can you really be sure he is the Johnson you speak of? Longinus asked leisurely. A group of guards exchanged glances. Do we still need to confirm this? He is Johnson. We wouldn't mistake him no matter how many times we look. Perhaps Longinus's first impression was too good, which made Magellan lean more towards his explanation. Major Longinus, do you have any evidence? At this point, even Hilliu couldn't stand it anymore and sneered. Magellan, have you become foolish from diarrhea? This kind of thing can be easily verified with sea prison stone. All right. Magellan was just about to leap up a level when someone was faster than him. Jean flapped his wings and flew up at a speed far surpassing Magellan's. Longinus, I hope you haven't made a mistake. Otherwise, this matter of injuring my subordinate won't be so easily settled. Jean snorted coldly, taking out a sea prison stone handcuff and locking it onto Johnson's wrist. Sure enough, Johnson visibly transformed into another unfamiliar face. This guy is the butcher Ivan, who was imprisoned on this level with a bounty of 65 million berries. I've never heard that he is a devil fruit user. The guards nearby quickly recognized the identity of the escaped pirate. It seems to be an imitation fruit. No wonder even Lord Jean couldn't detect it. However, that Navy guy Longinus is really impressive. He saw through this guy's disguise at a glance. No wonder the Navy headquarters sent such a powerful force to support us. I'll take this guy away first. I need to interrogate him about the whereabouts of the real Johnson. Jean carried Ivan like a chick and walked toward the interrogation room, exuding a terrifying aura that kept people at bay. Jean really embarrassed himself this time. That pirate's fate is likely not going to be good. Magellan has no fondness for daring escape pirates, so he naturally wouldn't stop Jin's actions. Speaking of which, Magellan turned to Longinus and apologized. Major Longinus, I misunderstood you this time. I am truly sorry. It was my fault for taking action without your consent, as long as you don't hold it against me. Longinus shook his head and said, Major Longinus, that's not what I meant. If it weren't for you discovering that guy's disguise, if he had made it down to the 5th or 6th level, it would have been a real problem. Magellan said somewhat fearfully. However, that guy was indeed lucky. The previous escaped pirate was shot dead, which had already made us quite lax, and with the meeting approaching, It made us instinctively overlook the possibility of pirates escaping right under our noses. Luck? I don't think so, Longinus said meaningfully. Too many coincidences together become inevitabilities. Magellan was taken aback, and with a blank expression, asked, "What do you mean? If that pirate had made it down to the 5th level and incited a riot, who would bear the greatest responsibility?" Longinus asked patiently. "Isn't it the person in charge of the 5th level, me?" Magellan suddenly realized, breaking into a cold sweat. "Let me ask you again. What just happened that caught the attention of most of us and allowed the pirate mixed among those guards to escape smoothly to the next level?" "It was the fight that almost broke out between Jean and me," Magellan responded, suddenly awakening from a dream. "Do you mean to say that the pirate we just encountered was intentionally released by Jean? It makes sense now. No wonder he deliberately provoked us with words, aiming to shift our focus to the battle. It's still hard to say for sure, but there is indeed a possibility," Longinus said conservatively. "Not just a possibility. It must be him." Magellan gritted his teeth as he spoke. "He has been dissatisfied with me for a long time and is definitely trying to take this opportunity to completely bring me down. This guy is simply insane. He's willing to incite a riot just to deal with me. No, I need to find him right now." Seeing Magellan storming off in anger, Longinus pulled him back. "Don't be reckless. What good will it do to find him now? This is merely our speculation, and without evidence. Director Alvis cannot just apprehend him because of a single escaped pirate." "Ah, Longinus, you should have reminded me earlier. If we had taken that pirate before Jean did, we might have been able to extract the truth from him," Magellan complained, but his way of addressing Longinus kept changing. "It's useless. Even if you took that pirate, you wouldn't be able to get any truth from him." "Huh? Why is that? Does Jean have some kind of charm that makes pirates follow him wholeheartedly?" "Of course. It has nothing to do with charm. I just saw confusion and dullness in that pirate's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that pirate is merely a puppet, and the real mastermind controlling him to collaborate with Jean should be someone else." "What? There's actually someone conspiring with Jean?" Magellan was taken aback, feeling that the great prison had become unfamiliar for the first time. "I've been puzzled from the start. The escape of the Golden Lion undoubtedly inspired those pirates. However, the prisoners who were executed these past few days should have intimidated a lot of inmates. Why has the situation of the jailbreak only intensified?" "Longinus, are you saying that those escaped prisoners are actually being controlled by someone like that pirate we just encountered?" Magellan had no doubts about Longinus's words now, following his line of thought. "Don't you think it's too coincidental that the pirate who escaped this morning and the one who just appeared are so closely timed? Perhaps the first pirate was just a smokescreen released by someone in the shadows, making you subconsciously overlook the possibility of a second escaped prisoner appearing in such a short time. I suspect that the real mastermind controlling them wants you to focus all your attention on the first 3 levels, leading you to form fixed thinking, which cause you to habitually ignore that pirate named Ivan. Of course, there's another reason. Perhaps the pirates on the 4th and 5th levels are stronger, and the manipulator can control only a few puppets. That's why he keeps testing with the pirates from the first 3 levels. Although this is just my speculation. We should avoid acting rashly before drawing a conclusion to prevent alerting the enemy." "You are indeed clever, Longinus. I could never have thought of so much." Magellan said with conviction. "You tell me what to do, and I will do it. Then for now, just temporarily forget everything I said before. And don't let Jean see any flaws." After Longinus finished speaking, he walked past Magellan towards the director's office. No way. I can't handle this. How about I just go hide in the restroom?" Magellan followed closely behind, asking earnestly. "There is no time for that. Just play your part." Longinus waved his hand, secretly thinking that if he didn't raise suspicion, how could he force Jean into a corner? "It's really lucky. I was still struggling with how to act. But now with this incident, I just need to guide the situation. Even if there is a mistake in the end, no one will suspect me." Seeing Longinus and Magellan enter together, Shiryu squinted and said, "When did you two get so close? It's really surprising. Is there a problem with me treating Major Longinus, our esteemed guest, this way?" Magellan retorted. "As long as you're happy." Shiryu lowered his hat brim and smiled sinisterly. The giant sitting at the head of the table revealed a stiff, awkward smile. "Major Longinus, I've already heard them mention what happened just now. Thank you very much for your contributions to the great prison." Longinus smiled and said, "This is my duty. The Warring States General is right. You are indeed very reliable." Just then, heavy footsteps sounded, and Jean, who was stained with the scent of blood, walked in through the door. "Jean, have you already killed the person?" Yalvis asked with a frown. "Yes," Jean replied silently, and then spoke in a muffled voice. This time, it was my negligence. This guy really silenced him. Magellan clenched his fists, his eyes unconsciously glaring at the other party. Yalvis shook his head. Forget it. The ability of the mimic fruit is indeed tricky. If it weren't for Major Longinus, a master of Kinbunchika hockey, it would be difficult for ordinary people to notice. A master of Kinbunchika hockey? That's truly rare. I thought only those snipers would choose Kinbunchiku as a skill for escaping, Shiryu said mercilessly, but inwardly he was secretly astonished. Being able to see through the mimic fruit's ability at a glance was not something that ordinary Kinbunchiku users could achieve. Indeed, Jean frowned as he spoke, a gaze almost openly resting on him. What is that idiot staring at me for? Has he already noticed something? Enough about that. I gathered you all here today to come up with a plan that can completely resolve the prison break incident, Yalvis said. That's simple enough. Just kill all the prisoners. And naturally, no one will escape, Shiryu scoffed. After all, the sea is full of pirates. Isn't it just right to have a major cleanup every now and then? Yalvis twitched the corner of his mouth and directly bypassed him to ask Hannibal, what do you think? If he can make a contribution by taking the blame. Hearing the implication in the director's words, Hannibal perked up, even retracting his big belly. I think we can create some false news. Since the escape of the Golden Lion has given those pirates hope, we can promote that the brave and fearless chief guard Hannibal has captured the Golden Lion and thrown him back into prison. Meanwhile, to make this news more credible, I think I should reluctantly wear the director's clothes and walk around the prison a few times. Do you also want me to wear the deputy director's clothes and accompany you? Yalvis said with implied anger. Yes. It's perfectly normal for the former director to be demoted for poor capture. You are very thoughtful. Deputy Director, Hannibal said with a delighted expression. Magellan, on the side, had already helplessly closed his eyes. No hope left. Just wait to die. Goodbye. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become tense, Hannibal exclaimed, Oh no, it seems I've exposed some ambitions. Deputy Director, you misunderstood. Enough. Yalvis roared like a bell, the saliva spraying out like rain, soaking Hannibal. It's over. This time I'm really going to be wiped out. In front of the giant-sized Yalvis, Hannibal felt as helpless as a chick, only able to sadly think. What kind of position will the director arrange for me? Magellan 1T take revenge and make me clean his toilet, right? Considering that Longinus was present. Yalvis found it inappropriate to settle accounts in person, so he could only suppress his inner anger, preparing to jot down notes for later. Jean, what is your opinion? How about I organize a cycle of performances? I will demonstrate my perfect interrogation techniques in front of all the prisoners, using the bodies of the escaped pirates for demonstration, Jean said, suppressing his excitement. If those prisoners are handed over to you, who knows what will happen? Magellan couldn't help but snort coldly. Magellan, are you doubting my interrogation methods? Jean asked meaningfully. Magellan's heart sank. Oh no, could you have seen through me? Seeing Magellan a bit flustered, Shiryu narrowed his eyes. These two guys seemed a bit off. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Longinus's voice timely rang out. Director Yalvis, please allow me to interrupt. Major Longinus, do you have any good suggestions? My idea is to find all those pirates who have hidden their abilities. Hee. Jean scoffed disdainfully. I thought Major Longinus would have some astonishing words. Is that your suggestion? Truly foolish. You, Magellan, who had already considered Longinus a close friend, naturally felt indignant and was ready to slam the table. However, Longinus stopped him, saying, No rush. Please continue, Chief Guard. Magellan, when did you, the Deputy Director of Impel Down, start listening to a Navy Major? Seeing that Magellan really managed to hold back, Jean first looked down on him and then continued. If we could have found those pirates who hid their abilities, we would have done it long ago. But do you know how many pirates are in this great prison? Let me tell you, it's 153,672. With so many prisoners, checking each one would not only take time, but could also pose greater risks. That is why I say your suggestion is utterly useless. Of course, if Major Longinus is willing to spend a few years personally helping us investigate, then I can naturally take back what I said before. Seeing Jin's aggressive gaze, Longinus responded calmly. It seems Chief Guard Jean has misunderstood my meaning. I never said I would use the method you mentioned before. Saying this, Longinus looked up. If Director Yalvis believes me, please give me 2 weeks, and I will find those pirates who have hidden their abilities one by one. Yalvis exclaimed, just 2 weeks? Wouldn't that be too much to ask? If Major Longinus is confident in this ability, then not to mention 2 weeks, even 2 months is reasonable. After all, this is our great prisons matter. 2 weeks is enough. In that case, Major Longinus will temporarily take on the position of Chief Guard. This will also facilitate your upcoming actions, Yalvis said with satisfaction. After the meeting, Magellan privately approached Longinus and said shamefully, "It's all my fault for being too careless," which allowed Jean to notice my disguise, causing you to have to use that kind of rhetoric to divert Jin's attention. Longinus took a deep breath. "Have you really ever disguised yourself? Well, that's fine. Since Jean has already sensed it, as long as I add a little more fuel to the fire, they should be unable to hold back for long, right?" Longinus said with a contradictory tone, "Don't worry, it's not too difficult for me to find the right target among those prisoners." Seeing Magellan's puzzled expression, Longinus smiled and said, "My observation hockey allows me to listen to the hearts of others." Hiss, how is that possible? Magellan's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "I know that strong users of observation hockey can do something similar to mind reading, but in the end, it's just predicting based on certain behaviors. How could you actually hear someone's inner voice?" As he spoke, Magellan quickly imagined, could it be that this is the legendary ability of Pirate King Roger, to listen to the voices of all things? Seeing Magellan's increasingly astonished gaze, Longinus had to explain, "I can only hear the inner voices when others are unguarded. It's at most a special form of observation hockey, and it's really far from the kind of ability that communicates with all things like the Pirate King. Moreover, as far as I know, Princess Odoheim of Fishman Island's Ryugu Kingdom has a similar ability to mine. Is that so?" Magellan nodded in a dazed manner, then said with admiration, "However, Brother Longinus, that's already very impressive. At least, this is the first time I've heard of it. No, I just remembered. There's a great pirate with the same observation hockey as you imprisoned in the 6th level of Infinite Hell." Longinus asked calmly, "There aren't many people who can be called great pirates. Who is that person?" Many outside refer to him as a super monster who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger all by himself. Although this claim is somewhat exaggerated, it is enough to prove that his strength can definitely stand at the pinnacle of the sea. Magellan said with a serious expression, "He is the Red Count Baroque Leadfield. A monster who can match Whitebeard and Roger is undoubtedly a true great pirate." Longinus nodded. At this point, Magellan suddenly exclaimed in realization, "So, your ability to see through the imitation fruit earlier was actually due to this special observation hockey? No wonder you said you could see the confusion and dullness in his eyes, while all I saw were boogers." Longinus's mouth twitched slightly. "Isn't your reflex arc a bit too long?" As he spoke, Magellan became excited again. "Does that mean you just need to walk around in the great prison to find that pirate who is working with Jean?" Longinus shook his head, indicating that it wouldn't be that easy. Since that pirate could silently control so many prisoners, it suggested that his fruit might be related to the soul level, which could affect my detection. However, there was no need to worry too much. As long as I removed his puppets one by one, that pirate would eventually lose his composure. In the scorching, barren hell, the captured pirates, forced into hard labor, were too weak to even cry out in anguish, only able to mechanically repeat their actions with blank, dazed expressions. At the edge of the sea of fire, Longinus was patrolling, followed by a group of guards. Logically, Longinus's position as the prison warden was established to oversee monsters like the blue gorillas in the prison, and his followers should have been those monster wardens. Fortunately, Magellan understood Longinus's difficulties and specifically assigned him a team of human guards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to communicate with those monsters. He placed the sea stone handcuffs on the pirate in the middle of the blood bridge, whose face bore a scar. Longinus gently said, "Yes, warden." The guards following Longinus spoke with great admiration. Having walked all the way from level 1 of the Red Lotus Hell, this newly appointed warden had almost instantly identified the pirates hiding their abilities. This insightful gaze allowed them to quickly adapt to their roles, believing wholeheartedly in every word Longinus said. Since Longinus did not lower his voice, all of this was heard by the Scarface pirate. Initially hesitant, he saw the guards beginning to take action and hurriedly dropped the massive log he was carrying, preparing to escape. "Get the hell away from me. Damn it. Do you want to knock me into the sea of fire?" As the crowd began to stir, Longinus lightly tapped his finger, and a crescent-shaped force instantly sent the rioting pirate flying to the opposite side of the sea of fire, where the waiting guards rushed in to capture him. The agitated prisoners quickly quieted down. Although their powers were restricted, their perception remained, and they naturally understood the terrifying power contained within that seemingly young new warden. Longinus did not care about the worshipful gazes of the guards or the fearful eyes of the pirates. Instead, he walked straight ahead and stopped in front of a pirate with his head lowered. "Felix, it's been a long time." Felix looked up, his complex expression directed at Longinus, who had personally thrown him into the great prison. "In just a year, He had risen from a naval branch to a position where he could interfere in the affairs of Impelled Down. It seemed that being captured by him was indeed no injustice. "So, are you here to mock me now? Don't get me wrong, you're not worth that," Longinus replied in a gentle tone, nearly provoking Felix's simmering temper to explode again. "I came here just to confirm if you're still alive. After all, in a sense, your devil fruit ability is quite useful." "What do you mean, Longinus?" Felix's veins bulged as he listened, and although he did not understand the other party's intentions, "That tone of your wife is really great," made him extremely displeased. "No other meaning, just don't die here." Longinus waved his hand and walked down to the next level without looking back. "You bastard, clarify your words." Felix, furious, prepared to charge forward. But the fists of the guards quickly reminded him of reality. "Hey, you scum dare to be disrespectful to the warden, brothers. Get him." The surrounding pirates watched with glee, showing no sympathy whatsoever. The more of these hate-attracting idiots there were, the safer they felt. Level 6, Infinite Hell. Here, there were no piercing sword grasses of the Crimson Lotus Hell, no ferocious beasts rampaging in the Beast Hell, no food temptations from the Hunger Hell, no scorching flames from the Burning Hell, and no icy impact from the Extreme Cold Hell. All that existed was infinite loneliness and deathly silence. Those who could be imprisoned at this level were not simple characters. Physical pains like scorching heat or extreme cold were merely trivial tests for them. If they were to be brought out, they would only be looked down upon by the pirates, undermining the great prison's authority. "Warden, it seems that only you can enter this infinite hell," a guard standing behind Longinus explained awkwardly. Many of the pirates imprisoned in infinite hell could use Conqueror's Haki. Those violent individuals were always unruly, and if we were to enter with you, we would surely be stunned by their Haki. To avoid causing you any trouble, we can only stay outside. Longinus nodded, recalling a statement made by Qingjiao in the future trajectory. In the New World, there are as many users of Conqueror's Haki as there are fish crossing the river, and the one who stands above all conquerors is the Pirate King. Although this statement surely has an exaggerated element, it can be seen that the most basic level of Conqueror's Haki is not particularly rare in the New World. What is truly noteworthy are those sea overlords who have developed Conqueror's Haki to a very high level. "Thank you for your patience outside," Longinus said gently. "No, it's not a hassle. Talp, talp." It seemed someone was coming. Could it be Alvis, Magellan, Shiryu, Jin, or that Hannibal who had only come once? In the desolate infinite hell, the sudden sound of pirates mocking echoed. After a while, a hoarse voice replied, "Sure enough, it's a newcomer who has only been in prison for a few years, still so full of energy." "Newcomer? When the Golden Lion was brought in 2 years ago, would you have dared to speak to him like that?" Sharp-tongued, the owner of the hoarse voice commented indifferently and said no more, for he indeed lacked the courage. The infinite hell is different from the previous layers. In those prisons, even if one is powerful in the outside world, once they enter prison, they find themselves in the same position. Even if they truly offend someone, there's nothing they can do about it. However, the pirates in infinite hell still retain their last means of attack, which is Conqueror's Haki. Although infinite hell has imprisoned legendary pirates like Roger and the Golden Lion, most of the inmates are actually only at the level of 2 to 300 million berries. Even if they can use Conqueror's Haki, it is only at the most basic stage, and speaking of the intensity of pressure, even the triggering methods are unreliable. If they truly anger a great sea king like the Golden Lion, the latter can easily use his top-tier Conqueror's Haki to knock them out, even guarding their corpses until they never wake up again. If they were to be more cruel, causing them to faint while using the toilet, that feeling is something most people would never want to experience. Wow, it's actually a cute newcomer. The previously most active pirate saw a new face appear and couldn't help but flush with excitement, almost screaming in joy. "Let us welcome the newcomer in the most enthusiastic way." Along with his words, a dozen instances of Conqueror's Haki erupted simultaneously. Although they were all just at the most basic level, so many instances of Conqueror's Haki intertwining together was enough to create a terrifying storm that could shake the soul. The terrible momentum interwove and collided in the void, even sparking black electric snakes, causing the calm air to ripple and making Longinus's clothes tremble slightly. The sound of chains on the prisoners rattling and the violent, savage laughter echoed in this silent space. However, those fierce pirates quickly found themselves unable to laugh. This newcomer dressed in impelled down attire was actually walking calmly down the corridor, completely unfazed by their Conqueror's Haki impact, looking at them with a gaze that seemed to show concern for the mentally challenged. "You have some guts, huh?" It seemed at least he was better than the one who was the first to stir up trouble. However, Longinus coldly delivered a powerful kick, enough to sever steel, instantly turning the pirate's arm into a mass of flesh and blood. The restless prison fell silent in an instant. They didn't expect this seemingly unfamiliar new face to be so ruthless. But then again, how could someone who wasn't ruthless stand their ground in a place like Impel Down? Since you're a prisoner, recognize your position. Bastard, I will definitely kill you. The one-armed pirate not only did not show fear, but instead threatened with a fierce expression. Don't think that this level of threat can scare me. Those who are afraid of death wound come out to be pirates. His words indeed revitalized the previously silent pirates, who began to curse wantonly. You little brat who hasn't weaned. Is this your way of dealing with things? How ridiculous. For true pirates, death is not a threat at all. Don't let us have the chance to live and escape otherwise. The curses suddenly stopped, for the first pirate to speak had already collapsed to the ground, his skull pierced by a flying finger gun, utterly beyond saving. Then let it be as you wish. Longinus wore a warm smile, as gentle as a spring breeze. But in the eyes of those pirates, it was like the smile of a demon. In fact, he had no intention of threatening them at all, because you scum are not worth that much effort for me. The restless pirates calmed down. If they truly were not afraid of death, why would they be struggling to survive in this prison? As long as one is human, there will be a desire to survive, a hope for miracles to happen. Not to mention that the Golden Lion has set a good example for them with his actions. Longinus no longer paid attention to the pirates and walked straight into the depths. In front of him stood a spirited old man. Although his injuries had not healed, and he was shackled with thousands of pounds of sea stone chains, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his posture was noble and elegant, giving the impression that he was the master here. Count Red, Beloric Leadfield, Longinus said softly. Leadfield raised his head and glanced at Longinus, his gaze indifferent, clearly showing no interest in the overly youthful face before him. At this point in time, he was not yet as fearful of aging as he would be 20 years later. Longinus remained silent, quietly watching the other party. Time flowed slowly. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 100 minutes. Even a strong figure like the aloof Red was unnerved by Longinus's gaze. He was aware that his devilishly charming looks had a fatal attraction for certain perverts, and a prison was the easiest place for such perverts to emerge. This guy wouldn't. Thinking of this, even someone with Leadfield's temperament turned pale. He could face pain and death without fear. But being humiliated by such scum was something he absolutely could not tolerate. What are you looking at? Leadfield finally couldn't help but ask. Looking at you. Longinus replied with a gentle smile. This terrible conversation. Leadfield felt goosebumps all over. He had never felt so desperate, even on the day he was thrown into the big prison. I warn you, you'd better give up those vile thoughts early, or else I will definitely kill you. Leadfield's voice trembled, and even his pale face flushed with anger. Longinus squinted slightly, wondering if even a strong person like Count Red could not block my prying gaze when unprepared and emotionally stirred. But it makes sense in the pirate world. There is very little cultivation related to the soul, and my initial soul is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the soul power returned by the 7-star sword, my soul far exceeds that of other strong individuals at the same level, to the point that even the far stronger Count Red unknowingly fell into my trap. Of course, this was also due to his serious injuries and my deliberate emotional manipulation. However, my observation hockey is somewhat different from his. I am stronger in listening to the voices of the heart, while he can read deeper memories through physical contact. And this is exactly what I want to obtain. Count Red, I mean no harm. I just heard that your observation hockey can listen to the voices of the heart and even read others' memories, so I was a bit curious, Longinus said gently. So that's what you came for? Hearing Longinus's question, Leadfield relaxed a bit. But no, that's not the point. Coming back to his senses, Leadfield was reminded by Longinus's words. After hearing too many ugly and dirty things, I took the initiative to block my observation hockey. But now, let me see what you really want to do. Leadfield's powerful observation hockey no longer restrained itself and actively expanded, quickly absorbing the sound around him. So boring. I really want to kill someone. Soon. The sea stone chains are loosening a bit. Did that handsome young man just go to find that old handsome Count Red? If I ever get out, I must find a way to catch those 2 as my male pets. Such filthy words. Leadfield trembled with anger, his beard shaking. He had developed such a reclusive personality because he had heard too much he didn't want to hear, believing that everything could be done by one person. No, wait. Why can't I hear anything even though he's closest to me? Realizing this, Leadfield looked at Longinus with a serious expression for the first time. No wonder you want to know those things. It turns out your observation hockey is terrifyingly powerful too. It's a pity that you're wasting your effort. That's my innate talent and ability, something you'll never be able to learn. Is that so? But I still want to give it a try. I wonder if Count Red could give me this opportunity? Longinus insisted. Impossible. That's a natural talent, a bodily instinct for me. It's something I can't even explain myself. So how could I tell you? Laidfield refused without hesitation. Since Count Red is unwilling to say, I won't force it. But the days ahead are long, and I will not easily give up. Sensing the fleeting wave in Laidfield's heart, Longinus feigned a disappointed yet determined expression. Seeing Longinus turn to leave, Laidfield breathed a sigh of relief while also saying in a deep voice, if hard work could make up for everything, then what use is there for genius? Both I and Roger are the same. This world is inherently unfair. Longinus walked out with his hands in his pockets, saying nothing. Red Count, what use is it if you don't want to tell me? What I want, no one can stop. As Longinus stepped out of the prison, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Reading memories, this ability is almost on par with predicting the future. If it operates well, it can completely make up for my final weakness, which is the gap in combat experience compared to those truly strong warriors. Red Count, you are right. If hard work is useful, then what do we need geniuses for? This world is indeed unfair. Longinus's expression became more relaxed, and his thoughts began to gradually expand. Now, there is still the speech of Princess Yuki's observation haki that has not been obtained. However, there is no rush. The ability of speech can only be effective when one becomes a true big shot. After all, the same words spoken by a small person sound like madness. But when uttered by a big person, they become profound sayings. This world is unfair like that. That's why I must work even harder to reach a position where I can enjoy such unfairness. In the dead of night, occasional murmurs and wails could be heard. In the interrogation room, still emanating a bloody smell, dim light cast two shadows on the wall. No, I can't wait like this anymore. That little brat has somehow dug out almost all the puppets I controlled. If this continues, I will have no chance of turning things around in this prison. The speaker was covered in wounds, seemingly having just undergone the most brutal interrogation. But strangely, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he was growling with a twisted expression. Shut up. Do you want to attract others? A low voice rang out, and it was the heavily wrapped warden, Jean. You obviously don't care. Even if the plan fails, you can still continue being the warden. But I can only wait for death in this dark prison. Do you know how that feels? Jin's large hand, like a fan, grasped the pirate in midair and said coldly, Are you challenging my bottom line? Let go. I understand. Seeing the other party back down, Jean indifferently released his right hand. The pirate fell to the ground, gasping for air, and after a while said, This is my hard-earned puppet. You almost killed it. It's not that I tortured him to the point of losing his will. Do you think your level of development can control him? Naozu, I'm locked up in extreme cold hell, and managing to control him from a floor away is already quite difficult. Naozu retorted, Your mind fruit is fine for the weak, but it hardly works on slightly stronger individuals. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such trouble. Ha! If it were that easy, I wouldn't be cooperating with you. Enough with the nonsense. I admit that I underestimated the new Navy recruit this time. No wonder he is known as a monster among monsters, even at Navy headquarters. He saw through the imitation fruit's ability at a glance. Jean said calmly, I was originally thinking of using the perfect opportunity when everyone was gathered to incite chaos. But instead, I've raised their vigilance. Fortunately, they can only guess that the escaped pirate was related to me. They should still be unable to deduce the connection between your existence and the previous series of escape incidents. What should we do now? Naozu asked while controlling the puppet. There's no time for detailed planning. Tomorrow, you try to control the prisoners on the first 3 levels to incite a riot. I will wait. There are only 4 pirates left on the first 3 levels who haven't been discovered hiding their abilities. With their strength, it's hard to cause a significant riot. Naozu reminded in time while controlling the puppet. In that case, you can control the other pirates to launch a suicide attack. Even if those pirates can't escape the cells, a mass suicide of so many prisoners, along with your 4 escaping puppets, should attract some of their attention. Jean said methodically, Even just 3 minutes will be enough for me to get you released. As for what kind of riot you will incite next, that has nothing to do with me as the warden. Hiss, you actually plan to take action yourself. Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself? Naozu asked in shock. Oomph. At this point, the more you hesitate, the easier it is to miss the mark. Since there is no turning back, let us bet everything. Ha ha ha. The warden is indeed ruthless. I believe that after Magellan made such a big mistake and lost his deputy position, the next director of Impel Down will definitely be in your pocket. Naoza flattered. Director of Impel Down? Huh, I'm not interested in that. There's no need for the warden to hide anything from me, right? If you're not interested, why bother plotting against Magellan? Don't tell me it's just out of simple hatred. Hatred? Nonsense, Jean said coldly. I just don't want a waste who spends all day in the toilet to be above me. The puppet controlled by Naoza gasped. This guy is definitely a pervert. No, he was a pervert to begin with. Just because of this reason, he actually wants to take such a huge risk to take down Magellan. I now find the idea of hatred much more plausible. Let me remind you, if you get caught, be sensible and end it yourself. Don't add trouble for me. Jin's cold and murderous voice rang out again. Don't worry. You've helped me so much. If it really comes to that, I will definitely not implicate you. Naozu's puppet smiled insincerely while secretly thinking. At most, I will report you without hesitation. Written in the text because many classmates seem not to read the ending remarks. Since it's free now and words don't cost anything, I'll just add another note. Sorry for making everyone read so much nonsense. The next day, Major Longinus, you are truly reliable. In just a few days, you have eliminated all the hidden dangers in the prison. No wonder the Warring States general told me that you are the most needed talent in Impel Down. Alvis praised with a beaming face. Director Alvis overestimates me. The previous inspection was just a rough look. There should still be quite a few fish that got away, Longinus said with a serious expression. Ha ha, Major Longinus. There's no need to rush. After all, there's still plenty of time. Suddenly, a hurried alarm rang out, causing several people's gazes to turn to the surveillance snail on the wall. Attention, attention, the prisoner in Fire Yalu, who disappeared from level 1S cell 10, has now appeared in front of cell 17S corridor. Please nearby guards and wardens go capture him quickly. Alvis shook his head nonchalantly. At this point, these pirates still can't see the situation clearly? How pathetic. Just as he finished speaking, a second alarm quickly rang out. Attention, attention, the prisoner Blackhand Bancroft, who disappeared from level 3S cell 7, has now appeared in front of cell 22S corridor. Please nearby guards and wardens go capture him quickly. Yarvis's expression was somewhat grim, but before he could speak, the alarms for the third and fourth rounds went off again. Attention, attention, at level 2. Attention, attention, at level 1. Bang! Feeling that he had lost face in front of outsiders, Yarvis crushed the air with his fist. These hopeless trash. Do they think my grand prison is an amusement park? They better pray they don't get caught by me alive. Otherwise, I will make them regret coming into this world. Longinus chuckled. Director Yalvis, there's no need to be angry. This is actually a good thing. It shows that those pirates have recognized their situation and are making their last stand. Once this wave of pirate captures is completed, the great prison can return to its previous calm. Major Longinus was right. This was just their final struggle. But damn it, this endless mess. Yalvis was thoroughly enraged. However, this time the alarm sounded even more frantic than before. Alarm, alarm, level 1, level 2, level 3 prisoners are suddenly rioting. They are crashing against the cell doors like madmen. Although the current situation was still optimistic, this was simply too strange. If possible, I ask all commanders to issue orders as soon as possible. Pirates from the Hell of Red Lotus, Hell of Beasts, and Hell of Hunger are all rioting at the same time, and their frenzied assaults on the cell doors indicate that something is definitely wrong. Yalvis spoke heavily. Longinus, Magellan. Jin, you all wait, where is Jin? A guard nearby reported. The chief warden took the prisoner in for interrogation yesterday, and they are all dead now. He is currently selecting new targets. Yalvis frowned at this man. Forget it. Let us not worry about him for now. Longinus, Magellan. Let us split up and inspect the situation in the first 3 levels of hell. By the way, when you see Jin later, have him come down as well. Before leaving, Yalvis instructed the guard again. Yes. Before long, Jin, radiating a scorching aura, appeared in the Hell of Flames. Oh, Chief Warden, have you found a suitable target so soon? A guard, who had noticed Jin's sudden appearance, was somewhat puzzled but still reported dutifully. Thank you for your hard work. Jin approached step by step, his cold tone devoid of any fluctuation. Now, I need to trouble you with one last thing. Die for me. This was a guard who should have been praised, but he became so excited that he lost his composure. However, upon hearing the next words, his excited expression suddenly froze on his face. Before he could utter a sound, his body was blasted apart by a punch, and the flying flesh melted into the sea of fire, instantly vanishing without a trace. Without saying a word, Jin turned and left, as if he had merely crushed an ant by the roadside. Soon, the hell of extreme cold, filled with flying ice crystals and snowflakes, Welcome to Demon Engulfed in Flames. Damn it, how did that guy come a level 5? The hell of extreme cold should be Magellan's territory, right? Keep your voice down, that guy is a complete lunatic. Although Magellan was hard to talk to, at least he wouldn't randomly torture prisoners. But this guy doesn't care about the rules at all. Wait, he has coming this way. The prisoners in the hell of extreme cold were not as numerous as those in the previous layers, so it was more sparsely populated. Thus, Jin walked through without being seen by many prisoners. Of course, those who did see him had already turned to ashes. At this moment, as Jin's footsteps drew near, the pirates in their cells nervously retreated, all having heard of his terrible reputation and knowing that his kind of interrogation was a torture worse than death. No one wanted to be targeted by such a pervert. However, an older-looking prisoner stepped forward amidst the strange gazes of the pirates. It was him, the instigator Nias, who was said to have incited several kingdoms to revolt. Could it be that he wanted to persuade that bloodthirsty demon to let him go? Whatever. As long as I'm not targeted by that bastard, it's fine. Chief Warden, you've finally come. I've been waiting for this day so long. Niazu exclaimed. It seems that from level 4 onward, all prisoners should wear sea stone handcuffs. Otherwise, it would indeed be troublesome if dangerous abilities like yours were overlooked. Jin skillfully took out a key and opened the cell door. As long as it doesn't concern me, that's fine, Niazu said gleefully, swaggering out of the cell. The prisoners hiding in the back were somewhat dumbfounded, and after a while, someone asked blankly, aren't the keys to the hell of extreme cold supposed to be with Magellan? Why does Jin have them? Idiot, he asked the chief warden. How hard could it be for him to get a key? 2 idiots, that's not the point. The point is, as the chief warden, he actually opened the cell door. Doesn't that mean we can all be free? Ha ha ha. The chief warden of Impel Down has actually stood on our side. This is truly ironic and thrilling. Chief Warden, thank you so much. But if you're really a good person, why not give us the keys to the handcuffs too? A crowd of pirates joked and shoved their way out, feeling either grateful or mocking towards Jin, seemingly because of the change in identity. The previous fear had completely vanished. However, Jin placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. I think you guys are misunderstanding something. Inferno Jin. The strike infused with scorching flames flashed by, as if time had stopped, and the pirates' laughter and curses froze on their faces. After a moment, a piercing cold wind blew through, dispersing the heat and also scattering this group of pirates. Their bodies crumbled like rocks weathered for centuries, easily blown away in this silvery world. What terrifying swordsmanship. It sends shivers down one's spine. Niaza took a deep breath and praised. I don't have many keys. It's up to you to make the most of it now. Jin casually tossed a string of keys into Niazu's arms. Remember, I was never here in the hell of extreme cold. Of course, the chief warden is a blazing flame. How did he come to suffer in the hell of extreme cold? Niazu took the keys, exhilarated, and walked deep into the snow, thinking, so the one who liberates all the pirates will be me, the king of the hell of extreme cold. Niazu. Watching Niazu walk away, Jin muttered to himself, running so fast, are you afraid I'll kill you? But then again, those who know too much don't tend to live long. Once the chaos in the first 3 levels calms down and the turmoil in the hell of extreme cold begins, you'll be of no value. Before that, I should return to the upper levels. Jin's steps were steady and powerful. They seemed slow but quickly reached the entrance. The door leading to the hell of flames opened, and after taking just a few steps, Jin spotted Longinus and the other 3 standing not far away. Yalvis, with a complicated expression, asked Jin, tell me why? Magellan was much more agitated. Jin, you bastard, what have you done in the hell of extreme cold? Jin's indifferent gaze swept over the 4, finally resting on Longinus. It seems you already know, although I'm not clear on why the situation has turned out this way. I assume I must have fallen at your hands. Navy hero, Major Longinus. Even without me, your plot wouldn't have succeeded. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil, Longinus said, but in his heart he thought, in the original trajectory of this world, he also defected because the matter was exposed, right? I just don't know if he can escape smoothly this time. Under the siege of Admiral-level Gialvis and 3 other combatants of the same level, if he can still escape smoothly, I would have to reassess his potential. What is justice? The will of the strong is justice. A cold voice came from beneath the mask. Truly hopeless. Jean, you're no different from those evil pirates now. Magellan scolded angrily. Naive and ridiculous, Jean said coldly, turning to Shirley, who was watching the show, and said, Shirley, I know you're not interested in the director's position, but I must tell you, once Magellan becomes the director, your good days will be over. Is that so? We'll see when the time comes. Shirley replied casually. biting his cigar. At this moment, the long silent G. Alvis spoke up. Gene, if you are willing to admit your mistakes and accept punishment, I can consider letting you come back and start over. Director, Magellan exclaimed in disbelief. G. Alvis raised his hand to signal Magellan to be quiet, then said, the death of those pirates is not a big deal. Your truly heinous act is to turn your sights on your own people. If you... No need to say more. Jean interrupted coldly. Even if I die, I will not bow to the weak. Bastard, who do you call weak? Of course. That trash who will drown in the toilet sooner or later. You. Magellan was nearly choked with anger. It seems there is nothing more to say. Jean, you have truly made a wrong choice. G. Alvis retracted his complex expression, and a powerful aura began to rise around him. In a fight, I would undoubtedly lose. But speed, that is hard to say. Jean stomped down, shattering the ground, and fell into the extreme cold hell below, simultaneously throwing dozens of keys accurately into the prison of the scorching hell. Trying to use the rioting prisoners to divide our combat power? Longinus's observation hockey was focused on Jean at all times. Just seeing Jin's hand movement, he had already predicted the opponent's next move. Although I could easily intercept all those keys, that was my intention. Longinus paused for a moment, intercepting only a small portion of the keys. If I couldn't intercept any, it would not match my reputation for mastering observation hockey. But now, it can barely be justified. In the blink of an eye, those keys had already flown towards various prisons. Damn, I'm still a step too slow, Longinus said, pretending to be disappointed. It was my carelessness, G. Alvis said regretfully. Magellan looked at the huge hole in the ground in horror. Jean didn't fly up. Instead, he went deeper. He must be planning to release the prisoners from the 5th or even 6th level to create opportunities for himself. We must hurry to stop him. Saying this, Magellan jumped down from the hole. G. Alvis hesitated slightly because the sound of pirates' sinister laughter had already come from the surrounding prisons. Director G. Alvis, ensuring the safety of the infinite hell is more important. Leave this to me, Longinus said at the right moment. Trust me, I can still handle these pirates. G. Alvis took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. All right, I'll leave this to you. Sure, Lou, let's go together. After saying that, G. Alvis stomped the ground hard, damaging the hole enough to accommodate his body before pulling Shirley down with him. Everything is developing in the direction I hoped for. Longinus looked around the scorching hell and sighed lightly. It seems I need to hurry. After all, some things can only be known by the dead. Soon, a guard came running to report. Warden, there are too many pirates. We can barely hold on. You take the prison beasts and hold the door outside. Don't let a single pirate escape. What? Warden, you want to face those pirates alone? No, that's too dangerous. Let's stay here to help you. The guards advised excitedly. The one in danger is not me. It's those pirates. Longinus's calm demeanor calmed the panicking guards a bit. And besides, if you stay here, you'll only distract me. If you really want to help me, then hold the door to the hungry hell and destroy the elevator switch. Understand? Upon hearing that Longinus wanted to destroy the elevator, the guards clearly thought he intended to use his life to trap the pirates here for a while, and couldn't help but tear up and shout, I understand. We will not let your sacrifice be in vain. The surrounding guards quickly withdrew, locking the door, while the gathering pirates burst into laughter. In their eyes, this was a sign of fear from the guards. Ha ha ha. A riot has occurred in Impel Down. It seems that even the strongest walls cannot withstand internal shocks. I am now looking forward to what kind of scene it will be when the news of the riot in Impel Down spreads to the sea. Don't worry, you won't have that chance, Longinus said with fiery eyes, as if approaching some unparalleled treasure. Hey, that group of guards has abandoned you and run away. Are you still planning to fight for them? Don't underestimate this guy. He is the newly appointed warden, and he was quite imposing when he captured us prisoners a few days ago. So what if he's the warden? How did the last warden die? Wasn't he killed by us escapees? These pirates all knew that the new warden was strong, and one-on-one, none of them would be his opponent. However, humans are always social animals. The more people there are, the bolder they become, and this seemingly large group is their confidence to face Longinus. However, Longinus scanned the crowd with the gaze of a predator and said softly, You, who are imprisoned in the scorching hell. Each of your bounties ranges from 50 million to 100 million. Upon hearing what Longinus said, the pirates showed proud expressions. In the first half of the Grand Line, such bounties could already be considered great pirates. Kid, if you're scared, just surrender. Maybe if we're happy, we can spare your life. Ha! Regarding the mockery from the pirates, Longinus continued to speak to himself. This level of bounty can barely be considered a big fish. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? The pirates' faces suddenly darkened, feeling as if they had been played by the guy opposite them. Plus, you've been imprisoned for quite some time. The daily torture has already ravaged your body and mind. Fatigue, hunger, injuries, pain. How much combat power do you have left now? Damn it, what are you trying to say? Even if we have only 1/10 of our strength left, with so many of us, we can still overwhelm you. Some pirates, realizing something was off, threatened fiercely. It's nothing. I was just calculating how much time it would take to take you down. The final answer is 30 seconds. What did you say? Before the enraged pirate could finish, he suddenly found that Longinus had vanished from sight. The next moment, intense pain surged like a tide, followed by sinking into eternal darkness. Outside, the kick delivered by Longinus was like a swordsman's strike, cleaving through the pirates who couldn't react in time, their shattered flesh and entrails splattering in midair. As if that wasn't enough, Longinus flashed to another area where pirates were more densely packed, his lightning-fast thrusts of the spear resembling the hand of death, precisely striking the hearts of the pirates. The warm, bloody, sweet scent splattered across his face. And it was only then that the dazed pirates finally realized that the scene before them, resembling a battlefield of demons, was not an illusion. Run. That guy is a monster. Are you kidding me? I just blinked. And how did the situation change so completely? Among the pirates imprisoned and impelled down, only a few could maintain their spirit after experiencing despair and suffering, and the ones before him were certainly not among them. They were merely a group of cowards huddling together for warmth, and upon realizing that the enemy's strength could not be compensated for by numbers, the seemingly large pirate alliance collapsed in an instant. The evidence of the battle was nearly complete. Now it was time to enjoy this feast. After observing the corpses strewn across the ground, Longinus suddenly revealed a hidden sword tip between the fingers of his clenched right hand. The panicking pirates were still fleeing in all directions, but the tightly shut gates blocked their last glimmer of hope for escape. Longinus leaped like lightning, each appearance taking away a vibrant life. The soul power that returned from the tip of his sword made Longinus almost moan with pleasure. But he still forced himself to endure, always keeping his mind clear. After taking down a pirate, he would throw the body into the raging flames below. This was also the reason why Longinus specifically chose this level as the battlefield. Although the sword wounds caused by the 7-star sword were not obvious, with his caution, he would naturally not leave any suspicious flaws for himself. And this sea of fire was the best place to destroy the evidence. The corpses left behind earlier were also to make this scene seem less strange. After all, if all the pirates fell into the sea of fire, it would indeed be a bit unreasonable. Now was the perfect time for the hunt. Tell me loudly, who granted you freedom, and who will lead you out of this prison? Captain Niaz laughed triumphantly. Originally, he just wanted to fight to the death, but now that Jean had exposed himself, Magellan had no time to care about their rebellion. Instead, he truly saw the dawn of escape. It is the great Captain Niaz. Captain Niaz is our savior. Forever follow Captain Niaz. All the pirates fervently called out Niaz's name. The reason for this scene was not that Niaz had the same lucky constitution as Buggy, but that he quietly used mental suggestion at the moment these pirates were released and their spirits were most relaxed. For those weaklings on the first 3 levels, he could forcibly control them, but for pirates on the 4th and 5th levels, he needed considerable external force. For example, Jean torturing the will of those pirates in the hot hell, or like he was doing now, using gratitude to induce them. Good. You all saw what happened in the sky just now. Yalvis and Magellan are in a hurry to suppress the infinite hell, and they have no time to care about us. Now is our best chance to break out. Great Captain Niaz, lead us to the sea. Now, you all rush up to the 1st level with me. Quickly seize the warships and escape while the Navy headquarters hasn't reacted yet. Niaz commanded joyfully. However, soon a pirate reported, "Not good, Captain Niaz. The elevator can't be activated. It must have been damaged." Don't panic, as long as we speed up our actions. Even if we have to go up level by level, we can make it. Niaz said calmly, leading a group of pirates towards level 4, the hot hell. Soon, the gate to hell was opened. As Niaz stepped into the hot hell, he felt something was off. The empty hell only had 2 or 3 figures paralyzed in fear, and the intense smell of blood and burnt corpses intertwined into an extreme stench. Something's wrong, don't linger. Quickly head to the next level. Not good, Captain Niaz. The gate to the hungry hell has been locked shut. If we destroy it, it will take at least 3 minutes. Then hurry up and act. What are you waiting for? Bang! The sound of the gate locking shut echoed in the empty hell again, causing everyone to change color in shock. Damn it, it's the gate to the extreme cold hell. Longinus, who had not a drop of blood on him, walked out from behind them with a warm and gentle smile. Welcome to hell, true hell. You were Longinus? You didn't go with Magellan to suppress the infinite hell? Niaz's face turned a bit pale. He could be said to be the one who understood Longinus's strength the most in the prison. He could still feel the despair of having a puppet with the mimic fruit ability instantly killed by a flying finger gun. Moreover, it was this person who had nearly completely removed the puppet he controlled, forcing them to act directly. This guy was definitely a monster on the same level as Magellan and Jean. From the looks of you, I don't seem unfamiliar to you. It seems you're the pirate who collaborated with Jean, Longinus said with a smile, but his steps kept getting closer. Stop. Don't come near me, Niaz screamed, feeling helpless like a weak girl cornered by a lecherous uncle. Captain Niaz, what's wrong with you? This guy, no matter how strong, is just one person. A nearby pirate asked in confusion. That's right. Now I have so many powerful subordinates. They're nothing compared to those weak puppets before. Niaz reminded, seemed to find his confidence threatening with a fierce tone. Longinus, if you let us go now, I can pretend nothing ever happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. With these scattered soldiers, I'd like to see how you plan to go on a killing spree. Longinus continued to approach without a care. Then his extreme speed suddenly erupted, slaughtering wildly like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Although most of these pirates had bounties over 100 million berries, that was a long time ago. Now, they were merely defeated, their courage and bodies decayed. The threat posed by Longinus was even less than that of Felix a year ago. In terms of speed, prisoners who had just escaped from the extreme cold hell, with their blood not even flowing smoothly, naturally could not be Longinus's opponent, basically being killed with a single punch before they even saw his shadow. As for the attacks, the blades hidden between Longinus's fingers could easily cut through steel. When they landed on those pirates, it was naturally a piece of cake to shatter their defenses. In just a moment, these pirates had suffered heavy casualties. Steady, we can win. Niaz's forehead broke out in a sweat. How to fight against an enemy so fast that they couldn't see? And what about his subordinates? Were they made of paper? As soon as they were touched by the opponent, it was either death or injury. Almost all the pirates in the hot hell had been killed by him. After fighting for so long, his stamina should be running low. Why was he still as strong as a monster? Niaz looked in horror at the corpses all over the ground, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. He realized, I know, he must be at the end of his rope too. To conserve energy, he is using the simplest and most effective attack method, so every attack is a guaranteed kill. Thinking of this, Niaz couldn't help but regain his confidence and shouted loudly, as long as we hold on, the final victory will definitely belong to us. Hearing the opponent's hoarse shout, Longinus revealed a strange smile. Exhausted? That doesn't exist. Endless blood, energy, surged into his body. His condition was better than ever. In fact, as long as he kept killing, he could operate like an eternal motion machine, fighting infinitely. The only thing that constrained him was his mental state. However, his soul was already immensely powerful. Not to mention this little time, even a battle lasting 10 days and nights would not be a big problem for him. Jean, get back here. A roar suddenly echoed in the turbulent infinite hell. Ha ha, Director Yalvis, make a choice. Will you capture me or suppress this group of sea pirates that even the world government fears? They are currently in their lowest state. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another chance. Perhaps it was the long-standing repression that was finally released, as Jin suddenly changed from his usual indifferent demeanor and laughed wildly. This decision was not difficult to make. Although they were also skilled in moonwalking, when it came to flying speed, they could never compare to the ruler of the sky, the toothless pterosaur. On one side was Jin, whose speed far exceeded theirs, and on the other was a prisoner in a state of despair. Therefore, Alvis quickly made his choice. Jin, you're ruthless. Pray that you never fall into my hands. Don't worry, that day will never come. Jin flapped his wings and directly shattered the top layer of the infinite hell, crashing into the next layer, the extreme cold hell. Although the infinite hell was filled with renowned pirates, those individuals were not in their peak condition and could not hold Alvis and the others back for long. He had to escape quickly. A shadow flickered in Jin's eyes in his pterosaur form. But first, he needed to deal with that Navy officer who was ruining his plans. Boom! The ground of the fiery hell was suddenly shattered, and a robust bird soared up, riding the cold wind. At this moment, the battle in the fiery hell was nearing its end, with no more than 5 survivors left in the arena. Noticing the change, Longinus stopped his killing spree and looked with interest at the pterosaur circling above. You actually managed to escape. It seems your luck is quite good. But your luck is about to run out. At that moment, the incapacitated Niaz crawled towards Jin, shouting, "Jin, take me away with you. This guy's a monster, no? Wait, he's a devil. He is a devil." Jin glanced disdainfully at Niaz on the ground, then waved his wings, unleashing several swift wind blades that directly cut Niaz, who was seeking help, into bloody remnants. "You were once my partner for a while, and to kill you like this, you're truly ruthless. Oof. I don't have time to waste with you. Next, let me send you to real hell." With that, Jin's entire body ignited with intense flames, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes as he dove down from midair. Longinus's expression was serious, his tightly clenched right fist radiating a milky white light, as if bathed in warm sunlight, creating a brilliant light trail as it moved forward. Boom! At the moment his right fist collided with the bird's head, an endless brilliance erupted. Layers of rippling waves stirred in the air, and the unleashed shockwave swept through the raging sea of fire below, causing the few remaining pirates to let out heart-wrenching cries. Longinus only felt the excruciating pain of his right fist being burned by flames, as if it were a piercing stab to his heart, almost crying out in agony. It was not a tangible flame, but rather a manifestation of the opponent's belief. However, Jin was even worse off. His massive body was sent flying by a single punch, crashing through a wall and directly buried under the rubble. Indeed, ancient species do not possess the peculiar abilities of phantom beasts. His flames were also a manifestation of his own conviction. Longinus analyzed without changing his expression, already ignoring the tidal wave of pain surging in his right hand. After all, this level of pain was far from comparable to Cap's profound love. Impossible. You clearly weren't this strong before. Jin, emerging from the rubble, had reverted to his human form, his injuries not severe, just a broken mask revealing his swollen right eye. "Perhaps my strength has skyrocketed today," Longinus replied with a smile. "Huh, do you think I'm an idiot? To have a sudden surge in strength in such a short time? Only a devil fruit could allow for that." Jin analyzed with a serious expression, concluding that there was only one explanation for this situation. "You must have known I was secretly observing you, which is why you deliberately hid your strength. This dark scheme doesn't quite match your usual bright image, does it?" "No, your understanding of justice is too superficial," Longinus said with a sacred expression. "I'm always on the path of practicing justice. Therefore, whatever I do is justice, it is light. Haven't you realized this from that punch earlier? To be unwavering in your belief in your own justice, even if you're on the wrong path, is truly a terrifying form of justice." Jin mocked lightly. "To think that I am on the wrong path means your very existence is a mistake. Let me use the light of justice to enlighten you." Longinus suddenly felt that Cap's unreasonable approach seemed quite appealing. "Since you don't agree with my ideals, then I will make you recognize them through force." Boring rhetoric. Jin's expression darkened as he pressed his right hand against the hilt at his waist. "I won't make the same mistake again now. I will use my full strength to send you to hell." Swordsmanship? It's quite strange. Shouldn't someone with your abilities specialize in physical techniques instead? However, Longinus felt even more cautious in his heart. The fact that the opponent chose to abandon a more advantageous physical technique only indicated that his swordsmanship talent must be extremely powerful. Blazing execution. Jin did not keep Longinus waiting for too long. After a brief build-up, the blade reflected a chilling light as it was drawn. The violent slash intertwined with fierce flames surged forward, combined with a power similar to Iaido, making the strike even more ferocious and swift, reaching Longinus in an instant. Iron block. The blade's speed was so extreme that Longinus had no time to evade, forcing him to rapidly gather his blood energy, concentrating all his strength. Boom! The sharp sword light sent Longinus flying, pain burning in his chest like flames. But he could no longer care about the boiling blood within him, using Moonwalk to forcibly change direction in midair. Jin, preparing to deliver a follow-up strike, changed his expression slightly and instinctively turned to slash behind him. But he was still a moment too late. A gust of wind from a punch surged, explosive power erupted in his lower abdomen, causing him to unexpectedly spit out a mouthful of blood. Jin's eyes were fierce. He did not retreat, even half a step, directly transforming his head into that of a pterosaur, the sharp beak aimed at the close Longinus. However, Longinus, having maximized the use of observation hockey, was already prepared. His long hair coiled around Jin's pointed beak like a venomous snake. Finger gun spot. Taking advantage of the opponent being bound by his hair, Longinus shot out countless finger guns with both hands, accurately hitting Jin's heart area. Clang! Clang! Jin's chest, facing the barrage of finger guns, produced the sound of steel being struck. Armament hockey, Longinus said in a deep voice, and the level of development is quite high. Correct, but there is no reward. Jin swung his long sword to shatter the long hair, regaining freedom for his bound beak, then coldly said, although your observation hockey is much stronger than mine, you are ultimately too young to use armament hockey, which is your greatest weakness. Armament hockey is indeed powerful, but it is far from being able to determine the outcome of our battle. Longinus remained unhurried. Although he had not activated his armament hockey yet, his teacher was the renowned Black Arm Zifa. Having frequently battled with Zifa, his understanding of armament hockey was even above Jin's. Indeed, for a strong opponent like you, armament hockey may not have a decisive effect, but what about your stamina? Jin silently played a psychological game. After killing so many pirates, your stamina should be running low, right? But I am different. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, my stamina can almost be said to be endless. Longinus had a strange expression on his face, wondering why everyone liked to talk about stamina. Did he really look that lacking in endurance? Well, let's give it a try. The Justice Fist. Longinus stopped speaking and unleashed his speed, appearing in front of Jin in an instant, swinging his right fist. It shone with a brilliant light, as if he held the sun in his hand. Blazing storm. Jin swung down his great sword, the blade glimmering with a dark metallic sheen, entwined with orange flames. The moment the fist collided with the blade, a terrifying force erupted, causing the ground beneath them to collapse instantly, even sinking down to the frigid hell below, with a piercing cold wind blowing out from the opening. The shockwave from the battle impacted the surroundings, tearing apart the iron-forged gates and sending the corpses on the ground flying. This is the Warden. Is that traitor Jin fighting against the Warden? The guards outside, witnessing the nearly destroyed, scorching hell, exclaimed in shock. This is terrifying. Is this the destruction humans can cause? Oh no, among the corpses that were blasted away earlier, someone is playing dead. Quick, chase after them. A guard noticed something was off and hurriedly sent people to pursue. The stalemate in the scorching hell did not last long. Soon, Jin, wielding the great sword, found it hard to hold on and was actually punched into the sea of fire by Longinus. This is the traitor being killed by the Warden? The guards outside asked in a daze. Although they were now in opposition to Jin, they knew how powerful that brutal man was, possessing a terrifying strength capable of burning down this hell. And now, that strong Jin was actually punched into the sea of fire by the new Warden. Gush, gush. The sea of fire roiled as a gigantic wyvern emerged, bathed in flames. It's impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Why has your strength increased compared to just now? Have you been hiding your power until now? Jin asked, filled with anger and disbelief. Longinus sighed inwardly. How could you not believe that my strength has surged? Every minute I fight you allows my surging power to consolidate and settle a bit more. Although the enhancement of the soul cannot instantly boost strength like the enhancement of the body, a stronger soul means greater control over the body, and thus greater potential can be tapped from it. If the previous Longinus had exerted 80% of his physical strength, now he was at 90%. Therefore, Longinus sincerely said, of course, it's because my belief in justice has become even stronger in this battle. The pterodactyl's face in midair was filled with confusion, questioning whether only those who are obsessed can truly unleash the power of belief. At that moment, a cold wind emerged from the scorching infernal ground, accompanied by sounds of fierce combat. Jin suddenly woke up, cursing, thinking that he couldn't continue to waste time with this guy. Saying this, the giant pterodactyl flapped its massive wings, preparing to charge through the sky and into level 3 of the hungry hell. Try to escape in front of me is not that easy. Longinus's observation hockey was focused on Jin, and he would not let him escape so easily. He stepped on the moonwalk and soared into the sky, landing directly on the back of the pterodactyl. Get off me, you bastard! With Longinus on his back, Jin could not escape with peace of mind. Who knew what terrifying thing Longinus might do while he was flying? Therefore, Jin kept turning and spinning, trying to shake Longinus off. But Longinus seemed to have taken root behind him. No matter how fiercely he spun and flew, even diving into the sea of flames, Longinus remained as steady as a mountain. Damn it, why are you so skilled? It seems that aside from being bigger and stronger than a golden eagle, the pterodactyl is no different in other respects, Longinus said, skillfully stabbing a finger gun into Jin's back. Caw! The giant pterodactyl let out a painful cry, hot blood splattering from the air, but it still did not revert to its human form. Damn bastard, burned to ashes. Jean let out a long roar. His body suddenly engulfed in scorching flames, and Longinus, who was clinging to his back, naturally could not avoid the flames. Very well. Let us see who can hold on until the end. Longinus endured the searing heat, his fingers like knives, constantly stabbing out blood holes in Jin's back. If it weren't for his observation Haki sensing several auras approaching, using the 7-star sword unexpectedly would have been the best option. However, in the face of the risk of exposure, Longinus had to resolutely give up this sumptuous meal beneath him, unaware that he had narrowly escaped disaster. Jean continued to spiral and roar, occasionally plunging into the sea of flames to bathe with Longinus. Suddenly, a disheveled figure burst forth from the extreme cold hell. Just a glance at the two battling was enough for him to unhesitatingly charge towards level 3 of the hungry hell. It was the Red Count Radfield. Longinus was shocked. This guy was heavily injured and should have been under close care, yet he managed to escape. What on earth were Alvis and the others doing? Longinus knew that although he hadn't offended the Red Count too badly this time, given the Red Count's temperament, he wouldn't actively seek trouble with him. However, if they happened to meet, the other party would definitely not hesitate to take him down. Yet, Longinus felt little turmoil in his heart. It was perfectly normal for plans to encounter some setbacks. Not everything could unfold in the direction one hoped. Since it was a choice he made, he had to have the courage to bear the consequences. Moreover, the Red Count was not an invincible enemy. He was already seriously injured. The fact that he managed to escape this time must have involved some special means, and once he got outside, his injuries would undoubtedly worsen. Unless he could find that mythical beast fruit, it would be impossible for him to heal in just a few years. And after a few years, who would capture whom would be hard to say. Caw! Seeing the Red Count turn and flee without hesitation, Jean was so enraged that he let out a long screech. His actions had inadvertently made someone else a benefactor. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Therefore, upon sensing similar movements, Jean steeled his heart and charged forward without even looking at the identity of the person, forcefully trying to set them up. Longinus sighed softly in his heart. Jin's temperament was indeed decisive. Jean was very clear that if anyone from the advancing city came up next, he would never be able to escape Longinus's entanglement. Since that was the case, he might as well take the initiative to send himself up to draw that person in a battle, to prevent a situation like the Red Count's indifference towards him. Ha ha ha. Yalvis, thank you for your hospitality over the past decade. I will certainly remember it. What the hell? Just as he was stepping through the air towards the blazing hell, he suddenly noticed a large bird crashing towards him. He was instantly startled and instinctively reacted. Momo 10 times speed. Boom! The large bird and the figure bounced apart violently, while Longinus still tightly held onto Jin's back, not letting go. World Destroyer, Bondi Valdo. Jin's voice carried a hint of surprise. This guy was also a great pirate imprisoned in the infinite hell. If he hadn't been frozen for 10 years, his threat level would not be much weaker than the Red Count's. The advancing city people? Valdo's expression darkened. Although he had been frozen for 10 years, he was very familiar with the aura of the advancing city, and with the sudden attack, just now, he naturally regarded this person and his mount as enemies. I don't have time to waste with you right now, Dai. Wait a minute. Valdo, I'm not your enemy. If you have any memory left, you should remember that I just freed you from the ice. Jean explained at lightning speed. Valdo was taken aback. Indeed, your aura seems to be that of the one I encountered when I just awakened. Saying this, Valdo added with a teasing smile. I was wondering why the infinite hell suddenly erupted. Turns out it's a betrayal from our own side. However, your current condition doesn't seem too good, does it? What do you mean? Even if you rescued me, I'm under no obligation to shield you from danger. You'd best disappear from my sight quickly, or you know the consequences. Valdo scolded with a nasty attitude. Huh, I don't expect gratitude from pirates like you. The corner of the pteranodon's mouth continuously oozed blood. Although he had covered his back with armed color hockey, the vibrations caused by Longinus's attacks were not so easy to defend against. If it weren't for the strong vitality of the Zoan type, he would have already collapsed due to his shattered internal organs. His stamina was nearly infinite, but that didn't mean his vitality was the same. He was now at the end of his rope. Therefore, Jean, in a desperate threat, said, I'm not asking for your help. I'm threatening you. If you try to escape directly, even if it costs me my life, I will drag you down with me. Don't doubt it. I absolutely have the ability to do so. Valdo hesitated slightly, planning to escape quickly while the opponent was not paying attention. However, Jean gave him no such opportunity and directly flapped his flame-wrapped wings, diving down. Valdo, narrowly avoiding the ambush, felt little anger. Instead, he seriously acknowledged, Good. You really are ruthless. For these pirates, kindness and goodwill have always been optional. Only ruthlessness and strength can win recognition. Realizing his situation, Valdo wasted no time grabbing debris from the ground, holding a handful of broken stones aimed at Longinus to launch. Momo 10 times buckshot. Naturally, Longinus would not underestimate the attack of such a great pirate. After maximizing his observation hockey, he used paper drawings to timely evade the fragments that were comparable to sniper bullets. Momo 10 times flying finger gun, continuous shooting. Longinus launched a surprise attack from mid-air while riding his mount, forcing Valdo to temporarily abandon his offensive plan, wrapping his hands around his face with a black metallic sheen. Jean would naturally not allow Longinus to treat him as a mount. He spun in mid-air like a top, directly charging towards Valdo's position. Momo 10 times speed. Understanding Jin's intent, Valdo let out a sinister laugh, suddenly exploding with a speed several times faster than a normal shave, delivering a devastating punch that seemed aimed at obliterating both Jean and Longinus together. Jean, too, steeled his heart and charged straight towards Valdo's attack without dodging. Six Kings gun martial arts. Seeing that Jean was so decisive, Longinus knew it would be difficult to stay on his back any longer. So he struck Jin's back with a powerful Six King spear before jumping down. Boom! The huge pterosaur crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a terrifying tremor like an earthquake. Longinus collided with Valdo in midair, and the explosive shockwave pushed both of them away. Is the current limit 10 times? It seems your condition is not as unscathed as you appear, Longinus said softly, feeling quite fortunate in his heart. Even if Valdo could only accelerate to 30 times, the situation he faced would be 10 times more difficult than now. The vitality of animal-type creatures is indeed terrifying, and ancient species are the best among them. After suffering repeated heavy blows from Longinus, the giant pterosaur shook off the stones on its body and stood up again. Watching the domineering Longinus and the seemingly unfazed Jean, Valdo took a deep breath, feeling quite apprehensive. Are the newcomers this terrifying now? It seems that in these 10 years, the changes in this world have been immense. Your strength has actually increased again. Could this be the terrifying talent that allows one to continuously improve in battle? The giant pterosaur opened and closed its long beak, revealing an endless wariness towards Longinus. Longinus just smiled without explaining, which was fine. With Jean backing him up, it would be easier to explain if his strength surged again in the future. Seeing that Longinus seemed to be tacitly agreeing, Valdo was also greatly shocked. Did that mean that if they couldn't resolve the battle quickly, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for them? Valdo, can your fruit ability be used on living beings? Jean spread his wings and asked in a deep voice, Are you suggesting? Valdo was startled. Then he sinisterly smiled and said, Although I haven't tried it on anyone other than myself, it should be fine. But I must remind you that everything I've accelerated in the past has turned to dust. Even if you are a zone-type user, this attempt is still quite dangerous. Stop being verbose. Jean said coldly, Just do as I say. Truly ruthless. It's a pity that someone like you isn't a pirate. Valdo seemed to awaken a peculiar trait called masochism, and instead appreciated Jin's reprimand. Placing his evil right hand on Jin's wing membrane and saying, If you die, don't blame me. With Jin's speed originally being extremely fast after being accelerated tenfold, it seemed as if he disappeared from space. Longinus had to push his observation hockey to the limit just to barely catch Jin's movement trajectory. So fast, no time to dodge. Longinus's pupils constricted violently, and his body instinctively reacted. Paper drawing, martial body, iron block, 100 forgings. Boom! Centered on the location of their clash. A violent wave of air swept around, and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread throughout the scorching hell. Not only was the ground connecting to the freezing hell almost completely shattered, but even the top layer connected to the hungry hell completely collapsed, causing confused prisoners from level 3 to fall, creating a pirate rain beneath the scorching hell. As the dust settled, Longinus was nowhere to be found, seemingly buried in the ruins, with the giant pterosaur impaled in the sea of flames. As if even its corpse had stiffened. Mutual destruction? Valdo was not surprised, just somewhat emotional. Two superstars destined to grow into significant figures in the future had died in such a powerful clash, which truly made one lament, and yet was somewhat enjoyable. All the troublesome guys were dead, and now Valdo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar long beak, almost causing his eyes to pop out as he looked over. You actually didn't die? Was this surprising? Jin's tone was unfriendly as he moved his body. Not just me, that guy is definitely not dead either. That made sense. If he didn't die, then Valdo nodded thoughtfully, ignoring Jin's darkened bird face, and continued, however, that bastard is not someone with abilities like yours. After that strike, even if he didn't die, he'd at least lose half his life. Valdo said decisively, having such an enemy alive is not good for either of us. Why not take this chance to deal with him? Idiot. That guy is definitely much stronger than you think. If we go now, we'll just get entangled again. The noise we made was too loud. Alvis and the others will probably arrive soon. If we don't escape now, we'll never be able to, Jean said as he ignored him, flapping his wings and quickly flying towards the hungry hell. Valdo was somewhat skeptical, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to trust Jin's judgment and soon followed suit, stepping on the air and rushing upwards. Just then, a loud bang came from below, and Valdo instinctively looked down, only to find a disheveled Longinus standing on the ruins looking up at him, surprisingly as Jean had said, as if his body had not suffered much damage. How is this possible? Valdo's eyes widened, almost doubting that he had been frozen for 10 years, rather than sleeping for a century. Otherwise, how could the world have changed so completely upon waking? The assault he deemed fatal, and these two were actually thriving. Was his understanding too shallow? What kind of monsters were these two? 10 years ago, there had hardly been such terrifying newcomers in that sea. Valdo recalled the two equally terrifying monsters he had seen upon awakening. A bloody slaughtering swordsman and an ability user who always held his stomach, looking constipated. Although those two seemed larger than the monster on the ruins, they were just as young as the big bird flying ahead of him. With this thought, a terrifying notion surged in Valdo's heart. Could it be that the four of them were actually normal newcomers, and only I'm the failed one eliminated by the times? Longinus looked up with a gloomy expression, not pursuing further. Once Jean left the prison, a relatively narrow and cramped space, and entered the vast blue sky. That would be the other party's territory. At this moment, the sharp pain in his right hand was constantly stimulating his nerves. Longinus looked down to see a horrifying hollow in his palm, almost completely pierced through, a wound left by Jean's beak after accelerating. However, the blood energy from the 7-star sword gradually flowed into his body, and the granulation tissue in the hollow was continuously writhing. Although it was somewhat nauseating, the injury was visibly healing at a rapid pace. However, Longinus did not continue. Instead, he actively severed the connection between his body and the 7-star sword. If the injury wasn't severe enough, how could it highlight my contributions to the great prison? Moreover, my body's recovery ability can temporarily serve as a trump card. It's better not to reveal it for now. After planning everything, Longinus slumped to the ground, with his right leg bent and one hand weakly resting on it, sweat continuously oozing as his breathing grew heavier. Before long, an agitated figure rushed over, followed closely by two figures stained with the smell of blood. Hiss! What kind of battle could cause the hell of heat to be almost completely destroyed? Stepping through the air to level 4, Magellan could hardly believe that the ruins before him were what he remembered as the hell of heat. The rich scent of blood was intoxicating. Shiryu, with a slightly perverse expression, licked his lips and analyzed the residual aura in the air, concluding that at least 1,000 prisoners had died here. If I'm not mistaken, all the pirates on the 4th level and some of those released from the 5th level should have died here. I'm truly sorry to disappoint you. A weak voice came from the corner, revealing that a few pirates had escaped while I was fighting Jean. I wonder if the guards caught them? The 3 of them were taken aback. They hadn't even noticed Longinus' presence until now. Could it be that Longinus had weakened to such an extent? Alvis appeared beside Longinus like lightning, his mountain-like body shielding Longinus in the shadows. Major Longinus, are you all right? I'm fine, just regretting that I couldn't stop Jean and Waldo, allowing them to escape at the last moment. Longinus clenched his right fist tightly and said unwillingly. Magellan and the others felt somewhat awkward. If they hadn't let Waldo escape, Longinus wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Huh, brother Longinus, what happened to your hand? Magellan suddenly exclaimed as he noticed Longinus' clenched fist. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Longinus waved his hand dismissively, inadvertently allowing them to see his injury more clearly. Is this an injury caused by Jean after his transformation? Even you got hurt this badly. It seems I need to reassess that traitor's strength. Alvis said solemnly. Not entirely. This is actually the wound left by Jean after being accelerated by the Momo fruit's ability. His own strength isn't much different from mine. Although Longinus spoke lightly, the danger behind it was unimaginable. Jin's strength was already formidable, and the cost of allowing Waldo to accelerate a lethal strike was definitely terrifying. Coupled with the devastation of the hell of heat, they could almost envision a scene of life and death intertwining. Sigh, Brother Longinus. You single-handedly eliminated over 1,000 prisoners attempting to escape and held off Jean for such a long time. Yet the three of us couldn't even completely suppress the riot in the infinite hell, and we even let the Red Count and Waldo escape to cause you trouble. Compared to you, we're simply too incompetent, Magellan said self-reproachfully. Shiryu and Alvis twitched their lips slightly. I have no objection to your self-reproach. But could you not presume to include us both? However, thinking about Longinus's contributions as an outsider during this upheaval left them somewhat speechless. You're being too hard on yourself. We all know what kind of place infinite hell is. The difficulty in suppression is not comparable to that of the pirates in the hell of heat and the hell of extreme cold. Hearing Longinus' words, Alvis felt somewhat comforted, yet infinitely saddened. During his tenure, first, the Golden Line escaped, leading to the collapse of the myth of Impelled Down, and now, even better, the guards have defected, and the High Sea Pirate Red and the World Destroyer have successfully escaped. As for the minor characters that Longinus mentioned possibly escaping, he couldn't even be bothered to care, having caused such a huge mess. Even if the government valued his combat strength, they would never allow him to continue in this position. Fortunately, Alvis's character was very steadfast, and he quickly calmed himself and said, This time it was mainly my negligence. I didn't expect Jean to go this far. I will explain to the government. As for you three, you all did very well, and I will report your achievements one by one. Director Alvis, you Magellan hesitated to say, After today, the position of director should be yours to take over, so you don't need to worry too much. Generally speaking, I will at least stay in the position of deputy director for a few more years. During this time, I will assist you in managing this great prison. And Shiryu, the position of chief warden is reserved for you. I believe you will do better than Hannibal, etc. Wait, where's Hannibal? Alvis suddenly asked, waking up. He seemed to be suppressing the riots in the lower 3 levels, and I haven't seen him since Jean's betrayal. Longinus shook his head. He certainly wouldn't concern himself with such minor characters that posed no threat to him. Alvis nodded slightly. Being able to assist in suppressing the riots in the lower 3 levels, he could be considered to have done something useful this time. After saying that, Alvis turned serious and looked at Longinus, saying, And you, Major Longinus, this time it's really thanks to you. Otherwise, if the pirates from these 2 levels had escaped, the harm they would cause to the sea would be even more terrifying than that of a pirate like the Red Count. Although I won't be in the director position for long, I will definitely report your outstanding contributions to the great prison, to the Navy, and the government before I leave. Longinus also sighed, saying that honest people cannot survive. He felt somewhat embarrassed to continue taking advantage of someone like Alvis, who had been sold out by him, yet still counted the money for him. In this way, once I have a certain say in the Navy in the future, I'll find a way to compensate him. Perhaps by bringing him into the Navy to work for me. This is also for his own good. How can a dark prison compare to the harmonious headquarters? Longinus looked at Alvis with a kind gaze, until Alvis felt a layer of goosebumps rise on his skin. Then he meaningfully said, I really appreciate you, Director Alvis. Ha ha ha. Although Alvis was somewhat confused, he still laughed heartily, saying that being able to see you new stars rising before going down isn't a loss at all. At that moment, a guard stood at the edge of the opening to the hunger hell and loudly called out, Director Alvis, Deputy Director Magellan, please come up quickly. Chief Warden Hannibal has been seriously injured and needs urgent medical attention. Hannibal got seriously injured? As a good buddy who loved and killed each other, Magellan's expression changed drastically, and without thinking, he leaped several dozen meters up to level 3 of the hunger hell. Longinus and the others quickly followed in a moonwalk. In the central area of the hungry hell, Hannibal lay on the ground, covered in blood, his eyes glazed over, and his blood-soaked sword thrown aside. Damn it! With Hannibal's strength, suppressing the pirates in the top 3 tiers should have been an easy task. What on earth happened before? Magellan first ordered the medical team to hurry over for treatment, then turned to ask the nearby guard. It was the chief guard who was injured by that traitor Jean. The chief guard was originally detaining the rioting prisoners when suddenly, the ground cracked and collapsed, and a gigantic pterosaur flew up. The chief guard recognized that the pterosaur was actually the traitor Jean, so he fought desperately to stop him. The guard nearby said emotionally that the traitor didn't want to waste time and urged the chief guard to get out of the way. But the chief guard claimed he would never allow a vandal like Jean, who disrupted the peace of the sea, to escape from prison, even if it meant death. He would not take a step back. As a result, after a fierce battle, The chief guard was severely injured, and the traitor took advantage of the chaos to escape. Hannibal is a real man. Alvis and the others were deeply moved. They didn't expect this seemingly silly Hannibal to have such a tough and iron-blooded side. Of course, they directly filtered out the notion of a fierce battle. With Jin's overwhelming strength and the tense situation at the time, a quick defeat was the only outcome. At that moment, the guard suddenly exclaimed that Hannibal's lips were moving. Didn't want to drink water or say something? Hearing this, Magellan quickly leaned down, putting his ear close to Hannibal's mouth. You say it. I'm listening. Think carefully about being the warden. Magellan twitched the corner of his mouth. Indeed, this was his most genuine side. Just then, Longinus's observation, Haki, sensed a restless flame approaching, showing no intention of concealing its presence. Was this intense flame a Akainu? Longinus looked up and indeed saw large chunks of magma dripping from the beast hell, forming the rugged and tough face of Akainu. So he arrived a step too late, letting those scum escape? Sakazuki scanned the surroundings and shouted angrily. Sakazuki, are you alone? Alvis asked. Sorry, the Navy recently fought against the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. The headquarters is stretched thin, and I can only bring 10 warships for reinforcement, Sakazuki replied meticulously, his cold expression showing no signs of fluctuation. The New World is at war with Whitebeard, Longinus thought to himself, not expecting that such a significant event would occur during his time away from the headquarters. I should be the one to apologize. This time, I made Sakazuki come for nothing. Alvis's attitude was very polite, almost placing the other party on an equal footing with himself. After all, Magellan and the others had only been in for 3 years, and their potential had not yet fully translated into strength. However, the naval vice admiral in front of him had been famous as a monster 10 years ago, and his current strength was formidable beyond measure. Even he did not dare to say he could definitely suppress the other party. Strength earns respect. This is an unchanging truth. Come for nothing? Of course not, Sakazuki said with a serious expression. I never like to return empty-handed. Director Alvis, please prepare a list of the escaped pirates. I will go capture them right now. Since they could be thrown into prison once, they can certainly be thrown in a second time. If you want the list, I can tell you right now. The 3 confirmed escapees are Baron Red, Baroque Ladefield, the World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, and the traitorous former Chief Guard Jean. Alvis sighed. Sakazuki listened seriously. These 3 were undoubtedly very troublesome characters. Even the least famous Chief Guard Jean was extremely difficult to capture due to his powerful ability. The toothless pterosaur fruit, which could be called the ruler of the sky. But soon, a hint of doubt appeared on his indifferent face. Director Alvis, didn't the call for assistance mention that there might be a large number of prisoners escaping? Although these 3 are big troubles, the number is still vastly different from what you mentioned. This is all thanks to your Navy's Longinus. He is a great contributor to our impel down, Alvis praised highly. Seeing Sakazuki's gaze turn to him, Longinus also saluted and said, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Longinus, I know you. Sakazuki nodded slightly. Although I haven't been at the headquarters for a long time, I have heard of your reputation. You were the one who stopped those rioting pirates? Longinus shook his head and sighed. At that time, the situation was urgent. I had no way to suppress those prisoners one by one. I could only choose to kill them all. Hearing Longinus's words, the sharp lines on Sakazuki's face softened a bit. In that situation, any hesitation could lead to failure in suppression. Letting those pirates escape will be the greatest blasphemy against justice. You did well in decisively eliminating those pirates. Moreover, to be able to single-handedly kill over 1,000 pirates, it seems the Admiral was right. Perhaps it won't be long before another name can be added to the list of Rear Admirals. As they spoke, they began to walk out. Rear Admiral Sakazuki, can you tell me the details of the war? I haven't heard any such rumors before leaving the headquarters, Longinus asked. Vice Admiral Garp was originally leading the fleet to capture the Golden Lion, but unfortunately, he was a step too late, allowing the Golden Lion to escape. As for the reasons behind the subsequent outbreak of war, I won't elaborate. The Navy doesn't need any reason to capture pirates, even if the opponent is Whitebeard. It's the same. Just know that the current situation is tense, and both sides are deeply embroiled in the battle. Other monsters in the New World are also stirring. Some have their eyes on Whitebeard, wanting to step on him to establish a new dominant position, while others are eyeing our Navy, looking to build their own prestige by attacking us. It seems there are many who don't know the consequences of their actions. Longinus sighed. The fools in the New World aren't much fewer than those in Paradise. However, among those people, there are still a few noteworthy figures, such as Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and Beast Kaido. Longinus's expression was serious. ever since only Whitebeard remained among the 3 legendary pirates. These 2 newly risen sea overlords have become the strongest challengers to the New World's hegemony. If all goes well, I should soon be reassigned to the New World to participate in the battle. If you want to witness what true war is, I can apply to Admiral Sengoku to have you reassigned to the New World as well. Sakazuki continued. Although the training camp will only let you experience war in the 2nd year, with your strength, there's no need to worry too much. Think it over well, and come find me when you're ready. No need to think. I'm willing to go to the New World. Longinus replied emphatically. Sakazuki said expressionlessly. You need to think this through. On the battlefield, no one will care about your identity as a Navy rookie, and I want to have the time to take care of you too much. That kind of war is a true slaughterhouse, where anyone can die, including you and me. If you're afraid of death, I wouldn't be here as a Navy officer. Besides, dying on the battlefield is the best fate for a soldier. Isn't it? Longinus looked determined, staring directly at him. With that kind of belief and awareness, the battlefield in the New World might be the place better suited for you, Sakazuki nodded. Beside them, Yalvis laughed after hearing this. That level of battlefield is indeed dangerous, but for you, Major Longinus and Vice Admiral Sakazuki, as long as you don't run into a monster like Whitebeard, it won't be a big problem. Sakazuki remained silent, only looking at Longinus and asking, have you started training in hockey yet? Not yet. With your physique and conviction, you've already reached the standard to awaken hockey. Teacher Zephyr must be planning to have you continuously hone yourself, so that after comprehending hockey, you can directly reach a higher level, Sakazuki said solemnly. However, being able to hold off Vardo and Jean for a considerable amount of time while killing thousands of pirates means you don't need to suppress yourself any longer. After returning, let Teacher Zephyr teach you how to train in hockey. That way, you'll have more assurance on the battlefield. Yes, in fact, without Sakazuki's reminder, he would have done the same. Teacher Zephyr originally planned for the 3 of them to start training hockey in the 2nd year. So moving the timeline slightly forward isn't a big issue. Soon, after a heartfelt farewell with Magellan, Longinus boarded the returning warship. It seems that the name Longinus will soon stir up waves in the New World. After watching the warship leave, Yalvis sighed. Yes, only the vast seas of the New World truly belong to the Longinus brothers. Magellan sighed in agreement. New World. Shiryu's eyes flickered with a fiery intensity, but it quickly faded, and he returned to the prison in silence. This was an undeveloped, deserted island, filled with the sounds of birds and insects, with wild animals and fish swimming about, exuding an atmosphere of nature, or rather, freedom. In a short time, the Navy and the prison personnel shouldn't pursue them here. Jin's expression was indifferent, showing no signs of joy despite successfully escaping. On the other side, Vardo could no longer contain his ecstatic laughter. Ha ha ha. 10 years. A full 10 years, and I'm finally back to this sea. Government, Navy, great prison, just wait for my revenge. Jean stood aside, coldly observing, secretly thinking, is this the nature of a great pirate? Just this much? He scoffed at Vardo's talk of revenge. As the former chief warden of the great prison, he knew very well that the government and the Navy were far stronger than the tip of the iceberg they showed. Even the weakest great prison was not something Vardo could easily take revenge on. Unaware of Jin's disdain, Vardo, having vented his frustrations, extended an invitation to Jean. Although we've had some unpleasant experiences before, let us forget about them. With your physique and my speed, there is no one in this world who can be our opponent. If we join forces, we can quickly dominate this sea. Be my right arm, Jean. Are you joking? Vardo? Jean replied coldly. Not to mention 10 years, even 5 years from now. Can you still be above me? Vardo was stunned. He indeed lacked that confidence. He had already seen Jin's strength clearly in the battle just now. Although he had been suppressed by another monster the entire time, that didn't mean Jean was weak. It was just that the opponent was more monstrous. That was a super monster who could withstand their combined attack without flinching. In fact, Vardo thought that being able to fight against such an opponent for so long without losing only proved Jin's strength. Seeing Vardo suddenly fall silent, Jean, feeling disdainful, continued, I plan to join a man, a true powerhouse who remained unfazed even after I tortured him with all my interrogation methods. Vardo simply could not understand Jin's thought process and exclaimed in shock, are you crazy? To join someone you've tortured before? Aren't you afraid he'll kill you? That man's aura is beyond your imagination. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, an imposing elder with a cone-shaped hairstyle slammed the table and said, in just 1 month, Impel Down has been breached twice, and the myth of the great prison has completely shattered. The government and Navy's prestige has plummeted to an all-time low. Therefore, we urgently need a grand war to divert attention. And we need a perfect victory to restore our prestige. Sengoku, you understand what I mean, right? The speaker was none other than the returning Navy Marshal, Steelbone Sora. I have already begun preparations. The war in the New World is the key to breaking the deadlock. Sengoku calmly analyzed to show the world our achievements. We must completely annihilate 2 to 3 large pirate crews. Otherwise, everything we've done before will be meaningless. Is this why you had the CP organization lurking in the New World to push other large pirate crews to join the fray? Exactly. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or the Big Mom pirates, the cost of completely annihilating them is something we cannot bear. Since that's the case, it's better to settle for less and eliminate a few pirate crews that are just below them in this war. For the public, such achievements would be enough to restore the Navy's lost prestige. Sora's expression was serious as he continued. But you must know that those pirates are not under our control. They are a double-edged sword, and if not handled properly, it will be the Navy that suffers first. The New World is vast, but it cannot accommodate too many sea overlords. Sengoku set the tone for the subsequent explanation before continuing. The power and territory that became available due to the dissolution of the Roger Pirates and the demise of the Flying Sky Pirates have triggered a new round of competition for maritime hegemony in the New World. Among those pirates, Big Mom and Kaido are the strongest challengers. However, other pirates will definitely not sit idly by while they divide the benefits of the New World. Furthermore, the New World lacks the soil for the Navy to thrive. In the eyes of those pirates coveting hegemony, the Navy is not a real enemy, but rather an opportunity for them to seize power. Therefore, after those pirates enter the fray, their real targets are not us, but the biggest threats to them, Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard. This is also an opportunity for our Navy, a chance to weaken the 3 major pirates while harvesting those defeated pirates, thus delivering a perfect answer. Hiss. Kong widened his eyes. After using those pirates, you just turn around and swallow them whole. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Sengoku. No wonder Carp said you were cunning and crafty, so mature and steady. Realizing he had slipped up, Kong quickly remedied. Haha. Sengoku, you are really reliable, truly the wise general of our Navy. Sengoku, ha. That old bastard Carp actually dared to scheme against me behind my back, crafty and cunning. Huh? Next time, I'll show you what cunning looks like. Just thinking about Carp likely saying similar things more than once, Sengoku's gaze became increasingly dangerous. Seeing Sengoku's dark expression, Kong could only mourn silently in his heart. Carp, I'm sorry this time. I will definitely remember to burn incense for you next year. There's no helping it. Even though he is the fleet admiral, he is also afraid of Sengoku pulling some tricks on him. This kind of big shot is truly not to be trifled with. Ahem, since you plan to eliminate those pirates, which forces from the headquarters do you intend to dispatch? Kong quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, Sengoku, in work mode, quickly set aside distractions and calmly analyzed. If I and Zifa go over, it might lead those pirates to misjudge the Navy's determination to establish a foothold in the New World. Stirring up their rebellious psychology would be counterproductive. Therefore, my idea is to send Akainu and Kizaru for reinforcement, along with Kazan and Dragon already there. With this lineup, even if we really have a full-scale war with the Whitebeard pirates, we are very likely to annihilate them all. Kong nodded thoughtfully. Although Carp is often careless about small matters, he is always very reliable on major issues, with him leading Dragon and the others. This war should not be a big problem. However, I find Akainu's request a bit puzzling. Kong stroked his M-shaped beard and asked curiously, this new recruit named Longinus. I've heard quite a few rumors about him while I was recuperating, but after all, he is just a rookie who has only been in the training camp for a year. This level of war should still be too early for him. Could it be that Akainu is intentionally? Kong said, shaking his head. No, that doesn't make sense. With Akainu's character, if he truly disliked him, he would only execute him directly. Fleet Admiral Kong, did you only look at the report from Impel Down and call me over? Sengoku said helplessly. Kong's hand stroking his beard suddenly halted. Then he casually replied, with such a significant event occurring, I obviously couldn't focus on continuing to read. In the riot at Impel Down, Longinus single-handedly suppressed all the pirates attempting to escape from the burning hell and the freezing hell, even defeating one of the 3 new stars in Impel Down, Jin. If it weren't for Bondi Waldo's last-minute interference, the mastermind behind the Impel Down riot wouldn't have even been able to escape. Sengoku recounted what he had learned. Is this something a rookie who just entered the training camp for a year can achieve? Kong exclaimed in shock. nearly pulling out his own beard in disbelief. I remember that the pirates imprisoned in those 2 levels of hell have bounties, starting at 50 million berries, right? Also, I have some impression of that newcomer named Jin and Impel Down. It seems that after Akainu and the other 3 shook the world with their monstrous reputation, the government specifically cultivated him as a supernova for Impel Down. Kong exclaimed, with equally terrifying talent as Akainu and the others, having trained for a longer time than Longinus. Yet in the end, he was completely defeated by the other party. It seems that our headquarters has indeed produced an extraordinary newcomer this time. Longinus's current strength has already surpassed the ordinary meaning of a vice admiral in the headquarters. I originally thought he would only reach this level in his 3rd year. He has really surprised me this time. Sengoku nodded in approval. So, does that mean you are inclined to agree to Akainu's request? With Longinus's current strength, only a war of this level can provide him with sufficient tempering. You did very well this time. Not only did Impel Down highly praise you, but even the government rarely offered commendations. Zephas said, looking at his calm and steady disciple with satisfaction. This is nothing. Longinus had a faint smile on his face, as if such matters didn't stir much emotion in him. Sometimes I don't know whether to say you are overly humble or overly proud. You completely disregard achievements that are worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Zephas said, half resigned and half relieved, then suddenly became serious. Have you really made up your mind to go to the New World? Although your strength is indeed not weak now, anything can happen in that kind of meat grinder. I wouldn't be surprised if one day someone told me that Carp died in battle. Although I'm not clear on Admiral Sengoku's deployment, I have a feeling that the struggle for supremacy in the New World might soon come to an end. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll get another chance to participate in a war of this level. Longinus's expression was firm. In the pirate world, the fastest way to increase strength is always through battle. The method of finding a new world is not applicable in this world. The future trajectories of Crocodile and Moria are the best proof of those who have just survived to become strong. Your intuition is. Zephyr shook his head and sighed, then said seriously, since you have made up your mind, then follow me. Seeing Zephyr turn towards the training ground, Longinus quickly followed. According to the information I received, you will set off tomorrow. This means that I can only give you guidance for today. Zephyr said seriously, then suddenly smiled. With your talent and understanding of hockey, one day is probably enough. The rest will depend on your own insights on the battlefield. Hockey, as it is called, is the power hidden within the human body. To draw out and activate that power, one can only rely on their own beliefs. Once mastered, most people can gain the power of hockey. However, correspondingly, the effects of hockey at that level are minimal, perhaps not much stronger than the most ordinary firearms. Among the 3 types of hockey, Kinbunchaku hockey corresponds to the soul. Merging the soul with nature initially enhances one's 5 senses. Those proficient in Kinbunchaku can gain a 6th sense beyond the 5 senses, typically used to describe intuition, premonition, and insight. Those who develop Kinbunchaku to the extreme can acquire a 7th sense that transcends the 6th sense, which is the ability to foresee the future. Busashoka hockey corresponds to the physical body. There's a saying that Busashoka hockey is consumable, while the physical body represents the upper limit of hockey it can contain. The stronger the physical body, the more hockey it can hold, and the higher the quality of hockey drawn from the body. Conqueror's hockey corresponds to the spirit. I can't tell you too much about this point, since I myself do not possess Conqueror's hockey. Is it correct to say that the 3 types of hockey correspond to the essence, energy, and spirit of the human body? Essence, energy, and spirit? That's quite a novel concept. Zephyr smiled and said that the application of armament hockey mainly involves wrapping and hardening, and its core concept is 2 words, softness and hardness. I have mentioned before that hockey exists deep within everyone's body, and to draw it out relies on one's own belief. The application of armament hockey is also a manifestation of one's own belief, by endowing armament hockey with either soft or hard attributes through strong conviction. One can imagine armament hockey as soft threads wrapping around a weapon, or as hard armor adhering to the body. The stronger the belief, the easier it is to achieve. Before teaching you the specific cultivation methods, let me leave you with one last saying. Unwavering belief is strength. Never doubt yourself. Once you begin to negate yourself, it means failure, it means demise. Once you instill your own beliefs, even if it is the wrong path in the eyes of others, you must steadfastly carry it through. The port of Mariejoa is bustling. As the Navy headquarters fleet, Longinus and others naturally do not need to enter and exit from Fishman Island below the red line to reach the New World. The entire process is calm and uneventful. causing Longinus, who thought there would be celestial dragons creating some small interruptions, to slightly glance aside. Is it the restraint of the elders guiding this? Or are those celestial dragons completely uninterested in such commotion? First time in the New World, hearing a steady and powerful voice behind him, Longinus turned to look, and indeed, it was Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Then pay close attention to this sea area. This is a paradise for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. An evil soil that breeds countless pirates. Vice Admiral Sakazuki brings hope. Can the headquarters shift its focus on combating pirates to the New World? Longinus remembers that this man directly moved the headquarters to the New World after taking office as Admiral to demonstrate his determination to combat piracy. Although the four seas and paradise are the sources of pirate births, the New World is the true evil banner leading those pirates. Without cleansing the New World, true justice can never be achieved. Sakazuki said decisively and powerfully. Oh dear, after so many years, your tone is still as frightening as ever, Sakazuki. A rather lewd voice interjected. That's because you haven't been to the New World for 2 years, Borisolino. Sakazuki didn't even need to turn around to know who was behind him. I've been here in the rear supplying excellent talents for the headquarters. I'm right, aren't I, Major Longinus? Borisolino said with a comically tilted mouth. Vice Admiral Borisolino, long time no see. Fortunately, Longinus is strong-willed. Otherwise, if someone else were standing here, it wouldn't be easy to maintain a calm demeanor in front of the lewd expression of Kizaru. In just 1 short year, you've grown so much. Truly frightening like a monster, Major Longinus. All right, Borisolino, let us stop the boring small talk here. Sakazuki interrupted roughly. What exactly do you want to say? After so many years as classmates, still so cold, it's really disheartening. Borisolino said, hands in pockets, as he leisurely sat on a nearby chair. Finally speaking before Sakazuki's patience ran out. Have the operational targets been determined this time? There's nothing to choose from. Whoever incurs the greatest loss will be the target. Sakazuki naturally wouldn't speak of any kindness or morality to pirates. Or rather, as long as justice can be executed. He has never cared about the means used. What if the one who incurs the greatest loss is Whitebeard? It's just as bad luck. The journey ends here. Oh dear, that is quite a terrifying resolve. Borisolino said with a face full of concern and fear. After all, he is the king of the sea, and angering him could lead to unimaginable consequences. Sakazuki directly ignored Borisolino's performance and explained to Longinus beside him. Ever since Roger surrendered and the gold line was captured, the Whitebeard pirates have become the strongest force in the New World. Under him, there are 7 other great pirates vying for supremacy. They are Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, the Ghost Shadow Sister, the Three-Headed Wolf Aldrich, Queen Tiffany, Admiral Rifa, and Preacher Claude. Of course, although they are said to be on the same level, Big Mom and Kaido are much stronger than the other 5, often requiring the combined forces of the other 5 pirate crews to contend with them. Therefore, although those 5 pirate crews covet maritime supremacy, they actually lack the confidence to compete with Whitebeard and Kaido. Our Navy's significance is to give them confidence, making those pirates believe that Whitebeard and Kaido have already reached the edge of the cliff, needing just a final push to shatter them. So, this time we aim to create the illusion of the Navy's determination to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates, making other pirates feel there is an opportunity to take advantage, thereby joining the war. When they're all caught up in a fierce battle and difficult to stop, we will withdraw and finally harvest the defeated outcasts. Longinus is now recognized as a core member of the headquarters, so these secrets were not hidden from him. Whether it's an illusion is hard to say. If conditions permit, getting rid of those few tumors would be the greatest gain. Sakazuki still has not given up on the idea of taking them all out. But those pirates aren't fools. Controlling this degree shouldn't be easy, right? Longinus asked. You don't need to worry about this. Admiral Sengoku will handle everything. New World. Moby Dick. Kulalala. That bastard Carp's fist is still as hard as before, but my Naginata isn't that easy to deal with either. Whitebeard laughed heartily, and then grabbed a wine jar and drank all the fine wine inside. At this moment, Whitebeard still has a splendid golden mane, and without injuries or ailments troubling him, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his life. Old man, it seems the Navy's attitude this time is very resolute. Not only Carp, but also those monstrous vice admirals from headquarters are joining the battle. We must take precautions early. A tall and burly man beside him said seriously. A bunch of snot-nosed brats want to provoke the king of the sea? Jaws, you think too highly of them. Jaws wanted to say something else when a pirate who looked no different from a small fry struggled to pat his waist and then said to Whitebeard, "Old man, I have some intelligence that you will definitely be interested in. Marco, when did you learn to keep people in suspense?" Recently, Impelled Down, which had just lost its myth after the Gold Lion's escape, was once again breached from the inside. And surprisingly, the one who facilitated this incident was the chief jailer of Impelled Down. After Marco shared this incident as a topic, the pirates on the ship indeed burst into laughter. "I didn't hear wrong, did I? Impelled Down was broken into twice in such a short time, and this time it was done by their own people? Ha ha, this is really a great relief. After this, I want to see what face the Navy and the government have left to claim Impelled Down is a nightmare for pirates." Even Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh, really wanting to see what expression that bastard Sengoku would have after knowing this. Kula la la la. Moreover, among those who escaped, there are two that could be considered familiar to you, old man. Marco said with a pair of dead fish eyes. They're the Red Count, Redfield, and the World Destroyer, Waldo. Those two guys? That guy, the Red of Solitude, was lucky. He escaped shortly after being captured. But Vardo, I remember he has been locked up for 10 years, right? Yeah, but this time he embarrassed himself a bit. He almost got caught again by a Navy major. Navy? Major? Whitebeard almost laughed to tears. That guy Vardo is indeed getting worse with age. Speaking of which, that Navy major has some fame. It is said that the Navy headquarters is grooming him to be the next Navy hero. Grooming? It seems the Navy headquarters doesn't understand that the experiences of that guy Carp cannot be replicated. It wasn't the title of hero that made him. It was precisely he who made the title of hero. Marco nodded and said, "Just like we are all trying to imitate Dad. But there will always be only one Whitebeard in this world." Bang, bang, ha ha ha. Not bad. It seems you really haven't slacked off in your training with Iron Fist. Now I can rest easy. Carp retracted his fist, the size of a sandbag, and patted the shoulder of Longinus, who was covered in bumps, cheerfully saying, "Thank you for the guidance, Vice Admiral Carp," Longinus said lightly, seemingly unconcerned about his new Buddha-like appearance. Longinus knew very well that after unexpectedly giving Carp a black eye last time, the day of reckoning would eventually come. Moreover, Carp was not lying. The profound affection contained in that Iron Fist indeed elevated his application of beliefs to a new level. It must be said that Carp is a typical example of tough love. However, as long as one can endure, the rewards can absolutely lead to rapid growth. Major Longinus really had a hard time. Carp's teachings were something that few could withstand. Borisolino said, casting a sympathetic glance at Dorag. It was hard to imagine how Dorag managed to endure after just one day of training that made Longinus look so miserable. No wonder he rarely came to the training camp. Who could face such a big bump on their head without feeling embarrassed? Kuzan and Sakazuki also cast solemn looks, thinking that with Dorag's strength, he must have endured far too much love that someone his age should not have to bear. Dorag's mouth twitched, nearly unable to maintain his cold, handsome demeanor. If he said he had not suffered such a miserable fate as Longinus back in the day, would these three idiots believe him? Oh no, Carp. Just then, a naval colonel rushed in, and upon seeing Longinus for the first time, he almost stopped breathing, thinking he was looking at transformed Sengoku. Cough, what's going on? Carp asked seriously. Oh, the colonel finally came to his senses, and all his envy towards Longinus turned into sympathy and relief. The Whitebeard pirates are attacking. Ha ha. That guy Whitebeard really isn't the type to take a beating without fighting back. We just attacked him yesterday, and he's coming back so quickly today. Carp laughed heartily and commanded, "Let's go out and take a look together." Sakazuki and the others followed behind Carp with serious expressions. Anyone who had witnessed Whitebeard's world-destroying attacks would find it hard to be as carefree as Carp. The Whitebeard pirates made Longinus a bit excited. Whether now or 20 years later, they were undoubtedly peak existences and the figures he hoped to challenge and surpass. Major Longinus. The colonel subtly glanced at the big bump on Longinus's head, his meaning very clear. Maybe you should skip going out in this morale-dampening outfit? Just a moment, Longinus said, activating his ability to restore life, eliminating the bump on his head one by one. At the same time, he felt relieved that Carp's iron fist of love only prolonged his pain. The colonel beside him also twitched his mouth. Why are you so skilled at this? How many times have you been hit by Carp? G5 branch, Baceport. The Moby Dick, adorned with whale decorations, quietly docked in the sea, surrounded by various ships of different sizes, which belonged to the followers of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, holding a naginata, stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, his captain's coat billowing in the sea wind. Hey, Carp, I received the gift you sent me yesterday. Today it's my turn to give you a big gift. Whitebeard exclaimed. The best gift is yourself, right? Kuahaha. If you want my life, you have to see if you can handle it, Carp. Tremor tsunami. Whitebeard's torso stood straight, and his right hand slammed down on the air, as if the space itself shattered. The atmosphere suddenly showed countless visible cracks, and this force quickly spread across the sea, creating hundreds of meters high, towering waves, seemingly about to drown the G5 branch. Gulp. The naval officers following Sakazuki, who hadn't participated in yesterday's battle, watched this terrifying scene, which looked like the end of the world, and they struggled to swallow their saliva, muttering, "Is that guy Whitebeard really human?" Ice Age. Kazan leaped into the air. A cold tide surged, and it was so chilling that it completely froze the disaster-level giant waves. Crack! Crack! The ice continued to spread until it completely encased the visible sea area, imprisoning even the massive fleet of the Whitebeard pirates in ice. We survived. Long live Vice Admiral Kazan. So shocking. Vice Admiral Kazan truly deserves his reputation as a monster. Now he could already freeze the sea. One must say, indeed, Kazan is impressive. Longinus was also somewhat moved. This level of power was much stronger than his current state. Not bad, kid who plays with ice. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but praise upon seeing this scene. Alalala, you old man are really reckless. Whitebeard, since you dared to initiate war, you must be prepared to die here. Great eruption. Sakazuki roared as he leaped into the air, launching a meteor shower of lava boulders crashing down. This fire seems a bit too flashy. Are you trying to light candles for a birthday cake, Magma Kid? Whitebeard's expression tightened. This attack was nothing to him. But to the other pirates, it was like a catastrophic disaster. Tremor shatter. The Naginata swung violently, and a terrifying shockwave erupted from the blade, obliterating the lava at its source. By the time it landed on the ice, it was no different from ordinary falling rocks. Oh wow, that's terrifying, like a monster. Borisolino raised his right hand, gently pointing with his index finger, his mouth crooked as he said, "Fighting against such a monster is truly horrifying. However, since those two guys have already made their moves, it would be inappropriate for me not to act. Why don't you all just pretend you didn't see anything? Hey, are you completely ignoring us? The battle between kings doesn't allow you to interfere, you bastards." A birdman with a pineapple head, engulfed in blue flames, leaped into the air, directly kicking away the light wave aimed at Whitebeard. Oh wow, the Whitebeard pirates are indeed all monsters. How much more of a gap is there from the strongest in the world? Dragon's Claw. Dorag's right hand formed into a dragon claw shape and charged at Whitebeard. Marco was right. You Navy guys are truly too arrogant. Before I defeat you, I want to let you cross the path to becoming a king. Jozu transformed half of his body into diamond, blocking Dorag's powerful strike. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, let me, your old friend, greet you. Bone Fist Meteor Super Heavy Iron Ball. Carp unexpectedly found a cannonball the size of a ship, lifted it, and then hurled it out. Kuaha. Boring probing ends here, Carp. Whitebeard swung his Naginata, unleashing a shockwave that directly crushed the cannonball into powder, disappearing in the blowing cold wind. On the battlefield, Whitebeard faced off against Carp, and in the fierce turbulence, they occasionally erupted in clashes, causing the surrounding ice to shatter and shoot out. With the acceleration of the powerful kinetic energy, it had a power several times more terrifying than that of sniper bullets, clearing a large area around the two, making it so that no one dared to approach. On the other side, Borisolino faced Marco, their two lewd souls continuously colliding, exchanging witty banter, making it seem like they were performing a comedic dialogue. The intense clash between Dorag and Jozu was equally eye-catching. On one side is a diamond that can withstand even the strikes of top swordsmen, and on the other is the Dragon Claw Fist, which embodies a terrifying will-to-shatter power. The battle between the two showcases the strength of physical combat in its entirety. As for the fights between Sachi and Sakazuki, as well as between Vista and Kazan, they are even more intense, seemingly on the verge of determining a winner. Although the top captains of the Whitebeard pirates are not too far apart in strength. All belonging to the first tier, Marco and Jozu are relatively stronger. Marco and Jozu are slightly weaker compared to Kazan and Sakazuki. They belong to a level where they are capable of clashing with admirals in the future, but cannot compete with them for an extended period. In Longinus's view, if we quantify their strengths, assuming Sakazuki and Kazan have a battle power of 10, then Marco and Jozu would be around 9. As for Vista and Sachi, their battle power is somewhat lower, probably around 8. By the way, Longinus assesses his own strength to be between 5 and 8. With this calculation, Sachi and Vista are certainly a tier below Sakazuki and Kuzan. When Sakazuki's fleet had not yet arrived yesterday, Kazan and Dorag could barely maintain their undefeated status against 2 captains each. Now, with an abundance of power, the scales of victory are gradually tipping towards the Navy. So, is the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates already in a precarious position? Longinus strolls through the battlefield, walking leisurely. With his current strength and the situation on the battlefield, the Whitebeard Pirates cannot find any other forces that can match him. Of course, it's not entirely impossible. If a certain old schemer is willing to reveal his strength, Longinus casts a dangerous glance toward a somewhat clumsy, big black-faced figure on the battlefield. Longinus casually defeated the pirate, blocking his path, and intentionally or unintentionally walked in a certain direction. "Teach, brothers, watch your back." The pirate named Teach heard the warning, panically rolled on the ice, clumsily got up, and drew his pistol to shoot repeatedly. Then, half in fear and half in gratitude, he shouted, "Thank you, Brother Evans." "Huh, this is a battle with the Navy headquarters. You, a rookie like you, should be careful and get out of the way. There's another Navy behind you." "I have the Navy behind me." Teach sneered inwardly, thinking that they really underestimated his observation hockey. However, to maintain his persona, he rolled to the left with a terrified expression. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped Teach's mind, as if he was being targeted by the Grim Reaper, causing all his body hair to stand on end, and a thought flashed through his mind. If he continued to evade at this speed, he would die. He would definitely die. Under the threat of death, he couldn't think too much and suddenly accelerated, rolling to the left at dozens of times his previous speed. "You actually dodged my spear. I didn't expect there to be such a strong person in the Whitebeard Pirates." A surprised voice came from behind him, causing Teach's relieved expression to freeze. He turned around to see a Navy officer wearing a justice coat standing behind him, looking quite interested. Teach's first thought was that this guy was too young. Although he had always hidden his strength and kept a low profile, he was fundamentally an extremely proud person. Even Marco, Jaws, and the others had never been in his eyes. He was only 18 years old. Given a few more years, he would surpass those guys one by one. His only goal had always been to stand at the peak alongside Whitebeard. However, the Navy officer before him was not only younger, but also seemingly stronger than him. At least in terms of observation hockey, he was far behind, to the point where even his basic perception was nearly blocked. Where did the Navy find such a monster? And why did it have to target me? Teach slumped on the ice, his eyes vacant, appearing to be stunned, but his mind was racing. If he didn't expose his own strength, he might be killed. But he was also unwilling to reveal it like this. It seemed it was time to test the connections he had built over the past few days. Longinus naturally had no idea that the seemingly 38-year-old, but actually 18-year-old Blackbeard had flashed through so many thoughts in an instant. He just pretended to be excited and said, "To show my respect for a strong opponent, I will use all my strength to kill you." "All your strength? Are you kidding me? How can I hide my power like this?" Teach was genuinely panicking this time. "Wait, just take this. Finger gun, spot." Before Teach could finish his words, Longinus's fingers shot out like a machine gun in rapid succession. "Help! Help! Someone come save me." Teach screamed hoarsely, his voice filled with despair, as his hefty body slipped on the ice, inadvertently avoiding a fatal blow by falling. Although Teach managed to narrowly escape critical hits each time, under Longinus's fierce attacks, his body still suffered numerous bloody holes, with blood flowing out and staining the ice. The screams, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, were heart-wrenching and brought tears to the listener's eyes. This guy really has good acting skills, even willing to endure serious injuries to avoid revealing his strength. If I didn't know his background, I might have been deceived by his superb performance. Longinus sighed inwardly, but showed no mercy in his attacks. It must be said that Teach's generous and carefree personality made him quite popular in the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing his dangerous situation, someone quickly stepped up to stand in front of Longinus. "Navy, don't be so arrogant. Let me, Lackey, be your opponent." A pirate resembling Captain Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean stood in front of Longinus, swinging his morning star and shouting loudly, "Captain Lackey, be careful. That Navy's strength is extraordinary." Teach weakly reminded from the side, "Don't worry, Teach. After all, I'm the captain of the 7th Division designated by Dad. I won't bring shame to our Whitebeard Pirates." Lackey said confidently, "Captain Lackey is really reliable," Teach said with excitement. But dark thoughts crossed his mind. "You better be a bit more careless. If you get killed by this Navy, it might provoke Whitebeard's rage, and he might just eliminate this troublesome Navy." Longinus then revealed a hint of anger at the right moment, asking why he needed to hide his own strength. Are you looking down on me? Damn Navy, there should be a limit to bullying people. Lakio shouted in anger. If the Teach brothers had hidden their strength, how could they have been hurt so badly by you? Next, I will definitely avenge the Teach brothers. Captain of the 7th Division. Huh, what a pity. If you were one of the top 5 captains, I might have had a little interest. You bastard. Are you looking down on me? Lakio angrily wrapped his hockey around his meteor hammer and then threw it fiercely. I am the captain of the 7th Division of the strongest pirate crew in the world, the Whitebeard Pirates. As Longinus hardened his right hand with armament hockey, he manipulated his blood to accelerate its flow and added a layer of iron, effortlessly grasping the meteor hammer that emitted the sound of wind and thunder. So what? Rikuyo, momentarily stunned by this shocking scene, instinctively replied, Huh? What? I was asking what your position as the captain of the 7th Division represents. Longinus suddenly yanked, pulling the unprepared Rikuyo over, and in his daze, Rikuyo forgot to let go. It wasn't until Longinus's right leg loomed larger in his vision and kicked him across most of the battlefield that the overwhelming pain jolted him awake. I lost. I was defeated by that Marine with just one blow. This Marine is even stronger than I imagined. Tiki was shocked. He guessed Rikuyo wouldn't be a match, but he never expected such a clean defeat. The Marines and pirates on the battlefield were also startled by this decisive blow. Rikuyo, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate 7th Division, was a significant figure, second only to Whitebeard in the top 5 captains, yet he was defeated so miserably. Major Longinus is indeed incredible. He's a monster from headquarters. Not someone any pirate captain can compare to. Are you kidding? Captain Rikuyo, get up. You have to stand up. This can't be real, can it? That young Marine Longinus? Hearing the frenzied cheers from the surrounding Marines, Marco froze. Is he the Marine major who nearly defeated Vardau? Oh my, Captain Marco, you've made a mistake. Borisolino's fingers fired lasers, instantly piercing Marco's body. It hurts. Am I going to die? Flames rapidly ignited on Marco's body, and his terrifying wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Who are you fooling? Borisolino smirked. In the center of the battlefield, Whitebeard asked without turning his head, Rikuyo, are you okay? I'm fine, Dad, don't get distracted. Rikuyo shouted, enduring the intense pain in his body. Even your son knows not to lose focus in battle. Whitebeard. Carp raised his fist and delivered a brutally simple punch. Then let's see what you've got, Carp. Whitebeard swung his naginata down diagonally, making Carp look insignificant next to his giant frame. The moment the iron fist and naginata clashed, a terrifying force exploded, completely shattering the ice beneath them, sending shockwaves into the sea, creating towering waves hundreds of meters high, with fish and shrimp falling like raindrops, and several unfortunate sea kings being smashed into pulp. A teenager could defeat my division captain. You Marines are not bad at all. Carp. That kid is pretty good. He's my disciple. And defeating a division captain is perfectly normal. Carp boasted proudly. Since he's your disciple, then I won't hold back. Whitebeard laughed. Rikuyo, team up with Blamank and the others, and give that kid a good lesson. Yes, Dad. Carp's smile stiffened. Am I that hated? Did I just drag Longinus into this? Cough. I'm doing this to give him more training. If Zifa finds out later, he might even thank me for my efforts. Carp thought to himself, quickly putting the matter aside. The previous battle was far from over. Whitebeard. Soon, 3 pirates of varying sizes stood before Longinus. Marine, your strength is indeed impressive, but that doesn't give you a reason to underestimate the Whitebeard pirates. Rikuyo calmed the boiling blood within him. Captain of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Blamank. This pirate, wielding a large hammer, resembled Whitebeard too. Captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Namur. The one speaking was a fishman, a shark fisherman, who was glaring at Longinus with dark eyes. So it's time to take you down? Longinus said softly, showing little concern. If Sachi and Vista's combat power is 8, then the 3 in front of him are at most 6. You talk about taking us down. Your arrogance is truly infuriating. Namur stomped on the ice and vanished into the sea. Go. Create an opportunity for Namur. The massive hammer in Blamank's hands was lighter than a toy, whirling through the air at high speed, compressing the air and producing a deep sound explosion, seemingly aiming to hammer Longinus directly into the sea. Rikuyo's meteor hammer was hidden behind the large hammer, lying in wait like a venomous snake. Longinus followed the trajectory of the airwaves and stepped into the void, landing steadily on Blamank's giant hammer. With a swift kick, he sent the meteor hammer hidden behind the giant hammer back along its original path. Bramank was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted holding the hammer in one hand while pulling out another giant hammer from his pocket beneath his chin, grinning maliciously as he swung it at Longinus. A power user, huh? As a spatial warehouse, it's not bad, but it's hard to be effective in battle. Longinus raised his right hand and directly stopped the descending giant hammer. Opportunity. The figure of Namur, lurking in the water, instantly broke through the ice and struck a pose in the style of Fishman karate, attacking Longinus. Iron block. Empty wood. Longinus seemed to completely ignore the existence of Namur, his right hand forcefully inhaling and exhaling as he directly destroyed the massive hammer he held. At that moment, Namur's attack finally landed on Longinus. However, the joy in Namur's eyes quickly froze. The opponent's body seemed harder than steel, and the force he struck with rebounded entirely back at him. As Namur was sent flying by his own strength, Longinus appeared like lightning in front of Lakke and Bremen K, grabbing both of them and slamming them together. The two handsome faces made intimate contact, blood splattered, and then both collapsed dizzily onto the ice. No one could have imagined that the three captains, renowned in the New World, would have their combined attack shattered in the blink of an eye, causing the pirates to feel a sense of unreality, even doubting whether this was a tactic of the three captains to feign weakness and lure the enemy. Who exactly was this navy, with such terrifying strength? Why had they never heard of him? This guy already possessed the strength of a top-ranking captain. It was truly frightening. I heard he's a navy called Longinus, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Huh, didn't I hear those Navy guys say he was a major? They must have made a mistake. If this monster were just a major, why would we even bother to be pirates? We might as well go home and farm, hidden among the pirates. Teach looked at Longinus, the focus of the crowd, feeling a hint of envy. This was exactly what he pursued and yearned for. However, the time for me to make an appearance is still far off. In the midst of battle, Sakazuki's mouth twitched slightly. He was much stronger than I had imagined, and it seemed I had said unnecessary nonsense last time. Just then, a tremor came from the distant sea, as if a giant ship was riding the waves towards them. A war without me involved? What kind of top-tier war is that? A loud roar came from the giant ship, and the one speaking seemed to be unable to wait. He leaped from the bow of the ship and transformed into a divine dragon soaring into the sky, riding the clouds. The battlefield, which had been somewhat quiet due to the failure of the three captains, suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Hey, am I hallucinating? How could such legendary creatures really exist? This must be a joke. Such a creature shouldn't exist in reality. This is trouble. The beast pirates have arrived. The dragon flying in the sky is their governor. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. This guy once charged alone at the Navy headquarters. Although he was defeated and captured, he ultimately escaped because he is an unkillable monster. Whitebeard, you old man, you did a beautiful job. The giant dragon roared, its voice like thunder. Kaido, you bastard. What are you doing here? This is my war. Whitebeard shouted coldly. Of course, it's to destroy you and the Navy together. The giant dragon suddenly flared its mouth, and its scorching breath was directed towards the battlefield where Garp and Whitebeard were located. This madman's actions made both pirates and Navy members widen their eyes. Even if it was a legendary dragon, provoking the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and the Navy hero, Garp, at the same time was too arrogant, right? Quake. Whitebeard combined the power of vibration with Conqueror's haki, his overwhelming might intimidating everyone present as the shattered atmosphere spread upwards, completely swallowing Kaido's breath. Iron Fist. Garp rapidly ascended using his moonwalk, and with a powerful punch, he struck the dragon's chin. Roar. Kaido let out a painful howl as the massive dragon head suddenly smashed down, knocking Garp into the sea. Vice Admiral Garp. The surrounding Navy exclaimed in surprise, but fortunately, Garp quickly leaped out of the water. Kaido, old man, the taste of my fist isn't pleasant, right? Garp, you really have some skills. Kaido transformed, growing horns on his head, his upper body bare, wearing a purple shirt around his waist, exuding an aura like that of an ancient demon, saying, in this utterly boring world, only this kind of top-tier war can ignite my blood. Watching Kaido, like a stick stirring up trouble, turn the fight between Garp and Whitebeard into a three-way brawl. Longinus also twitched at the corners of his mouth. Originally, the plan was to draw those pirates in one by one. Now with Kaido, this troublemaker, the situation had indeed become increasingly complicated. Fortunately, the headquarters did not intend to dissuade other pirates from observing through just one or two wars, just like yesterday's probing. Today's war had truly ignited the flames of battle. The Navy had its own ideas, and the Whitebeard pirates had their own concerns. A tall tree attracts the wind. If both sides were heavily injured, the unfortunate one would most likely not be the Navy. After all, wars between peers are the most ruthless. Of course, the only thing not included in the plan was this troublemaker. Kaido. Wait, troublemaker Kaido. Something seems off. Just as Longinus was thinking this, a blue flame rushed towards him, exuding a healing aura of life. Longinus flashed by in an instant and looked at the birdman floating in midair, saying with a smile, "I heard that Captain Marco's flames are the flames of regeneration. Are you trying to heal my wounds?" "Idiot, it means I want to extinguish the fire of your life completely," Marco said, half closing his eyes, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. Longinus scanned the battlefield and found that Kuzan and Borsalino had gone to deal with the high-ranking officers of the Beast Pirates. No wonder Marco was able to take action. "What? Are you trying to seek help from other vice-admirals?" Marco transformed his wings back into arms and landed on the ice. "Idiot, it means I'm confirming that no one will disturb our battle," Longinus said with a calm smile. Marco was taken aback. Was he learning to speak like him? His drooping eyelids suddenly widened a bit. "Are the new recruits this arrogant now?" "It means confidence," Longinus said, quickly stepping on the ice and rushing out. "Iron block, arm, Jade." Longinus combined an iron block with a razor, covering his right fist with a layer of armed color hockey. In a short burst of speed, even the air emitted a deafening sound under the heavy burden. Blue flame, chain kick. Marco was enveloped in blue flames, which were not actual fire, had no temperature, and could not burn objects, but could ignite life. Boom! Boom! The clash between the two did not produce the apocalyptic disasters typical of natural types. However, the contained power caused the surrounding ice layer to shatter into the smallest particles. Longinus's previous assessment was not wrong. Marco is indeed stronger than him, but he is strong in terms of ability. As long as it's not a one-hit kill, Marco's fruit ability can quickly heal his injuries. However, comparatively, Marco's attack power is much weaker. Therefore, in a short period of time, the two of them actually present a kind of evenly matched situation. This is really troublesome. I can't see any weaknesses, and it seems difficult to defeat you in a short time, Marco sighed lazily. With a powerful kick from Longinus, the opponent was forced back, and the blue flames, isolated by the hockey, gradually dissipated from his arm. "Your flames are the real trouble. If I don't use hockey to isolate it in a short time, my life force will be completely burned away. But if I use hockey, the consumption rate is too fast. In other words, it's best not to prolong the battle with you," Longinus said with a headache. "However, your blue flames can heal your own injuries. Unless you're defeated by overwhelming power, in the end, you will always drag your opponent into a war of attrition and win. That's truly terrifying. You've seen through me so quickly," Marco said with a scared expression. "But what do you plan to do next? Run away or admit defeat?" Marco said, half closing his eyes. "You must be thinking of that. After all, your Phantom Beast ability is really disgusting." Longinus sighed lightly. He now understood why Kizaru was so eager to find his next opponent. It was like a stubborn plaster. For someone like him, who was slightly weaker than Marco, they could fight to a standstill, and for someone like Kizaru, who was slightly stronger than Marco, they could also fight evenly matched. Marco's ability was simply about forcing the opponent to a 50-50 situation, bringing them to the same level, and then using his rich experience, accurately speaking, using a long time to directly wear down the opponent. In Longinus's view, if it weren't for the severe aftereffects of a long battle with Marco, Kizaru would probably be very willing to continue playing against such an opponent. After all, this was a chance to slack off openly. However, before that, I still plan to leave you a little gift. Longinus's kind smile made Marco feel a chill down his back, as if there was too much inexplicable meaning in that smile. A gift from a Navy is quite rare. Marco sped across the ice, his wings like blades cutting through the air, with blue flames trailing behind him in the air. Longinus struck the ice layer with a powerful punch, and the ground where the two stood instantly turned into shattered ice fragments. However, Marco's movement was not hindered at all. It simply transformed from a short dash into a swift glide. Being alert to the sea is a mandatory lesson for every ability user. Marco scoffed lightly as he delivered a heavy axe strike. Longinus crossed his arms to block Marco's kick, and the blue flame spread over Longinus's arms like a creeping disease. Without warmth, without burning, yet exuding a heart-pounding aura. "How about this? Iron block, drop." Longinus, disregarding the entanglement of the flames, grabbed Marco's calf with his other hand, while his body suddenly became dozens of times heavier, directly crushing the standing ice block and pulling Marco down into the sea. "Don't underestimate the abilities of others, you bastard," Marco flapped his wings vigorously and managed to pull Longinus, who was half submerged in the sea, back up. Like an eagle caught in its own trap while trying to catch prey, Marco soared into the sky with Longinus gripping his calf. Now comes the real main event. Accept my gift. Longinus pulled hard with both hands, his hair entwining like a venomous snake, tightly binding the two together. Looking at the face, so close to him, Marco's mouth twitched. What is this? A double act? You want to drag me down into the sea like this? Marco wasn't panicked, just feeling a bit awkward. He had never engaged in close combat with a man in the true sense. Of course not. You've had enough time to escape. Longinus smiled, whispering like a demon. Jaws has actually been secretly in love with you. Huh? What? Marco was taken aback, his half-open eyes suddenly widening in surprise. As Longinus took advantage of Marco's moment of distraction, he charged in with a headbutt. The intense pain made Marco cry out, and he struggled to break free from Longinus's hold. Once he landed on the ice, Marco gritted his teeth and glared at Longinus, thinking, is this your attack? Childish. This little injury is nothing to him. Is this guy just trying to annoy him? No big deal. Just be careful in the coming days. What do you mean? Because your forehead is darkening. Longinus chuckled as he looked at the bruise on Marco's forehead. Although this injury was trivial for Marco, who had the regenerative flames. Under the iron-headed belief in justice that Longinus instilled, Marco would have to play the role of a just judge for a while. For Longinus, leaving behind a noticeable injury on the opponent wasn't a retreat. At least, in the eyes of others, it should be perceived that way. Otherwise, it would significantly impact his hard-earned reputation. Marco, are you all right? Jaws, drawn in by Marco's scream, asked with concern. However, upon seeing the signature dead fish eyes and the dark mark between Marco's pineapple-like hair, he suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Marco, you look so ridiculous. Seeing Jaws suddenly laugh, Dalrag couldn't help but show his anger. Is the Whitebeard Pirates toxic? We're in a fight. Can you show some respect? Not long after, the battle among the three parties came to a close. Although Kaido was still shouting and refusing to leave, several vice admirals had freed their hands and quickly teamed up with Garp to give him a beating. In the end, the giant dragon, whose head had swelled significantly, had no choice but to leave in anger. On the Moby Dick, Marco, are you okay? Jaws asked with a suppressed smile. That kind of injury should heal quickly for you, right? Marco, having seen his reflection on the sea, had a rough idea of what he looked like now. He twitched his mouth and said, that Navy must have used some method, and this mark seems impossible to remove in a short time. So, that Navy was disgusted by your fighting style and deliberately did this to annoy you? Whitebeard remarked, somewhat surprised, that Navy brat is quite capable. He even managed to injure you, Marco. Putting personal factors aside, that Navy's strength is indeed formidable, at least above Sachi and Vista. Marco sighed as he touched the mark on his head. Now I understand why Wald was almost caught by a Navy major. The Navy major you mentioned is the brat who injured you today? Whitebeard asked. Yeah, I heard those Navy guys call him Longinus. In the intel I received, that Navy major was also named Longinus. It can't be that the Navy found two monsters named Longinus in such a short time. Marco nodded. The Navy is quite lucky. Besides the Magma Brat and the Ice Brat, they have trained such a small monster, Whitebeard said with some nostalgia. Marco, remember those bastards from today well. Just like how I battled Sengoku and Garp for decades, the future will be up to you to contend with. We're just people who have been rejected and exiled. Let's skip the contention. All I hope for is to protect this home. Marco shrugged with a lazy expression. Kuhaha. Marco, what nonsense are you talking about? Protecting this home is my job as the old man, right? Come on, at least let us fulfill our duty as sons. Marco smiled and then suddenly became serious. By the way, is the Navy really planning to fight us to the death? Even if they're stronger to swallow us. At least half of those people today would have to remain. Who can say such things? After all, that bastard Sengoku is notorious for being cunning. Who knows what tricks he has up his sleeve? In the tranquil and peaceful sea, the air was filled with a sweet and delicious aroma, and the massive ship sang gently, as if it were a beautiful legend from a fairy tale. However, for the people of this sea, this dreamlike ship was not appealing at all. Instead, it symbolized nightmares and fears, for its name was the Queen Mama Singh, the vessel of the notorious pirate Big Mom, who had a fearsome reputation in the New World. At this moment, aboard the Singh, Mamma Mia, the Navy is actually fighting Whitebeard. How exciting. If it weren't for that idiot Kaido messing things up, we might have seen something even more interesting. Big Mom, whose figure was not yet as bloated as it would be 22 years later, could still vaguely be seen as a beauty, laughed loudly. Isn't that a good thing, Mama? Sparrow said, licking his candy cane with a sly smile. Although we are allies with the beast pirates, pirate alliances are meant to be sold. If Whitebeard and Kaido are severely injured, wouldn't the only overlord of the New World be our big MOM pirates? You're right. Working with that brainless beast Kaido is not an easy task. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with a dangerous light. Moreover, she held a red historical text leading to Raftel. Without taking some special measures, she wouldn't hand over the historical text obediently. Perhaps this time is the opportunity for you to become the Pirate King. Mama, Sparrow cheered. It's not just that fool Kaido. That troubling old man Whitebeard has stopped me from approaching Fishman Island several times. I have long been looking forward to the delicious snacks from Fishman Island. Big, opened her mouth wide. Unidentifiable liquid dripping from the corners of her mouth, corroding the ground and releasing white mist. Just thinking about those super delicious snacks made her stomach acid surge uncontrollably. I want to eat snacks. I want to eat the delicious snacks from Fishman Island. Big Mom's eyes began to swirl with dizziness, and her stomach acid erupted violently, radiating a terrifying aura in all directions. Mama, calm down. Mama, calm down. Damn it. The craving sickness is acting up. Hurry. Bring out all the snacks we bought at Fishman Island last time. But those snacks were finished 3 days ago. We didn't have time to restock. We're doomed. Mama's destruction won't stop until she gets the food she wants. Just then, a sweet and charming voice rang out. Delicious food from Fishman Island? It seems I arrived just in time. Ling Ling, this is a gift I brought for you when passing by Fishman Island. Big Mom's monstrous gaze turned towards the woman speaking. However, the woman did not show any fear. Instead, she smiled and tossed the food in her hand. Like a pet waiting for its master to feed it, Big pounced accurately and devoured the food. This is it, it's so delicious. Big said happily, cradling her face. Phew, I'm saved. Even the members of the Charlotte family had expressions of relief after the disaster. After all, before they fell ill, their mothers could at most be considered fierce pirates, but once they became sick, they would turn into bloodthirsty monsters who would not recognize their own kin, a nightmare that no one would want to experience. Lord Stussy, I really appreciate your help this time. Lord Stussy, I'm so glad you're here. You don't need to be so polite. Lingling and I are good friends. Stussy gently covered her red lips, her posture elegant. At that moment, Big MOM finally woke up from her reverie. She showed no signs of concern for the destruction around her, and instead looked at Stussy, waving happily. Stussy, it's so great to see you, and you've brought me such a wonderful gift. Seeing you so happy, Lingling, makes me satisfied too. By the way, Stussy, did you come early for my tea party? Oh, I almost forgot the main business. Stussy exclaimed, her crisp voice causing the surrounding pirates to slightly bow their bodies. Tactical pressure. Lingling, did you know? Stussy lowered her voice solemnly, saying that Sister and Claude have secretly formed an alliance, intending to take advantage of this Navy operation to defeat Whitebeard, Kaido, and you, Lingling. What? Those guys dare to lay their hands on our big MOM pirates? Do they want to live too comfortably? The usually hot-tempered fourth son, Owen, was particularly enraged, his skin turning a hot crimson due to his fruitability. When did a bunch of losers dare to provoke the overlord of the sea? This is really interesting. Lick lick, Sparrow said with a sinister smile. They didn't doubt the authenticity of Stussy's words, partly because she had been a best friend of their mother for over a decade, and partly because such lies wouldn't withstand scrutiny. Moreover, they were well aware that Stussy, the queen of Pleasure Street, indeed had special channels to gather intelligence earlier than they could. Well. Big laughed loudly, her voice creating cracks in the ground around her. Was it the Navy's actions that gave them courage? Did they forget the fear of having their souls controlled? Lingling, I know you are powerful, but Claude and the others are not weak either. Moreover, their daring challenge against you might have been due to some promise from the Navy, Stussy said anxiously. Even if you're strong, facing an attack from both sides would still be difficult to handle, right, Navy? That old man Whitebeard is already enough trouble for them. If they have the guts to provoke me, then come at me. At that time, I will extract their souls to make delicious pastries. If you have that kind of confidence, then I can rest assured. Stussy patted her chest in relief, the surging waves causing the surrounding pirates to bend their bodies even lower in respect for the strong. Anyway, Stussy, I'm so happy that you came to inform me specifically. Why don't we take this opportunity to hold a tea party? Of course. It's just a pity that there aren't too many of your favorite Fishman Island delicacies left. How about I send someone to buy some more? There are too few snacks from Fishman Island. There's simply not enough to eat, Big MOM said with sparkling eyes. If only there were 10 tons, no, 100 tons of snacks. I heard that the Navy is very determined to eliminate Whitebeard this time. Stussy tempted. If Whitebeard is gone, then ISNT Fishman Island yours. Lingling? You're right. Fishman Island should belong to me. Big Mom's eyes glowed even more fiercely. Since Whitebeard is almost dead this time, why not attack Fishman Island now? Mom, calm down. Roger surrendered. Shiki was captured. Among the past 3 legendary pirates, only Whitebeard remained standing. Underestimating that man could lead to great losses, Katakuri said calmly. Are you teaching me what to do, Katakuri? Big Mom's tone became unfriendly, and the Charlotte family members trembled all over, praying that Brother Katakuri would stop talking, even if they were the Charlotte family's greatest masterpiece. Going against Mother-S wishes would only lead to death. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Stussy hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Lingling, don't be anxious. After all, Whitebeard won't be smug for long. We can wait until after he dies to seize Fishman Island. Fortunately, Big Mom valued this friend more. She snorted and said, I'll let you off this time. Katakuri, remember, you are just my son. My matters are not for you to interfere. Thunder rumbled, and the wind howled. Amidst the torrential rain and silver lightning, the already dark and damp island appeared even more eerie and sinister. Why must we meet in such a cursed place? I'm really fed up, roared a giant man with a wolf head tattoo on his left cheek. This is the Lord's will, to let us meet here, said a bald priest, piously sighing. This filthy place is truly a desecration of beauty. The aloof queen disdainfully surveyed her surroundings. Whatever, let us just get started, said the man who looked most like a pirate captain among the group, his voice cold. I apologize for having you all meet on my territory. Compared to sunshine, I prefer dark corners. After all, pirates should hide in the dark. The speaker was shrouded in a black cloak, seeming to have ghostly shadows swirling around him. Sister, let us get started quickly. I don't want to stay on this ghost shadow island for another minute. The only woman among the 5 said disdainfully. The pirate queen Tiffany is still as proud as ever. Sister said hoarsely. The purpose of inviting everyone here is to discuss how to secure the greatest interests in the New World. Although we, along with Big Mom and Kaido, are known as the kings of the 7 seas, no one understands the nuances better than us. The New World may accommodate 3 or even 4 overlords, but it will never exceed 5. If we don't find a way to take down the few in front of us, we will never have our day in the sun. If those guys were that easy to take down, you wouldn't be talking such big words. The 3-headed wolf, Aldrich, sneered. Sister didn't mind the ridicule and continued. If it was in the past, it would indeed be impossible, but now, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before us. You can't be talking about the war between Whitebeard and the Navy, right? Admiral Rafa asked in a deep voice. Whitebeard and the Navy have fought for decades. During the most intense times, even Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr attacked together. Such scenes allowed the Whitebeard pirates to survive. This level of war is nothing. The missionary Claude calmly analyzed. Don't underestimate those Navy officers. Among the rear admirals, apart from Garp, there are quite a few tough characters. In comparison, it might be even more intense than those wars from over a decade ago, Sister said. So what? After the Navy takes down Whitebeard, those territorial powers will all be taken over by the other 2 bastards. Do you really think it will be our turn? Tiffany said disdainfully. The Navy's ambitions are far greater than you imagine. Sister coldly smiled and said, You should all know that the reason Kaido allied with Big Mom is because of shared experience in the past. And the Navy will not let the remnants of rocks continue to roam freely. The Navy actually wants to take down the 3 major overlords in one go. It really is quite a big plan. Tiffany suddenly reacted. Wait, how do you know about the Navy's actions? Huh. Sister let out a creepy laugh, sorry. The Navy sent someone to actively contact me, asking us to work together against Whitebeard, Kaido, and the others. What? You actually have contact with the Navy? Audric suddenly stood up and looked around warily. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Helping the Navy kill you would do me no good. Without your support, I can't survive in the cracks between those 3 monsters, Sister said calmly. Hearing Sister explain this, Audric felt relieved instead. Pirates are all about self-interest. If the other party talked about loyalty and brotherhood, he would doubt Sister's motives. The Navy also knows that with their strength, dealing with 1 or 2 pirate crews is already quite difficult. They want to wipe out 3 pirate crews in one go. Even with Kaido, who mixes friend and foe, they still need enough external force. And we're the external force the Navy plans to rely on. Just imagine if the Navy ultimately wipes out the enemy, and we also gain the New World, how wonderful and brilliant that would be. This is a very advantageous choice for both sides. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. The other four were contemplating the gains and losses. After a while, Rifa sneered, helping the Navy defeat Whitebeard. And once we grow bigger, they'll just throw us in a prison? The Navy really knows how to think. Sister replied unhurriedly, if we miss this opportunity, what awaits us will be constant erosion. But if we seize this opportunity, at least we still have a chance to fight. So, are you planning to sit and wait for death, or take a risk? After Sister finished speaking, she stopped talking and waited for the other four's answers. The air in the conference room grew heavier, and it was clear that the four were moved by Sister's words. Indeed, pirates are a group of desperate people, and the gambling nature is deeply rooted in every pirate's heart. The risks and rewards proposed by Sister were enough for them to make a choice. I agreed to participate. The usually taciturn Claude was the first to respond. If we can occupy a larger sphere of influence, we can certainly spread the glory of our master to even more distant realms. Godsend, Tiffany muttered softly, then took a deep breath and said, I'm in too. The road to becoming the Pirate King is right in front of me. I have no reason to give up. TSK, although the Navy isn't exactly good either, I will never forget the humiliation that crazy woman Big MOM put me through. If I have the chance to step on her, I will do it, Audric said with a grimace. Hearing Audric's gritted teeth words, the others couldn't help but shiver. They had heard that he was captured by Big MOM and had been a male pet for a while, which had changed his personality drastically after he escaped. I'll join as well. Rifa gave a decisive answer after a moment of silence. Pleasure to cooperate. I believe the future of the new world will surely belong to us, Sister said loudly. Due to the harsh environment of Ghost Shadow Island, the other four pirates quickly boarded small boats and left after reaching an agreement. After watching them leave, Sister swayed back to a dark corner and sat down, skillfully taking out two transponder snails and placing them in her palm. One was a normal transponder snail, and the other was a white transponder snail used for anti-eavesdropping. Brew, 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 brew. How's the progress? After the transponder snail was connected, a cold voice came from the other side. Very smoothly. Very good. Can I go back after completing the mission? If I accidentally become some kind of king of the seven seas, and then take a few more steps to become the Pirate King, I would really be quite troubled. After this mission is completed, I will arrange for you to enter CP0. New World, G5 branch. A large group of Navy soldiers gathered together. This was their rotation break time. After half a month of fighting 3 major battles, it seemed that the headquarters was very determined to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. However, the Whitebeard pirates were indeed powerful, managing to hold on for so long under the attacks of Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Akainu. It was said that it was mainly because Kaido's beast pirates had taken away part of the headquarters' fighting strength. Other major pirates also seemed to be stirring. If those pirates joined forces, it would be a heavy blow to our Navy. Don't worry, haven't you heard that saying? The ones who kill pirates the most and the hardest are never the Navy, but the pirates themselves. Besides, our Navy, aside from Admiral Akainu, also has someone like Lieutenant Colonel Longinus, a super strong rookie. Lieutenant Colonel Longinus is my idol. Powerful, handsome, and so gentle. Not all like Admiral Akainu, who is so cold. You're a guy. I really don't know how Lieutenant Colonel Longinus trains. He is clearly younger than me, but his strength is already not much inferior to that of a Vice Admiral. You would want to know. You actually know? Quickly tell me. I heard that Lieutenant Colonel Longinus' powerful strength was beaten out by Vice Admiral Carp. I saw it from a distance back then. It was truly too tragic to describe. I couldn't believe that the monster with completely misaligned facial features was the handsome and charming Lieutenant Colonel Longinus. If those crazy female soldiers knew that their male god was disfigured by Vice Admiral Carp, TSK, I can't even imagine how beautiful that scene would be. Hee hee. The questioning soldier chuckled. I think Lieutenant Colonel Longinus seems quite fine. Not at all like you said. It said that he was repaired with some life return or something. I don't understand. Excuse me. Suddenly a cold voice interrupted the group of soldiers chatting. Sir. Seeing the person behind them wearing a justice coat, the soldiers quickly saluted. They knew very well that anyone allowed to wear the justice coat was at least a commanding officer. I just want to ask, do you know where Lieutenant Colonel Longinus is? The questioner was a spirited female swordsman, followed by a rather sleazy-looking uncle. Huh? Oh. The soldiers were first a bit shy under her gaze, then hurriedly pointed, walk 3 kilometers in this direction, then turn left, and walk straight to the end where there's a mansion with a dog head on it. That's where Vice Admiral Carp lives, and Lieutenant Colonel Longinus should be there now. Thank you. We want to disturb you. The beautiful swordsman nodded lightly and then headed in the direction indicated by the soldiers. Watching the two leave, the soldiers drooled and said, Guys, I think I'm in love. Go take a nap. You can dream about anything. That is the famous monster in the headquarters, the Death Sword Princess, Major Shiwan. Not only does she have many admirers, but there are also rumors that she has a crush on Major Longinus. If you think you can compare yourself to Major Longinus, then you might as well go ahead and chase your own love. Ouch. This is the iron fist containing my deep love, so make sure to catch it well. In the courtyard, Carp charged in with a fist the size of a sandbag. Iron fist armament. The dark right fist of Longinus burst forth with a milky white light, resembling the dawn where darkness and light intertwine. Boom! Both of them were suppressing their own powers, trying not to cause destruction around them. Even so, Longinus was still sent flying and slammed against the wall by a single punch. Being able to combine the iron fist with armament so quickly, it seems my teachings are indeed effective. Carp nodded with satisfaction. After fighting Whitebeard for such a long time, Carp was still able to maintain such abundant stamina, which is truly enviable. Longinus skillfully used his life to heal the bruises on his face. Although Carp's teachings were brutal, for someone like him who believes in the supremacy of strength, as long as he can see his progress, physical pain is actually nothing. As long as one can maintain a youthful and energetic mindset, one can endure like me. Carp adjusted his dog hat and laughed heartily. Let's stop here for today and save our strength in case that stupid dragon Kaido makes a surprise attack. Yes. Longinus walked out of the doghead house at a steady pace. Longinus. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw two familiar figures waiting for him. Why are you two here? Has the situation on the battlefield escalated to this extent? Longinus asked with a frown. Shizuku's beautiful eyes widened as she puffed her cheeks in defiance, saying, Our strength is also quite formidable. Okay, that's true. Your strength is roughly equivalent to that of a major in the main unit. As long as you're careful, you should be able to protect yourselves on the battlefield. Longinus realized this level of power could actually be considered a backbone force, although it felt quite out of place for a major to say such things. Shizuku and Kaki listened seriously, fully aware that while they might seem like powerful monsters to ordinary people, in their eyes, only this Navy major, who graduated alongside them, could truly be called a real monster. On the Moby Dick. Dad, we found out that the attackers are from the big MOM pirates. Marco's lazy gaze suddenly showed a hint of anger. When did it become acceptable for anyone to step on them? That crazy woman, Charlotte? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice. The attackers claimed that the assault on Fishman Island was a spontaneous action and not a deliberate order from Big MOM. Kuaha! That's strange. Didn't anyone tell them that it's my territory and the flag on that island is called Whitebeard? The guy was quite honest. He said that Big MOM planned to take over Fishman Island after Dad died, so they were just eager to make a name for themselves. Marco's voice was low, his anger contained, like a volcano ready to erupt. Kuaha! That crazy woman, Charlotte, really is impressive. She's already plotting for after my death so soon. Whitebeard laughed loudly, but everyone on the ship knew that it was a sign of his extreme anger. Dad, let us teach the Big MOM pirates a lesson, so they know who the true king of the New World is. Jozu was the first to jump out. Yeah, Dad. Vista chimed in. If we don't fight back, others will think we're afraid of Big MOM. Even Marco added, even with the Navy watching, we can't let them bully us. Of course, tolerance is the shame of pirates. Whitebeard waved his hand. Let those bastards know who really has the final say in the New World. At the same time, similar events were unfolding in various pirate crews, with dark currents swirling. The already chaotic New World was brewing an even greater storm. Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. The alarm rang, and the urgent sirens echoed in the air. The G5 branch, always on high alert, quickly completed the assembly. Looking down from the platform, there was a sea of heads. But the scene was exceptionally quiet, with all soldiers holding their breath, waiting for the Vice Admiral to give orders. Everyone, listen up. Today may be the last battle in the New World. Bring out your strongest momentum and drive all those pirates into prison. Move out. Carp's blood was boiling even more than those soldiers, and he naturally wouldn't engage in lengthy speeches. After a straightforward and forceful encouragement, he took the lead and boarded his doghead warship. However, such a concise declaration resonated more with the lower-ranking soldiers and with Carp's status as a naval hero. The port of the G5 branch suddenly erupted into a sea of cheers. The Whitebeard pirates and Big MOM pirates had already clashed, and the Beast pirates also showed signs of action, coupled with the other 5 deceived great pirates. The power struggle in the New World that had been brewing for 2 years was finally about to explode. Longinus walked at the front of the group. his mind recalling the intelligence and plans mentioned in the previous meeting. The role of the Navy in this operation was similar to that of Kaido, serving as a chaotic force on the battlefield, stirring up confusion as much as possible. Therefore, in addition to Whitebeard, Big Mom was also within their target range. Of course, the primary focus was still on preserving their own strength. Otherwise, not only would they fail to reap the rewards from the defeated, but it would also be fortunate if they weren't swallowed whole by those ruthless pirates. With this in mind, Longinus grew increasingly wary of the world government. This scheme didn't require much technical skill. The real driving force was the pervasive CP organizations. No one would have imagined that the pirates in the New World had already been infiltrated to the core. Such a maneuver was truly alarming. Seeing Longinus lost in thought since they set sail, Guion next to him initiated the conversation, saying, "Longinus, have you heard? This war has attracted quite a number of small and medium-sized pirate crews to join the fray, aside from the Whitebeard pirates and those 7 notorious pirates." As Longinus came to his senses, he shook his head and smiled. They're just small characters blinded by desire. After this war, it will probably be no less than a major cleansing. Among those newcomers, there are still quite a few formidable figures. For example, the most prominent new Shichibukai, Crocodile, the sand alligator. Ji Yuan said seriously. It was mentioned that Crocodile watched Roger's execution between the ages of 20 and 25, after which he became a Shichibukai and challenged Whitebeard, ultimately suffering a crushing defeat. Here, Old Sand is 24 years old, so there should be no time paradox, which also indicates that the Shichibukai had at least already appeared during this period. I know him, just like Admiral Akainu. He's a Logia-type devil fruit user. He rose to fame on the seas as a supernova in no time, seemingly intending to seize this opportunity to challenge Whitebeard. Longinus nodded in response. In a sense, the Shichibukai can be considered allies of the Navy. However, collaborating with pirates is indeed too much. Ji Yuan shook his head, seemingly feeling an unspeakable humiliation. Compromise is merely a result of not being strong enough. Instead of thinking about meaningless things, it's better to contemplate how to become stronger. When we are powerful enough to have a say, perhaps we can make some different changes, Longinus said with a smile. Longinus, I really envy how calm and rational you always are. In the New World, in the Watson Sea area, amidst the booming cannon fire, 2 massive fleets gathered here. Mama, Whitebeard, haven't you been chased by the Navy enough? Now that you've found me, are you planning to taste death in advance? Big Mom's hefty body swayed in the wind. She showed no fear at the Whitebeard pirate's approach. Instead, her eyes sparkled with a greedy light. Whitebeard's genes must be quite good. Under Big Mom's hunting gaze, Whitebeard, already displeased, roared in fury. That's my flag planted on Fishman Island. Dare to touch my territory? Do you want to be torn apart? Charlotte, Big Thumung, was taken aback, but quickly came to her senses. Ma. It seems someone has disobeyed my orders. But it doesn't matter. Capturing it is only a matter of time. Big Mom had no intention of denying Whitebeard's accusations and readily admitted it. Whitebeard, how about a deal? If you hand over Fishman Island to me, I could consider helping you fend off some of the Navy's attacks. Don't forget, even if you can escape, your sons won't be able to escape the Navy's pursuit. As she spoke, Big Mom became increasingly excited. If you're willing, I could even help you block all of them. Shut up, you scum. Hearing that Big Mom actually wanted him to be her concubine, Whitebeard was utterly enraged for the first time in his life. He leaped towards the enemy ship alone, his captain's coat billowing in the wind, and his right fist, surrounded by white air pressure and conqueror's hockey, unleashed unparalleled power. Shattering the air. Not good. The world's strongest man is angry. Katakuri spoke gravely, instantly creating several layers of machi walls to block the front. However, Big M had no intention of being polite. Her slightly plump body leapt into the air, and the recoil caused the singing ship to sway violently, emitting a creaking sound, nearly breaking apart. Do you think I would be afraid of you? Whitebeard, your era has already ended. In midair, the dual-horned hat above Big transformed into a giant sword in her hand, and the domineering sword energy slashed out violently, embodying the tremendous power from Elbaf. Elbaf's spear, Kingdom of Might. The intertwining of Conqueror's hockey sparked intense turbulence, and purple-black lightning flickered in the void. The clash of fists and blades erupted like thunder, creating ripples in the air that radiated from the two, causing the Moby Dick and the singing ship to shake violently, as if they were small boats in a storm, helplessly drifting. Ultimately, Big Mom's strength was exhausted first, and she was blasted away by a powerful punch, plummeting straight into the sea. Fortunately, Zeus, the thundercloud, and Prometheus, the The sun timely caught Big holding her up in midair by her hands, making it look comically like a public execution. When the Navy arrived at the DownSea area, the war had fully erupted. The Whitebeard pirates and Big pirates were fighting fiercely, while the Beast pirates took advantage of the chaos to loot, and other pirate crews tentatively launched attacks. Finally, when the Navy entered the scene, the chaotic situation completely collapsed. Mama. Whitebeard, it's still not too late to regret now. Otherwise, it won't be me and Kaido attacking you later, but us teaming up with the Navy to eliminate you first. Big laughed loudly upon noticing the Navy's arrival. Whitebeard's expression darkened. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the siege of 2 emperors alone. If the pressure from the Navy was added, it might really be dangerous this time. That idiot Kaido indeed has some unclear relationship with Charlotte. He actually held back his destructive desires and didn't attack everyone like before. Ling. Unexpectedly, Kaido suddenly swung his kanabo at Big I should have told you, Whitebeard will be killed by my own hands. If you want to back off, you better get out of the way now. Caught off guard, Big was knocked away by a single blow. Although her injury wasn't severe, she was almost infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Kaido, you idiot. Of course. What left her even more dumbfounded was that the incoming Navy not only targeted the Whitebeard pirates, but also included her within their attack range. Big widened her eyes. When did you Navy become like Kaido's troublemakers? Kulalala. Charlotte, it seems you are overthinking. The Navy doesn't even regard you. Whitebeard laughed heartily, swinging his Naginata to send the newly stabilized Big flying again. Whitebeard, don't celebrate too early. The steel-bodied Big suffered little damage. Her anger boiled. Today, I must take you back to have children. It should be me who kills you. As Longinus entered the battlefield, his mouth twitched in surprise. He didn't expect to hear such explosive news right away. That Big was actually eyeing Whitebeard. Just as Longinus was pondering, war swept in. Die, you damn Navy! A big bearded pirate swung a large knife in the crowd, evidently unaware of Longinus' strength, planning to kill all the Navy in this area together with him. Ordinary, Longinus casually commented in his heart, and with a flick of his finger, he instantly sent the pirate flying onto another ship. Brother knows it. Several startled exclamations rang out, followed by numerous angry glares directed at him. Ordinary members of the Charlotte family? Longinus was somewhat surprised, but that was all. The Charlotte family had many members, and he only had impressions of about 2 or 3 from that memory. Such minor characters were likely just peripheral figures in the Charlotte family. Longinus did not know that the seemingly weak nose in his eyes was actually the future Minister of Finance among the 34 ministers. Of course, even if Longinus knew, there would be no fluctuations in his heart. After all, she was just an ordinary member of the Charlotte family. Even if she were one of the future sweet dessert 4 stars, as long as she interfered with his actions, he would still strike without hesitation. Soon, a fierce gust of wind swept in, revealing a smooth and jade-like long leg in Longinus' view, causing the air to explode and emit a deep sonic boom. Longinus quickly retreated, but that wheat-colored long leg seemed to grow longer, as if it wouldn't stop until it kicked him. Iron block armored. Longinus simply grabbed the opponent's smooth ankle and pressed it down onto the deck without any mercy. Boom! The ship shattered, and the owner of the long leg quickly sank into the hull. It really is the 4 stars coming just as mentioned, Smuggy. Unlike before, Longinus quickly recognized the newcomer this time. Bang! Smuggy jumped out from the broken hull, cautiously sizing up the opponent. Who is this Navy? He looks only slightly older than me, yet his strength is so formidable. It seems Brother Knows It was not unjustly defeated. Smuggy was still very young, only 14 years old, but his strength had already surpassed most members of the Charlotte family. He was the supernova of the Navy headquarters, Longinus, a monster who had slain thousands of pirates and impelled down and recently fought evenly with Marco from the Whitebeard pirates. A cold voice came from behind Smuggy. The newcomer had short red hair, wore spiked boots, and had his lower face wrapped in a scarf. None other than the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri. Brother Katakuri. Smuggy first cheered, then looked at Longinus in shock. He could match Marco from the Whitebeard pirates, which means this Navy's strength is on par with you. Brother Katakuri. Smuggy, step back. I'll handle him. Brother Katakuri. Since he is a Navy, should we really talk about morals? Smuggy's expression turned cold. While the other Navy hadn't reacted yet, let us team up and take him down. This is my battle. Katakuri succinctly replied. Brother Katakuri. Smuggy wanted to persuade him, but was interrupted by a cold voice. Long-legged woman, don't think about interfering in Longinus' fight. Your opponent is me. Jiuan Yume leaped gracefully and landed on the deck in front of Smuggy. Another Navy. Smuggy's pupils constricted. She could feel that the woman in front of her, who looked only slightly older, was also very strong. Thank you for your help, Jiuan. Although an extra person doesn't significantly affect the battle for Smuggy, Longinus still thanked her gently. It seems you are the one he cherishes? Killing you would be a way to avenge, brother knows it. Smuggy said coldly. What are you talking about? Jiuan's small face flushed slightly, and she glanced at Longinus in a panic, seeing him and Katakuri gazing affectionately at each other. She felt relieved, yet vaguely disappointed. I didn't expect a pirate like you to have such spirit, Longinus said softly. Don't get me wrong. I just want to kill you personally. Hurting my family is unforgivable, Katakuri said coldly, brandishing his trident at Longinus. So you also like to boast, Katakuri? Katakuri remained silent, but the trident in his hand suddenly extended, making a whistling sound as it shot straight towards Longinus. At the same time, his right leg swung violently, stretching and extending unpredictably like a flung piece of rubber. Stormfoot pack of wolves dancing. Longinus unleashed dozens of slashing waves in an instant, leaping through the air towards Katakuri. Boom! The long legs and the slashes collided violently, tearing the ship's hull apart completely. However, neither of them showed any emotional fluctuations. Instead, they continued to attack each other again and again while standing on the wreckage of the shattered ship. No double rice cake blade bullet. Katakuri's right hand transformed into a machine gun, using candy beans as bullets wrapped in armament hockey, and began to fire wildly at the fragments of the wreckage where Longinus stood. Longinus no longer jumped but simply submerged into the sea. His opponent was not a devil fruit user, and the battle on the sea was advantageous for him. Katakuri continuously radiated and expanded his observation hockey, but he still couldn't sense Longinus' presence, which made his heart sink. A powerful opponent proficient in observation hockey? This was truly troublesome. At this moment, Longinus, lurking beneath the surface of the sea, also felt somewhat frustrated. Although he occupied the geographical advantage, he lacked the means to manipulate the currents, making it difficult to maximize his advantages. He thought to himself that it seemed necessary to learn fishman karate and fishman jujitsu. Boom! An attack from underwater caused the wreckage fragments where Katakuri stood to disintegrate in an instant. Although Katakuri couldn't foresee Longinus' attack, he reacted immediately as the wreckage broke apart, leaping towards other fragments while firing candy beans wrapped in armament hockey into the sea. Since he could no longer trust his observation hockey, Katakuri decided to rely on his eyesight to search for his opponent's traces in the water. Sure enough, after spotting a dark shadow beneath the surface, Katakuri shaped his right hand like a gun, switching from wild shooting to precise strikes. Rice cake blade bullet. Longinus no longer hid, actually charging forward with a dual defense of armed color hockey and iron blocks, facing Katakuri's attack head-on. Iron fist armed. Katakuri did not expect the opponent to be this aggressive, and at this moment there was no time to dodge. So he turned his right hand into a sticky mass wrapping around his trident and rapidly spun forward. Sticky mass thrust. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted around them, causing even those nearby to have their eardrums burst, resulting in many pirates in battle covering their ears and howling in pain. The shockwave from the explosion shredded debris of various sizes into pieces, while the sea beneath them erupted like it had been detonated by a bomb, creating towering waves that angrily smashed against nearby ships. In the center of the sea, a swirling vortex appeared, as if a giant beast hidden beneath the waves was swallowing everything around it. Longinus, already aching all over from the combined attacks of armed color hockey, was directly sent sinking into the sea after taking Katakuri's fierce blow. Katakuri was not in a better situation, being sent flying by Longinus' punch and crashing through 3 ship hulls before finally stopping. Fortunately, he quickly used his sticky ability to attach himself to the hull of the 4th ship. Otherwise, he might have slipped off the smooth hull into the sea. The intense battle between the two quickly drew the attention of most people. Aside from a few other battlefields, this was already considered the top clash in this war. Is this for real? 2 youngsters from a new generation are already so strong. Have we really been eliminated by the tide of times? Who are those 2? The monster of the big MOM pirates, the high-ranking officer Charlotte Katakuri, and the rising star of the Navy headquarters, Major Longinus. Everyone, take a good look and do not provoke these monsters that we cannot contend with. For battles of this level, It's better for us to stay at a distance. If we get caught up in it, it won't be a joke. Katakuri brother was actually sent flying. In a daze, Smudgy was caught off guard by Ziyuan's strong attack, instantly receiving dozens of wounds on her sexy body. If she hadn't reacted in time, she might have lost her head. Who gave you the courage to be distracted in front of a sword master? Ziyuan slightly raised her delicate chin and said proudly, "Umph. You Navy are truly cold-blooded and merciless." Even though Katakuri brother was sent flying, that Navy major also suffered heavy damage, yet you didn't hesitate for a moment. Smudgy mocked. The only reason for such distraction is that you don't trust your brother enough. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with determination. But I am different. I believe Longinus will definitely win. A man like him will absolutely not fall here. Therefore, I cannot hold him back. Smudgy was taken aback and then smiled. You're right. If I get distracted and defeated, it might actually distract Katakuri brother. From now on, I will fight you with all my strength. Katakuri leaned against the hull, his gaze as calm as water, not feeling embarrassed about having crashed into 3 ships, but instead focusing intently on the sea below. Suddenly, a figure like an arrow shot up from the water, striking at Katakuri, who was stuck to the hull. I knew you wouldn't go down easily, sticky rice cake. Katakuri kicked out his long leg, using his fruit ability to split his right leg, instantly whipping out dozens of legs wrapped in armed color hockey to kick at Longinus. Whether it's bullets or this current attack, they can continue to wrap around even after the armed color hockey is detached. His observation hockey may be much weaker than mine, but his armed color hockey is far superior. Longinus used paper, drawing to flatten himself into a page, weaving through those fierce attacks, feeling quite peculiar in his heart. Although the future Katakuri is famous for his fully developed observation hockey, his armed color hockey is also top-notch, just not as stunning as his observation hockey. At this moment, Longinus actually had the upper hand over Katakuri in observation hockey. Conversely, Katakuri's armed color hockey was significantly stronger, which explained Longinus's slightly nuanced thoughts. Seeing Longinus weaving through a flurry of long legs, Katakuri's expression remained indifferent, suddenly switching his body from a solid state to a liquid state. Even the legs he kicked out instantly liquefied, connecting to his body with liquid threads. Sticky mass cage. After Longinus's thighs liquefied, they quickly converged and merged into a giant cocoon, which then compressed and solidified inward, trapping him inside. Rice ball crush. Katakuri's right hand formed a fist, and the cage imprisoning Longinus suddenly squeezed inward, seemingly turning him into meat paste in an instant. However, after defeating his enemy, Katakuri showed no signs of joy. Instead, his expression changed dramatically as he retreated, for the blood and flesh that should have splattered did not spill out at all. Damn it! When did he escape? Katakuri cursed inwardly, realizing that he, who usually suppressed others with his observation hockey, was now experiencing the pain of being suppressed himself. At the moment, Katakuri dodged. A small body collided with his abdomen like a cannonball. It felt as if an ancient Tyrannosaurus was crushing him back and forth, and a wave of intense pain swept over him. Yet, Katakuri did not cry out in pain. Instead, he endured the agony and raised his right hand, sending the small body flying with a punch. Katakuri's face was pale, and he could smell the sweet metallic scent of his own blood from the scarf around his nose. He looked at the body across from him, which was gradually recovering, and said affirmatively, "So, you compressed your body to the extreme and took advantage of your small and lightweight form to maximize your speed, allowing you to escape from my strangulation range in an instant. It seems your Navy's 6 styles truly live up to their reputation of surpassing human physical limits. You did well too, being able to switch your body while liquefying and solidifying to trap me. That punch you just landed really hurt." Longinus, back to his original size, calmed the boiling blood within him and moved his injured neck before speaking. Without any warning, almost simultaneously, the two charged at each other again. Horn rice ball. Katakuri's right hand transformed into a block-shaped rice ball, reinforced with armament hockey, and he unleashed it at an incredible speed without interruption, making it one of his most powerful close combat techniques. Life returns. Paper drawing martial arts. Longinus infused his consciousness throughout his body, as if he had shrunk in size. While his body became more compact, his speed greatly increased, allowing him to dodge all the attacks that left afterimages from Katakuri. What an astonishing reaction. Katakuri couldn't help but praise him, feeling the cold blood in his chest boil with heat. "I have already witnessed your strength and speed. But what about your aura?" A terrifying momentum radiated outward, causing the pirates and navy engaged in battle to suddenly foam at the mouth and faint. Even Longinus was slightly affected, his movements becoming sluggish. Such powerful conqueror's hockey. This guy's aura is simply not comparable to those in prison. After switching to a soul state to withstand the opponent's pressure, Longinus instantly switched back, his heart still heavy with thought. Katakuri, who was preparing to launch an attack, was momentarily stunned. What was that fleeting, bloodthirsty gaze? He had only seen such a terrifying look in one person, his mother during her hunger pangs. Was it an illusion? Was it because unleashing Conqueror's hockey put too great a burden on my soul, causing me to see strange things? Although somewhat dazed, Katakuri's attack showed no signs of slowing. His arm, enveloped in armament hockey, unleashed an attack that approached the speed of sound, nearly surpassing the limits of human visual perception. However, Longinus, now free from dizziness, also didn't sit idle. With a powerful kick capable of breaking steel, he collided violently with Katakuri's fist. The moment their armament hockey-hardened arm and thigh collided, a metallic sound rang out, and a shock wave surged forth. Longinus pressed forward at high speed, seizing Katakuri's arm and throwing him onto the deck. The ship, which had already suffered countless damages, disintegrated once again. As blood seeped from Katakuri's ears and nose, Longinus, holding on his arm, suddenly transformed it into a flexible whip, swiftly binding him and tossing him aside like a stone tied to the end of a rope, spinning and flying out. Longinus, having slammed heavily onto a Navy ship, quickly stood up as if nothing had happened, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazing resolutely at Katakuri, who stood on the wreckage of another ship. The man hailed as the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family was indeed strong. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that his strongest ability, observation hockey, was suppressed by Longinus, it was hard to say whether he could still stand here in one piece. Captain Longinus, are you all right? A Navy soldier stood at the edge of the broken warship, asking worriedly. I'm fine, just causing you trouble. Stay back. That guy's quite a difficult monster. Longinus instructed before jumping out again. Captain Longinus is really too gentle. He is still concerned about our safety at this time, said one soldier, sounding almost like he was about to bend over in admiration. To be fighting Katakuri to this extent, that Navy is truly terrifying, remarked Armand, the snake-headed female swordsman, as she slaughtered her enemies while keeping an eye on the battle in another area. Brother Katakuri is the most perfect person. How could that Navy possibly be his opponent? BRLE said defiantly, holding a mirror that contained an enemy imprisoned in the mirror world. Katakuri is indeed strong, but the enemy is no simple character. If careless, a setback is not impossible, Perispero remarked objectively. Then let's hurry to help Brother Katakuri. Although I don't think he will lose, I can't help but worry, BRLE said, unable to suppress her anxiety. Given Katakuri's character, he would absolutely not want us to interfere in his battle. Moreover, Perispero surveyed their surroundings with a gloomy gaze. The attacks from the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates had already left them exhausted. And with those opportunistic scum taking advantage of the chaos, their chances of winning were very slim. It was best to break out of this war as soon as possible. The battle continued. The two were knocked back countless times, but continued to charge at each other without any pause, as if they were tireless mechanical puppets. What's wrong? Want to pull your hand out to help your little brothers and sisters? Seeing Katakuri make several small mistakes, Longinus seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack before stopping to ask, after I defeat you, I will naturally go. Katakuri wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a result of his mistakes. In fact, looking at the overall situation, it could be noted that the damage to the big MOM pirates was not the greatest. The Beast pirates suffered the most casualties for being besieged from all sides, followed by 5 other pirate alliances. The big MOM pirates were ranked third in casualties, while the Navy and Whitebeard pirates, who had been fighting fiercely from the beginning, had the least losses. However, for Katakuri, even the smallest loss was unacceptable. He concealed his true self, donned a mask of disguise, and was constantly playing the role of the perfect man, all to protect his loved ones. Therefore, this man, known as the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, was about to go all out. This terrifying momentum. Was he planning to fight desperately? Longinus's expression grew increasingly serious. Was Katakuri a strong person? Of course. Anyone who could transcend everything for their beliefs was a strong person. In this dreamlike world, only beliefs serve as the sole standard for judging strength. Even the seemingly crazy big MOM and Kaido were the same. One had the ideal of establishing a dreamland where all races could live together, and the other had the grand vision to accommodate any enemy. So, what would be the consequence for a strong person like Katakuri, who disregarded everything? The answer was explosive rage. The ships on which the two stood began to writhe, as if they had come to life, the decks surging like a quagmire, continuously engulfing Longinus's body. Was this the awakening of a devil fruit power? How terrifying! Longinus sighed. In fact, the awakening of a devil fruit was not frightening. What was frightening was the person who awakened it. Just like the 4 awakened guards and impelled down, even if Longinus faced more of them, he wouldn't feel much emotional fluctuation. After all, the awakening of a devil fruit was ultimately a form of enhancement. The stronger the awakeners themselves, the more powerful their post-awakening combat capabilities. Katakuri's strength was already incredibly formidable, and with this awakening, he was likely to step ahead of Longinus and Marco, entering the realm of top-tier combatants first. If Longinus were to evaluate, Katakuri could perhaps be considered 9.5 in strength right now. Of course, Longinus was not overly afraid. While the current Katakuri might be able to defeat him, he was still far from being able to crush him. Moreover, this was at sea. As long as he escaped into the ocean, no matter how strong Katakuri was, he would be helpless against him. The battle between the two had already drawn countless gazes, and this new development prompted a continuous stream of gasps. The ship has turned into a rice cake? I must be dreaming. How could such a thing happen? What on earth happened? It's the awakening of the devil fruit, a terrifying ability that only emerges when the fruit is developed to an extremely high level. In fact, several of the Navy's vice admirals had also awakened their abilities. The awakening of the natural type is just more reserved, unlike the obviousness of the superhuman type. The Navy that fought against Katakuri is in trouble. After awakening, Katakuri's strength has reached another level. Ha ha ha, that guy Katakuri really makes me proud. However, if he has such talent, how outstanding will the offspring combined from Mai and Whitebeard's genes be? Big, laughed maniacally, her gaze towards the old virgin becoming increasingly intense. Even the fearless Carp felt a chill down his spine and could only secretly rejoice in his heart that he was not a single dog. Not to mention the reactions from the outside world. Katakuri stood atop the moving rice dumpling, manipulating the changes of the ship's body to press down on Longinus, intending to let him perish in suffocation. Paper drawing, snake body. Longinus's skin, with its hair pores converging, became smooth and shiny, even reflecting sunlight. One might think he had eaten the slippery fruit. The sticky rice cake could no longer bind him, and Longinus quickly slipped out of the crushing range. It seems your control over your awakened abilities is still quite unskilled. The powerful observation haki and his slippery, eel-like body granted Longinus agile evasion abilities, allowing him to speak effortlessly even while being relentlessly pursued by the rice cake of the ship. Indeed, mastering this ability is not easy. Katakuri did not hide this and honestly informed him. I can see that you've lost the will to fight. Are you planning to rescue other members of the Charlotte family? Katakuri remained silent, while Longinus continued on his own, saying that although he could still hold him off for a while, it was no longer necessary. However, before you leave, this battle must come to a conclusion. Longinus would naturally not forget that the goal of this war is not the Bigman pirates. Since the play has been performed enough, there is no need to continue. However, Katakuri is unaware of Longinus's thoughts and believes that Longinus has acknowledged his strength, which led him to make this decision that might bear consequences. Therefore, Katakuri, feeling moved, also has an increasingly resolute gaze. He tears off his tattered shirt and lets the scarf that covered his bloodied mouth fall to the side. Although he is a Marine, you are indeed a worthy opponent. For a strong person like you, any reservation is a kind of desecration. So, for this final strike, I will definitely give it my all. I truly appreciate it. Longinus took a deep breath, adjusting his mind to the best state, while Katakuri also reined in his awakened abilities, allowing the writhing ship to return to normal. For fighters of the same level, an unrefined ultimate move can easily become a flaw. 6 King Gun Justice Maximum Wheel. Extreme/Cutting Rice Cake. The shockwave infused with conviction violently collided with the spike club wrapped in armament hockey, unleashing explosive shockwaves that surged wildly in all directions, causing the ship's hull to shatter. And the sea below was split apart, unable to close for a long time. The two exhausted fighters were violently sent flying, blood gushing forth, as if they were kites with broken strings thrown out. In mid-air, Katakuri threw out a rice cake to entangle the pirate ship below, stabilizing his backward trajectory. After casting a deep glance at Longinus, who also landed steadily, he turned and leaped toward the battlefield where the Charlotte family was located. Longinus, by chance, landed on a nearby pirate ship, seemingly intending to take advantage of the chaos. The pirates on the ship, realizing what had happened, collectively swallowed hard and hurriedly jumped into the sea. Longinus shook his head with a smile, as he was not the kind of person with a mental cleanliness obsession like Sakazuki. As someone who prioritizes profit, he has always been reluctant to act on matters that offer no benefit. On another battlefield, the pirate Queen Tiffany sensed something was wrong. Why was our fleet suffering such heavy losses? Were those big MOM pirates insane? Clearly, the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy were the main forces attacking them. So why were they targeting us? This is bad. The Charlotte family scum wants to use us as a breakthrough point. We must quickly withdraw from the battlefield. Perhaps due to the genes of the Three Stooges contained within the three-headed wolf fruit, the imposing and seemingly vengeful Odric was actually the first to back down. Damn it. The Beast pirates suffered heavy losses, and the big MOM pirates won't hold out much longer. Are you going to give up at the last moment? Sister shouted angrily. If all the forces we have are wiped out, what good will it do to defeat Kaido and the others? Admiral Leifa said coldly. The god said, when it's time to run, you must run. Claude said seriously. Sigh. All right, since you all insist on this, then follow me. I have a safe route provided by the Navy. Sister sighed meaningfully. Since it was I who dragged you into this war, I will ensure your safe exit. On the battlefield, Whitebeard was actually a bit bewildered. He had prepared himself mentally for the annihilation of the pirate crew today, and even planned to pull the Navy and big MOM down with him at the most dangerous moment to create an escape opportunity for his sons. However, as the battle went on, he felt something was off. Why were Carp's punches so soft today? Could it be that he was afraid of standing out and catching the attention of that crazy woman, Big MOM? Moreover, the various pirate crews seemed to hold deep grudges against each other, targeting one another instead of focusing on him, leaving Whitebeard feeling somewhat disappointed. Did those bastards look down on him? As for the Beast pirates, who were on the verge of annihilation, Kaido had no intention of paying them any mind. His thoughts were simple. Those who cannot survive are worthless. Since they are worthless, they do not qualify to be his subordinates. Therefore, Kaido continued to play the role of a troublemaker, breathing fire at Whitebeard here, whipping Carp with his tail there, and occasionally transforming into human form to strike Big MOM, frolicking like an active husky on the battlefield. Big MOM, meanwhile, was furious and in pain. Her helpers were like rabid dogs, biting anyone they could catch, forcing her to be cautious of both enemies and allies. Also, shouldn't the main target of this war be Whitebeard? How did it turn into a fight between her and Kaido? Furthermore, she was not as broad-minded as Kaido. Losing one or two was manageable. But if her entire Charlotte family perished, she wouldn't have the time to create a new batch of tools to maintain her rule. So, the Big MOM pirates, who initially fought the fiercest, were actually the first to plan their retreat, redirecting their spearhead towards the alliance of 5 pirate crews. Although those 5 pirate crews were not opponents when Big MOM and Kaido teamed up, they actually held the advantage against Big MOM alone. Unfortunately, an alliance is still just an alliance. Once the Big MOM pirates launched a desperate counterattack, the nature of the loose and complacent alliance was exposed, and in their lack of will to fight, they were severely beaten by the Big MOM pirates. Soon, as the battered pirate alliance and the Big MOM pirates gradually retreated from the battlefield, Longinus jumped between the ships, heading towards the nearest Drago. Admiral Drago, are we about to make our move? Drago looked at Longinus with surprise. He knew Longinus was strong, but didn't he expect him to be this powerful? Excluding Carp and the 4 monster admirals, he could be considered the strongest in this fleet. Though he sighed inwardly, Drago did not show it. Instead, he said solemnly, "You saw what just happened. Once the Big MOM pirates fight back with all their might, the power they unleash is too overwhelming. If we push too hard and provoke the ferocity of Big MOM, Kaido, and Whitebeard, we might end up perishing here. So, let's stick to the original plan and take action against those 5 pirate crews." Longinus nodded. Although Big MOM and Kaido were still slightly inferior to Roger and Shiki at their peak, their endurance was far beyond what those two could compare to. Wiping out these 3 major pirates in one go was nothing short of a pipe dream. At the very least, with the 5 pirate alliances and the medium and small pirate crews caught up in the war as a response, it was enough to mitigate the adverse effects of the earlier collapse of the Impel Down myth and would keep the new world stable for a while. Although Sakazuki would likely be upset for a long time, who really cared? Soon, the Navy that received the notification began to withdraw one after another, which relieved the Whitebeard pirates while also leaving them puzzled. What was the Navy doing? Were they actually backing down at such a critical moment? Of course, they wouldn't be foolish enough to rush up and stop the Navy. Although the outcome of this war was much better than expected, the losses were still heavy. What they needed to do now was to lick their wounds and recover their strength. After they healed, they would seek revenge against those bastards who took advantage of the chaos. Whitebeard, can you still continue fighting? Do you need me to give you some time to recover? A rough shout pulled Whitebeard back from his daze. Standing in front of him was a man with slick back hair, a cigar in his mouth, and a black fur coat draped over his shoulders. Even when facing the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard, he proudly tilted his head slightly, looking down on him. By the way, to achieve that elevated stance, the man, who was less than half the height of Whitebeard, had specifically manipulated sand to float in the air. Now, no one is holding me back. To strike at this moment, you have chosen the wrong time. He scoffed at the idea of teaming up with others to attack. The honor of being the strongest in the world should be claimed by me personally. What a remarkable spirit. However, Whitebeard's Naginata suddenly stabbed into the deck. Challenging someone beyond one's capabilities could come at a heavy price. You surely understand that, right? Crocodile, you're the one who doesn't understand. Whitebeard. Crocodile laughed heartily. Since Pirate King Roger uttered those words, a new era has arrived. In the tide of this era, you, an antique from the old times, should roll into the trash heap. The future belongs to me, Crocodile. Gwahaha. At a branching point of the route, several vice admirals were discussing. The pirate alliances seem to have sensed our movements and have started to scatter from here, Dorag said, gazing into the distance. They might be a bit foolish, but they aren't complete idiots. They will notice something is off by now, Kazan said lazily, looking rather listless. Although those pirate crews have suffered heavy losses, as long as their captains are alive, the crews cannot be considered destroyed, and this operation cannot be called a success. Therefore, to prevent those pirate captains from escaping, we should split up and capture them, Dorag suggested. That's terrifying. They're all monsters with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Kizaru directly ignored Polysolino's antics. But Vice Admiral Garp was still dealing with Kaido's entanglements, and Sakazuki had not given up on his crazy ideas. Just the three of us might be a bit short-handed. You should also know that the real enemies are not 5, but 4. In other words, what we lack is just a high-level combat force capable of suppressing the great pirates. Are you talking about Longinus? Kazan frowned slightly. Although his strength was indeed formidable, the enemies were not simple characters either, and those pirate captains had many subordinates around them. Alone, he might struggle. I will assign the heavily damaged Queen pirate crew to him. Besides that, I will also have him take Gion and Kachi with him. That way, even if they ultimately fail, at least they can retreat safely. On a deserted island, Tiffany was resting with her followers. It wasn't that she didn't know stopping could be dangerous. It was a necessity. As a user of the charm fruit, she preferred to call her subordinates followers rather than underlings. This fruit was incredibly powerful. Any man with even a hint of lust in his heart could be attracted and captured by her, willingly becoming her follower and sacrificing everything for her. Consequently, when the 5 great pirates met earlier, to avoid falling into an unaware trap, they all resolutely took drugs to chemically castrate themselves temporarily. Of course, the stronger the fruit, the greater the limitations. For example, the tremor fruit accumulates a lot of internal injuries. The dark fruit cannot elementalize, and the pain is doubled. The childlike fruit's stunted growth is actually seen as an advantage by most. However, the limitation of the charm fruit was that while it had an extreme allure to the opposite sex, it also held a deep-seated aversion to the same sex. Because of this, Big Mom had put at least 95 of her power into her queen pirate crew during the escape, suffering heavy losses herself. And her once captivating face was nearly disfigured from the injuries. If she didn't stop to fix her makeup in time, her remaining followers could betray her at any moment. And this was the fundamental reason she had to stop. After all, on the tumultuous sea, even a single wave could completely ruin her makeup during the touch-up. Damn it, that fat hag, Big Mom, is so jealous of my beauty, throwing all her attacks at my face. Doesn't she know that even if I'm not the world's most beautiful woman, her ugly fat hag image won't change? Tiffany muttered softly while applying eyeliner. At that moment, an anxious shout suddenly came from outside the cave. Your Majesty, it's bad. The Navy is coming. Tiffany was startled by the shout, and the eyeliner pencil she was using drew a line from the corner of her eye down to her pointed chin. Tiffany looked at her nearly ruined makeup and let out a desperate, broken scream. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The pirate lying outside the cave shouted passionately. Your Majesty, how can such a thing make you do it yourself? Let me serve you. Saying this, the pirate on the ground grabbed his own neck. I'll kill myself. Tiffany suddenly woke up. Her followers were already few, and she hurriedly shouted, "Lick dog, wait." However, she was still a step too late. Her devoted follower had loyally executed her last command. Damn, that idiot. Tiffany's chest heaved with anger as her expression darkened. So the Navy really decided to take action against us? However, this could also be an opportunity. With this thought, Tiffany suppressed her impulsive feelings, turned back into the cave, and began her makeup touch-up anew. As for the other lick dogs, she had already given up on them. With better options available, there was no need to be entangled with those useless wastes. Those backup options could at least help her delay the Navy for a while, and they could die with purpose. Kill. Absolutely cannot let these despicable Navy disturb your majesty. Your majesty's glory cannot be desecrated. Damn Navy. What if they're even more handsome than me? What if your majesty takes a liking to him? No, this Navy must die. The group led by Longinus was a bit bewildered upon landing on the island. What was going on? Why did everyone look like they had been brainwashed by a cult? Jaji was even more sorrowful. The pirates completely ignored his existence, all of them targeting Longinus alone, based on their words. Did they think he was too ugly to be a threat? At this thought, Jaji's squinty eyes revealed a hint of anger as he transformed into his little pig Jaji form. Longinus, leave this to me. I'll make these bastards understand what true fear is. Nightmare Group Syndrome. Jaji opened his mouth wide, releasing countless nightmares that seemed like wandering ghosts, which instantly penetrated the bodies of the pirates. No, please, Queen, don't give up on your humble servant. Curse the Navy. Stop. Let go of the Queen. If you have a grudge, come at me. Why did I have to see this? Why did the Queen have to become that man's lapdog? I absolutely refuse to believe it. Hearing the heart-wrenching screams, Longinus realized the terror of that fruit. When dealing with those whose will was not strong enough, it was almost instant kills. After a brief pause, Longinus and Guillaume continued deeper into the island. 5 sharp slashes flew out from the depths of the jungle. Before Longinus could act, Guillaume had already unleashed a pink sword energy to shatter them. Don't even think about getting through here. I am the most trusted servant of the Queen. Idiot, you should say we instead. Shut up, both of you. Deal with the enemy in front of us first. As they spoke, a 3-headed monster emerged from the bushes, one arm on the left side severed, the wound still unhealed, seemingly from a previous naval battle. 3-headed, 6-armed? Longinus frowned slightly. This world truly has every kind of monster. Are you scared? We are the wonders of the world, the 3-headed Lord Wade who have been connected since birth. Our minds are linked, allowing us to flawlessly combine our 6-sword style swordsmanship. We are the most capable servants under the Queen. You're wrong. Now we only have 5-sword style. Damn it. It's all your fault for accidentally losing an arm. 5-sword style sounds so weak. What? You dare blame me? You were the one who let the enemy in, causing me to not notice. You idiot. I've tolerated you for long enough. Today, it's either you or me. Seeing the enemy start infighting, Longinus didn't even know where to begin with the sarcasm. Leave this idiot to me, Longinus. You go catch their captain. Don't let her escape, Guillaume said with utmost seriousness. Okay, be careful. Longinus didn't think Guillaume would lose to such an idiot and quickly leaped deeper into the island. Not good, that guy got away. Then hurry and chase. Don't walk backward. You 2 idiots, can you please let me take control of our bodies? Guillaume took a deep breath, feeling a hint of sympathy for the unknown Queen Tiffany. Having such idiots as subordinates must be quite troublesome. Are those Navy dogs? They found us so quickly. Sensing a powerful aura approaching, Tiffany furrowed her willow-shaped brows slightly, but quickly relaxed. But this is good. If I can subdue one quickly, I can escape before the other Navy arrives. Stepping out of the cave, Tiffany saw Longinus, who happened to appear, and her eyes brightened. She knew this new Navy officer, who could trade blows with a high-ranking officer under Big M.O.M., indicating his strength was not inferior to hers. Moreover, compared to the other ugly Navy rear admirals, this handsome guy was indeed much more pleasing to the eye. As an unabashed face-con, she naturally leaned more towards capturing this handsome guy. Although his strength was slightly weaker than those rear admirals, it also meant he would be easier to control. Furthermore, in terms of talent and potential, this handsome guy might even be scarier than those monsters. If she could subdue him, Tiffany licked her slightly dry lips, her gaze on him becoming increasingly heated. Almost wanted to swallow him whole. If I remember correctly, your name is Longinus, right? I wonder if you could let me go? Tiffany lightly covered her red lips, her delicate posture easily evoking a man's protective instincts. Unfortunately, you must die here today, Longinus sighed, seemingly feeling regret for the beautiful woman about to perish. Seeing her charm fail, Tiffany was not too surprised. If it succeeded on the first try, she would have doubted it. Anyway, Every one of her movements radiated seductive power. As long as she had enough time, even a bent tree could be straightened. Tiffany was determined to buy time. The longer it took, the more advantageous it would be for her. Of course, if the other party really agreed, she wouldn't refuse. What temptation could be greater than extreme pleasure? After all, this handsome guy wouldn't be a loss for her. Is this your last words? Longinus said with a gentle smile, oblivious to the situation. I've remembered it. Now, please go die. Longinus swiftly launched a series of thrusts, and the crescent-shaped slash flew past. How indifferent. However, this only makes me more interested in you. Tiffany's flexible body leaned back and quickly dodged Longinus's attack. To become the great pirate of the New World, Tiffany relies not only on her followers, but also on her own formidable strength. Dance of the Sea of Flowers. Tiffany swayed her alluring figure, and a seductive melody echoed in the arena, seemingly capable of enchanting the hearts of those present. Longinus still wore a gentle smile at the corners of his mouth, but deep in his eyes lay an unfathomable indifference, as if nothing could affect his emotions. Is this your reliance on becoming a great pirate? It seems that Vice Admiral Carp was right. The Golden Lion has killed too many unwilling pirates, leaving few noteworthy figures in the New World. As Longinus spoke, his body suddenly appeared before Tiffany, his fingers shimmering with a black metallic luster, rapidly striking out. Are you looking down on me? Tiffany dodged continuously, her smooth, long legs kicking out with the power to break steel. Although I really want to have you, your attitude is quite troubling. Don't worry, the dead won't have too many troubles. Longinus swiftly advanced, his right hand wrapped in armament hockey, slashing forward like a blade, iron blocks, steel wings. Not good. His speed and strength suddenly increased dramatically. Tiffany's pupils constricted sharply as her body dodged to the left at an incredible angle. Boom! The massive rock behind Tiffany was sliced in two, the surface smooth as if cut by an extremely sharp knife, making it hard to believe such an attack could be delivered by an arm. Tiffany felt a chill down her spine. Her body wasn't much harder than that rock. If she hadn't dodged in time, she would have been split in half. What terrifying power! It seems that in pure physical combat, you are indeed stronger than me. Tiffany bit her lip, her clothing torn in front, revealing large areas of fair skin, feeling indignant. Is this guy really a man? This is obvious. Longinus moved like lightning, darting around the arena and delivering a kick that sent Tiffany flying far away. With your focus on gathering subordinates, your progress in strength is naturally slow. More importantly, it seems you spent your recovery time elsewhere. Tiffany rubbed her lower abdomen and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Armament hockey is merely